My reward is 999 times more than others. Alien beasts descend. The world is high martial arts. As long as you fight alien beasts, everyone gets a reward, and my reward can automatically double. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, now randomly doubling. Randomly doubled by 999 times. Chapter 1, Bonus automatically doubles. Students, in 3 days, you will be taking your aptitude test. The importance of the aptitude test, I don't need to elaborate on it, it directly determines the second half of your life. So, please, students, prepare well, don't give up the last bit of time, and work hard. On the podium. The homeroom teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, reminded everyone expressionlessly. In fact, she herself was a failure of the aptitude test. This world. It's not a world for the rich, nor a world for the ambitious. It is a world for warriors. On the last day of their senior year, every student is arranged to take an aptitude test to confirm whether they qualify for advanced study at a warrior academy. Entering a warrior academy means a boundless future, becoming superior among people. As for the failures who couldn't get in, even if they are intelligent and have excellent grades, they can only become a foil to support warriors, living a mediocre life, eventually forgotten beneath the warrior's glory. Sigh, they say to work hard, but isn't the outcome already determined anyway? Propping his chin, Fong looked at the sky outside, thinking how nice the white clouds were. In reality, everyone's results were already predetermined. Students with well-developed muscles and abundant hair were basically guaranteed entry into a warrior academy. As for types like Fong, who are slender and can't seem to grow any muscle, they were eliminated from the start. Although he also tried hard to go to the gym to build muscles. But no abs grew on his abdomen. On his face, however, faint outlines of 8 facial muscles almost appeared due to excessively grim expressions during exercise. Fortunately, they've faded now. Fong, let's go, internet cafe. As soon as class ended, someone came to pull Fong to the internet cafe. By this time, those who should have given up had already done so, and those who should have been working hard were still doing so. The class was severely polarized. But today, Fong refused. Forget it, you guys go. I'm not going today. Not going to the internet cafe? Are you going to the gym instead? Fong gave the other person a helpless look. He thought to himself, am I the kind of person who can afford to go to the gym? I'm someone who can't even afford to go to an internet cafe right now. The gym costs 10 yuan an hour, while the internet cafe costs 3 yuan an hour. But Fong currently only had 2 yuan on him in total. So poor, so miserable. After refusing them, Fong walked home with his backpack. Along the way, almost all the buildings on both sides of the street were gyms. Inside, people working out ranged from children aged 5 or 6 to seniors aged 50 or 60. He even saw some of his classmates, watching them effortlessly lift 200-pound dumbbells. Fong felt a pang of envy. If it weren't for his poor physique. Young man, why are you standing outside the gym instead of inside? Suddenly, an uncle's voice sounded in Feng's ear, asking a thought-provoking question. Fong shrugged helplessly. My physical condition is too poor, I can't exercise at all. So that's how it is. What a sad answer. In this world, if you can't be strong, you can only be weak, but... Fong looked at the uncle beside him with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, this uncle's tone is so profound, could he be a peerless master who can help me defy fate? But, even if you're weak, it's best to be a rich weakling. Scratch cards start at 2 yuan each, and you can win up to 200,000 yuan. The bald uncle's demeanor suddenly changed, and he magically produced a pile of scratch cards with his hands, a lecherous grin plastered across his broad face. Feng's mouth twitched. He thought, well, that's just perfect. I thought he was some kind of peerless master, but it turns out he's just selling scratch cards. Speechless. Give me one. Alrighty. The uncle enthusiastically handed Fong a scratch card, along with a coin for scratching. Fong casually scratched it, and 2 characters gradually appeared in the scratch-off area.
2 yuan.
Oh, young man, that's incredible.
Such good luck. You won right off the bat.
The bald uncle expressed his shock with an exaggerated look. He encouraged Fong to buy a few more. Young man, as the saying goes, take a chance, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Gamble a bit, a motorcycle can turn into a Land Rover. Push it further, a Land Rover can turn into a plane.
How about it, want to try a few more?
Fong looked at the bald uncle, utterly speechless.
He thought to himself, do you take me for a fool?
I'm a good student who loves to read the news. The latest scam, some opportunists specifically use small denomination scratch cards to trick seemingly innocent students, letting them win immediately, then persuading them to buy more to win more, ultimately scamming them out of all their pocket money.
So, you think I'm very innocent? Look easy to trick? Give me the 2 yuan I won first.
All right. The bald man felt a great sense of disappointment, thinking, well, that was another wasted effort. Kids these days are getting harder and harder to trick. So he pulled another coin from his pocket, and together with the 1 yuan coin Fong was using to scratch the lottery ticket, it made exactly 2 yuan.
But just then, ding!
Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 999 times.
A series of electronic prompts sounded.
Fong looked around, but there was no special broadcast nearby.
Meanwhile, his phone suddenly vibrated. Did someone send a message? Fong picked up his phone to check and his eyes immediately widened.
A large sum of money had appeared in his account. Your tomato bank account has received a reward of 1,998 yuan.
Your current account balance is 1,998.01 yuan. 1,998 yuan? 999 times 2 yuan? What's going on? This can't be real.
His breathing stopped for a full 3 seconds. Fong reread his phone, only then confirming he hadn't misread it. Indeed, there was an additional 1,998 yuan in his account, exactly 999 times 2 yuan.
It's real, it's real.
So, I have a system.
Sure enough.
It's impossible to change one's fate against the heavens by relying on powerful individuals. One must rely on something like a system.
However, after his system appeared, there was no notification, no instruction manual, just a mechanical announcement. The functional mechanism was quite unclear. I'll have to figure it out, he thought. Fang's gaze fell on the bald uncle, whose face was filled with disappointment.
His system's first activation occurred after he won a prize on his scratch card and received the reward.
Could it be understood as such? He just needs to win a prize and receive a reward to get the system's random multiplier? So, Uncle, you're right. I'm so lucky, I definitely need to try a few more times. Get me 10 more. Chapter 2, Constant Doubling.
The bald uncle, originally disheartened and about to leave, immediately turned back with a smile upon hearing Fong wanted 10 more.
All right.
He pulled out 10 new scratch cards for Fong, while the bald uncle continued to fan the flames beside him. Little brother, your luck is so good, only playing with 2 yuan is such a waste.
How about we try the 5 yuan ones?
You could scratch out up to 50,000 yuan.
No rush, let me finish scratching these first.
Fong said calmly on the surface, but inwardly, his heart was already in turmoil.
50,000 yuan?
If that were also randomly multiplied by 999 times, that would be a huge sum of 49.95 million yuan.
Enough for an ordinary person to live on for a lifetime.
But, even thinking about it with his toes, he knew that the odds of winning such a big prize were too low. Fong might spend all 2,000 yuan he had and still not win one.
And Fong couldn't guarantee that his system would keep multiplying for him. Fortunately, this bald uncle had a premeditated plan to scam Feng's money.
So, the first scratch card he gave Fong was 100% a winner. The 10 scratch cards he gave Fong the second time had a 30% winning rate, with the highest prize being 10 yuan.
Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 88 times. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 166 times. Congratulations, host, for winning a cash reward. Random doubling is now in progress. Randomly multiplied by 555. Hearing the system's broadcast. Feng's palms were sweating with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with thrill. Now he could confirm. His system would double every reward he received, but the multiplier was random and not fixed. The highest multiplier so far was 999x, and the lowest was 88x. But more importantly, in just a short while, he had already received over 8,000 yuan, which was more than his parents' combined monthly salary. The bald man beside him saw that Fong was very happy. He quickly continued his performance. Oh my goodness! Little brother, your hands must be blessed, right? Such a high winning rate. You can win 10 yuan from a 2 yuan ticket. If you bought a 10 yuan ticket, you'd win at least 50 yuan. Let's talk, how much is the most expensive one you have here? With money in hand, Feng's confidence grew. Even if the winning rate was low, as long as he hit a 999x multiplier, all his losses would be recouped. The unaware bald uncle thought he had encountered a cash cow and immediately pulled out a stack of 20 yuan scratch cards, saying, Yes, these are 20 yuan each. How many do you want? Give me a whole pack. A pack? Not selling? Then forget it. Selling. The bald uncle couldn't stop smiling, thinking to himself that he was making a huge profit today. Usually, he couldn't even sell half a pack in a day, but today he sold a whole pack directly. But he didn't know. When others bought, they lost money, but Fong would definitely make money. According to the current lowest doubling rate of 88x, Fong only needed to scratch open 3 10 yuan scratch cards to break even and still make a profit. If he could hit a 999x multiplier, he would make an absolute fortune. Moreover, with scratch cards, the higher the price, the larger the potential prize. A $2 card usually only pays $5 or $10, but a $20 card can pay $50 or $100. What Fong valued was the base amount. The larger the base amount, the more it would be after doubling. Half an hour later. Out of the $120 scratch cards Fong had, a total of 3 were winning tickets, with prize amounts of $10, $5, and $200, respectively. However, the doubling rates for these 3 tickets were 288 times, 66 times, and 999 times. 999 times $200. That's $199,800. The number was so large it felt unreal, and Feng's face turned pale with shock. Indeed. He had bet correctly. The larger the base amount, the greater the effect of the doubling rate. For him, recovering his costs only required a large base amount. The bald uncle next to him saw Feng's unpleasant expression and thought Fong had lost terribly, scared stiff, so he quickly tried to slip away. Ahem, little brother, your luck might be off today. Let's call it a day, I'm heading off. Don't go. Hey! I'm telling you, kid, this is a mutual agreement. You can't just get mad at me because you lost money. You should ask around, I used to be quite a player back in the day. I want to buy more. Bro, how many more do you want? An hour later. All the scratch cards the bald uncle had were scratched clean by Fong. Looking at Feng's dejected appearance, the bald uncle couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had sold over $8,000 worth of scratch cards today and could earn more than $1,000. As for Fong, looking at the more than $1 million in his account, he was a little overwhelmed. He had never seen so much money in his life, it was like a dream, making it feel very unreal. Handsome, interested in swimming and fitness? Alright, thank you. Fong numbly took a flyer and walked a few steps forward, only to be jolted awake by the cold wind. What's the use of being rich? This world is not for the rich.
Even if he could earn tens or hundreds of billions of assets with this ability, as soon as a warrior charges at him, he would still be unable to defend himself.
Damn it! Why isn't my system one that can make me a warrior?
Clenching the flyer in his hand in frustration, Fong suddenly found the over 1 million yuan in his account utterly tasteless. What he truly needed was to become strong, not a rich weakling.
Should I try again?
Fong smoothed out the flyer in his hand, looking at the introduction on it.
With the aptitude test approaching, many gyms offered intensive courses for it. This sentence? Fang's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at a sentence on the flyer.
Every gym had a habit of creating slogans, attempting to attract more customers by shouting them. And this gym's slogan was exactly what Fong wanted most right now.
Self-discipline is your greatest reward.
Fong stared at this slogan for over a minute, chin in hand, seriously contemplating a question.
Can self-discipline really be considered a reward? Then, can getting stronger after exercise be considered one?
I'll find out by trying it anyway, I'm not short on time.
Adhering to the principle of taking action, Fong immediately walked into this gym.
Hello, how much does it cost per hour here?
Oh, brother Fong?
What,
are you back to train your 8-pack facial muscles again?
From a nearby rest seat, Zach, from Feng's adjacent class, said with a look of disdain.
Chapter 3, Exercise Reward Doubled. Fong glanced at Zach.
He knew this person, who was from the class next to his and also a third-year high school student. Moreover, there were rumors that Zach had very strong physical qualities, almost twice the strength of an adult, and no student in their cohort could beat him in arm wrestling.
So Zach was very arrogant.
He especially looked down on soft, delicate types like Fong.
Ignoring Zach's taunts, Fong continued to ask the front desk about getting a temporary card.
Hello, how much is it here per hour?
10 yuan an hour.
We recommend getting a membership card. It's only 800 yuan a month, which is very cost-effective. The girl at the front desk said lazily, clearly not having a good impression of Fong getting a temporary card. In this world where the strong are revered, people's status also has clear hierarchies. The strong always receive flowers and applause. The weak are left only with ridicule and disdain. Therefore, no one would bother to give a second glance to a poor student who couldn't even afford an 800 yuan membership card. No thanks, just give me a 10 yuan temporary card for now. If it works well, I'll get a membership card.
Really, what kind of effect can you get in an hour?
The girl at the front desk grumbled discontentedly, her voice not deliberately hidden, drifting directly into Feng's ears.
Fong said nothing. For him,
the most important thing was to confirm whether exercising to get stronger counted as a reward. If not, then staying in the gym would be meaningless, and he would have to find other ways to become stronger. Taking the temporary card and key, Fong put his backpack into a locker and then walked to the equipment area filled with machines. In a gym, there's actually a hierarchy of disdain. Weak people like Fong could only work out in the beginner zone, where the equipment was lightweight, or even quite old. In the expert zone, however, there was not only the newest exercise equipment but also professional coaches guiding them, completely the difference between a wealthy district and a poor district. Picking up a 5-kilogram dumbbell, Fong slowly tried the simplest lifting exercise, then carefully listened for the system's prompt. But he lifted it a few times.
The system made no sound. No? Is the weight too light? Should I try a heavier one? He frowned slightly. Fong picked up the 10-kilogram dumbbell again to test it.
But after lifting it 5 or 6 times in a row, the system didn't make any sound, as if it was on the wrong frequency and couldn't receive any signal.
For Fong, this was undoubtedly a major blow. His system seemed genuinely only good for making money.
Student, your exercise method is incorrect. You should choose an appropriate weight and then perform group training.
Seeing Feng's incorrect exercise method, the beautiful coach nearby immediately pointed it out. Fong looked over in the direction of the voice.
The beautiful coach who pointed out his mistake had fair skin and a sexy figure, wearing a form-fitting white vest and pink yoga pants that perfectly outlined her already impressive chest and glutes. If the most perfect girl was rated 100 points, then this beautiful coach would be 90 points for looks and 95 points for figure. Seeing Fong looking a bit lost, the beautiful coach walked to his side, first pushing Feng's arm to make it snug against his body, then signaling him to lift his arm again.
Student, try it again.
Lift it slower, taking about 3 to 5 seconds, then lower it gently. If you can lift it 5 times in a row without feeling tired, it means it's too light. But if you can't lift it 5 times, it means it's too heavy for you. Fong tried doing it as the beautiful coach instructed. A simple set of movements completed, and a system voice immediately popped up in Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, on achieving exercise effect reward.
Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 899 times. In an instant, Fong felt an incredibly dramatic change in the muscles of his right arm. His originally slender and pale arm felt as if it had undergone 1,000 refinements, now filled with explosive power.
1 2 3 4 5. Exercise effect? I get it. Unexpectedly, the system's voice immediately rang out in Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a training effect reward.
A random multiplier is now being applied. Randomly multiplied by 899 times. In an instant,
Fong felt a terrifying change occur in the muscles of his right arm. His originally thin and pale arm now looked as if it had been tempered 1,000 times, brimming with an explosive sense of power.
Training effect. I see. Working out is like a scratch card.
Incorrect posture and wrong force application are useless efforts and do no good for the body. But correct posture and proper force application are beneficial to the body, which is equivalent to winning the lottery. You can get double the reward from the system. In a word, doing the right things is a reward for yourself.
Fong, who had figured out the trick,
immediately switched hands, and similarly received the system's doubled reward notification sound.
So Fong immediately asked the beautiful coach,
"Hello, excuse me, are you a coach here?
May I know your name?"
"Of course, my name is Vivi, and I'm a gold medal coach here." Vivi replied naturally. She had just come to grab some light dumbbells for warm-up and, seeing Fong looking completely clueless, casually offered some pointers. As for being asked her name, she was used to it. People asked her name every day, then asked her out to movies, dinner, or milk tea, things she was thoroughly tired of hearing. So she was already prepared. If Fong tried to ask her out for dinner or anything, she would immediately return to the expert zone without a second thought,
and would absolutely never speak another word to Fong.
But
Feng's next words made Vivi very happy.
"Okay, Sister Vivi, can I hire you as my personal trainer? I want to seriously learn the correct way to work out."
Looking at Feng's serious expression,
the already beautiful Vivi smiled sweetly, her smile like spring sunshine, making one feel warm. She felt this young student had a very proper attitude, which was very likable.
"My rates are very expensive, you know. 1,000 yuan an hour. You should practice in the beginner zone first, and I'll come over to guide you when I have time."
"No."
Fong shook his head firmly. "If I'm going to learn, I need to learn seriously. Money isn't an issue, but I'm a bit pressed for time.
I have an aptitude test in 3 days.
"Then you're really pushing it."
Vivi was a little embarrassed. She thought to herself, cramming at the last minute isn't supposed to be like this. It's like trying to rank up in a game. Getting a noob to king tier in 3 days is basically impossible, unless they're cheating.
In your situation, it's pretty much too late.
I suggest you repeat the year and then study systematically. That would be more suitable.
It's fine, just let me give it a try. Maybe a miracle will happen,"
Fong said with determined eyes,
making Vivi sigh.
"Alright, let's give it a shot then, but let's be clear beforehand, if there's no effect in 3 days, you can't blame me."
"Absolutely not." Fong smiled slightly.
His absolutely not didn't mean he wouldn't blame Vivi, but rather that there absolutely wouldn't be no effect.
"Okay, then come with me."
Vivi led Fong back to the front desk girl and said to the front desk girl, "He wants to sign up for private lessons.
If it's 1 class a day, let's start with 3.
Oh." The front desk girl replied lazily.
Her mood was very bad from being interrupted while playing on her phone and only signing up for 3 private lessons? How embarrassing to even ask.
"Wait."
Fong stopped her,
making Vivi immediately realize that Fong was still wearing a school uniform and definitely didn't have much money. That line, "Money isn't an issue," must have just been to save face.
So she proactively gave Fong a way out. Are 3 classes too many?
You're right, you still have school.
How about we start with just 1 class to try it out first? Hearing Vivi say that, the front desk girl's mood got even worse.
She looked at Fong with disdain and muttered under her breath, "Poor guy.
I want to sign up for 50 classes." Fong didn't even glance at the front desk.
He was just afraid Vivi would try to persuade him again, wasting his time, so he immediately scanned the QR code to pay.
The payment app instantly broadcasted. Received a payment of 50,000 yuan from the customer. In an instant,
the genuinely poor front desk clerk felt a burning pain on her face, the kind of pain from being utterly humiliated.
Chapter 4, Out of Reach.
Even in a world where warriors are revered, there are distinctions of rank and status among the martial arts deficient weak.
The rich are noble. The poor are lowly.
So Fong, who could casually produce 50,000 yuan, was definitely a nobleman among the weak, someone a salaried lowly person like her couldn't afford to offend.
Hello, here's your receipt." She handed the receipt to Fong with a trembling voice.
Only then did Fong truly look at the girl at the front desk for the first time. This made the front desk girl feel a moment of fear, followed by an involuntary sense of self-admiration.
In terms of looks and figure, she couldn't compare to Vivi. But who could guarantee? Maybe Fong would prefer someone like her? Besides, Fong looked just like a student, definitely inexperienced.
If she took the initiative, he might fall for it immediately and give her whatever she wanted.
So, the front desk girl excitedly pulled out her QR code. "Handsome, let's add each other on WeChat. If there are any gym activities in the future, I can notify you right away."
Vivi, standing nearby, couldn't help but cross her arms, seeing the stark difference in the girl's attitude before and after. It showed a clear look of disdain.
If it was really to notify Fong, then why not use a company number? Why use a private account?
There's no way it's not intentional.
But there's nothing to be done. When a girl takes the initiative, boys just can't refuse. No need, I'll just add Vivi's WeChat. Also, besides the receipt, shouldn't I be given a membership card?
Fong frowned, quite dissatisfied with the front desk girl's service.
When getting a temporary card, slightly poor service was acceptable, but now that he had purchased 50,000 yuan worth of private training lessons, shouldn't the service be more thorough? Hearing that Fong was actually concerned about the membership card,
the front desk girl awkwardly retracted her right hand.
She was thoroughly taught what it meant to not be worthy of.
Vivi, on the other hand, had a look of admiration. "This little guy, I originally thought that when he bought my private training lessons, it was partly because he found me attractive. Now it seems he's not interested in women, only serious about working out." She self-mocked for a moment. Vivi decided that she would find an opportunity later to discreetly sound Fong out. After all, as a recognized beauty, Vivi was a little proud of her charm and couldn't tolerate someone having absolutely no interest in her. After getting the membership card,
Vivi didn't let Fong go directly to the equipment area to train.
Instead, she led him to a small room nearby.
"Since your goal is to ace the aptitude test, it's necessary to first understand your vitality value."
"Okay."
Fong nodded. The reason warriors are warriors is because they inherently possess one thing that is stronger than ordinary people. That is vitality value.
And measuring how strong a warrior truly is,
it also depends on the vitality value.
So, the vitality value. It's an unavoidable threshold for warriors. Walking into the small room, Fong saw a glass wall inside. On one side of the glass wall was an operating console, and on the other was a circular metal platform.
Vivi introduced Fong. This is the vitality value meter.
Through this glass instrument wall, it can measure how much vitality value you emit. As she said this, Vivi specifically gave Fong a serious look. An ordinary adult male has a vitality value of 5, but to become a warrior, your vitality value must be at least twice that of an ordinary person, meaning no less than 10.
Let me show you an example first. With that, Vivi stepped onto the metal platform. Her fists clenched tight.
All her muscles tensed up in an instant, like a fierce wolf encountering danger, ready to charge into battle at any moment.
Standing on the other side of the glass wall, Fong saw a completely different scene.
He saw a subtle layer of red light emitting from Vivi's body, like flames, pointing towards the sky.
But the entire beam of light wasn't very large.
As if it would shatter with a single puff. Additionally, as this red light appeared, a large amount of complex data showed up on the entire glass instrument wall, and finally, a prominent number 7 popped up in the upper left corner.
Sister Vivi, is this 7 your vitality value?
Yes. Vivi wiped the sweat from her forehead. The smile on her lips was a bit bitter. Just as she had said earlier, to become a warrior, one's vitality value must not be below 10. So she was also a waste not qualified to be a warrior. This instrument records the highest vitality value explosively released by the body.
My highest before could barely reach 9. Sister Vivi, you're amazing. Fong expressed his genuine admiration. As a weakling, he hadn't even met the standard for an ordinary person. So this genuine emotion
let Vivi know that Fong wasn't laughing at himself. Enough with the flattery, come on, let me see your vitality value. To become a warrior, your vitality value must be at least 10, but that only qualifies you for an ordinary school.
If you want to get into a good school, your vitality value needs to be at least 15.
Okay, I'll try.
He stepped onto the metal platform. Fong mimicked Vivi's earlier action, clenching his fists and unleashing all his strength in an instant. Then,
he saw Vivi's mouth twitch on the opposite side.
Fong felt awkward. Is it very low?
It's not very low, but it's not high either. Vivi replied somewhat indirectly, not daring to tell the truth, afraid of hurting Fang's self-esteem.
But under Fang's persistent coaxing, Vivi finally stammered. Fang's current vitality value was only 3. About the same as an average adult female's vitality value.
It was even lower than that of a formidable old woman. Ahem, although it's a bit low now, with exercise, your vitality value will slowly increase.
Vivi said comfortingly. But what she didn't know was,
Fong didn't care at all that his vitality value was too low. On the contrary, he wished it was as low as possible, so that cheating would feel especially satisfying.
Sister Vivi, now that we're done measuring, can we start training?
Yes. Vivi smiled appreciatively.
She hadn't expected.
After learning his vitality value was so low, Fong wasn't sad or confused at all. Instead, he immediately asked to start training.
Such an unyielding man. It was exactly her favorite type.
First, we should enhance your physical fitness. Physical fitness is the foundation of all exercise.
If your physical fitness is not enough, then all exercises will not achieve the desired effect.
Vivi led Fong to a treadmill in the expert zone.
Vivi pressed the start button. This treadmill can adjust its speed according to your exercise frequency.
First, jog for 10 minutes, then switch to interval running for another 10 minutes, and finally slowly stop.
I got it.
Fong stepped onto the treadmill and began jogging according to the running posture Vivi had instructed. As her posture was corrected, Fong confirmed one of system's passive functions. That is, when Feng's posture is incorrect, system will not double the reward.
Only when the posture is correct will system determine that a reward is obtained and double it. This was equivalent to helping Fong eliminate errors. However, this function, at first glance, it seemed a bit useless. But errors that others might take years, decades, or even a lifetime to identify, Fong could verify in just a few seconds. Isn't that incredible? As Fong continued to run, the experience points kept multiplying.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the exercise effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 328 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the exercise effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 166 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the exercise effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 999 times.
Just as Fong ran faster and lighter,
Zack, with a look of disdain, walked over. A mocking remark was spat out immediately.
"Holy crap, you effeminate sissy, how dare you come to the expert zone? Damn it, don't you know you're making us veterans look bad?"
Chapter 5, Winners Stay, Losers Get Out.
"Holy crap, you effeminate sissy, how dare you come to the expert zone? Damn it, don't you know you're making us veterans look bad?"
Zack's words were a naked taunt. They drew a chorus of sneers in the expert zone.
Indeed.
What Zack said was the sentiment of these veterans.
What right did Fong, a delicate and effeminate sissy, have to enter the expert zone and be on equal footing with them? So they all didn't mind giving Fong a scornful laugh.
Little buddy, don't blame him for his harsh words. If you must blame yourself for being too trashy. Exactly, you should just go back to the beginner zone sooner rather than later, to save yourself from embarrassment. Working out with someone like him, I feel like I'm getting weaker.
No.
I need to add another 10 kilograms.
Sarcastic remarks kept coming, making Zack even more pleased. But Fong acted as if nothing was wrong, still running according to Vivi's guidance.
This made Zack even angrier. He felt like Fong was treating him like an idiot.
Whack!
Reaching out and forcefully hitting the pause button, Zack brought Fong to a sudden stop, almost causing Fong to fall flying.
It even infuriated Vivi. "What are you doing? Don't you know doing that can easily cause an accident?"
"Vivi, don't mind him, he's just a good for nothing. It doesn't matter if he gets into an accident or not," Zack said carelessly, striking what he thought was a cool pose as he leaned towards Vivi. He had been pursuing Vivi for over half a month.
"Vivi, what do you think about what I told you yesterday?
Go on a date with me, and I'll buy you 10 private coaching sessions."
"No need."
Vivi couldn't be bothered with such a person. She just wanted to go and see how Fong was. But Zack grabbed Vivi.
10 classes aren't enough, how about 15?
"Vivi, I'm really sincere, please just say yes." "Zack, Sister Vivi has already rejected you, so let go of her quickly."
Walking off the treadmill,
the slender Fong, utterly fearless of Zack with his 8-pack abs, spoke with power and conviction, his tone neither obsequious nor arrogant.
This attitude made Zack's mouth twitch, and anger immediately surged to his head.
If someone else had said such a thing,
he wouldn't have been so angry.
But for Fong, whom he considered useless, to say such a thing was to disregard his strength, and that was something he absolutely could not tolerate.
"Who the hell do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?" Shaking Vivi's arm away,
Zack puffed out his 8-pack abs, adopting a might makes right posture, and advanced threateningly towards Fong.
Which amused Fong. This kind of behavior was really pathetic. "Alright, I won't waste any more words with you.
This is a gym, so we should follow gym rules. Pick a challenge, the winner stays, the loser gets out."
"What? You want to compete with me?"
Zack could hardly believe his ears.
A piece of trash wants to compete with him? Could anything be funnier than this? Ha 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 ha. "Fong, did you hit your head? You want to compete with me?
Where do you get such confidence?
With that scrawny body of yours? Just say whether you'll compete or not. If not, then get out yourself." Feng's face showed no fear.
His eyes still held a hint of mockery.
The unspoken meaning was clear. Trash, scared now, aren't you? If you're scared, just admit defeat. This made Zach so angry his head felt like it was smoking. Being looked down upon by a piece of trash. He absolutely could not accept it. Fine. Compete on projects, huh? Then let's do pull-ups. Whoever comes down first is a dog and has to lie on the ground and bark. It's a deal. Everyone, please be our witness. Fong shouted loudly. This shocked everyone in the expert zone. They thought, is this kid crazy? You're clearly going to lose. And you still want us to be witnesses? He's truly as stupid as they come. Zach felt this even more strongly, believing he had already won. Humph, you're dead meat.
I've been doing pull-ups since I was 8, for 10 years now.
How could you possibly beat me? After speaking, Zach swaggered towards the pull-up area.
The others quietly stepped back, preparing to watch a good show.
Some even started betting. How many do you think that rookie can do? I bet he can't even last 10. 10? 5 would be impressive. I bet on 3. I bet he can't even do 1.
Vivi, scared, also tugged at Feng's sleeve.
Fong was being too stupid this time. Fong, you. Ugh, how do I even tell you, how could you compete with him on this? He's been working out for years, and you? Hurry up. If you're a man, come over here, I'm waiting.
Zach provoked him with a look of disdain. Fong smiled slightly, reaching out to pat Vivi's soft hand.
Sister Vivi, just wait, he just bullied you, and in a bit,
I'll make him kneel on the ground and bark like a dog for you.
But Vivi still wanted to persuade Fong.
But Fong had already walked to the pull-up area, and looking at the arrogant Zach, he gave a friendly reminder.
Remember to bark like a dog. Damn it.
I'll record you later and post it on the campus website. Let's see if you still have the face to come to class.
Zach's face darkened.
He bent his legs slightly, jumped up and hung onto the bar, then did 20 pull-ups in one breathless go.
I'll give you a head start of 20. You don't need to.
Fong also bent his legs slightly and hung on, then, following what his PE teacher had taught him, he correctly did 1.
Congratulations, host, you have received an exercise effect reward, now undergoing random doubling. Randomly multiplied by 888.
The moment he heard the system notification,
Fong knew. This competition was in the bag. But the other onlookers didn't think so.
Heh, look at how he's doing it, you can tell right away he's no good. I originally thought he could do 10, but now it looks like it's doubtful if he can even do 5. With him like that, even if you give him a 20-rep lead, he still wouldn't win.
Waves of disdainful voices came. None of these self-proclaimed veterans thought highly of Fong. Fong couldn't be bothered to argue with them.
He continued unhurriedly,
slowly doing pull-ups with standard form. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15.
Congratulations, host, for gaining a workout effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 355.
Congratulations, host, for gaining a workout effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 686.
Congratulations, host, for gaining a workout effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 888. After completing 20 pull-ups in a row, Feng's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath.
He also gained over 10,000 experience points. Not only did his arms become well-defined, but his latissimus dorsi also rapidly increased in size, as if a pair of astonishing wings had grown beneath his arms.
But the onlookers didn't notice these subtle changes. They only knew.
Their faces were burning, stinging as if they'd been slapped. It hurt so much their teeth felt like they were about to fall out, and their mouths were bleeding.
Especially Zach.
He originally thought Fong was just trash, and by doing 20 pull-ups first, he could not only show off his strength but also thoroughly humiliate Fong. But to his surprise,
Fong not only kept up but also looked at him with a playful expression. What's wrong? Already giving up so soon? Chapter 6. This is impossible. Sorry, I can if I use cheats. Who said I couldn't? Zack yelled, his face red and his neck thick, like someone had exposed a private matter, so he shouted guiltily. He took a deep breath. Zack continued to do pull-ups, grunting and straining. He wouldn't dare to boast about other things. But when it came to pull-ups, he had absolute confidence. 10 years of hard work, 3,650 days, even if he only did 100 a day, that accumulated to 365,000 pull-up experiences. Even if you deducted for slacking off or not doing them, he still had at least 65,000 experiences. This was absolutely not something a garbage like Fong could compare to. But the slap to the face came too quickly. Like a tornado. Every pull-up Zack did, Fong followed with one, showing no signs of fatigue, forcing Zack to keep going. When he reached 100, Zack was still quite relaxed. But when he reached 200, Zack started to get anxious. By the time he hit 300 pull-ups, Zack's face was about to explode from straining. At 400, Zack felt his hands no longer belonged to him. Yet Fong not only looked calm but even said something with a smile. I'm warmed up, let's keep going. Zack was so enraged that his vision went black, almost ascending to heaven on the spot. What does it mean to kill someone and break their spirit? This is it. Damn it, has this guy eaten some super pill? 400 pull-ups without even taking a breath. Zack roared inwardly, his face contorted as he forced himself to continue. The loser had to kneel and bark like a dog. He had requested that himself. As for the others, they were already stunned. They never imagined that Fong, who looked so meek and weak, was actually a hidden master. But Vivi was different. She genuinely knew that Feng's vitality value was only 3. How is this possible? His vitality value is clearly so low. Even if he's pushing himself, he shouldn't be able to do 400 pull-ups. She felt a shock deep inside. Before Vivi could even react, Fong and Zack's pull-ups had already reached the 500 mark. Zack's face was already purple from holding his breath, but Fong still looked at ease. At this moment, he had already received over 400,000 experience points for pull-ups. His strength was far superior to Zack's. After all, the more experience, the higher the threshold. It's like watching certain adult films. At first, you'd fast forward and skip parts, quickly surrendering. But gradually, as your viewing experience increased, you could watch a 2-hour film with a calm heart, even finding it dull. That's right. I'm talking about horror movies. What? Giving up so soon? Shall I spot you 20? If that's not enough, 50 is fine too. Watching Zack's constipated expression, Fong effortlessly completed another 50 pull-ups, and finally, unhurriedly did the 51st. Then he turned to Zack and said, "It's your turn. I've given you a 50 pull-up head start. You can't be that disappointing, can you?" Zack was so angry he nearly spit blood. But he was already straining, veins bulging, muscles twitching, unable to lift himself up anymore. With great difficulty, he managed to inch up a few centimeters, wriggling his body. Next to him, Fong did another pull-up, leisurely uttering a remark. "So slow. You're not going limp, are you?" The entire sentence was like a knife, plunging with a thump into Zack's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, causing Zack's hands to lose all strength, and he fell straight from the air, kneeling on the ground. Thump! A loud kneeling sound. Everyone watched in horror. Falling like that, his knees must be ruined. Zack bit his lip tightly. He hadn't meant to kneel at all. He had just done 500 pull-ups in one go, completely exhausted, and now couldn't even stand, his legs giving out, making him collapse to his knees. And he hadn't meant to stay down either. His knees had slammed hard into the ground, and now they were numb, making it impossible to stand up even if he wanted to. Fong also jumped down, lightly, and even proactively demanded payment from Zack. "Since you're already kneeling, why not pay up with the dog bark you owe?" You were the one who asked for it earlier. You! Zack glared fiercely at Fong.
Kneeling in public was already a monumental humiliation, but Fong dared to kick him while he was down, demanding he bark like a dog.
Was there any humanity left in him?
But he seemed to have forgotten. Just now, Fong merely told him to scram. It was he himself who demanded to kneel and bark like a dog.
This is what they call.
When heaven sends down calamity, there is yet hope of escape.
When one brings calamity upon oneself, there is no hope left.
All right, earlier you also said you wanted to film it and upload it to the campus network, then see if I'd still have the face to go to school.
Fong said, starting to look for his phone.
Zack was so furious he bit his lips until they bled. Kneeling in front of so many people, whether voluntarily or not, he was already socially dead, and moreover, it was in front of Vivi, so while being socially dead, he also lost his mating rights.
But now,
Fong actually still wanted to post the video of him kneeling and barking like a dog on the campus network.
This is truly intolerable. Unbearable. Fong, you just wait for me. Angrily clenching his fists, Zack stood up, glaring fixedly at Fong.
Taking advantage of Feng's inattention, he limped away quickly, escaping as miserably as a dog.
Making everyone let out a disdainful sound.
Ew. Seeing this scene, Fong smiled slightly, experiencing a feeling he had never had before. That is, the strong are respected.
Because he was strong enough, Zack could only flee in disgrace.
Because he was strong enough, those who had mocked him in the expert zone earlier could only lower their heads, not daring to make eye contact with him. Only Vivi walked over, her face full of confusion.
Fong, how could you?
Sister Vivi, you are absolutely right. Physical fitness is the foundation of all exercise. Look, I just ran for 20 minutes as you suggested, and the effect is already so remarkable.
Vivi gave Fong a speechless look.
Thinking, what the heck, remarkable effect. If everyone had this kind of fitness result, would they still need to train day in and day out, year after year, just to raise their vitality value to 10? The goal should be at least 100,000 to be reasonable, otherwise, it's a wasted life. I think I need to re-measure your vitality value. Based on your performance just now, your vitality value is at least 10 or higher.
Is it that exaggerated? Fong asked incredulously.
He knew that exercise could increase a person's vitality value, but he also knew that the period for increasing vitality value through exercise was very long. So long that some people trained for a whole year and only increased their vitality value by 1 point. And the further along one gets, the harder it becomes to improve. But he had only exercised for less than an hour and had already increased it by more than 7 points.
The speed was like a rocket.
But Vivi still looked serious. I'm serious, if your speed is increasing so quickly, it means you might have undergone bloodline awakening.
Bloodline awakening.
Fong was a little surprised this was the first time he had heard this term.
Chapter 7, Vitality Value Soars.
That's right, it is bloodline awakening,
Vivi said with certainty.
At the same time, she also realized that Fong hadn't encountered this term before, so she prepared to explain it.
Bloodline awakening, well, actually, this term isn't very accurate. Not very accurate?
Correct, because this phenomenon is very illogical. Although she really wanted to explain to Fong, after thinking it through carefully, Vivi couldn't come up with a suitable explanation. She could only start from the beginning. It's just that occasionally, some young people like you, whose vitality value isn't very high, suddenly experience a vitality value burst, instantly becoming genius-level figures. However, the underlying principle has not yet been researched. Some speculate that there might be an issue with their blood, but after investigation, it was found that their bloodlines didn't have any particular connection. It's just that a suitable descriptive term couldn't be found, so bloodline awakening has been used to refer to it.
Vivi explained everything in detail, making Feng's expression gradually turn serious. Bloodline awakening. Isn't this just cheating? Could it be? Do these people also have systems? But these people ultimately didn't achieve great things.
Many, after bloodline awakening, remained at that level for the rest of their lives, never breaking through again. So some say that bloodline awakening is actually a one-time burst of one's lifelong potential, a short-sighted act, not a good thing.
Vivi stopped there. Only then did she suddenly realize.
Fong might also be one of those who experienced bloodline awakening.
So she quickly made a self-deprecating remark.
But compared to us useless people, you are still much luckier. As long as you awaken and become a warrior, you'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life.
It really makes one envious. Thank you, Sister Vivi.
Fong, of course, knew Vivi was trying to comfort him. But what he was more grateful for was Vivi finally dispelled the notion that bloodline awakening was equivalent to cheating with a system. After all, cheating with a system is like an exam.
If everyone does well, it's no fun.
It's only truly interesting if everyone else does poorly, and you're the only one who gets a perfect score.
But Sister Vivi, how do you know about such things? I'm online often, and I've never seen news like this.
Oh, that.
Vivi smiled. She seemed a little resentful about Feng's question.
She was also young once. I was also a high school student and participated in the aptitude test. Back then, a boy in our school experienced bloodline awakening. He was previously unknown, but at the aptitude test, he made a sensational debut, becoming the city's top scorer and even winning a 100,000 yuan bonus from the Education Bureau. Hearing the words 100,000 yuan bonus,
Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. So no one would complain about having too much money.
Once he also received a 100,000 yuan reward, plus the system's 999x super multiplier.
99.9 million. Just thinking about it. Fong couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This was definitely a fortune that ordinary people couldn't earn in a lifetime. Even if they had 500 more years, they couldn't earn it.
Noticing Feng's eyes light up when he heard about the bonus, Vivi couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder.
Don't get too carried away.
If it's truly a bloodline awakening, it will last for quite some time. You need to strive to maximize your vitality value during this period.
Okay, Sister Vivi. Let's go, let's measure your current vitality value first. All right. Standing on the vitality value measuring device for the second time,
Fong clearly felt that his body was much more energized. With just a slight exertion of his fists and feet, a surge of power, like a warm current, burst forth from within his body.
Meanwhile,
Vivi, standing behind the glass measuring device, twitched her lips again, unable to believe the numbers she saw.
Feng's vitality value at this moment.
It had astonishingly soared from a humble 3 at the beginning to an incredible 12. This had already reached the minimum standard for a warrior. A full 4-fold increase compared to before. Fong, if this trend continues, getting into the Warrior Academy should basically be no problem for you, and you might even have a shot at the key academies.
Thank you, Sister Vivi. So, Sister Vivi, should we continue training? Fong said, a little impatiently. Since he had a cheat code.
If he was going to take the exam, he would aim for the best Warrior Academy, and he would enter as the top student.
Otherwise, it would be a waste of his potential.
Vivi also felt a great sense of accomplishment. Who would have thought that a casual guidance from her would lead to a warrior student, and a bloodline awakening warrior student at that?
However, Feng's future development was also a cause for great concern.
But what right did she have to worry?
Alright, then let's train your lower body.
Training your lower body can strengthen your overall explosiveness, which will help you more in the future. With her professional knowledge, Vivi guided Fong to slowly begin his training.
Fong also quickly reaped experience points.
Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly doubled by 999 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a training effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly doubled by 111 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a workout effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. randomly doubling by 233 times.
But at this moment, Zack, who had scurried away earlier, surprisingly returned with a large group of helpers, forming a dense crowd that blocked the entrance of the gym.
Fong, get your ass out here! This cry, filled with humiliation and seething anger, echoed throughout the entire gym. Many people looked at Fong with schadenfreude. Regarding geniuses, everyone is envious. So they also like to see geniuses fall. Vivi's face also changed. Oh no, these people are from the martial arts club.
They specialize in various martial arts.
Fong, you should leave through the back door quickly. Are they very strong?
Fong looked at the shouting Zack with interest.
As far as he knew,
there were clear regulations in this world, prohibiting anyone from engaging in violent activities in legally operated establishments.
Otherwise, they would be suppressed and killed.
So, although Zack was yelling fiercely outside, in reality, they dared not enter the gym to cause trouble. Seeing that Fong still had time to watch the show through the glass wall,
Vivi was almost frantic. Fong, how can you still be in the mood to watch? They dare not come in now, but what about when the gym closes? You can't stay in the gym forever. Sister Vivi, do you know how to box? Suddenly, Fong unexpectedly asked Vivi a question, which left Vivi a bit bewildered. Boxing? A little, why do you ask? Nothing, just want to learn from you, I'll need it later. Fong responded with a smile.
Chapter 8, Basic Attacks Evolved into Ultimate Moves.
Fong, you motherfucker, if you're a man, get your ass out here. Zack roared furiously, trying to provoke Fong.
At this hot-blooded age, no boy could tolerate such a challenge.
Then,
Zack and his crew were shocked to see Fong learning basic boxing techniques from Vivi through a glass wall.
Ha 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 ha, isn't this guy an idiot? Does he really think that by learning boxing now, he can beat us? Ha 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 ha. Zack laughed until tears streamed down his face. He thought, how could there be such a stupid person in this world? Cousin, this kind of person dares to learn boxing?
It's like talking about promiscuity in front of Shiman or being flirtatious in the eyes of Jinlian. You must teach him a good lesson later. Don't worry, I'll at least cripple 3 of his legs.
With immense confidence,
Zack's cousin, Warren, smugly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a pair of bulging pectorals, which provocatively bounced up and down. It truly made women feel ashamed and men want to vomit.
What a pure, human greaseball.
But Zack next to him was still flattering him. Cousin, your pecs have gotten bigger again.
They must be an E-cup by now, right? Not that exaggerated, I tried them on at the lingerie store yesterday, only a D-cup.
His words were humble.
But Warren's expression was anything but.
He was beaming with pride. Afraid that others wouldn't know he had a D-cup.
Zack even gave him a thumbs up.
With such a full chest, your vitality value must be off the charts.
Cousin, this year's Rookie King will definitely be you. When you go to a key school, you'll certainly be a top student. Ha, stop talking so much. Let me get revenge for you first. Why isn't that damn brat coming out yet? Warren was just speaking.
At the gym entrance, Fong had already walked out with a calm expression, though a hint of warlike madness was hidden in his eyes.
He understood very well.
Being strong in vitality value alone wasn't enough. He still had to defeat these people
and trample them under his feet. Only then would these trash-like people dare not constantly bother him.
Seeing Fong not only come out but also assume a basic boxing stance, Zack smiled disdainfully.
Damn it, putting on a show. Do you know who this is?
He pointed a finger at Warren.
Zack boasted triumphantly. This is Warren, the president of our Tien Wu City Martial Arts Club.
He started practicing martial arts at 8 and has been training for 10 years now.
Playing boxing in front of him is just asking for humiliation.
The last person who said he'd been doing pull-ups for 10 years already knelt before me.
Fong smiled coldly,
making Zack feel a burning pain on his face, the kind of pain from being slapped, a pain that made him grit his teeth.
Fong. Xing. Yun. Cousin, I'll help you get revenge for the anger you've suffered. Patting Zach's shoulder, Warren proudly bounced his 2 chest muscles and stood in front of Fong.
Kid, I heard you're good at pull-ups, huh? Heh, but you need to know, the dead muscles you train in the gym are useless.
In a real fight, you won't even be able to touch one of my fingers. After speaking,
Warren domineeringly then turned around majestically and delivered a powerful speech to the martial arts club members behind him.
Kung Fu, what is Kung Fu? Kung Fu is honed over time.
Don't go embarrassing yourself with 2 or 3 years of amateur Kung Fu. All of you open your eyes and watch carefully, see how I use my 10 years of Kung Fu to teach this brat a lesson.
After finishing his speech, Warren turned back to face Fong.
With his hands wide open and his feet settling into a horse stance, he stomped down with a thud, creating 2 deep pits in the ground. This drew wild cheers from Zach and the others.
Great job, President. Cousin is awesome. Amazing. Truly amazing. Warren even haughtily lifted his chin. Learn a little more.
Then he turned his head back to look at Fong in front of him.
Fong asked a question. Ready? Ready. Bang.
A jab, fast as lightning, Fong punched Warren in the nose, sending Warren tumbling down with a plop, falling stiffly to the ground, unconscious. Zach and the others' hearts stopped abruptly. All of them stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
1 punch. Just 1 punch. Fong knocked Warren to the ground.
If Warren had been all show, it would have been understandable. But in the martial arts club, Warren's nickname was Muscle Man of Doom, a truly formidable individual with 10 years of hard training, who could split trees as easily as chopsticks. But still, he was knocked down by 1 punch from Fong. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fong as if he were a humanoid monster. And Fong still maintained his basic boxing stance, with a slight smirk on his lips.
A mere 10 years of cat-foot kung fu, and you dare to boast about it in front of me? Can you block my 20 years of power in this 1 punch?
But objectively speaking,
Fong isn't even 20 yet, not even 19.
Unless you count the time in his father's body. Standing in the gym, Vivi, who witnessed this scene through the glass wall, was also stunned by Feng's performance.
From just now until now,
Fong had only learned boxing from her for 5 minutes. But
after 5 minutes,
Fong, with just those 5 minutes of training, defeated a person with a full 10 years of martial arts experience.
Is he a genius? Vivi mumbled blankly. However, Vivi was simply overthinking it. Fong was no genius, he was merely a young man with a cheat code.
And he maximized the system's power.
In the past 5 minutes, Fong practiced nothing but the simplest straight jab.
Jabs are characterized by speed and light force, so they are generally used in the ring to probe the opponent's reaction speed and cannot be used as a killing blow.
But this is only true for ordinary people.
In the past 5 minutes, Fong focused on the jab, and with the system's doubling effect, his jab experience value had already surpassed the total jab experience of a professional boxer's entire lifetime. Congratulations, host, for earning punch experience reward.
Random doubling is now in progress. Random 658x multiplier.
Congratulations, host, for earning punch experience reward.
Random doubling is now in progress. Random 777x multiplier.
Congratulations, host, for earning punch experience reward.
Random doubling is now in progress. Random 833x multiplier. Therefore, even a weak jab became a powerful killer move. Bang! 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 With a seemingly effortless jab, Fong single-handedly took down every member of the martial arts club. And deliberately left Zach as the last one standing.
Zach trembled with fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and he was shamefully gulping air in his throat. Watching Fong approach him,
Zach's legs gave out from fear, and he immediately knelt to the ground. Brother Fong, I was wrong. I'm shameless. I'm despicable. I'll bark like a dog. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. The onlookers around scoffed, mocking the man for his spinelessness, barking like a dog in the street. But Zack couldn't care less about any of that. As long as he didn't get beaten, he would do anything. Brother Fong. Brother Fong, please let me go. We're from the same school, we're one loving family. No, just treat me as the family dog, okay? Fong was speechless with Zack. No dignity whatsoever. Hitting such people. It would only dirty your hands. I'm warning you, don't ever come bother Sister Vivi again. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. I got it. I will definitely not bother Sister Vivi again. Thank you, Brother Fong, thank you, Brother Fong. Now scram. I'm outta here. I'm outta here. Zack said, bowing and scraping, and scurried away like a dog, even abandoning his dearest cousin. This drew boos from the crowd, who then lavished praise on Fong. This young man is really amazing. Just a few simple punches, and he knocked everyone down. Put. Simple? If it's so simple, why don't you try it? I was just kidding. This young man is incredible. He's definitely going to be a talent in the future. In an era where the strong are revered, the harder your fists, the more admiration you receive. So no one cared about the fallen Warren and his group. Everyone only gave Fong a thumbs up. Watching this scene, the girl at the front desk felt a pang of bitterness. She was clearly the first girl Fong met in this gym, but she. As for Vivi, her mood was somewhat complex at this moment. She had heard everything Fong said to Zack just now. So it turns out, Fong did all of this, surprisingly, for her. Chapter 9, Beauty's favor, automatically doubled. But he will definitely be a high and mighty warrior in the future. How could an ordinary person like me ever hope to keep up with him? A wave of sorrow filled Vivi's heart. Regardless of whether Fong had any feelings for her. Anyway, they were destined to go nowhere. This world is very cruel. The strong must unite with the strong, then bear even stronger offspring, receiving everyone's blessings and applause. As for love stories between the strong and the weak, those are just jokes, only inviting scorn and abuse, ultimately ending in scars. I should still keep some distance from him. She sighed. Vivi adjusted her perspective. Whether it was unrequited love or mutual affection. Anyway, their connection originated from 50 private training sessions and would also end with 50 private training sessions. Seeing Fong return to a trail of applause, Vivi went to meet him. Fong, let's end today's session here. Exercise also needs to be balanced. If you get too fatigued, it will actually lower the quality of your workout. Sensing a hint of distance in Vivi's tone, Fong, of course, wouldn't be tactless. He had caused such a stir. It must have affected Vivi. Okay, Sister Vivi, then I'll head back now. However, no sooner had he spoken. System's electronic voice echoed in Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining girl chasing charm reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 666 times. Feng's mouth twitched. Thinking, this can flip too? Meanwhile, Vivi, who had originally intended to keep a serious distance, her heart suddenly trembled. She suddenly felt her own will wasn't as firm as she thought. Fong, how about we exercise for another 2 hours? Feng's face was covered in black lines. It was the first time he realized someone was craving his body, and a beautiful woman at that. This feeling was a bit dangerous, yet also a bit exciting. 4 hours later. It wasn't until it was completely dark that Vivi reluctantly let Fong leave, but still shouted from behind. Fong, remember to send me a picture of your dinner. I'm not trying to chat with you, I just want to check if your intake is over the limit. Like hell you aren't. Fong waved his hand helplessly, feeling that the system's foolish doubling ability was a huge scam.
If things continued like this, all the beautiful women in the world would fall madly in love with him, but deep down, he still wanted to have a pure romance.
How can I be so humble bragging? Fong gave a dishonest laugh.
This ability.
It must be something many people dream of.
But they just can't get it.
Touching his stomach.
Fong felt his entire stomach had caved in. I didn't feel it during the workout just now, but now that I'm out, I feel incredibly hungry. Thankfully, I'm not short on money now, otherwise I'd be starving.
His eyes swept towards the nutrition restaurant next door. Fong walked in.
He ordered a steak, 2 fried eggs, and a fish fillet. In this world where strength is revered, business naturally gravitates towards the strong, and so dining also tends towards nutritional excellence.
Less oil, less salt.
Very light.
However, it's not entirely about nutrition, as ordinary people still make up the majority.
So, hot pot, hamburgers, fried chicken, and the like still exist, but their status is lower, and they generally won't be found in street front shops.
This is the privilege of the strong.
Even if their demands are significantly fewer, they must be prioritized. Sir, your steak. 2 beautiful waitresses, dressed in black professional suits, placed Feng's meal on the table. And all of them wore elegant smiles.
Another name for privilege is expensive.
Even a simple table of nutritional meals costs as much as an ordinary person's monthly salary.
Even if Fong isn't a warrior, daring to dine here indicates he is at least a nobleman among the weak.
So they still provide service with a smile.
Thank you. Fong cut a piece of beef and slowly chewed it.
Though it had less salt and less oil. The chef's skill, even under such demanding conditions, had advanced further, reaching a higher standard.
Tender upon entry, with a lingering fragrance.
The layers were distinctly clear. Completely different from those amateur chefs who only know how to add salt and spice. Congratulations, host, for receiving the food nutrient reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 886 times.
Congratulations, host, for receiving the food nutrient reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 747 times.
Congratulations, host, for receiving the food nutrient reward.
Random doubling is in progress. 555x random bonus. With the powerful nutrients surging in, Feng's body muscles underwent another transformation, becoming more vibrant and more solid. Although his overall physique still appeared slender, the power he unleashed was already enough to instantly defeat someone like Zack.
Even Fong himself could feel it. His own vitality value. He had ascended another step.
3 parts training, 7 parts diet. That saying really isn't just for show. But a single meal costing 3,000 yuan isn't something an ordinary family can afford.
He sighed, marveling at the luxury of wealth. Fong decided to play more scratch cards whenever he had free time. As long as he kept scratching, he'd eventually become a billionaire. The 2 beautiful waitresses watched Fong eat heartily with smiles, placing each dish on the table one by one.
In their eyes, if Fong wasn't born into a warrior family, he must surely be the child of a wealthy family, currently preparing intensely for the aptitude test.
But they would never imagine. Fong was not the child of a wealthy family, nor did he live in some luxurious villa. Instead, he resided in a poor family in a corner of the city. His father was a delivery rider, and his mother was a domestic cleaner. As for his younger sister, she was already 5 years old but had not yet started kindergarten.
I'm back.
Walking through a dark alley, Fong greeted a slightly ajar iron gate before even entering. Outside the iron gate, there was a small folding table, which was the dining table for Feng's family. On it still remained a bowl of rice and a few pieces of braised pork.
Hearing Feng's voice,
a little girl with a ponytail scurried out, scampering into Feng's embrace.
"Brother! Hey, my little rascal!"
Fong controlled his strength, gently scooping Fong Xinger into his arms and lightly stroking her nose with his hand. If he hadn't controlled himself, with his current strength, he might have scraped off Xinger's entire nose.
"Brother, why are you home so late today?"
Fong Xinger asked pitifully. Due to being a premature baby, Fong Xinger's heart wasn't very strong, and her complexion was usually a sickly pale. Just a few short runs earlier had made her whole face flush crimson. This made Fong feel particularly heartbroken. Little rascal, Big Brother certainly had things to be busy with. So Xinger waited obediently for Big Brother. Xinger said, her small face flushed. Mom and Dad often said that Xinger was a premature baby, and just being alive was a very lucky thing, which is why they named her Xinger, meaning lucky child. However, Xinger's health was poor, requiring medication year-round, and coupled with the family's financial struggles, she had never been able to attend kindergarten. The poor 5-year-old child could only be confined at home every day. Waiting for Dad, waiting for Mom, waiting for Brother. Every day was spent waiting. Xinger had developed a mature personality from all the waiting, yet she still waited every day. Therefore, Fong and his sister shared a strong bond. Every weekend he had free, he would take Xinger out to wander around. Although they had no money for snacks, and Xinger couldn't eat much anyway, she was perfectly content just being together. You're back. From the room, the upper body of Feng's mother, Lin Xueme, emerged. Although she was over 40, a life of poverty had kept Lin Xueme's figure consistently slender. Come eat. Dad's not back yet? Fong asked curiously. After his vitality value increased, his hearing and sight had greatly improved, so he could tell that his father's voice wasn't in the house. Lin Xueme smiled faintly. He has a company dinner tonight, so he'll be back a little late. You just go ahead and eat. Okay. Carrying Xinger, he sat down at the dinner table. Fong picked up a piece of braised pork and fed it to Xinger's mouth. Xinger's mouth watered with desire, but she stubbornly refused to eat it. Brother eats. Little rascal, you're still the one who loves Big Brother the most. Gently stroking Xinger's head, Fong was afraid of making her bald. Lin Xueme, watching the deep affection between the two siblings from the side, was doing her handicraft but seemed to have something to say. Chapter 10, Practice the cultivation method to an unprecedented level. After dinner, Fong played with Xinger for a while, then went back to bed to rest. Poor families have little entertainment, so they all go to bed early. A little while later, Fong heard his father, Fong Manlu, push the door open and come back. The couple exchanged a few words. Then, a low sobbing sound began. It's all my fault for harming our 2 children, it's all my fault. It's my fault. My health is so poor that it affects the children's vitality value, which isn't high either. What will they do in the future? The couple cried quietly, thinking the children hadn't noticed. Little did they know. Xinger was woken up by them, and Fong had heard all of their conversation. After all, the house they lived in was a large single room, with small rooms partitioned off with wooden boards by themselves, so the sound insulation had always been poor. Even turning over in bed could be heard clearly. Listening to his parents' cries, Fong felt a knot in his stomach. But this feeling of unease had been present for quite some time now. In a few days, Xiao Yun will have her talent assessment. If she can't get into the Warrior Academy, she'll have to study liberal arts. There are so many liberal arts students now studying it won't be very useful, but if she doesn't study, she won't even have a job in the future. Sigh, what more can we say? We can only take it one step at a time. Yes. The couple sighed heavily for a long time, ultimately blaming themselves, regretting their lack of ability to provide a better life for Fong and Xinger. Lying on his bed, Fong did nothing. He decided. In 3 days, he would give his parents and Xinger a surprise. A huge surprise. Dad, Mom, Xinger, I will definitely make you proud. I want to stop others from looking down on us. After making up his mind, Fong no longer felt sleepy, so he simply picked up his phone to look up information related to warriors. In this world, warriors have clear rank divisions, and each level of warrior has a fixed vitality value requirement. They are: Black Iron Warrior, vitality value threshold is 1010.
Bronze Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 100-100. Silver Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 1000-1000. Gold Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 10,000-10,000. Transcendent Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 100,000-100,000. Legendary Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 1,000,000-1,000,000. Epic Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 10,000,000-10,000,000. Mythic Warrior, Vitality Value Threshold is 100,000,000-100,000,000. And for each tier climbed, an additional star is gained. For example, a vitality value of 30 makes one a 3-star Black Iron Warrior. Furthermore, a mighty warrior not only needs abundant vitality value but also powerful cultivation techniques as their core skill. Cultivation techniques are divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. Each rank is further divided into 3 grades: Upper, Middle, Lower. Fortunately, in this era of advanced internet, learning martial arts online has become commonplace, with even the state strongly supporting ordinary people in learning cultivation techniques. However, all that can be found online are the lowest grade yellow tier, lower grade cultivation techniques. Truly powerful techniques are stored in national treasuries and various warrior academies. To learn them, one must pass the entrance exam into a warrior academy. I didn't expect there to be so many classifications for cultivation techniques. Body tempering, attack, defense, and even those that boost mental power. After browsing the free cultivation techniques, Fong considered it. His home soundproofing wasn't great, so to avoid disturbing his parents and Shinger, he needed to choose a cultivation technique that was quieter to practice first. I'll start with a technique to boost mental power. Nourishing Spirit Art, Yellow Tier, Lower Grade. Practicing this technique can refresh the mind, enhance focus and willpower. Upon achieving minor accomplishment, one can introspect their body, discerning the movements of their internal organs. This is it. Fong made his decision immediately. Although this cultivation method is of a very low grade, only yellow tier low rank. But just like Fong learning a jab, low grade doesn't matter. With tens of thousands of years of cultivation added, even the most rubbish cultivation method can be refined into a peerless divine art. Control chi within, stillness in the heart, all thoughts gone, only recite this mantra, mind and spirit unified, cultivation will naturally manifest. Following the rudimentary incantations to cultivate. As always. Initially, Fong couldn't grasp the correct cultivation method and never managed to receive the doubled reward from the system. But as soon as he got it right once. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mental growth reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 999 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mental growth reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 666 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mental growth reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 888 times. His experience points rapidly increased, and his mental power also dramatically strengthened. In less than 5 minutes, Fong was already able to perform inner vision. So this is the condition inside my body. I didn't expect my vitality value to have grown so much, yet my body is still a mess. Looking at the condition inside his body, Fong helplessly rubbed his head. In fact, a person's physical fitness is closely related to the nutrients they consume daily. What they eat and drink directly affects the condition inside their body. If a person eats fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat every day, and drinks fruit juice and milk, their internal organs will definitely be healthy and strong. But if they eat fried chicken and hamburgers, and drink carbonated beverages, their internal organs will definitely become dirty and unsightly. So, powerful warriors are very self-disciplined and avoid these junk foods. As for me, I can't afford fresh chicken, duck, fish, or meat, nor can I afford junk food. I can only eat porridge and rice, and my internal organs can only be weak and powerless. He let out a long sigh. Fong finally understood why his vitality value used to be so low. It was purely due to insufficient nutrition.
Perhaps Xinger is the same, but she's a premature baby, with inherently insufficient vitality value, so it might be even more troublesome for her than for me.
Since he has the ability to become stronger, Fong will naturally also consider helping Xinger recover her health. But before that,
he still needs to prioritize his own development for now. Only when he himself becomes strong
can he protect his family
and enable them to become strong safely. Starting tomorrow, I need to increase my nutritional intake and also find some cultivation methods that can strengthen internal organs. As he was arranging these matters in his mind,
suddenly, Fong felt a little one climb onto his bed. He opened his eyes and saw. It was Xinger.
"Why did you come over?"
Fong mouthed the question to Xinger.
In their poorly soundproofed home, the two siblings had passively learned this skill. Xinger leaned close to Feng's ear, carefully covering it with her hand to prevent her voice from leaking out.
"Brother, I can't sleep."
"Then I'll hold you." Covering Xinger with the quilt, Fong stroked Xinger's little head, coaxing her to sleep quickly.
Xinger also grabbed a corner of the quilt and placed it over Feng's stomach.
The two siblings exchanged a smile. Both closed their eyes.
Only
Fong wasn't asleep. He remained in a supine position, practicing the nourishing spirit art over and over again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 747 times.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 238 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 688 times. Until he reached an unprecedented height in his practice.
Whoosh. Chapter 11, I practice too fast. Whoosh.
Fong, who was cultivating the nourishing spirit art, suddenly heard a strange sound in his mind.
Immediately after,
Fong felt his consciousness split into two, like a person's left and right hands, differentiating into two existences with the same function. He could use only one, or use both simultaneously.
Weaker when used individually. Stronger when used together. Incredibly miraculous. Wait, if that's the case, can I continue cultivating while sleeping? Realizing this was a highly plausible idea, Fong immediately put it into action.
He let one stream of consciousness continue cultivating the nourishing spirit art while the other stream slowly fell into sleep. The system's doubling continued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is underway. Randomly multiplied by 868 times.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is underway.
Randomly multiplied by 333 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is underway.
Randomly multiplied by 688 times.
1 hour later.
Fong clearly felt that the stream of consciousness that continued cultivating had become much stronger, while the stream of consciousness that chose to sleep was relatively weaker.
Amazing, I really can cultivate while sleeping. But why is this happening?
Looking at Xinger, who was sound asleep on his shoulder, Fong quietly picked up his phone and searched for questions and answers related to self-taught spirit nurturing art. But he looked around for a long time. Most people's questions were only focused on how to get started, and there was a small group of people pretending they had already mastered introspection.
No way? There can't really be people who can't even achieve introspection, right? Introspection is truly amazing. When I introspected, I actually saw my own chromosomes. I even casually modified a few spots. One cannot generalize about the talents of different people. For example, I once, in a state of extreme focus, introspected my own cornea, then tried to punch it with my mind, and cured my myopia. Some people shouldn't say others can't just because they themselves can't. That only exposes your incompetence. The screen was full of lengthy posts. Fong felt quite speechless reading them. These drama queens.
But to find an answer, Fong patiently read through all the relevant questions and answers.
Ultimately, he still couldn't find an answer.
He only found a few potentially useful replies. It is said that people with high mental power will have an advantage in learning advanced cultivation techniques. High mental power indeed has an advantage, it can suppress those with low mental power. Note, this is after reaching a certain level. However, for Fong, this was merely exploring the topic, it didn't solve his problem.
But then again, it made sense.
A yellow-tier low-grade cultivation technique for cultivating mental power.
Ordinary people couldn't cultivate it to a profound realm. And experts disdain such low-level techniques.
Therefore, it was very possible that Fong was the first person to cultivate this spirit-nurturing art to such a degree.
Is it my fault for cultivating too fast? He gave a helpless, bitter smile.
Fong decided to call this situation the second stage of the spirit-nurturing art, naming it the spirit-splitting art. As for the two streams of consciousness, they were referred to as the first consciousness and the second consciousness. This way, I gain a huge advantage over others. I can go without sleep for extended periods, and my mind won't feel fatigued. He was very satisfied with this spirit-splitting art. Fong continued to practice the spirit-nurturing art, slowly nourishing and strengthening his two streams of consciousness. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 363 times.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is in progress.
Randomly multiplied by 772 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mental growth reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 886 times. The next morning, when he heard Fong Manlu getting up and leaving, Fong gently put down Xinger's little head and also prepared to go out.
The talent assessment was in 2 days. He had to raise his vitality value to a level that would crush the entire city.
For no other reason. Just to obtain the honor of city's number 1.
If I directly produce a large sum of money, mom and dad will definitely be suspicious.
So, after getting the title of city's number 1, I can say it's a reward from the city. After all, for the current Fong,
a 100,000 yuan prize really wasn't much.
He still had over 1 million yuan in cash in his account. What he truly lacked was a reasonable source of funds.
After getting dressed and casually grabbing a piece of bread for breakfast, Fong was about to head out for a morning run.
But just before leaving,
Fong heard Xinger's soft call.
"Brother." "What is it?"
Fong quickly stopped, not daring to let Xinger run too fast, as that wouldn't be good for her heart. Xinger slowly came to a halt, stood in front of Fong, and then reached out to place a can of nutrient solution into Feng's hand.
"Go, big brother." With that,
Xinger then obediently ran back to her room,
not bothering Fong at all,
making Fong feel a warmth from this little darling.
Little rascal.
The nutrient solution in his hand was a supplement bought by the family for Xinger. It wasn't expensive, but it was already Xinger's only snack. It seemed the little one also knew he was about to have his talent assessment. So she specifically came to motivate him. "Little rascal, Big Brother has received your kind thought. After the talent assessment, Big Brother will repay you 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold."
Inserting a straw into the small bottle,
Fong slowly savored the nutrient solution as he walked out.
To be honest,
it was his first time drinking this nutrient solution. It tasted a bit astringent, but after swallowing, the lingering taste was rather sweet. No wonder this little one drinks it so slowly every time. Sometimes she starts in the morning and hasn't finished it even when I get back in the evening.
Just thinking about it.
A little girl locked at home, having to rely on a bottle of nutrient solution as a snack to pass the time every day.
Fong felt incredibly heartbroken.
This was also the reason his heart became so fervent after acquiring the system.
No more overthinking. 2 days left, I must strive to be first in the entire city. Took a step and ran forward.
Fong decided not to go to school today, and would go to school tomorrow afternoon to inquire about the talent assessment.
As for the homeroom teacher, she wouldn't care if someone skipped class. Those who should work hard will do so. Those who want to give up cannot be persuaded.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a sports effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 555.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a sports effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 732.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a sports effect reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 468. A day and a half passed quickly. During this day and a half, aside from sleeping and eating, Fong basically spent the rest of his time in the gym. After the last set of exercises, Vivi also helped Fong retest his vitality value.
His vitality value. It had already reached 29, having entered the realm of a 2-star Black Iron Warrior, extremely close to the threshold of a 3-star Black Iron Warrior.
Fong, I think you should get some good rest. Staying in a state of fatigue for too long will actually damage your vitality value, Vivi advised from the side.
With Feng's current vitality value, he was already good enough to be admitted to a key warrior school. There was no need to push himself so hard.
Furthermore,
in previous years, the top scorers in martial arts in our Tianla city generally scored around 30, so Fong, what you need to do now is maintain your condition.
Okay, Sister Vivi. Fong also agreed with Vivi's statement.
Nearly 2 days of intense leveling. Fong also felt a bit fatigued and thought he should find some quick recovery cultivation methods and practice them.
He picked up his phone. Fong was just thinking of looking for cultivation methods to quickly restore vitality value. Suddenly, he saw his deskmate had sent him a text message. Fong, you'd better come to school this afternoon.
The homeroom teacher said there's a mobilization meeting, and she also said she's going to teach us how to cheat reasonably.
Chapter 12, A Competitor Appears. Cheating?
This word, when spoken, easily conjures negative thoughts. But when reasonable is added before cheating, it becomes extremely appealing.
Sister Vivi, I'm going to school. I won't be practicing this afternoon.
Okay.
After saying goodbye to Vivi, Fong headed straight for school. At this moment,
the students in the classroom were all discussing in groups of 3 or 5 what reasonable cheating could possibly be. But as soon as they saw Fong enter,
the entire classroom instantly fell silent. What's wrong?
Standing at the classroom door, Fong awkwardly touched his nose.
This feeling was as if he shouldn't be there.
It was his deskmate, Manga, who softly asked,
I heard you scared Zack into submission, is that true? Something like that happened.
Fong hadn't expected that after just 1 day away from school, everyone would already know about it, but there was no hiding it, so he simply admitted it openly.
The whole class instantly erupted in excitement. Wow, Fong, you're amazing.
The entire class was incredibly excited. One by one, they crowded around Fong, especially those preparing for the martial arts exam, their eyes filled with admiration.
Fong, I had no idea you were so low-key. You kept it so hidden.
I always thought you were sickly, but it turns out you're so fierce.
Do you have any secret methods?
Quick, share them so we can learn and try to get a good score in the exam in a couple of days.
Facing the emotional crowd, Fong secretly smiled to himself. Among these clamoring people, not many usually hung out with him.
They only gathered around because they saw Fong display exceptionally powerful martial arts talent and thought there was profit to be made, hoping to gain something from him.
Even the subtext of their words demanded Fong reveal, how exactly did you get stronger? This kind of person, Fong, of course, disdained to bother with. There's no secret method, I just had a bloodline awakening. It'll probably reach its limit soon.
I'm still looking forward to what the homeroom teacher mentioned, that reasonable cheating thing.
Hearing that Fong relied on bloodline awakening,
those martial arts students who understood bloodline awakening immediately lost interest. In a world where the strong are respected, everyone is very realistic. If your future is bright, everyone will gather around you. If your future is clear to see its end, then there's no point in currying favor.
Bloodline awakening is precisely the kind where you can see the end from a glance. Disgruntled. These people chuckled and dispersed.
How boring. If he doesn't want to say, he doesn't have to, but he's so stingy.
Exactly, we're all in the same class. Acting like this is so uninteresting. Forget it.
Before leaving, they didn't forget to mock Fong a few times, making it seem like they were the ones who had been wronged. Which made Fong sneer even more.
True.
In their eyes, Fang's current achievements would soon be surpassed by them, so there was no need to flatter Fong, nor to fear Fang's retaliation.
However, what if Fong told them now that he could continue to awaken? Forget it, people like them aren't worthy of knowing.
Too lazy to bother with these snobs, Fong saved himself the trouble.
At this moment.
On the other hand, a few people who usually went to internet cafes to play games with Fong were still curiously asking questions.
Bloodline awakening, that Shinibu term, I think I've heard it somewhere before. Wang Mingda said curiously.
Fong grabbed his shoulder and pushed him back to his seat.
It's just bursting with potential. By the way, tell me, what exactly is that reasonable cheating the homeroom teacher mentioned? Bursting with potential. Wang Mingda suddenly remembered.
He had indeed heard of it. Fong, I really have heard of this bloodline awakening, just this morning.
Where did you hear it? Fong asked curiously. Logically speaking,
people who aren't preparing for the martial arts exam pay less attention to these things.
Wang Mingda was as useless as he was before he got the cheat, so how could he be interested in learning about these topics? But Wang Mingda had a regretful look on his face.
He was regretting for Fong.
This morning I was eating at home, and my mom told me, my mom works as a cafeteria auntie at number 1 high school, and she said that their school has someone with a bloodline awakening. That powerful, really? How much vitality value does he have?
I heard it's over 30.
At this point, Wang Mingda looked around secretively, then lowered his voice and whispered something to Fong again.
I heard number 1 high school is planning to use him as a secret weapon to snatch the top spot in the martial arts exam.
Holy crap! Normally, Fong wouldn't have such a strong reaction. But now,
he really needed the title of city's top scorer.
Is number 1 high school just bored? Why are they trying to snatch that title? Ugh, isn't it just to get more funding? It's like asking for pocket money. Mom, I got first in class, give me some pocket money, versus Mom, I didn't get first, but I want some pocket money. Can those be the same? Brilliant.
Fong nodded in agreement.
Wang Mingda, however, was quite annoyed.
Seriously, if it weren't for that guy, Fong, you might have gotten first in the city. I heard the city's top scorer gets a 100,000 yuan bonus.
It's truly a headache. Fong rested his chin on his hand. He was also pondering this issue.
The other person's vitality value is over 30, and that over is very insightful, as even a vitality value of 100 counts as over 30.
Seeing Fang's troubled expression, Wang Mingda leaned in, looking mischievous and a little cruel. Fong, doesn't your sister need money for her medical treatment? Otherwise, how about we bring a few more people, go to number 1 high school to snoop around, and just take care of him? Stop. Fong thought, this isn't a game, why are you hiding in the bushes? Besides,
if the opponent's vitality value exceeds expectations, bringing more people won't help, it'll just result in more disabled people.
Forget hiding in the bushes. Have your mom inquire and see what his vitality value is. Alright. Wang Mingda clapped his chest valiantly.
Other things might be difficult, but digging up gossip was definitely no match for his cafeteria auntie mom.
He took out his phone and sent a text message. Wang Mingda grabbed phone and started asking many other questions. The most frequent question was, if vitality value is high, does it have any impact on a man's 2 good friends Uncle Chen and Uncle Yi? Fong honestly hadn't thought about that. Before long,
the class teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, arrived.
Upon arrival, the teacher was very direct and got straight to the point.
Students, you all know the theme of today's meeting, so I won't waste any time.
It's about your talent assessment scores.
The school now has a channel to purchase some medicines that can improve your scores.
But this channel has a threshold. Chapter 13 Underground Black Boxing.
The school now has a channel to purchase some medicines that can improve everyone's talent assessment scores.
But this channel has a threshold. 3 sentences.
They made everyone go from full of curiosity to faces full of anticipation, and then from anticipation, they plunged into the abyss of disappointment. The 3 words has a threshold. It means that this medicine is out of reach for most of them.
Sure enough. The homeroom teacher's subsequent words confirmed that everyone's worries were not unfounded. I believe everyone knows about vitality value pills. These are usually used by warriors to replenish their vitality value, but ordinary people, especially those in puberty, will experience even better effects after taking them. It's just that vitality value pills are very expensive and require a warrior's license to purchase, so ordinary people basically can't buy them. Now, the school has contacted an alumnus who has already become a warrior, and they are willing to help us purchase vitality value pills. However, the price will be 10% higher than the wholesale price. That means a vitality value pill that costs 100,000 yuan will cost 110,000 yuan to buy. The homeroom teacher's words had not completely fallen. The students below already looked ashen. A pill for 110,000 yuan. For ordinary families. It's completely unaffordable. As for Fong, he wasn't worried about the money itself. He was worried that if he was discovered to have a large sum of money, how would he explain its origin? Rabbit? Bell? Male model? And it looks like not many people can afford it, which would make me stand out easily. His gaze swept across a few classmates in the class whose families were better off, and Fong noticed that their expressions were also very hesitant. Clearly, this price had cut off many people. At this moment, several students who were preparing for the martial arts exam, intentionally wanting to show off, asked the homeroom teacher a few professional questions. Teacher, this pill is a first grade one, right? If the grade is too high, we might explode and die from taking it. That's right. The homeroom teacher nodded, confirming their statement. For ordinary people, a first-grade vitality value pill is already an excellent tonic, and the absorption effect will vary from person to person. Some people can absorb 80%, while others can only absorb 30%. Therefore, students who are able to should ideally purchase 2 pills at once. 1 pill should be taken immediately after purchase to absorb its medicinal effects, and then the second pill should be taken during the exam. Hearing that one might not be enough, they had to buy a second one. Most people's hearts had sunk to rock bottom. Fong, however, was curious as to why the vitality value pills were to be taken separately. Was there a special reason? Fortunately, there are always some people who like to show off, who would voluntarily answer questions for those like them, who were less knowledgeable. That's definitely how it should be. Because during the aptitude test, there are 3 rounds of testing, and the average of the 3 round scores is taken as the final test result. But after consuming a vitality value pill, one's vital energy will burst in a short period, then gradually decline, even dropping lower than usual. So, in the first 2 rounds of testing, it's best to unleash one's inherent vitality value, and then in the final round, use the burst from the vitality value pill to raise one's average score. The explanation was crystal clear. Even the homeroom teacher nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed true. This is a method tacitly allowed by the Education Bureau, so strictly speaking, it cannot be considered cheating. But regarding this statement, Fong scoffed. What do you mean it cannot be considered cheating? This is cheating. A 100,000 yuan pill is equivalent to buying a spot in a warrior academy with money, but entering this way, one would probably only scrape by at the very bottom. As for the entangled interests involved, Fong could also guess a few things. Warrior academies spend vast amounts of resources cultivating students each year,
and a portion of these resources is earned by the academies themselves, with a larger part allocated by the Education Bureau.
So, where does the Education Bureau's funding come from?
Naturally, from the higher level state.
This brings us back to the same question. Where does the nation's money come from? By opening pill factories and selling the pills.
The people, the academies, the Education Bureau, the nation, it's a complete circulatory chain.
Money really is meant to be spent. Fong thought to himself. On the podium.
The homeroom teacher looked at the silent students. Not a single one expressed interest in buying a vitality value pill, which she had already anticipated.
Tianla City was a small city after all. There weren't many rich people. However,
the superficial work still had to be done. Students, I hope you seriously consider this matter. Spending 100,000 or 200,000 can change the rest of your life, so this pill is very much worth buying.
This afternoon's classes are cancelled. Everyone go home and consult with your parents.
For those who need it, remember to contact me proactively. The latest is tomorrow morning. After that, you won't have such a good opportunity.
Meeting dismissed. One sentence declared the end of the meeting.
The homeroom teacher was the first to leave the classroom, carrying her textbooks.
The entire classroom immediately became noisy. A pill costing 100,000 yuan.
This had already astonished these students beyond their comprehension. At this time, the students'
highest expenditure was still just a 2,888-point skin. Just then, Wang Mangda nudged Fong with his elbow. Fong, my mom found out.
She said that kid is practically a monster. He can eat 5 bowls of rice in one sitting now.
5 bowls of rice? Feng's mouth twitched. He wondered if the kid had awakened a warrior or a glutton. What about his vitality value?
My mom said that kid is pretty naive. When he was eating, he told everyone who asked.
The result from last night's test was a full 50 points of vitality value. 50 points? Fong involuntarily gasped. His current vitality value was only 29. That was a difference of a whopping 21 points of vitality value. The gap is significant. At my current rate of improvement, it'll probably be hard to catch up to him, and he's still improving. Indeed, do I need to take medicine?
He rubbed his chin. Fong now had to consider whether he should buy a few vitality value pills from his homeroom teacher, and 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough. But if I suddenly take out so much money, the homeroom teacher will definitely confirm it with my parents.
How will I explain it then? He never expected. His own money couldn't even be spent freely. It was infuriating. After thinking for a moment, Fong simply went online to search and see if there were other ways to buy vitality value pills besides purchasing them from his homeroom teacher. But just as he typed in "where can I buy vitality value pills?" a small advertisement appeared at the top of the search results. Do you want free vitality value pills? Then come and take the challenge. Endure 3 matches, and you can get 1 free first-grade vitality value pill. Watching the advertisement, a glint sparked in Feng's eyes. Free? Is this underground black boxing? Chapter 14, The return on investment is too great. Black boxing, that's where you sign a life or death waiver, right? Fong had heard of such events. Even in a world where warriors were revered, these events were explicitly forbidden. The reason was simple: they pursued gore and violence, leading to extremely high death rates. So, here's the problem. Should I try it and earn a few hundred vitality value pills? Or spend hundreds of thousands to buy some pills and also invite suspicion from my parents? That's an easy choice. Fong couldn't help but smile heavenward. For ordinary people, winning 3 matches was only for 1 free, first-grade vitality value pill. But for Fong, as long as he won 3 matches, he would receive a first-grade vitality value pill as a reward, plus the system's several hundred times multiplier reward. The magnitude of the return. It was simply impossible to refuse. However, since I'm getting into the ring, I need to learn some moves first. A simple jab probably won't be enough. Opening his phone browser, Fong searched for simple and easy to learn cultivation techniques. He soon settled on one set of techniques. 9 forms, yellow tier low grade. It consists of 9 movements, the most basic martial arts. They are, in order, 1 punch, 1 kick, 1 chop, 1 grab, 1 hug, 1 throw, 1 ram, 1 slap, 1 whip. Below were detailed textual descriptions. 1 punch, condense the strength of the entire body and throw a straight punch forward, like a force of nature, powerfully breaking through the enemy. Usable with both left and right hands. 1 kick, condense the strength of the entire body and deliver a straight kick forward, pushing forward relentlessly, dominating with crushing power. Usable with both left and right feet. A chop, converging all the body's strength, swing a hand knife forward. Splitting mountains and shattering rocks in an instant, usable with both left and right hands. A grab, converging all the body's strength, a 5-fingered grab forward. Disarm an opponent, destroy their muscles and bones, usable with both left and right hands. A hug, converging all the body's strength, firmly embrace the opponent. When strength reaches a certain level, it can damage the opponent's spine. A throw, converging all the body's strength, forcefully throw the opponent to the ground. Can be used in conjunction with a hug. A bump, converging all the body's strength, use the body to knock the opponent flying. A pat, converging all the body's strength, use both hands to pat the opponent's head, shoulders, or other parts. After reaching a high level of skill, it can be used to pat from a distance, also causing damage to the opponent. A whip, converging all the body's strength, both hands and feet can be used as a whip. This move is incredibly powerful, not only causing external injuries but also severe internal injuries. It is the most difficult form to master. After reading through the entire text, Fong left the classroom and found a secluded place to begin cultivating the 9 forms. Just as the martial arts introduction stated. These 9 moves are the most basic hand and foot techniques, very easy to pick up, and can utilize the system's doubling efficiency to its fullest. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 888 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 555 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 999 times. An hour later, Fong had already skillfully mastered the 9 forms. With every movement, he could deftly and freely use any of the 9 forms. Now, it's time to head to the underground boxing arena. Following the address on the small advertisement, Fong arrived at a coffee bookstore in the city center. That's right. It really was just a coffee bookstore. No way? Scratching his head awkwardly, Fong wondered if he was being pranked. Are ads really this boring now? Inside the bookstore, the sweet-looking waitress, watching Fong dazed at the door, felt her heart race for some reason, sensing an irresistible charm about the young man. So, the waitress proactively stepped out the door and asked, "Handsome, are you looking for a book? Feel free to come in and browse." "Hello, I wanted to ask, is there a boxing match here?" Well, although the waitress's heart wanted to answer yes, her professional instinct reminded her that telling the truth would result in a pay deduction. So she could only shake her head in denial. "No, this is just a simple bookstore. But I came here according to the address. I'm here to fight in a boxing match." Showing the advertisement on his phone, Fong confirmed from the waitress's evasive gaze that this was indeed the location of the underground boxing match. Hearing that Fong was actually here to fight, the waitress's face was full of shock, thinking it had been a long time since she'd seen such a handsome young man come to a boxing match. Then she quietly nodded. "Handsome, follow me." As if nothing was amiss, the waitress led Fong through the front shop area, heading towards the deepest office area.
At the entrance to the office area, a sign hung that read, "Office area, authorized personnel only." They continued walking until they reached the staff break room. The waitress opened the closet in the corner, found a handle in a hidden spot, and pushed it open, revealing a dark, narrow passage. At the entrance to the passage, there was also a bearded middle-aged man watching a live stream on his phone, the screen showing two people fighting desperately. Seeing the passage open and the waitress bringing a student, the big beard immediately frowned.
"What's going on? This isn't the audience in trance."
"He said he's here to fight," the waitress quickly explained. The bearded man listened, then looked at Fong with a puzzled expression, as if asking.
Fong calmly stated, "That's right, I'm here to fight. As long as I win 3 matches, I can get a vitality value pill, right?" "That's right." The bearded man nodded. He looked Fong up and down again. He was quite satisfied. "A 3-star black iron level, I suppose that's acceptable. But let me tell you in advance, you'll need to sign a death waiver here." "May I ask what level the opponents usually are?" Fong wasn't stupid either. If his opponents were gold or silver level, he'd just be going there to die. Such a foolish thing. He wouldn't do it. The bearded man chuckled upon hearing that. "Don't worry, no one here enjoys watching masters fight. They're here to see rookies peck at each other. Generally, the fighters are black iron level, and both sides need to be evenly matched for it to be exciting." "Then I have no problems." Fong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had expected. Underground boxing is all about gore and thrills. One-sided crushing victories are boring and would only make the audience shout, "Damn it, refund!" Hearing Feng's words, the bearded man put away his phone. "All right then, come with me." Waving to Fong, the bearded man led the way, guiding Fong down the passage. As they slowly moved forward, Fong felt the atmosphere in the air growing hotter and hotter, and from time to time, bursts of noisy sounds could be heard. It seemed quite fanatical. Immediately after, the bearded man arrived at a place that looked like a cave entrance. "We're here." "We're here?" "Look down." Fong looked down at his feet and saw a blood-stained arena below, where 2 people, covered in blood, were fighting intensely. Around the arena, countless people were roaring, shouting excitedly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Chapter 15, Entering the Arena. "Kill him! Kill him!" The frenzied roars heightened everyone's adrenaline, driving them all into a frenzy, demanding that the 2 people in the arena must kill the other to leave. Hearing these fanatical cheers, the 2 fighters also became agitated. "Aha!" The boxer in blue shorts let out a furious roar, swung his fist, and slammed it towards the other person's head. But with a bang, his entire knuckle exploded violently, white bone fragments flew everywhere, and red blood gushed out like a floodgate, staining the entire arena. Seeing that the hand of the blue shorts fighter was ruined, the red shorts fighter staggered to his feet, gave the blue shorts fighter the middle finger, and laughed uproariously, looking up at the sky with immense satisfaction. "Ha ha 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 ha!" A mouthful of fresh blood spurted half a meter high. Red shorts fell heavily onto the ring, his entire head split open down the middle, spilling brains everywhere. His head was blown open by blue shorts. "Fuck! That's so exciting!" The onlookers grew excited. Clenching their fists, their faces flushed red. And everyone was shouting, "Blue Devil! Blue Devil! Blue Devil! Blue Devil!" Standing beside Fong, the bearded man watched impassively as Red Shorts was dragged away, then glanced at Fong, who was still a student. That's how boxing matches are. Even if you win, you might not come out unharmed. Are you still sure you want to fight? Yes. Fong slowly nodded. Since he had decided to become stronger, actual combat was an unavoidable hurdle. Otherwise, he would forever be a hothouse flower, forever vulnerable. Seeing Fong prepare himself mentally so quickly, the bearded man was genuinely surprised.
It wasn't that no students had come here before. But after witnessing the bloody scene in the ring, some were terrified, some went limp with fear, and others were scared into indecision. Only Fong was the type to immediately adjust his mindset and prepare to fight. It seems his mental fortitude is stronger than his peers. He might be a good prospect, what a pity. He secretly shook his head. The bearded man gestured for Fong to follow him to the side. He pressed a button nearby. An elevator door abruptly opened. The two took the elevator down, quickly arriving at the lowest level. As the elevator door opened, a glass testing device immediately met their eyes. Next, the text is about a boxing match and uses vitality value. By the side of the tester. There was also a large woman sitting there, who, upon seeing Fong, a handsome young man, enter, greeted him warmly. "Hi." She then confirmed with the bearded man. Looking at him, he's at most a high school student, right? No mistake? That's right, he said he wanted to fight. The bearded man turned his gaze to Fong. Fong nodded, indicating he really wanted to participate. The woman could only shrug. Alright, first sign this waiver of liability, then go measure your vitality value. Remember to unleash all your vitality value. If you hold back, it will be considered cheating. Although we are an underground boxing arena, we have zero tolerance for cheating. Okay. Fong replied, and with a flourish, wrote Wang Guangming in large characters on the waiver. Afterwards, he stood on the metal platform, fists clenched, unleashing all his vitality value in an instant. Ah! On the glass screen, various complex formulas all flickered, and the number in the upper left corner kept rising. 272829, 30. 31. The woman was so stunned she quickly confirmed with the bearded man. Is he a student? Perhaps. The bearded man replied slowly, without much intention of delving deeper. But his attitude made the woman give up on further questioning. In fact, it's rare for a high school student to reach this vitality value, excluding those with bloodline awakening. At this age and with this vitality value, he is definitely a genius. It's rare for a high school student to reach this vitality value. Setting aside those with bloodline awakening, reaching this vitality value at this age makes him an absolute genius. Vitality value 31, arranged in the 5th tier. These are your pants and mask. Go change over there. The woman took out a pair of red shorts and a red skull mask, and threw them to Fong. She also offered a word of advice. Handsome young man, let me give you a piece of advice. When you go in later, remember to be fierce, or you'll be in trouble. Thank you. Fong picked up the shorts and mask, went to the changing room next door to change, and put his own clothes into a locker. But as soon as he exited from the other side, he found countless gazes fixed on him. Holy crap! Look at him, he looks like a boiled chicken, definitely easy to beat. Too bad he's in my group. Haha, I'm in the blue group. It would be awesome if I ran into him. Hey, newbie, are you a middle schooler or an elementary schooler? Damn, I really want to make him cry right now, ah. Fong now understood why the chubby woman told him to be fierce. In this waiting area, everyone else's skin was either yellow or bronzed, only he was completely pale, as if he had never been in the sun. No wonder he was looked down upon. In their eyes, their vitality value was earned through rigorous training, while Fong was just a medicine pot, boosted by medication. But they didn't consider this. If Fong really was a rich medicine pot, why would he need to come here to fight in boxing matches for chi replenishing pills? Only someone with a screw loose would do such a thing. So everyone here is divided into red and blue groups. The red group wears red shorts and red masks, and the blue group wears blue shorts and blue masks. As for that tier 5, his gaze swept around. Fong noticed a tier chart hanging on the wall beside him. Vitality value 1015 is tier 1, 1620 is tier 2, 2125 is tier 3. I'm 31, so that's tier 5 for 3135. No wonder they say calculating hidden vitality value is cheating. A difference of up to 5 in vitality value isn't too significant, but once it exceeds 5, it's equivalent to an entirely higher magnitude of vitality value, breaking the balance between the two parties. Having understood these rules, Fong immediately felt much more confident. Originally, he had been worried about facing 4-star or even 5-star Black Iron warriors. Now it seems he won't even encounter anyone above 35. But even so, I can't let my guard down. While there's still time, I need to further enhance the power of the first punch of the 9 forms. He walked to an isolated corner. Fong ignored everyone else and started practicing his 9 forms, first punch. The members of the blue team nearby couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. "Blondie, look at that kid, he's still cramming at the last minute." "Cramming my ass. If he has that much free time, he should come lick our blue team members' toes. Maybe then he'd only lose 1 arm instead of 2. Ha 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 ha, seriously, Blondie, what are you going to do if you run into him?" "What am I going to do? Beat him to death." Ha 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 ha. A group of people laughed wildly and unscrupulously nearby, completely unafraid of being heard by Fong. But how could they know that Fong was using a cheat, and the power of his 9 forms, first punch, was rapidly increasing? Congratulations, host, for obtaining cultivation method training reward. Random multiplier is being applied. Randomly multiplied by 468 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining cultivation method training reward. Random multiplier is being applied. Randomly tripled by 361 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving the cultivation method reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly tripled by 775 times. On the arena. A critical hit. Another person was knocked to the ground with a punch, spitting blood, his entire body stained red with it. But his opponent wasn't in much better shape. One leg hung limply, the bones inside completely shattered, likely never to stand again in this lifetime. Yet, the audience all around didn't even have a moment to feel sad for them. They were all shouting, "Good job! You can get lost. Hurry up with the next match." Hearing these shouts filled the arena. The host immediately appeared to announce, "Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next match. Please welcome our fighter, Blue Devil, and his opponent Blood Rakshasa." In an instant, the entire crowd was excited, all eagerly anticipating the new round of fighters. And at this moment, someone came up and patted Fang's shoulder. "Blood Rakshasa, it's your turn." "Okay." Fong nodded. Before he had even entered the ring, the blonde across from him suddenly burst into joyful laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Damn it, my luck is through the roof. I actually ran into this elementary school kid. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 16, Beating the Opponent to a Pulp. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, my luck is too good, I'm definitely winning this round. Ha 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 ha. Blondie laughed wildly and brazenly, drawing envious gazes from everyone. They all thought Fong was the easiest opponent they had ever seen. So whoever encountered Fong was guaranteed a win. Blondie even walked up to Fong with a sinister smile. "Don't worry, the audience doesn't like to see me knock you out with one punch, so I'll cruelly disable you little by little, and then slowly twist your head around." After saying that, Blondie even gestured with both hands, indicating he would twist Fang's head to his back, the triumphant smile never leaving his face. Fong said nothing, just silently walked onto the stage. Seeing this scene, Blondie laughed even more excitedly. "Ah, look at his cowardly appearance. Wait, if I don't make him cry for his mommy within a minute, I'll eat shit." With a winning mindset, Blondie arrived on the stage before the match officially began. He even gave a thumbs up to the entire audience, then, under everyone's confused gazes, pointed the thumb at Fong, then sharply pushed his thumb downwards, pointing to the ground, and repeatedly tapped it forcefully. "Come and hit me. You idiot. His arrogant posture coupled with his insolent tone caused the entire audience to erupt.
This was the kind of match they wanted to see. Lawless. Doing whatever they pleased. Blue Devil. Blue Devil. Blue Devil. Blue Devil. Meanwhile,
behind the cameras filming from all sides, a group of cloud spectators were also watching the live broadcast.
Unlike ordinary online viewers, they had an exclusive chat room with only 8 members in total. The chat room's name was Black Hole. Joker, what do you all think of this match?
King, that blood Rakshasa, his whole body looks too pale, like he hasn't exercised at all. I don't think highly of him.
God, no, did you notice his latissimus dorsi?
His lats are beautiful.
Devil, latissimus dorsi? It could also be flab.
Corpse Bride, I heard his vitality value is 31, and he's not very old, looks like a high school student.
Maybe he's a genius. Eliminated, what's wrong with being a genius?
If you only have vitality value and can't fight, it's still no good.
Grim Reaper, so, how are you all going to bet?
As this question appeared,
the 7 people fell silent for a moment. Immediately after,
everyone bet 10 million that the blonde would win. At first glance, 10 million doesn't seem like much, but if you knew they bet this much every match, then cumulatively it would be an astronomical figure.
At this moment,
however, one person bet on Fong, and the screen immediately showed 7:1.
The name of the bettor was Kanji. Joker, Kanji, what are you doing? Are you just giving away 10 million?
God, yeah, that blood Rakshasa is sure to lose. I suggest you bet another on Blue Devil, at least to hedge your bets.
Corpse Bride, I think that's feasible. But, even with so many people advising her, she still went her own way. Kanji, betting on just one person, how boring. And if I lose, it's only 10 million anyway. As soon as this sentence came out,
the other 7 stopped talking, only sneering silently behind their screens.
10 million isn't much.
But they lost face.
That's what matters most. Since Chiffon wouldn't listen to advice, they couldn't be bothered to offer help where it wasn't wanted. Meanwhile,
in a pitch-black room, only the TV screen still flickered with light, showing Fang's upcoming arena match and the Black Hole chat room. A lazy figure reclined on a chaise lounge, wrapped in a layer of sleepwear that revealed her ample chest and a pair of fair, long legs.
She was the 8th person in the chat room Chiffon.
She swirled the red wine in her hand. The light from the TV illuminated her cold, stunningly beautiful face, a face flawless to perfection. Blood Rakshasa, the name isn't great, but that look in his eyes is interesting.
Is he a newbie? In the arena, Fong raised his hands, adopting a boxing stance.
This was his first fight to the death, and his heart pounded.
He had only one thought. Kill the opponent, and I win.
Seeing Fang's stance, which looked quite proper,
Huang Mao snorted and laughed again. Damn it, you're pretty good at acting cool. Alright, I'll play with you for a minute, and then after that minute, I'll show you hell.
Seeing both sides adopt fighting stances,
the host knew that the warm-up was almost complete any longer, and the audience would start to complain. The match begins.
As soon as he finished speaking, the host immediately exited the stage.
The entire arena was instantly left with only Fong and Huang Mao, not even a referee. This setup clearly indicated it has to be one person who can no longer get up for it to end.
Blondie began his taunts again, thrusting his face forward, slapping his own cheeks, and provoking Fong.
Come and hit me, you idiot. Bang!
A lightning-fast jab left Blondie's head completely dazed. It wasn't that he was unprepared. It was that he truly hadn't expected Feng's punch to be so fast, or to carry such force, leaving him completely disoriented and unable to stand steadily.
At this moment,
Fong suddenly spun around, his right hand transforming into a long whip, and a whip punch slammed directly into Blondie's face.
Boom!
Blondie was instantly knocked down, letting out a cry of wah, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and along with it, chunks of white granular matter Blondie's teeth.
In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. No one expected that Blondie, who had been so arrogant a second ago, would be picking up his teeth from the floor the next. But after a brief silence, all the spectators erupted. Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Blood Rakshasa! Almost simultaneously, all the blue team contestants changed their expressions. Their faces became very grim. This overwhelming strength, was this truly a Tier 5 contestant? Noticing everyone looking at him, the bearded man responsible for bringing people in said indifferently, his vitality value just now didn't exceed 35, it was just over 30. There's no suspicion of cheating. But this sentence was clearly meant as an explanation. Yet it made everyone even more terrified. Being at the very bottom of Tier 5, yet possessing strength that crushed seasoned Tier 5 veteran Blondie, what kind of monster was this? Suddenly, everyone thought of two types of creatures. One is a dog on a leash, it only barks but doesn't bite. The other is a wolf, it won't bark wildly at you, it will just come straight at you and bite off your throat. Fong was clearly the latter. Chapter 17, Attraction from the Protagonist. In the black hole chat room, the 8 VIP members watched Fong strike like lightning, knocking down Blondie almost instantly, and couldn't help but be stunned. Neither Shifan nor the other 7 had anticipated this outcome. The others hadn't expected Fong to win. And Shifan hadn't expected Fong to win so easily. This little fellow, clearly very strong, yet his fighting style is so tense. As expected, is this his first time? On the arena, Fang's heart was still pounding. In his first life or death battle, he had truly gone all out, unleashing all his strength. Congratulations, host, for gaining combat experience reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. In an instant, his agitated heartbeat slowly calmed down, like a battle-hardened warrior, filled with anger and pride, but not nervousness or fear. At the same time, Fang's mindset was also changing. He quickly reflected on his shortcomings just now. The rhythm was too chaotic. Although I knocked down my opponent, that was because Blondie didn't take me seriously from the start. If I encountered a more cautious opponent, I might have been finished. However, blindly belittling oneself is also not good. Looking at the results, my strength is still very impressive. Both punches landed effectively and caused significant damage, rendering my opponent unable to fight. So, what I need to adjust is my own mindset and combat rhythm. I need to establish my own pace. As for my mindset, I shouldn't overestimate my opponent, nor should I underestimate them. In summary, mentally despise the enemy, but approach them seriously. After some thought, Fong exhaled a long, deep breath. He asked the host, "He can't get up anymore, can I proceed to the next match?" "Yes, yes." The host shouted excitedly, wishing he could use the loudest possible voice to announce to everyone in the arena. "Our Blood Rakshasa demands to defend his title. Let's give him a round of applause and shout his name, Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa." Cheers erupted, stirring everyone's blood. Defending the title is the most exciting thing in an underground boxing ring. Because others won't wait for you to recover, they'll only take advantage of your weakness to finish you off. So if you don't want to die, you can only go all out in a bloody fight. Even the people in the black hole chat room were drawn in. "Joker, Porridge, are you still betting on him?" "King, in the last match, the opponent underestimated him. This time, the opponent will surely be prepared, and Blood Rakshasa has no advantage." "Corpse Girl, anyway, Porridge just won a round, so betting again this time is fine, don't you think, Porridge?" "Porridge, no need to provoke me, I was going to bet on him anyway." In the room, Fong, who had initially been tense all over, suddenly relaxed and began to think deeply. Shifan was drawn in. Her intuition told her there were many secrets on this little guy,
worth her discovering.
Over at the arena,
the staff had already dragged the yellow-haired man away and briefly cleaned the ring for the next contestant to enter. Wearing a blue mask, the 2-meter-tall blue giant slowly walked onto the stage. As soon as he stepped on it, the arena floor was deeply dented, making Fong frown slightly. Very strong. A warrior could determine the opponent's danger level through the fluctuations of their vitality value. Especially after cultivating the spirit-nurturing art, Feng's mental power became even stronger and more acute, so he could sense that the blue giant was definitely the ceiling at this level. Vitality value, 35. Cupping his hands into a fighting stance, Fong entered combat readiness. As he had thought before. Mentally despise the enemy, but seriously regard the opponent. Judging by his appearance, he should be a heavy-hitter type of opponent. As long as I'm faster, then no matter how heavy his punches are, it won't matter. Fighting him is like fighting a sandbag. Just a little, watch out for his speed? He looked at the blue giant as if looking at a sandbag. Fong wasn't nervous at all. The blue giant opposite, seeing Feng's expression as if he didn't put him in his eyes, couldn't help but sneer. Ha. The cameras captured the expressions of both. Everyone in the black hole chat room was hooked. King, this brat, Blood Rakshasa, thinks he's invincible after winning one match, so arrogant. He's definitely going to lose. Corpse woman, young people are young people after all. Eliminator, I originally wanted to bet on Blood Rakshasa, but seeing him like this, I don't want to bet on him anymore. Shifan, what about you? Shifan, my decision won't change. No one else said much. Their betting situation was immediately displayed on the screen. 6:2. Another person who bet on Fong was Death God, but he placed his bet at the beginning, and now it was too late to cancel it. Death God, damn it. Now I'm going to lose 10 million for nothing. Shifan, hey. On the ring. The host saw that the atmosphere was built up enough and no longer kept everyone in suspense, directly announcing. The match begins. Fong clasped his hands, preparing to use jabs for a strong offensive, testing Blue Giant's reaction speed. But, unexpectedly, Blue Giant actually avoided a head-on confrontation with Fong, instead standing at the center of the ring, raising his hands in a catching posture. Fong looked suspiciously at Blue Giant's strange movement. When Blue Giant stood at the center point, he instantly understood. This guy knows his speed is a weakness, so by occupying the center point now, he wants to slowly force me into a corner, forcing me to fight him head-on. Others also noticed this. They began to shout excitedly. Joker, this big idiot is quite smart. This way, Blood Rakshasa can only compete with him in strength. God, the outcome is already decided. Blue Giant's tactics have gained the upper hand. Female corpse, Shifan, your 10 million is going down the drain. Death God, you too. Death God, damn it, don't include me, I clicked it by mistake. The female corpse, Shifan, let's talk about it after it's over. On the stage. Watching the Blue Giant occupy the center and advance step by step towards him, Fong also felt immense pressure. Breaking out from the sides would easily lead to interception by the Blue Giant. His own moving distance was long, while the Blue Giant's moving distance was short. The advantage in speed could not be demonstrated. But if he didn't break out, he would be forced into a direct boxing match with the Blue Giant, and the Blue Giant was a heavy hitter, just one punch could knock him out. What should I do? Glaring at the advancing figure of the Blue Giant, Fong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, remembering he still had a trump card. Chapter 18. I'm just optimistic about him. In terms of strength, I might not be a match for the Blue Giant, but what about mental power? I have the system doubling it. Feng's lips curved slightly upwards. He awakened his second consciousness, dormant in his mind, preparing to unleash a mental power storm together with his first consciousness. When mental power reaches a certain level of strength, it becomes like a hand. You naturally know how to use it. Witnessing the subtle change in Feng's expression. Joker, what's going on?
Why do I feel like he smiled? Eliminated, it must be a psychological tactic. He wants to scare the blue giant away to avoid a direct boxing match. King, definitely. Chiffon, the guy you're interested in has a bit of cleverness, but he's still bound to lose. Chiffon, heh. Shaking his wine glass with a smile. Lying in the chaise longue, Chiffon drained the red wine in his glass, a blush immediately spreading across his face. Little guy, what are you going to do? You wouldn't really disappoint me, would you? On the arena. The blue giant also noticed the change in Feng's expression. But he wouldn't retreat. He had absolute confidence in his strength. He was certain he could easily suppress Fong and kill him on the spot. Die! He roared. The blue giant, who had Fong pinned in the corner, lunged at him. At such a short distance, Fong had nowhere to escape. But just then, after the blue giant entered Feng's 2-meter range, explode! Fong clenched his fists, and the powerful mental energy in his head burst forth like a grenade detonating in place. It seized the blue giant. This deterrent force had nothing to do with the physical body, it acted solely on the spirit. It made the blue giant's mental will, like a candle meeting a gale, relentlessly crushed by Feng's mental will. And this situation also reflected on the blue giant's body. His spirit momentarily wilted, and his body involuntarily froze, creating a slight opening for Fong to counterattack. 9 forms. First strike. Shoulder first, Fong gathered all his strength and slammed into the blue giant's chest. The still wilting blue giant was unprepared. After his chest took a sudden impact, he stumbled backward. Fong quickly pursued. 9 forms. First embrace. With arms like iron pincers, Fong forcefully encircled the blue giant, squeezing inward with all his might, causing the blue giant's arms to go numb and his spine to ache intensely. And the spine is the center of the human body. Once the spine is damaged, the body loses strength. 9 forms. First throw. Sensing the blue giant's legs becoming unsteady, Fong connected with a final move, using all his strength to fiercely lift the blue giant over his head and slam him heavily onto the ring. Boom! The entire ring trembled violently. Everyone was shocked by this astonishing scene. They had initially thought that Fong, being at an absolute disadvantage, wouldn't be able to turn the tables. But who could have imagined that in just a few short seconds, the battle had undergone a dramatic reversal? Fong had domineeringly suppressed the blue giant. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Everyone was excitedly shouting Feng's name. The blood in their veins was boiling. The emotions in their minds were also erupting. They worshipped the strong with such pragmatism. If you are strong, we will cheer for you. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Meanwhile, in the black hole chat room, all 7 individuals, excluding Chiffon, were silent. Having confidently chosen against Fong twice and suffered crushing defeats, this was no longer a minor matter of losing 20 million, but a major issue of losing face. However, choosing Fong now was also impossible for them. Because to lose money and then switch to choose someone else. Such a loss of dignity. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. Joker, I didn't expect him to win another match, but he must be at the end of his tether. He absolutely won't win the next one. Female corpse, exactly, and that's how underground boxing works. Even a small ant is still meat. Although a rank 1 vitality value pill is only 100,000, it won't be given away easily. Eliminator, he is bound to lose the next match. Chiffon, I'll keep betting on him to win. Pouring herself another glass of red wine, Chiffon found Fong truly interesting. That very moment, everyone else thought Fong had seized the opportunity, which was why he defeated the blue giant. But she could see it. Fong had crushed his opponent with mental power, and that's what created the opening. An interesting kid, not old, but everything about him is big, great talent, great mental power. on the arena stage. System's notification sound echoed in Feng's mind once more.
Congratulations, host, on earning combat experience reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 999 times. Immediately after, Fong stepped aside, watching the fallen blue giant and listening to the host's countdown. 109876544321. Let's give another round of applause to the Blood Rakshasa, and together, let's shout his name, Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Cheers erupted. The atmosphere in the entire venue had soared to its peak. In such an emotional atmosphere,
no one would choose not to fight the third match. This was also the host's goal.
Passion must not fade. Blood Rakshasa, do you dare to accept the challenge from the next person?
Successfully win 3 matches, and you can obtain 1 free Tier 1 Vitality Value Pill.
Fong hadn't even responded yet.
The entire audience was already impatiently responding for him.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
But their shouts were in vain.
Fong wasn't fighting the third match for them. He was fighting for the first grade Vitality Value Pill. Fight!
The sound was clear and resounding.
It raised the fervent atmosphere of the entire arena to another level. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa.
The host immediately waved his hand. Then let's welcome our next challenger, the terrifying Blue Man King, who strikes fear into all hearts.
With a whoosh,
blinding light shone on the dark entrance, and a man covered in explosive muscles strode proudly from backstage.
Even though he wore a blue mask, it couldn't hide the arrogance in his expression. Upon reaching the ring,
his first action was to kick the blue giant, who was already lying on the ground, off the stage.
Such violent behavior immediately drew waves of cheers. Blue Man King! Blue Man King! Blue Man King! Blue Man King! Listening to the shouts of the onlookers,
the Blue Man King proudly raised his hands and walked back and forth in the ring, enjoying the applause of victory from all sides like a winner, completely ignoring Feng's presence. This made Fong frown slightly. He wasn't annoyed by the Blue Man King's actions, but rather sensed a hint of danger.
This Blue Man King is definitely in existence above their league. His vitality value must be above 35. Perhaps even above 40. Chapter 19, It's Great to Cheat. Was I set up?
Frowning slightly, Feng's gaze fell on the host. He could feel that the host's vitality value wasn't low, but it was clear that Blue Man King's vitality value was off, and the host didn't raise any objections.
That meant
the organizers were forcibly cheating legitimately. It seems there's no escaping unspoken rules everywhere.
Getting a free reward truly isn't easy. Adjusting his mindset, Fong actively prepared for the fight, not bothering to demand fairness. Is there absolute fairness in this world? Why can the warriors, who are a minority, lord over the majority of ordinary people? When he fights others in the future, will they lower their strength to give him a chance to retaliate and kill them? Or, when his strength overwhelms his opponent, should he insist on fairness, lower his strength to their level, and give them a chance to kill him? Absolutely not. This world values the strong. Fairness doesn't come into it. In the black hole chat room, seeing Fong eagerly prepare for the fight, it instantly erupted again. King, this kid's getting ahead of himself. He won 2 matches, so he thinks he's an invincible war god? Eliminator, that's why hot-headed youngsters die fast. Female corpse, Shifan, won't you reconsider? The opponent's vitality value is 42, a third higher than his. Shifan, I'm still betting on him to win. Clown, ha, then you'll just be waiting to lose money. He's definitely losing this one. Shifan, we'll see. Lazily stretching in her room, her ample chest, as her pajamas stretched, became faintly visible.
Fan poured herself another glass of blood-red wine, holding it in her hand, gently swirling it.
To be honest,
watching such a low-level match was so boring it made her want to sleep.
But who made Fong so attractive to her?
She was able to endure her sleepiness and drunkenness, and continue to watch Fang's next match.
In the ring,
Blue Man King's gaze was fixed fiercely on Fong, then he revealed a ferocious look and a cruel smile.
Through the hollowed-out mask, Blue Man King even mouthed a threat to Fong. "You are dead."
The host also waved his hand.
"Let the match begin." He quickly exited the stage.
Before Fong could even react, Blue Man King charged forward wildly, and when he was still 5 steps away, he suddenly launched a knee strike directly towards Fang's head.
If it connected, an ordinary person's head would explode. Bang!
Fong quickly raised his hands to block, his feet were jolted back 2 steps, and at the same time, he felt his hands go numb, as if he had just been hit by a swinging hammer.
But that wasn't all.
Before Fong could even regain his footing, Blue Man King's offensive struck again like thunder. A low sweep kick, like a whip, lashed towards Fang's right leg.
Fang's instincts immediately made his body dodge,
and simultaneously launched a counterattack.
Bang!
Fong threw a quick jab, which was blocked by Blue Man King's arm. Then, Fang's punches came down like a storm, raining blows onto Blue Man King's blocking arm. Still unable to break through his defense.
At this moment, Fong recalled the Blue Man King's low sweep just now. Supported by immense mental power, Fong learned everything quickly. His right leg perfectly recreated the Blue Man King's kick, sweeping like a long whip against the Blue Man King's leg. Bang! The Blue Man King watched Fang's low sweep. He smiled. "Haven't practiced, have you? No strength at all. Come on, I'll stand here and let you sweep." Fong thought, such a good deal? Then I won't hold back. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks in quick succession. The entire underground arena erupted. The Blue Man King was actually standing there letting Fong hit him? Could anything be more impressive than this?
The emotions instantly shifted to the Blue Man King.
Blue Man King. Blue Man King. Blue Man King. Blue Man King. Even the black hole chat room burst into laughter.
Joker, ha 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 ha, the Blue Man King is amazing, standing there letting Blood Rakshasa sweep him.
The key is that Blood Rakshasa still can't break through. God, that's a given.
The Blue Man King's vitality value is thicker than Blood Rakshasa's.
In a vitality value contest, Blood Rakshasa definitely can't win. Eliminator, I think the outcome is decided. Female corpse, Kanji, the person you're eyeing isn't up to par. He lets him sweep, but he can't even get a solid hit. He's given a chance but he's useless. Kanji, it's not over until the last moment. In the ring,
the Blue Man King stood there with supreme confidence, letting Fong sweep as he pleased. That's how warriors are. Whoever has thicker vitality value naturally wins half the battle.
They can exhaust their opponent to death just by draining vitality value. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all about losing.
But when Fong landed the 7th kick, he realized something was wrong.
How is this guy hitting so much harder with each kick than the last? Wait, if this force keeps increasing. Meanwhile, system prompts were rapidly ringing in Fang's head. Congratulations, host has received a leg technique practice reward, now undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled 775 times. Congratulations, host has received a leg technique practice reward, now undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled 666 times. Congratulations, host has received a leg technique practice reward, now undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled 888 times. With a bang of a kick, Fang's low sweep broke the Blue Man King's thigh.
The entire thigh instantly turned black, and the muscles inside were snapped. The Blue Man King cried out, falling to the ground and fearfully backing away.
This guy, his first kick wasn't much, but how did he become so terrifying afterwards?
He stared at Fong with wide, terrified eyes. Also stunned were the live audience and the 8 people in the chat room.
Joker, what happened? How did the Blue Man King suddenly get swept and damaged? What did that kid do? Eliminated, I can't tell, did he really do anything? Kanji, he didn't do anything special, he just executed that movement to its absolute limit. Eliminated, what do you mean? Kanji, the key to exerting force in movement lies in the accuracy of the posture.
The more standard the movement, the greater the force produced. Blood Rakshasa perfected his movement, which is why he managed to unleash extreme power from his limited vitality value.
Joker, that idiot Blue Man King.
Who told him to stand there and let someone practice moves on him? But at this point, saying more was useless. Fong had already gained the upper hand and actively pressed his attack, completely knocking the Blue Man King down.
Bang! Another kick. Another kick.
Fang's kick landed on the Blue Man King's arm, sending him flying like a football to the other end of the ring. The Blue Man King rolled a few times on the ground.
He twitched and couldn't get up.
Only then did Fong let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the ring's fence, breathing heavily.
So difficult to deal with? He panted, shaking his head to dry the sweat from his forehead and eyes. Meanwhile, the announcer next to him had also begun the countdown. 5, 4, 3. But just then, a series of intense thumping footsteps.
While Fong was letting his guard down, the Blue Man King, who had just fallen, actually charged over again.
Chapter 20 New feature enabled. Die. A frantic roar.
The Blue Man King, who had just been down on the ground, furiously charged forward, and immediately delivered a heavy knee kick.
Fong was unprepared, his relaxed mind instantly tensed. In that moment, he felt he would die. Thump! Thump! Thump!
His heartbeat intensified violently, and in that instant, Fong felt the whole world stop, leaving only his heart still beating, so fast it was suffocating.
It seemed his heart was telling Fong that it didn't want to stop beating, it wanted to keep going. I don't want to die yet. The instinct for survival erupted, and Fang's mental power was fully unleashed.
Like a world-destroying hurricane, it mercilessly crushed and annihilated the Blue Man King's flame-like mental power.
Before Fong could launch a physical counterattack, the Blue Man King had been hit so hard his eyes rolled back. At this moment,
the Blue Man King, flying through the air, had nothing left but inertia, completely at the mercy of others.
And Fong no longer held back. 9 styles. 1 punch.
Carrying destructive power, Fong gathered all his strength and delivered a heavy punch to the Blue Man King in the air. The Blue Man King, having already lost consciousness, had no power to resist and was passively sent flying backward. But Fong didn't stop.
9 styles. 1 embrace.
Embracing the Blue Man King's body forward, Fong didn't tightly constrict him, he concentrated all his strength on the next move.
9 styles. 1 throw.
Focusing all his strength and every heartbeat into this moment, Fong, holding the Blue Man King, leaped high, soaring over 2 meters. Then he powerfully exerted his arms, slamming the Blue Man King down onto the arena with him.
Kill! A loud bang. The entire arena trembled.
The Blue Man King collapsed onto the sunken arena in a kneeling posture, his entire skeletal structure from the knees up pulverized, shattered all the way to his internal organs, causing blood columns to gush from his eyes and nose.
The Blue Man King is dead.
Witnessing the sight of the Blue Man King bleeding from all 7 orifices, Fang's heart rapidly accelerated.
Thump! 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 This was his first time killing someone. And such a terrifying kill. It made him a little hard to accept.
Congratulations, host, for acquiring murder experience reward, currently undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled by 999 times.
In an instant,
all the discomfort in Fang's body vanished, and he felt as if it were a trivial matter, like stepping on an ant, nothing to be surprised about. Then he turned his head and casually looked at the stunned host.
Can you declare it over now? Why yes, you can. The host stammered, completely awestruck by Fang's strength. His vitality value was 1/3 less, and he was even ambushed, yet he actually completed a counter kill. What kind of monster is this? As for the audience, they didn't care about any of that. They only knew that Fong had won again. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. Blood Rakshasa. In the black hole chat room, the 7 people who were just cheering for the Blue Man King's counter kill were now all silent. A few seconds later. Starting prompt. Joker is offline. Corpse Woman is offline. Eliminated player is offline. King is offline. Soon. Only Chiffon was left in the chat room. It made Chiffon laugh. Little guy, today you really slapped these people hard. Very interesting. Another burst of laughter escaped her, uncontrollably. Her ample bosom trembled delightfully with the laughter. A sight to behold. In the boxing arena's office, the person in charge, with a grim face, handed Fong a glass bottle containing a pill. To be honest. Win 3 matches and be rewarded with a first-grade vitality value pill. It was actually just a publicity gimmick. It was to trick those warriors who needed vitality value pills into coming here, to use them as free contestants. But unexpectedly, someone actually managed to win the 3rd match. Fong reached out and took the glass bottle. He paused. Strange, usually the system would react immediately, but this time. Could this vitality value pill be fake? He glanced at the person in charge. Fong then put the glass bottle back. This isn't my reward. You. The person in charge was about to say something. From the side, the big bearded man who had led Fong and suddenly appeared at this moment, then walked to the person in charge's ear and whispered a few words. But it was very strange. Even with Feng's mental power at the time, he couldn't make out what they were saying. He only knew. After listening, the person in charge's expression suddenly changed. He then walked to the safe on the side, took out an identical glass bottle, and respectfully handed it to Fong with both hands. The same glass bottle? Fong casually took it. In his mind, the familiar system electronic voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the elixir reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 689 times. It has been placed in the system space for the host. The host can retrieve it with a thought. Fong was a little surprised. He hadn't expected. This idiot-proof system had actually activated a new feature. Did that mean his system actually had many more functions that could be developed? Just as he was thinking, the big bearded man walked up to Fong. You'd better rest for a while before leaving. Huh? Fong glanced at the big bearded man, not understanding what he meant. The bearded man had already anticipated this. He explained calmly. People who come here to fight all aim for the vitality value pill. You've just finished 3 matches and are carrying a vitality value pill, so you'll easily become a target for others. I understand, thank you. Fong nodded. He understood this logic. However, staying in this underground boxing ring wasn't a good option either. Matches were rigged, and rewards were faked. Staying in such a place. Could he really be safe? Seeing Fong insist on leaving, the bearded man standing behind him didn't say much. Just as Fong walked out the door, he pulled out a life and death contract from his pocket, the one Fong had signed using the name Wang Guangming. Wang Guangming, ha! A burst of blue flames suddenly appeared in his palm. The life and death contract was in the bearded man's hand. It was slowly burned to ashes. Not a single speck of ash remained. Meanwhile, Fong returned to the surface. However, this time he emerged not from the original coffee bookstore, but from the back door of a bar. He looked up at the sky. By now, the sky was already half dark. Is it almost 9 o'clock already? Time passes too quickly. He sighed casually.
Fong was about to head home, but as soon as he moved, he noticed that several shadows were already waiting for him in various corners around him.
Chapter 21, A Powerful Enemy Approaches. These guys came really fast. He grumbled to himself. Fong didn't believe these people would unite, so he took out the glass bottle he had just acquired from his pocket. He held it up in front of him. I'm just here for practical training.
If you want this vitality value pill, take it.
With that said, Fong Chi-yun threw the glass bottle forcefully and sprinted in the opposite direction with all his might.
He had hundreds of vitality value pills. There was no need to lose his life for just one.
But even so, it only attracted some people away.
A portion of them still chased directly after Fong, and their speed was incredibly fast, clearly indicating they were not on the same level as Fong.
What's going on? If these people have such strength, why do they need to fight me for a vitality value pill? Before he could figure out why, a massive figure descended from the sky, cutting off Feng's path. It was a bald man with a rose embroidered on his head. Kid, Mr. Clown asked me to say hello. Clown? Feng's mind raced. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember ever having crossed paths with someone named Clown. But more terrifying than that, the opponent merely threw a punch lightly. It didn't cause much commotion, yet its power was astonishing, trapping Fong in the move's aura, making escape impossible. So terrifying. I feel like I've been drawn into his domain and can't move. No, I have to escape. Fong thought in horror. His spiritual power erupted completely. Like a sharp sword, it struck at the rose-headed bald man opposite him. The rose-headed bald man clearly hadn't noticed that Fong possessed such immense spiritual power. By accident, he was struck by Feng's spiritual power. His body instantly stiffened. Automatic counter. Seizing this opportunity, Fong, instead of retreating, launched his strongest attack. 9 forms. 1 whip. He spun around and whipped a punch into the chin of the bald man with the rose tattoo. The bald man's body swayed. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, along with a stream of blood. Damn it, a black iron who just passed 3 stars actually injured me, a 9-star bronze. It seems I can't let you die too quickly, or it'll be too easy for you. 9-star bronze? Fong gasped. He had struggled immensely against the 4-star black iron blue man king. Could he really win against a 9-star bronze warrior now? Moreover, he didn't know how many more bronze warriors like this were around. Damn it! Fong cursed under his breath, quickly launching a low sweep kick towards the bald man. But seeing Feng's move, the bald man cruelly smiled. Perfect, I'll break one of your legs first. With that, the bald man raised his calf high, intending to directly clash with Feng's right leg. He was confident. With his tempered body and bones, he could absolutely break Feng's leg clean off. Your master truly can't stand to lose. A leisurely voice appeared. The bearded man had appeared between the two of them at some point, blocking Feng's low sweep with one leg while pressing down the bald man's calf with his hand. This left Fong stunned. He felt my own leg kicked against the big man's leg, feeling like kicking a cotton pillar, soft and yielding, without any hard resistance. And the bald man with the rose tattoo opposite. Cold sweat was pouring down him at this moment. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is, this young man, I'm protecting him. The bearded man said with a poker face, making the bald man opposite unable to help but laugh aloud. Ah, I thought you were going to say something else. Do you know which important person wants him dead, and you dare to protect him? Isn't it just Zheng Taiyan, the chairman of the Skinny Dog Group? So what, is that very scary? You, how could you? The bald man's pupils constricted violently. He never expected the other party to utter his boss's name so casually, and what surprised him even more was that when the other party spoke of his boss, there wasn't a trace of respect. That feeling. It was as if to say, even if Zheng Taiyang himself came today, the other party would absolutely not care.
As for Fong, his shock was certainly no less than the bald man's, but what shocked him was why a well-known boss worth tens of billions would send people to kill him. Zhang Taiyan was no obscure figure, on the contrary, he was once highly active in various media. Not only did he single-handedly found the Skinny Dog Group, worth hundreds of billions. He himself was also a 7-star transcendent warrior. In this era where warriors are revered, such a person is almost every young person's dream role model. But why would he lay hands on him? Fong couldn't understand. At the same time, Baldy Rose couldn't figure it out either. Why did the big beard want to protect Fong? In Baldy's eyes, Fong was clearly an insignificant nobody from a small city. Since you know who is behind me, why are you still stopping me? And, when the person behind me gets angry, are you sure you can withstand his wrath? Forget it, you won't listen anyway. I'll just kill one first, to make an example. The big beard said, devoid of emotion. His words were clearly not just for Baldy to hear, but also for the other few guys hiding in the shadows. As for the one to kill first, the choice was also obvious, Baldy, who was standing in front of the big beard now. Realizing this, Baldy suddenly felt a sense of danger creep up his back. His body involuntarily retreated backward. His two fists also clenched tight. Don't mess around. Although I don't know what your actual strength is, if you're stuck in a small city like this, your strength can't be that high. If it comes down to a fight, you might not be able to kill me. Is that so? The big beard said, taking a step forward. This step seemed unremarkable, yet it made Baldy's heart suddenly jump, as if someone had stomped on his chest, creating a strange sense of suffocation. This gave him an extremely terrifying thought. You are above bronze? Guess again. The big beard unhurriedly took another step forward. This time, Baldy not only felt as if someone had stomped on his chest, but as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. His knees buckled with a thud, unable to bear the weight, and he collapsed to the ground. The bald man was completely panicked. His whole body was trembling. He couldn't even lift his head. Could it be the Golden Warrior? Wrong. The big bearded man slowly stepped forward again, his oppressive aura intensifying. Like a mountain crashing down on the bald man's body, it prevented him from even kneeling. He wailed as he collapsed to the ground, his head buried deep in the mud. At this very moment, what the bald man was crying out was no longer his guess, but only a humble plea for mercy. Mercy! Please have mercy. Too late. The two words, calm as an ancient well, displayed the big bearded man's pride. For someone like the bald man, the big bearded man couldn't even be bothered to show any emotion. He merely extended his palm, his middle finger slightly bent, and a seductive blue flame suddenly appeared in the air. Then it danced and transformed into an exquisite flying swallow, deftly circling above the big bearded man's palm. With a flick of the big bearded man's finger, the blue swallow shot out at an incredible speed, instantly pouncing on the bald man and igniting a raging blue fire. In just an instant, it burned the bald man to ashes, leaving him no time to even let out a single scream. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, everyone around was stunned. Then, they all silently retreated. They now understood that this big bearded man was absolutely someone they could not afford to provoke. Even if they all came at him together, it would only be suicide. Sensing that these people had left, the bearded man slowly turned his head and looked at Fong. Fong immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He didn't know. Why did this bearded man save him? And what was his purpose in saving him? But the bearded man showed no unusual behavior at all. He just walked over slowly and said to Fong, "My young mistress wants to chat with you." Chat? Chapter 22 Really? You can ask any question. Chatting? This turn of events was completely unexpected by Fong, or rather, Fong found it hard to accept that this young lady did so much for him just to chat with him.
At least try to make a move on him or something. Yes, just a chat. Could you please give me your phone?
The bearded man extended his right hand to Fong. This left Fong quite puzzled. As he took out his phone, he grumbled a little to himself. Your young mistress, why does she even expect me to pay for the call?
She won't talk all night, or even until tomorrow morning, will she? It won't come to that.
As the bearded man spoke, he directly opened Feng's WeChat, then opened the search bar and looked for an account. Afterward, he added the other party as a friend. The other side immediately accepted. The big bearded man returned the phone to Fong.
All right. All right?
Fong glanced at the other party's profile picture and immediately twitched the corner of his mouth.
What kind of person would use a bowl of kanji as their profile picture? Just as he was thinking.
The other party actively initiated a voice call.
Fong answered it. Hello?
Hello. A lazy voice came from the other side. Even with a hint of sleepiness and some distortion from the phone, it was as pleasant as the crisp sound of jade colliding. It made Fong feel very comfortable listening to it.
How should I address you? Address me? That's too formal. Just call me Sister Kanji. And you? Should I call you Blood Rakshasa? Wang Guangming? Or Fong? Feng's heart stopped abruptly. He had deliberately used an alias to participate in the competition because he didn't want to reveal his real information.
But the other party immediately exposed his true identity as soon as she spoke. This made Fong unable to accept it.
Who exactly are you? Who am I? I'm your sister Kanji, have you forgotten? The other party laughed cheerfully over the phone. But Fong couldn't feel happy at all. At this moment,
the other party not only knew his appearance but also his real name. With these two pieces of information, the other party could easily find Feng's home.
But Fong knew nothing about the other party. Not knowing the other party's height, appearance, or background of power and influence. The only thing known
was that the other party had a big bearded subordinate who was extremely powerful, capable of easily killing even a 9-star bronze.
Hearing that, Fong stopped talking. Sister Shifan smiled. What's wrong? Do you feel that since you don't know anything about me, it's very dangerous to have contact with me? Yes. Fong didn't shy away.
If the other party wanted to kill him, they could have done so long ago. There was no need to go through all the trouble of having the big bearded man drive everyone else away before killing him.
How was that any different from taking off your pants to fart? Hearing Fang's straightforward answer, Shifan felt very satisfied.
Alright, I won't waste time with unnecessary pleasantries. I know you have many questions right now, but answering them one by one isn't my style. I'll give you 3 chances to ask questions.
Make good use of them. After saying that, Shifan calmly waited for Fang's questions. She had already anticipated what questions Fong would ask. It would simply be, who are you? Why did you save me? What benefits do I get from associating with you? She had already prepared answers for these questions. Fong was indeed thinking along those lines. What are your measurements? I am, huh? Shifan was momentarily stunned. This question seemed a bit improper, didn't it?
Fong on the other side was also innocent.
Thinking is one thing. Reality is another. Isn't that just life?
You said I had 3 chances to ask questions, and told me to make good use of them, so of course I have to ask the important ones.
Hearing Fang's confident statement, Shifan snorted. Smiled. Heh, are you trying to play tricks on me now? We just said, it's me asking you, not you asking me. Fong retorted with good reason. Actually, he was testing.
Although the other party immediately used a nickname like Sister Shifan, which seemed very friendly, in reality, no one could guarantee that the other party wasn't a ruthless demon.
Therefore, Fong had to test the other party's bottom line.
If the other party got angry over such a small thing, they absolutely couldn't be approached. But what Fong heard was.
Shifan smiled again. Interesting guy, then I'll tell you, remember this, my measurements are 90, 61, 89, got it? Nice figure. Fong immediately realized. This was either a carefree sister or a deeply cunning old fox. So, second question, did you save me because you fancied me, and then wanted to use my excellent genes to jointly cultivate excellent offspring through natural and varied insemination methods? Ha 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 ha.
The other party's Shifan immediately burst into fits of laughter again.
Her ample chest jiggled. It was enough to make one dizzy just looking. You little rascal, you're quite bold. I bet you're testing my limits, then deciding whether or not to associate with me? Look, I told you I'm asking the questions, not the other way around. Fong said, feigning ignorance. But it successfully piqued Shifan's interest. Alright, I approve of you, little fellow.
Your talent, temperament, and astuteness are all top-notch qualities.
You are indeed the person I need. I can tell you why I'm looking for you. Go on. Fong showed no excessive reaction. He really wanted to know the true reason why the other party was interested in him. If someone was good to him for no reason at all, that would be a very dangerous thing. A universal truth. What's free is often the most expensive. Shifan smiled slightly. It seems you do have a serious side.
In that case, let's play a little game first.
A game? Fong frowned slightly.
He didn't understand what the other party was up to now.
Shifan affirmed. Yes, a very simple little game, all you need is a mouth. All you need is a mouth? Are you sure you don't need to add hands? You can add them if you want, but it's basically a riddle.
You guess why I sought you out. If you guess correctly, I'll tell you the honest truth, truly the honest truth.
Shifan said with a smile. Didn't burst Feng's boring little joke. Fong also heard it.
He deliberately drove the conversation. But Shifan acted as if nothing happened. This is enough to show that Shifan is a person with profound depth, very profound.
I guess you were impressed by my performance in the arena and thought I was someone worth recruiting? Pretty much. Shifan didn't deny it. She said it directly. I'm looking for you because I hope you can save my life. Chapter 23, A Promise with a Beauty. Save your life? Shifan's answer once again surprised Fong.
A young lady with a subordinate like Big Beard, asking a mere black iron like him to save her life.
Is that reasonable? Shifan smiled faintly.
Of course not now, but with your talent, you'll be able to do it in a few years.
Just consider it an investment.
I can understand investment, but what I don't understand is, you clearly have subordinates like Big Beard, whose strength is already very impressive.
Isn't that enough to protect you? Fong calmly counter-questioned.
Although this is an era where warriors are revered, it is also a relatively peaceful era.
Contests between warriors are always stopped before fatal injury.
That's why places like underground boxing, which pursue gore and violence,
are explicitly prohibited. However, Shifan didn't explain much, only reminded Fong. Mobilize all your mental power. What you are about to hear is not something an ordinary person can withstand. You might even be scared into idiocy. Is it that exaggerated? It is exactly that exaggerated.
After saying this with a smile, Shifan stood by the window. Only then did it become apparent that what was blocking the sunlight from her window was not curtains, but thick iron plates.
But Shifan reached out and pulled open the iron plate as easily as pulling a curtain.
As the iron plate gradually opened, a corner of the world outside the window was revealed.
Outside the window, across vast distances, the roars of dragons and tigers echoed endlessly. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Just a few sounds transmitted, and Fong felt his whole vitality value churning, as if his body was about to explode.
Meanwhile, his brain was in a frenzy. His mental power surged like a doomsday tsunami.
rampaging violently, almost completely collapsing.
What is that sound?
His face suddenly turned pale.
Fong instinctively moved his phone away. It's important to know.
This was still through the phone. If it weren't for the phone, Fong might not have been able to maintain his mental strength.
But Fong didn't know
his current performance. To the big bearded man, it was already a super genius level display. This kid, still in the black iron stage, actually withstood the roars of the exotic beasts. You know, the place where Miss is an S-class restricted zone. I couldn't bear it before reaching the transcendent stage. Unaware that he had already caused serious psychological damage to the big bearded man,
Fong glanced at his phone again.
He found that the call had been disconnected. So he shook it towards the big bearded man.
What's going on?
Wait a moment, Mrs. Phone exploded again.
This time, Big Beard's tone became much gentler.
But what he said made Fong twitch at the corner of his mouth.
Again? Then Chiffon sent another voice call invitation. Phone answered. Phone replaced? Yes. Chiffon replied languidly. Getting back to the main topic. How about it? Have you found that this world is more exciting than you imagined? Why did you let me know this? Phone also became serious. Ignorance is a kind of bliss.
But now Feng's bliss was shattered. Because he knew that in this world, there were many terrifying existences. Just a whistle could kill people. But Chiffon's answer was also very matter-of-fact. Because you're going to have to face all of this sooner or later, and not just you, but your family, your relatives, and your friends too. As for the whole world, forget about it. If you lack strength, you can't even protect yourself and those around you, so don't narcissistically take on the heavy burden of saving the world. The words were sharp and cutting. They hit Feng's sore spot with pinpoint accuracy. That's right. If he lacked strength, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone those around him. As for saving the world, there was no need to even think about it, because the world simply wouldn't count on him.
I understand.
Combining what you said earlier, you want me to save your life, which means you're not confident you can survive these horrors either.
Clever. Chiffon smiled faintly. This smile. It was different from the earlier boisterous laugh, and different from the casual, relaxed smile. Instead, it was a smile of appreciation, and a challenging one. This indicated her approval of Fong. I need comrades, powerful and trustworthy comrades. As you said, I'm not confident I can survive these horrors either, so at critical moments, I need someone who can step in and save me. But I'm just an iron rank. Only temporarily. Chiffon's words were forceful and full of expectation for Feng's future.
Until you grow stronger, I can offer you help, whether it's cultivation techniques, resources, or even handling situations like tonight, I can assist you. Okay, in exchange, once I become powerful, I'll owe you a life.
Fong didn't hesitate.
The 100 billion valued skinny dog group meant nothing to Big Beard. Just this alone allowed Fong to determine that by relying on this powerful patron, he would have ample time for discreet development. As for when he became powerful, well, they would discuss it then.
Excellent, it's a deal then.
I'll help you deal with those who targeted you tonight, and furthermore, your identity information will absolutely not be leaked by the arena.
Chiffon consecutively offered two benefits to Fong. Providing timely help is far better than adding to something already good.
When Fong was weak, she only needed to lift a finger to help Fong solve many things that made him feel desperate.
Small effort. Big reward. Besides these two things, is there anything else you need my help with?
Of course there is.
Fong smiled faintly.
You just said you'd answer 3 of my questions, and now I have one more question to ask.
Is it about these terrifying truths? She paused.
Chiffon tactfully yet firmly stated that she didn't want Fong to know about these matters too early.
I don't think you need to rush.
Knowing the truth of the world in advance is good, but knowing too much might not be.
But she was mistaken. No, I wanted to ask, when can we meet in person? Fong couldn't possibly accept that. What if the person on the other side spoke nicely but was an old auntie over 60? Wouldn't all the suggestive jokes he'd made just create psychological trauma for himself? Hearing that Feng's question was actually this. Shifan couldn't help but burst into laughter again, shaking with mirth. Ha 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 ha, so that's what you were asking about. Alright, then let's wait until you become an extraordinary warrior. Extraordinary. Fong repeated softly, feeling it was a bit far off. Shifan added another sentence. Or, when you can defeat Old Xing, that works too. Old Xing? That's the big bearded man in front of you.
Fong heard this and looked the bearded man up and down.
Is he very strong?
He's alright, a 9-star transcendence, a bit stronger than that good-for-nothing Zhang Taiyang.
9-star? And transcendence? You might as well just tell me to become a legend first.
Fong muttered in his heart, displeased.
Shifan, across from him, lazily yawned. Alright, I'm done talking to you. I have a big battle tomorrow and need to get enough rest. Remember to grow quickly, but don't die. You still owe me a life. Alright, good night, sweet dreams. Fong said dismissively.
Which made Shifan chuckle again.
What an interesting fellow. If you don't understand something in your cultivation technique, you can ask me. If I don't reply, then ask Old Xing. That's all for now. Okay, you go to sleep first. Remember to cover yourself well so you don't catch a cold. Let me know if you want a lullaby. Fong said, acting like a warm gentleman,
making the bearded man standing to the side look a little awkward, and a little twisted.
As far as he knew,
his young lady had no time for romance.
After a few more rambling sentences,
Fong heard the call disconnect. And showed a sweet smile, reserved for mocking single people. He looked at the bearded man and said, Time for bed, you rascal.
Ahem.
The bearded man coughed twice, thinking to himself, I may not have heard your conversation, but that doesn't mean I'm a fool. Our young lady isn't that easily won over. The young lady instructed me earlier to give you 2 things.
Please wait a moment. What good things? Fong said with an expectant look.
Chapter 24 Practicing God Slaying at Home.
Just a moment.
The bearded man gestured for Fong to wait, turned and went back into the underground boxing arena. When he reappeared, he had 2 items in his hand. A small yellow booklet and a small blue glass bottle. Fong first took the booklet.
On its ancient cover,
3 powerful characters were written, God Slaying Art.
God Slaying.
The young lady said that compared to your talent in martial arts, your talent in mental power is even more astonishing, so she asked me to give you this cultivation technique. She hopes you achieve great success in mental power cultivation EM.
The bearded man said earnestly, making Fong a little frustrated.
If he had known about such a good thing earlier, he would have put more effort into his martial arts to achieve dual cultivation in mental power and martial arts.
Then he could have gotten an extra cultivation technique now. What grade is this God-slaying art? Mystic tier, high grade. Mystic tier?
Fong frowned, thinking to himself, this porridge sister doesn't seem as generous as I imagined.
Since she wants him to grow quickly, why not give him a heaven tier 1?
A earth tier high grade would also be acceptable. The bearded man instantly saw through Feng's thoughts. So he leisurely uttered. Warriors specializing in mental power are rare, and the cultivation techniques passed down are even rarer. This God-slaying art is already quite good. Speaking of which, Vitality Value has a Vitality Value meter that can accurately measure it. Does mental power have a mental power meter? Fong asked curiously. The bearded man opposite immediately nodded. Of course, and I have one on me. If you want to measure, I can lend it to you. By the way, vitality value and mental value are interchangeable in terms of numerical value.
Much obliged. Fong expressed his thanks politely and obediently,
making the bearded man feel quite pleased.
So he pulled out a palm-sized circular piece of glass from his pocket and confidently handed it to Fong. This is a mental power meter. You just need to inject your mental power into it, and it will display your mental power value. Because mental power is not a mainstream cultivation method, this item is rare to see outside. Okay, thank you. Fong sincerely expressed his gratitude, then casually slipped the meter into his pocket. He then nonchalantly looked at the blue glass bottle in the bearded man's hand. What kind of elixir is this? The bearded man stared at Fong with a mournful gaze, exuding resentment like a cold snap in winter, freezing the air and making one feel a chill run down their spine. Fong touched his nose. He reasonably stated he wouldn't return it. Well, as you said earlier, this item is very rare outside, so to encourage my growth and allow me to help your young lady sooner, please let me use it for a bit longer. Don't worry, I absolutely won't not return it. I'm not that kind of person. The bearded man thought to himself, you are exactly that kind of person. But for the sake of Sister Chiffon, he said nothing more. He directly began to introduce the other elixir. This elixir is called a spirit nourishing pill. It's a first-grade pill, and after taking it, it can increase your mental power. Okay, thank you. Fong reached out for the spirit nourishing pill and put it into his backpack along with the god-slaying art. At this moment, the bearded man began to explain solemnly. Actually, mental power is something that ordinary warriors only start to focus on developing after they reach the transcendent stage. Only a very few individuals, those with extraordinary talent, can dabble in it before reaching transcendent. This is a talent. So you must grasp it well and not waste it in vain. Also, with this talent, you can have more advantages than others. Of course, as for the specific advantages, you'll naturally understand them once you discover them. After earnestly finishing his speech, the bearded man took out the vitality value pill that Fong had discarded. This is your reward, take it back with you. Okay. Fong was actually a bit surprised to get this pill back. But he would absolutely not take it. Something that had left his sight. It's hard to guarantee that the bearded man hadn't quietly tampered with it. Bearded man, you see, we're so familiar now, I want to ask you something, tell me honestly and clearly, what does Sister Chiffon look like? Although he was on guard. But what if she was really beautiful? Then being on guard would also be a bit more pleasant. The bearded man gave Fong a helpless look. Who's familiar with you? Didn't you just have a very pleasant chat with Miss? Someone who didn't know would think you were a couple. How can you have a relationship without knowing what she looks like? It's an online relationship, it's normal not to distinguish between people and animals. Who did you call a beast? I'm a virgin. Fong admitted defeat helplessly. The formidable 9-star transcendent across from him, while he wouldn't kill Fong, could easily make him suffer a fate worse than death. Fortunately, the big bearded man didn't truly intend to bicker with Fong. Once one reaches the transcendent level, they typically undergo muscle and marrow cleansing, removing impurities from their body. The higher one's strength, the more thoroughly they are tempered. By that point, it's hard to even be ugly. In that case, Sister Chiffon's strength? Far above mine. The big bearded man said calmly. He didn't pay attention to what expression Fong would have after hearing that. He reached out and took out his phone. Add me on WeChat, and save my number. If you run into trouble, you can find me. This is Madam's instruction. After taking care of these trivial matters, the big bearded man returned to the underground boxing arena, continuing to be its gatekeeper. Leaving Fong still deeply stirred. Listening to Sister Chiffon's voice, at most, she's only about 10 years older than me at least, maybe only 2 or 3 years older. Yet, she's above a 9-star transcendent. Is she a legend? Or an epic? Fong felt it was insane just thinking about it. A legendary warrior in her early 20s would be a peerless existence across the entire Huaxia region, an absolute prodigy. But she actually took an interest in me? And Fong looked at the big bearded man's receding figure. In truth, with the big bearded man's strength,
He could have taken over the entire underground boxing arena, or even challenged the entire Tianla city. The reason he was willing to stay was simply to help Sister Shifan discover some talents. The kind worth investing in. When will I be able to have a 9-star transcendent subordinate, like Sister Shifan, who will do whatever I ask them to do, just like that? He sighed enviously. It was almost 10 o'clock. So, Fong hailed a taxi home, paid the fare a few hundred meters from his house, and got out early. Given their family's financial situation, they couldn't afford taxis. So he couldn't let anyone see that he had come into a windfall. Gossip would worry his family. Back home, Dad still wasn't back, Mom was still doing handicrafts, and Xinger was eagerly waiting for Fong to return. As soon as she saw Fong, she rushed over in a flash. "Brother! Hey, my little rascal!" Fong quickly ran over, picked Xinger up in his arms, and then habitually tapped Xinger's nose. The very light kind. Xinger sniffed Feng's scent, then deliberately wrinkled her nose in an exaggerated way. "Stinky. Brother Stinky. Hee, otherwise why would they say Stinky Man?" He rubbed his face against Xinger's, making the little girl giggle, and Fong slowly walked home with Xinger in his arms. Under the street lamp at the entrance, Lin Shueme was lacing up shoes, but not her family's shoes. She was lacing up shoes that had been processed by the factory, one by one. Putting on a pair of shoes can earn 50 cents. Saw Fong return. Lin Shueme smiled slightly. "You're back." "I'm back." Fong also smiled, but in his mind, all he heard was the sound of dragons roaring and tigers howling. If that kind of monster really appeared in their lives, what would their family's life become? Indeed, the strong are respected. Only by being strong enough can one fear nothing, live freely and without worries. Fortunately, I have the system. Remembering that he still had the super system, Feng's pressure about the future instantly lessened considerably. As long as I make good use of the system, becoming a transcendent, or even a warrior above transcendent, is not impossible. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After taking a shower, Fong sat on the bed, and in front of him lay the god-slaying art that the bearded man had given him. This was the cultivation method he planned to practice tonight. But before that, he wanted to first test how high his mental power was. Chapter 25, Minor Attainment of Sword Intent. Opening the god-slaying art, Fong looked at the content introduction. God-slaying art, profound tier, high grade. It is a cultivation method that condenses mental power into a sword to attack opponents. When it reaches great mastery, mental power can condense into a physical entity, which can not only attack the opponent's mental will, but also directly slay the opponent's body like a physical sharp sword. Hiss. It seems quite powerful. In fact, this was Feng's first time encountering a profound grade cultivation technique. Before this, he had self-studied only yellow-tier low-grade martial skills, and now he was jumping 6 levels at once, so he felt a little apprehensive. He then turned to the second page. Fong saw a line of delicate annotation at the very top. Requires spirit value of 1,000 or more to cultivate. He stroked his chin. Fong couldn't connect those delicate words with the rough appearance of the big bearded man, no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that these words are from Sister Shifan's hand? As the saying goes, words reflect the person, so if her handwriting is good, Sister Shifan should also be good-looking. It's just the spiritual power requirement, I'm afraid most people can't reach it, right? Carrying his doubts, he looked further down. Fong saw that the cultivation technique also mentioned that there was indeed a threshold for beginners, so one must first strengthen one's spiritual power before cultivating. And the method for strengthening spiritual power was also included in the booklet. It was precisely this spirit-nurturing art that Fong had self-studied online. But the frustrating part was also here. The one Fong self-studied online was only the first part. After completing the first part, one must switch to cultivating the second part. Damn it! What does that mean? Does it mean I've wasted my studies?
Feng's forehead suddenly felt cold. He felt like his brain was splitting open. But then he thought again. That's not right either. His system had a discrimination function. If he had learned it wrong, the system wouldn't have doubled it for him in the first place. It's got me all confused. He quickly read on, feeling frustrated. From the notes in the booklet, Fong finally found the answer to the problem. So, the first part of the divine nurturing art is easy to get started with but difficult to master, while the second part is difficult to get started with but easy to master. Both paths lead to the same destination, ultimately achieving the same effect. Because only practicing the first part makes it very difficult to reach advanced levels. That's why it's recommended to switch to practicing the second part. Using the foundation built from practicing the first part to bypass the threshold of the second part, and directly aim for advanced levels. However, it also concluded by suggesting that focusing on only one type of practice is more suitable, and since the first part is easy to start with and good for building a foundation, concentrating on practicing the first part is actually the best choice. After reading all of this, Fong finally let out a long breath, and at the same time silently grumbled with a hint of resentment. It's understandable for someone to take long pauses when speaking, but is it really necessary to do so when taking notes? Meanwhile, Shifan, who was sleeping soundly 1,000 miles away, suddenly sneezed and felt a profound sense of resentment. Strange, why do I feel like someone is cursing me? After feeling annoyed for a while, Shifan went back to sleep. On the other side, Fong was secretly relieved. So, I stumbled upon it and built a solid foundation first? This is a good time to test my mental strength and see what level it has reached. Sitting upright on the bed, Fong gently released his first consciousness, injecting all of it into the mental strength measurement device. Instantly, a set of blue numbers popped up on the glass instrument. 668. 668? If assimilated to vitality value, that's equivalent to a 6-star bronze level, which doesn't meet the requirement of 1000. Immediately after, Fong released his second consciousness and also injected it into the glass instrument. Another set of numbers popped up. 622. Together, they meet the standard, but why does it feel a little off? Why can't just one of them break 1000 first? Feng's idea was simple. If either the first or second consciousness reached 1000 first, he could start cultivating the divine severing art on his own, freeing up the other consciousness to do other things. Let's see if the book has the answers. Fong decided. To avoid being startled again by someone's dramatic pauses, he decided to read the entire book first before thinking. With the support of immense mental power, Fong read at an incredible speed. Saying he read 10 lines at a glance would be an understatement, as he basically finished an entire page with a single look. If this were among ordinary people, he would be an absolute genius. Of course, it's also true among warriors. After 1 minute, Fong had finished reading the entire small booklet. Most of his questions were also swept away. So, mental power and vitality value are complementary. If either one is too low, it will limit the growth of the other. Taking myself as an example. It's because my vitality value hasn't reached bronze yet, so my mental power is limited to the bronze stage, unable to break through to silver's 1000. The reverse is also true. If mental power is too weak, vitality value cannot be improved, but this problem usually occurs when advancing from gold to transcendent. Haha, is that old beard stuck? He's at 9 stars but still can't advance. Understanding these crucial points, Fong felt even more confident about his future. With the system's doubling effect, his mental power and vitality value could perfectly advance together. There was no need to worry about getting stuck at a certain realm. This way, I've also found the reason why my mental power is split in two, because if a single mental power is too strong, the body can't bear it, so it has to be split into 2 halves. Following this trend, it's possible that more will split off in the future. Let's first practice the god-slaying art to the introductory level. He put down the book in his hand. Fong closed his eyes, temporarily merging his 2 streams of spiritual power.
Earth tier cultivation methods aren't necessarily harder to practice than yellow tier ones. The real reason for the tier difference, besides the threshold of the cultivation method itself, lies in its completeness, meaning the accompanying cultivation techniques and such. Just like how god-slaying art includes spirit-nurturing art, which is specifically used to enhance spiritual power, making it easier for cultivators to quickly meet the entry requirements. Secondly, comes the difficulty of learning the cultivation method. But Fong has the system, so he doesn't worry about practicing incorrectly. Once he succeeds once, he can succeed countless times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation reward. Random multiplication is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 749 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation reward. Random multiplication is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 858 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation reward. Random multiplication is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 631 times. Half an hour later, Fong abruptly opened his eyes, and two beams of sharp light, 4 to 5 inches long, instantly shot out from them. Incredibly sharp, making it impossible for others to look directly at him. This is the minor achievement of sword intent naturally generated after mastering god-slaying art. Once it reaches major achievement, it can even condense into a tangible sharp sword, directly used to slay opponents. I did it. This time, if I encounter that bald man with the rose tattoo again, I'm confident I can destroy his spiritual will with a single sword. Clenching his fists, Fong felt incredibly excited. Because now, he truly possessed the ability to fight across levels. Chapter 26, The Correct Cultivation Method for a Cheater. Although activating the god-slaying art requires the fusion of two consciousnesses, fortunately, my fusion speed is very fast, so it can be fully utilized in actual combat. He had mastered minor sword intent. Fong temporarily set aside the god-slaying art. Minor sword intent is about mastering technique. Major sword intent requires a balance of both technique and power. So, to master sword intent, mental power would need to be at least 100,000, which is still too far off for Fong, whose vitality value is still at black iron. He would need to become a gold warrior at least before his body could withstand it. Therefore, the most pressing matter is to increase his vitality value. Moreover, the aptitude test is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Fong also needs to make some preparations. Firstly, to get into a good school. Secondly, to have a good excuse to improve his family's living conditions. First, let me check how to take the vitality value pill. Fong pulled out his phone and started searching. The relevant QA was quickly found. To better absorb the vitality value pill, it's best to first practice a chi gathering cultivation method. This way, the medicinal effects can be retained in the body, allowing for gradual absorption. Looking at the search results on his phone, Fong finally understood now why there was such a saying as warrior family. For ordinary people learning a chi gathering cultivation method, without guidance from an expert, just the exploration alone would take several years, and they would also risk taking the wrong path. In serious cases, they could even suffer chi deviation. But if there was a warrior elder in the family, even if they only reached the gold level, they could be present to oversee. Once the cultivation method was run incorrectly, it would be immediately corrected, not only reducing detours but also completely eliminating worries about chi deviation. This way, for the same vitality value pill, the inheritor of a warrior family could absorb over 50% of the medicinal effects, while an ordinary person could only absorb about 30%. The gap was enormous. Fortunately, I have the system and I can perform inner vision, which can avoid such errors. Then I'll first find a chi gathering cultivation method. Opening his phone browser, Fong quickly found the corresponding cultivation method, chi gathering art. Because warriors are practical beings, and given that it was merely a rudimentary yellow tier low-grade cultivation method, the names were all very descriptive. This also made it easier for Fong to search. Chi gathering art, yellow tier low grade. After cultivating the method to minor accomplishment, 10% vitality value can be recovered in half an hour. After cultivating to major accomplishment, 30% vitality value can be recovered in half an hour.
Only 30%? Fong grumbled discontentedly. But this sentence. If an average warrior heard that, they would surely vomit blood immediately. They cultivated arduously, not daring to waste even a minute, and their goal was only to recover 10% of their vitality value after minor achievement, yet Fong actually found 30% too little? It's truly maddening when you compare people. Fine, I'll just make do. His eyes scanned the diagram of the human acupoints, and Fong instantly memorized the acupoints that needed to be activated. Closing his eyes, Fong looked inward while activating the acupoints in sequence. In less than 1 minute, he successfully completed his first session of energy circulation. Then he repeated the process. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 749 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 858 times. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cultivation reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 631 times. 1 hour later. Fong had already cultivated the chi gathering art to grand completion. And a layer of black sweat had emerged all over his body. So smelly. Fong sniffed. He felt quite disgusted. These were old impurities from his body, dampness left over from midnight showers, toxins accumulated from eating burgers and fried chicken, and even bad hormones secreted from watching adult films. It seems that cultivating the chi gathering art extensively can also increase vitality value, though the growth rate is a bit slow. I'll shower later. After consuming the vitality value pills, my vitality value will continue to increase, and more impurities will be expelled then. With a thought. A first-grade vitality value pill appeared in Feng's hand. This was Feng's first time using the system's storage function. The experience was quite good. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Feng's mind. System, help me put away the god-slaying art for now. System? System? But after calling out several times, the system remained unresponsive. At this moment, Fong remembered that when he retrieved the vitality value pills, he did it through his thoughts. Does this mean that the system's storage capability is actually accomplished through mental commands? I'll know if I try it. Fong looked at the god-slaying art booklet and mentally instructed the system to put the god-slaying art into the storage space. With a whoosh, the god-slaying art lying on the bed instantly vanished. It worked! Fong smiled excitedly. Since the system could store the god-slaying art, did that mean it could also store more things? Like hiding some fat boy happy water, cucumber-flavored potato chips, beautiful girls, and such. I'll verify that later. For now, increasing vitality value is more important. He put a first-grade vitality value pill into his mouth. With a swallow, the vitality value pill immediately went into his stomach and began to exert its effects. Instantly, a surge of abundant vitality value power rushed into Feng's body, flowing into his limbs and bones, making him feel hot all over. Fong immediately activated the spirit-gathering art, allowing this power to remain in his body as much as possible, and consciously channeled these energies into his skeletal structure. Because the human body is like a clothes hanger. Flesh and skin are clothes on the hanger. If the hanger isn't strong enough, these things will fall off. However, the efficiency with which the body's skeletal frame was nourished was so low that a lot of vitality value power was wasted. This made Fong feel incredibly pained. Half of one pill was wasted. 600 pills meant 300 would be wasted. Damn it! I was such an idiot. Others only learn one cultivation method because it's good enough if they can master just one. Bit off more than they can chew. But I'm different. I can master one in an hour, so what's wrong with learning several? Start practicing immediately. He realized he was a cheater. Different from others. Therefore, he couldn't just blindly follow the experiences of others. So, Fong used his primary consciousness to continue running the chi-gathering art to prevent the vitality value power from leaking out too quickly, while simultaneously using his secondary consciousness to quickly learn the yellow tier low-grade bone tempering method. Just right. The method of the bone tempering method required using a large amount of vitality value power to impact the bones throughout one's body, bringing about brand new changes. So Fong didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately guided the power of the vitality value within his body, according to the methods of the bone tempering art, to launch an assault on all the bones throughout his body. For a moment, the vitality value within Fong surged like crashing waves, repeatedly striking the bones throughout his body. As his bones endured impact after impact, black blood and dark impurities slowly seeped out from between them. Those were deep-seated impurities. Under normal circumstances, they would accompany a person throughout their life. And in old age, they would transform into diseases to torment them. But now, they were being eradicated by Fong, little by little. One vitality value pill doesn't seem to be enough, system. Give me a few more vitality value pills, I want to complete the tempering all at once. With a whoosh, 5 more vitality value pills appeared in Feng's hand. Fong didn't even think twice. Like eating jelly beans. He popped a vitality value pill into his mouth. One must know. These were vitality value pills costing 100,000 yuan each. Let alone ordinary people who couldn't afford them, even those with hundreds of millions in wealth couldn't consume them as casually as Fong. But this manner of consumption, Fong would have to continue many more times. At the same time, his bone tempering effect was also rapidly accumulating. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation method practice reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 336 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation method practice reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 775 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation method practice reward. Random doubling is in progress. Random 924x multiplier. Chapter 27, Upgrade successful. Black iron leaps to bronze. Whoosh! It was a full 3 hours later that Fong finally let out a sigh of relief. His entire body was covered in a layer of black blood. The stench was unbearable. During these 3 hours, he consumed a total of 21 vitality value pills. The absorption rate, which started at 50%, gradually increased to 80%, 90%, and even a perfect 100%, before dropping back to 60%, 30%, and finally to less than 10%. The entire process was shockingly extravagant. Just popping pills. But it also meant Fong had developed drug resistance. Vitality value pills are refined from precious medicinal herbs. While replenishing vitality value, they also provide nutrients to the body, making it stronger. But a grade 1 is still a grade 1. Drug resistance came too quickly. From now on, eating grade 1 vitality value pills will be like eating candy. Apart from temporarily replenishing vitality value, they won't offer much benefit to the body. Indeed, I need to find a way to get some higher grade pills. Contrary to popular belief. In fact, truly high-end pills are easily absorbed, provide good nourishment, and develop drug resistance slowly. It's just their scarcity that makes them high grade. As for grade 1 pills, they can only be described as affordable and plentiful. Fortunately, my bones have also been tempered. When I introspected just now, I could see that all the bones in my body were as white as porcelain, completely free of impurities. This means my vitality value will see a significant leap next, though unfortunately, it won't be demonstrable tomorrow. It's a shame it can't shock everyone. But relying on his bodily senses, Fong was confident. His current vitality value could still shock everyone. Because he felt stronger than ever before. Speaking of which, can this measuring device also measure vitality value? His gaze fell upon Big Beard's measuring device. Oh no!
His gaze fell upon his own measuring device.
Fong unleashed his full vitality value. Meanwhile,
a number popped up on the measuring device and began to rise gradually, continuing until it reached its limit and settled on a value.
224. No way.
Even Fong himself couldn't believe that his vitality value had actually multiplied by a full 7 times in just a few short hours. And it allowed him to step into the ranks of bronze warriors in one fell swoop, achieving 2-star bronze.
Sure enough.
Hard work and diligent practice are all lies. If you really want to become strong, you need to use cheats and take drugs.
Ha. With a bronze warrior from the talent assessment, it would be inexcusable not to take first place in the entire city. Thinking about after tomorrow's end, the hard times for his family could finally be declared over. Fong was also immensely emotional. Once upon a time,
he thought he would be trapped in this small room for his entire life, then live a mediocre existence, and finally die in old age.
But now, after tomorrow,
my dad won't have to deliver food anymore, enduring the sun and rain, and my mom won't have to do handicrafts until her eyes are red and swollen. As for Xinger, she finally has someone to accompany her, no longer cooped up at home alone. Of course, I also want Xinger to get healthy, to be like other girls, able to stay up late if she wants, shop if she wants, without having to consider her health.
Speaking of health, Fong immediately thought of the stickiness on his own body. So, he tiptoed and ran into the bathroom to shower. But he keenly heard that his parents weren't asleep yet,
and were still sighing deeply.
Oh, Yunzai isn't asleep yet.
The aptitude test is tomorrow, he must be under too much pressure. Tomorrow I'll buy him a better breakfast, let him eat well, and his spirits might be a little better.
What nonsense are you talking about? If you act like that suddenly, the child will feel even more pressured.
You're right, then after he comes back, I'll take him out for a good meal. It doesn't matter if he gets into the Warrior Academy, the important thing is that he's happy.
That's all we can do. Listening to his parents' whispers, Fong could only offer a faint smile.
Dad, Mom, I will absolutely never let you down again, never.
The next morning,
just as the couple had discussed the night before, there were the usual steamed buns and a cup of hot soy milk. Dad had also left early to deliver breakfast orders.
Mom carefully feigned calmness, afraid Fong would notice her nervousness. Only Xinger.
She quietly pulled Fong, handed him her nutrient solution again, and whispered softly in his ear. Brother, Mom wouldn't let me say anything, afraid I'd affect you, but I know my brother is the best, so, brother, go for it. Brother, you must do your best.
Gently reaching out to pat Xinger's little head, Fong, with his nutritional supplement in his mouth, went out feeling delighted. This morning,
all senior high school students across the country had to gather at school, and then the school would uniformly send them to the Municipal Education Bureau for the aptitude test. So Fong had to go to school.
Inside the classroom,
Fong, whose strength had significantly increased, suddenly perceived that the vitality value of several people preparing for the martial arts exam had risen slightly. It was obvious they had taken drugs.
TSK, what a waste.
After taking a pill, it only increased that little bit.
What a waste. Fong secretly shook his head.
They said they wanted to take the martial arts exam,
but they weren't really descendants of warrior families.
So, the only option is to eat more good food, exercise a lot, and then cram at the last minute by taking some pills, just barely managing to get into a warrior academy.
A warrior generated in this manner. In the future, they can only be the lowest ranking existence among warriors. Estimate.
One day, they'll end up in an underground boxing ring, either beaten to death, killing others, or left half dead.
Knowing you have no talent, can't you just be a regular person honestly? Suffering for the sake of pride, is having the title of warrior really that joyful? He mumbled under his breath. Fong turned around
and saw his deskmate, Wang Mengda, looking at him with a mournful expression.
Still muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. Fang's mouth twitched instantly. He quickly tried to comfort the guy. I wasn't talking about you. People always need to have some ideals. If a person has no ideals, how is that different from a salted fish? I wasn't talking about me, I was talking about you. Wang Mengda was on the verge of tears as he spoke. Which startled Fong. What's going on? Could it be that his cheating had been exposed to the whole world? Damn it! Would he be captured and dissected for research later? Should he run away now? He thought. Fong still cautiously probed. What happened? Do you know what my mom told me this morning?
She said that guy from number 1 high school, the one with bloodline awakening, named Chu Boan, his vitality value is almost 100.
Wang Mengda said with a regretful expression. So angry that he slapped his thigh. It's infuriating. Why is his vitality value rising so high? Isn't he clearly trying to snatch your city-wide first place? Fong was speechless after hearing that. So that's why. Also, why did you slap my leg when you got excited? Doesn't your hand hurt? Fong was just thinking. Wang Mengda, sitting opposite, twitched the corner of his mouth. Ouch. Fong, why is your leg so hard? Hearing this,
many veteran drivers nearby immediately turned their heads, revealing smiles that were innocent perverted to the extreme. Several girls on the side spat in disgust.
Tui. Pervert. Wang Mengda was startled and quickly explained. It's a normal leg, not that leg. You're overthinking it. No, everyone's pretty tense, it's good to relax. Fong, however, didn't care. It's just that he really hadn't expected that Chu Baowan's vitality value could increase so quickly. Good thing he acted decisively. And went to fight a black market boxing match. Otherwise, he might not have been able to beat this bloodline awakening guy. Speaking of which, this bloodline awakening is quite interesting. It's like taking drugs crazily, with vitality value soaring. I'll have to find time later to catch one and study it. Just as he was thinking about this, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, with a rather solemn expression on his face. Class, there's some bad news I need to tell you. Chapter 28, you want me to back down? Impossible. Class, I have some bad news I need to inform you about. Just one sentence. It made everyone's heart leap into their throats. The aptitude test already concerned the latter half of their lives, making everyone nervous. But no one expected the homeroom teacher to utter such a sentence right after entering the room, making everyone even more uneasy. Noticing that his wording was a bit off, the homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses. He didn't apologize. It's like this, class. Since all high school students in the city are taking the aptitude test today, each school drew lots to decide the testing order. Unfortunately, we've been scheduled for last. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the class immediately felt their hearts sink by half. The results of the aptitude test, besides one's inherent vitality value, are also highly related to one's emotions and mental state during the test. Being the last to test. If those before them perform poorly, they'll feel they'll also perform poorly. If those before them perform too well, they'll feel hopeless. It was completely the worst position. Another point was, the aptitude test typically lasts over 4 hours. By the time it's their turn, they'll all be mentally exhausted and their stomachs rumbling with hunger. So, throughout the years, the school that tests last usually ends up at the bottom of the rankings. Teacher, can't we switch? Trembling, Sun Jianrun raised his hand, wanting to struggle a bit. To prepare for the aptitude test, his family had scraped together 200,000 yuan to buy him 2 vitality value pills. If he couldn't get into a warrior academy, this debt would crush his family. But the homeroom teacher could only let out a helpless sigh. The principal has already gone to negotiate,
but for something like this, hope is relatively slim.
It's best for everyone to be mentally prepared.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jianrun's face suddenly turned pale, and he sank heavily into his chair, tears welling up in his eyes.
If he hadn't been holding back,
he would have burst into tears by now.
Seeing this scene,
Wang Mangda also sighed sadly, silently lamenting that it was a good thing he hadn't planned to take the martial arts exam from the beginning. Then he thought of Fong. He reached out to slap Feng's thigh, but recalling the previous pain, he changed it to stroking Feng's thigh instead.
And blurted out, "It's a good thing your bloodline awakening. 0 cost, and a very high chance of getting in." As soon as this sentence came out, the group of people, whose spirits were already low, immediately glared fiercely at Fong, treating him as an eyesore,
making it difficult for Fong to keep a low profile. So he simply puffed out his chest
and said confidently, "No choice, it's just that I have good character, and good character brings good luck." To be honest, he had long held opinions about guys like Sun Jianrun, who daily prided themselves on taking the martial arts exam to become extraordinary, looking down on those preparing for liberal arts. Now look. Half their hope of taking the martial arts exam is gone, and they still expect others to comfort them? Ridiculous. At this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly took a call. After a brief conversation, she spoke to everyone again.
"Students, the principal's negotiation worked. Our number 2 high school students will be mixed with number 1 high school students for the test, which means some of you can take the test earlier."
Upon hearing this news, Sun Jianrun and the others became agitated again, immediately submitting their applications without hesitation. "Teacher, can we take the exam first?"
Anyway, they're not preparing for the martial arts exam, so a slightly lower score doesn't matter. But if we wait a year, it will affect a lot of things.
Damn it! Wang Mangda couldn't tolerate such words. What did they mean by a slightly lower score doesn't matter? Is that how you talk?
But Fong immediately held him back. It wasn't Wang Mengda's turn to be the early bird.
Fong sneered.
Those who are meant to pass will naturally pass. Those who aren't, no matter how much they manipulate things, still won't pass.
Fong, you. Sun Jianrun and the others instantly became furious.
Even the class teacher frowned slightly.
While allowing Sun Jianrun and his group to take the exam first was unfair to others, the chances of others passing were indeed far less than those of prepared students like Sun Jianrun. After some thought,
the class teacher could only show some favoritism.
After all,
the Education Bureau allocated funds each year for schools to run martial arts training classes, but no school had ever actually run one.
So where did this money go? With so many festivals in a year, teachers' benefits always had to be paid for, right?
Otherwise, there would be no sense of occasion at all. Therefore, for benefits to continue, maintaining a certain admission rate for martial arts students was something every class teacher had to do.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Sun Jianrun, you are the sports committee member.
When we get to the Education Bureau later, you'll be in charge of lining up.
Yes, teacher. A triumphant smile immediately appeared on Sun Jianrun's face. He would be in charge of the lineup. So, who goes first and who goes last? Isn't it obvious? Seeing Sun Jianrun's smug expression, Wang Mangda frowned, clearly displeased, then reluctantly relaxed his brow. Turning to persuade Fong. Fong, why don't you just give in a little?
Go apologize to that scoundrel, take the test earlier.
What if you get a good score and the school gives you a reward of 100,000 or 80,000? You want me to go beg him? Fong scoffed, making Wang Mingda very worried. No, Fong, this is no joke. We might be caving in a bit, but if you get a good score, you can be a boss for a long time. A true man should be able to endure temporary humiliation to achieve lifelong success. Wang Mingda kept muttering, analyzing the pros and cons for Fong.
If Fong hadn't held him back, he would have already sneaked over to plead with Sun Jianrun on Feng's behalf. The result was no surprise. At the Education Bureau,
Sun Jianren himself was first in line, Wang Mengda was second to last, and Fong was placed in the very last position. Sun Jianren even spoke self-righteously. Fong, you have bloodline awakening, you're sure to pass, so why don't you contribute to your classmates by being the last? This is also for the honor of the class, don't you agree? You're full of it, this is just a personal vendetta. Fong didn't indulge him either, directly exposing his petty thoughts, making Sun Jianren slink back to his first position, looking crestfallen and with a twitching face.
Wang Mengda immediately gave Fong a thumbs up.
Awesome! You're still talking? If you hadn't run your mouth at the beginning, would I need to be this awesome? I'm a very low-key person, okay? Fong rolled his eyes exasperatedly. At this moment, several buses pulled up to the entrance of the Education Bureau. From the buses, hundreds of students disembarked.
After forming a neat column, a portly man with tiny, beady eyes, who was leading the group, held up a large red signboard, on which 4 prominent characters were conspicuously written.
Tianla No. 1 Middle School. Seeing the person leading them, the faces of Sun Jianren and those guys were looking a bit off. This greatly perplexed Fong. What's wrong? Why do I feel like that bastard is really afraid of that fat guy? That fat guy is Chu Bawang, the one from First High's Bloodline Awakening. Wang Mengda whispered,
which made Fong understand. From a distance just now, he didn't feel anything, but now that Chu Bawang had approached, Fong noticed that the vitality value fluctuations on him were indeed impressive.
And among warriors, there's a saying about vitality value suppression. Those with high vitality value will suppress those with low vitality value.
So, as soon as Chu Bawang stood over,
everyone around him was suppressed to the point of almost being unable to breathe. This is way too arrogant. Fong saw it at a glance.
This Chu Bawang didn't suppress his vitality value at all, instead, he deliberately unleashed it to its maximum, using it to affect the state of the examinees from Second High.
No need to ask. This must be retaliation from the principal of First High against the principal of Second High.
Who made the principal of Second High go cry to the Education Bureau, dragging First High down with them, forcing them all to be the last test.
Holy crap! Fortunately, this is just during lining up. If this were during the exam, wouldn't anyone near him be screwed? Wang Mengda said, while gleefully watching Sun Jianren and those guys. At this moment, Chu Bawang's standing position was perfectly right next to Sun Jianren.
Sun Jianren was also scared stiff. But very quickly, Sun Jianren immediately understood, disgusted with his small group, and then walked assertively in front of Fong.
You guys, go to the front. Chapter 29, I want you to bow your head and admit your mistake. You guys, go to the front.
Sun Jianren's group dominantly pointed at Fong and his friends, trying to drive them to the front to be neighbors with Overlord Chu.
It was obvious. In order.
Whoever stood next to Overlord Chu would likely be tested in the same batch as Overlord Chu, making them the unlucky one.
No one could tolerate that. Wang Mengda immediately got angry. What do you guys mean?
Just now, when standing at the front was good, you wanted to stand at the front. Now, when standing at the back is good, you want to stand at the back.
How can you be so thick-skinned? Who are you calling thick-skinned? Sun Jianren's face turned red and his neck swelled. People with such petty mindsets are like this. He can do it. But others can't talk about it. I'm the sports committee member, and the homeroom teacher said I'm in charge of arranging the lineup.
I have the authority to arrange everyone's position.
Committee member, or are you withered a pun on committee member and cowardly? You're scared even before the test, and you're using the homeroom teacher as an excuse. Aren't you ashamed? Wang Mengda was not polite at all. Although his vitality value wasn't high, his brother Feng's vitality value was high. No need to back down. How could Fong not know his thoughts? But I just have a high vitality value, and I'm using my vitality value to oppress people, so what?
I say, Sun Jianren Sun the scum, if you're scared, just say so. For the sake of being classmates, if you beg me, I can stand at the front.
Yes, first say something nice, say Brother Wang for me to hear. Wang Mengda was also like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water.
Anyway, Fong had his back.
The commotion here was so big.
The homeroom teacher naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing.
He quickly came over and roared. What are you doing?
Fong, Wang Mengda, and you, the rest of you, go stand at the front. Sun Jianrun and the others saw that the homeroom teacher had come to support them. They immediately smiled smugly.
The looks they cast at Fong and Wang Mengda were also full of ridicule. Their meaning was clearly saying, "You're arrogant. You're proud. Now the homeroom teacher is on our side, how can you still fight me?" No. But Fong was also straightforward, not even giving the homeroom teacher face. Making the homeroom teacher so angry his eyes went black. You dare not listen to the teacher. I respect your profession, that's why I call you a teacher, but with the things you've done, do you deserve the title of teacher? When Fong said this, not only did Wang Mengda cast an admiring glance, but even guys like Sun Jianrun couldn't help but want to praise Fong. Making the homeroom teacher's face turn white with anger. But she couldn't lose her temper. Because at this moment, the place they were standing was not in school, nor in the classroom. It was at the Education Bureau. One wrong move. Not to mention her, a mere homeroom teacher, even the principal would be in deep trouble. So, she could only scold in a low voice. Fong, what exactly do you want? Do you want our senior class too to be humiliated with you in front of the entire city? Don't speak so dramatically. Fong detested such attempts to put blame on others. She directly stated her demands. If you want me to stand at the front, fine. First, that bitch Sun must apologize to us, and second, you, teacher, must also apologize to us. What did you say? Both the homeroom teacher and Sun Jianrun shouted in unison. Making the principal, who was patrolling, look over instantly. His eyes filled with rage. That one look immediately made the homeroom teacher yield. Alright, Fong, this is the teacher's fault, the teacher apologizes to you. Sun Jianrun, standing beside them, stammered and echoed a sentence. I'm sorry. That's it? Fong scratched his ear and looked at Wang Mengda next to him. Did you hear anything? It seems like I did, and it seems like I didn't. Wang Mengda stroked his chin, struggling to come up with a few comments. This apology lacks logic, and the emotions aren't rich enough. There's no intonation at all, the voice is flat, making it seem very unfocused. The homeroom teacher and Sun Jianrun were practically homicidal. Under everyone's gaze, Fong and Wang Mengda actually showed them no respect at all. Sun Jianrun was so angry he let out a low growl. You're going too far. Going too far? The aptitude test concerns everyone's future, yet you want to manipulate it however you please. And after all that, you have the nerve to call us going too far? Dismissing such petty emotions, Fong sneered. He patted Wang Mengda's shoulder. Tell him that thing you told me before, that whole spiel. Oh, right. Wang Mengda cleared his throat. He began speaking with great passion and expression. We might have been a bit cowardly, but if we get good grades, we can live like kings for a long time. A true man should be able to endure temporary humiliation to achieve lifelong success. Well, doesn't that make a lot of sense? Fong said to Sun Jianrun with a mischievous grin. His attitude was also made clear. Today, I'm going to make you bow your head. If you don't bow now, you won't get good grades, and you'll spend the rest of your life bowing your head. Fists clenched white with anger. Sun Jianrun could only lower his head. I was wrong, I was selfish, wanting to get good grades, please forgive me. The homeroom teacher beside them frowned and spoke helplessly. I'm sorry, it's my fault as the homeroom teacher for being biased. Hey, you don't need to say anymore, it makes us seem disrespectful to our elders. We'll go stand up front, farewell. Fong left immediately after speaking. The homeroom teacher was dizzy with anger, roaring frantically inside. If you really wanted to respect your elders, you should have stopped me before I even started talking. Damn it, what do you mean by interrupting me halfway through? You want to hear the apology, and you want the good reputation too. As for Sun Jianrun, he clenched his fists even tighter. Others tried to come over and console him. But he raised a hand to stop them first. No need to say anything. I'll swallow this anger for now. The most important thing right now is for us to adjust our state and get good grades. As long as we do well, we'll have plenty of opportunities to torment them later. MHM. The group all looked at Fong with angry eyes. But their little actions had already been noticed by Fong. With his vast spiritual power, Feng's 5 senses were heightened. Every word these people spoke fell completely into Feng's ears. A slight smile played on the corner of his lips. Fong thought to himself. Revenge seems like a kind of hope, doesn't it? Haha, well, in a bit, I'll let you know what despair truly means. Speak, you can't outtalk me fight, and you certainly can't beat me. He calmly took the first position in the line. Beside Fong. Standing tall was the Bloodline Awakener, towering like an iron pagoda, the Overlord of Chu. He cast a faint glance at Fong. The Overlord of Chu, standing nearby, slowly began to speak. You are Fong, aren't you? You've heard my name, are you looking for my autograph? Sorry, I never give autographs to ugly people, especially those who are both ugly and fat. Hearing the strong provocative undertone, Fong was not one to be good-tempered either. If others don't offend me, I don't offend them. If others offend me, they must be scum. Towards scum. There's no need for a good temper. Before the Overlord of Chu could say anything, his henchman beside him started to get angry. What did you say? Do you know who this person is? He's the strongest in our first high school, a Bloodline Awakener. Didn't they say he was a bit simple-minded? Why doesn't he look simple or amiable at all? Fong couldn't be bothered with these people. He turned his head and asked Wang Mengda a question. Wang Mengda replied in a low voice. It's all because the people around him kept praising him until he believed he was invincible. So that's how it is. Fong nodded. He expressed sorrow. But this attitude, from the Overlord of Chu's perspective, was utterly arrogant and lawless. A group of people got hot-headed, about to lay hands on someone. But Chu Baowang reached out to stop them. What are you doing? This is the Education Bureau, a place for scholarship. How can you resort to violence? Boss, he looks like that. Ha! Chu Baowang smiled proudly. Hands in his pockets. Looking quite foolish. And he gave Fong a meaningful look. The aptitude test is coming up soon, and I expect he'll be testing with me. If he's not careful and gets affected by my vitality value, doesn't do well, he'll have regrets for the rest of his life. Chapter 30, I'll crush everyone. Is that so? Fong glanced at King Chu, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, deciding to show how an excellent student would handle such a situation. So Fong turned around and said loudly to everyone. Classmates, I know everyone has a lot of opinions about Chu Baowang. You think he's ugly, fierce, and fat, and testing with him in the same batch will affect your own results. That's why I strongly request that Chu Baowang and I be arranged in the same exam batch. If I don't do well, it's because I have a problem with my mindset, and it has nothing to do with Chu Baowang. If anyone else dares to be sarcastic, I, Fong, will be the first to object. A powerful and impassioned speech. It made everyone cheer loudly and spontaneously applaud. Compared to them, Fong truly embodied what a warrior should be. Even the principal cast an admiring glance. This kid brought me glory. He also started applauding. Seeing this situation, Chu Baowang, as the other protagonist of the incident, could no longer remain silent and had to say a few symbolic words. Same here.
If I'm affected by Fong, it's because I'm not good enough, and it has nothing to do with Fong.
TCH. As a result, the two received completely different treatment, and the students booed him.
This was intolerable for the number one high school principal.
Damn it, daring to disgrace our school. Fine, you just wait, I'm not without connections in the education bureau. Puffing up with anger,
the number one high school principal immediately went to the back to find someone to pull some strings.
Fong, right? Being affected by Chu Baowang means your mindset isn't good, right? Alright, then I'll help you be a hero for once.
I'll let you and Chu Baowang take the test together. No, I'll also bring in a few key students from your class, so they can hate you together. But if Fong were to know this,
Fong would surely burst out laughing. Who are the key students in our class? Well, those guys, like Sun Jianrun.
But at this moment, system's notification sound was ringing in Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a charisma reward, which is now being randomly doubled.
Randomly multiplied by 555.
He stroked his chin.
Fong thought carefully for a moment. If showing off could increase charisma, then maybe in the future, he should try to become a gang leader or something? While pondering this matter, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Feng's name appeared on the display screen. Fong, Chu Baowang, Sun Jianrun.
Students whose names have been called, please proceed to the testing room for the aptitude test.
Standing at the back of the line, Sun Jianrun and his group's faces instantly turned pale when they heard that they actually had to test with Chu Baowang. How could this be?
But now they didn't even have time to cry. This was at the Education Bureau, not a place where they could do as they pleased. As for Chu Baowang, he gave a cold, sinister smile and mocked Fong.
You're dead. Childish. Smiling lazily, Fong walked calmly and unhurriedly into the testing room.
The so-called testing room. It was actually a room filled with 50 measuring devices, divided into 5 columns, with 10 measuring devices in each column. But these measuring devices were different from the ones Fong had used in the gym before. They were cylindrical measuring devices that required a person to stand inside to be tested.
Moreover, each measuring device had a display screen showing the examinee's name right next to each other.
Noticing that Chu Baowang was on his right, Fong smiled knowingly. No need to ask, someone must have arranged it, most likely people from Chu Baowang's side. Discovering that the person to his right was Chu Baowang, Fong gave a knowing smile. No need to ask, it was certainly arranged by someone, likely from Chu Baowang's side. But this situation
is a case of trying to show off and getting screwed instead. If you want to bully someone, then you better be prepared to be bullied back, don't you think so, classmate Sun Jianrun? Sun Jianrun's face darkened. If he could, he absolutely wouldn't want to be in this exam hall. But now,
the only thing he could be thankful for was that he was on the other side of Fong, with Fong still separating him and Chu Baowang. Thank goodness I'm not next to Chu Baowang, there's still Fong in between.
Although Fong has also undergone bloodline awakening, his vitality value definitely isn't as high as Chu Baowang's.
As soon as Chu Baowang erupts, Fong will surely try hard to block him.
With them clashing, my pressure will be much lighter, and getting a good score shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about this layer,
Sun Jianrun actually started to find Fong pleasing to the eye. And he was still quietly mocking in his heart.
Fong, oh Fong, didn't you think yourself so arrogant? Refusing this arrangement, refusing that arrangement, and in the end, weren't you still arranged next to me, to take a bullet for me? Seeing the mysterious smile on Sun Jianrun's lips, how could Fong not understand his little scheme? Taking a bullet, huh? You probably don't know that Chu Baowang is only in the category of firing a gun, but I am a mobile nuclear weapon. A mischievous smile played on his lips. Fong quickly confirmed. Confirmed if there were any innocent people in the same exam hall. Fortunately, in the exam hall, apart from Sun Jianrun's group, the rest were basically all cannon fodder from number 1 high school, unrelated to their number 2 high school. Then I can go all out. The city's top spot, I'm taking it. walked into the measuring instrument. Fong leisurely waited for the prompt sound to start the test. Beside him, everyone else was nervous to varying degrees. At this moment, a sudden electronic sound rang out. Ding! The first round of testing will now commence. All examinees, please pay attention to the indicator light in front of you.
When the green light turns on, all examinees please clench your fists and unleash all your vitality value.
Only when the red light turns on does it mean you can stop exerting force. The test consists of 3 rounds, with a 5-minute break between each round.
As the voice faded, everyone in the examination hall became tense, including Chu Bawang. Only Fong remained calm and composed.
Then, with a ding,
the green light in front of everyone lit up. Some people, to avoid being affected by Chu Bawang, immediately clenched their fists and quickly unleashed all their power.
The entire examination hall was instantly drowned in roars. Meanwhile,
Chu Bawang glanced at Fong with a cruel look. He not only wanted Fong to fail the test, but he also wanted Fong to be intimidated by his vitality value, leading to a direct score of 0. Kid, this is the price of your arrogance. Fists clenched.
Chu Bawang clenched both fists, and his immense vitality value erupted completely in an instant.
A powerful surge of vitality value, like a raging flood, swept across the entire hall, captivating all examinees.
How can this be?
Sun Jianrun's face was filled with bitterness, and he trembled all over, completely suppressed.
It's important to know.
The glass jar testing instruments in the examination hall were specifically developed to prevent examinees from influencing each other.
However, there are also loopholes.
Because the vitality value of an average examinee is usually only around 310. A vitality value above 10 qualifies one to be a warrior, and above 15 is considered excellent. Therefore, the maximum limit for this glass jar measuring device is only 30. So when Chu Bawang, with a vitality value of over 30, erupted, everyone else in the examination room suffered. This was simply a disaster.
How can his vitality value be so high? Didn't this kid Fong block it at all? Sun Jianrun roared furiously. He was very close to Chu Bawang. He could already feel that the vitality value in his body was almost completely suppressed, unable to circulate. If this continued, his score would definitely not reach excellent. So he looked at Fong angrily, wanting to blame Fong entirely. But he was almost shocked by what he saw. Because Fong wasn't even erupting vitality value at all. Fong, are you crazy? Are you scared stiff? Hurry up and help me block it. You want me to erupt, right? Fong asked very seriously, making Sun Jianrun feel like he had met an idiot. Are you FING stupid or not? Don't think about erupting after Chu Bawang does. The test has a time limit. Once time is up, you'll just be considered to have no score. Oh, okay then, I'll erupt now. Fong nodded seriously, making Sun Jianrun so angry he wanted to spit blood. But he absolutely couldn't have imagined what came next would be the moment he truly wanted to spit blood. With both fists clenched, Feng's entire vitality value erupted in an instant. Ah! Boom! A powerful surge of vitality value raged torrentially. In a flash, everyone in the examination hall, regardless of their strength, turned ashen. If the vitality value unleashed by Overlord Chu was a monstrous flood to them, allowing for a struggle, then the vitality value unleashed by Fong was absolutely the end of the world, leaving absolutely no way to escape. Chapter 31, Showing Off feels good for a moment. Boom! Boom boom! Boom 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 boom! From Feng's body, a mighty force of vitality value, like a colossal flood, brutally and ferociously slammed into the entire examination hall. Especially Sun Jianrun and Overlord Chu, who were next to Fong. The moment Fong erupted, Both of them felt as if a colossal mountain had descended from the sky, utterly crushing them. With a thud, both men simultaneously knelt to the ground, unable even to stand. Monster. Sun Jianrun choked. He had originally thought that Fong, being a bloodline awakener, was a waste who had overdrawn his potential, but he never expected this waste's potential to be so damn vast. So vast that even he couldn't bear it. Why the hell did you have to run your mouth? If he wanted to stand, you should have let him stand. Why did you have to make him erupt? Crying out with a heart-wrenching wail, Sun Jianrun truly realized what despair meant. When the tyrant king of Chu erupted, he could at least still circulate his vitality value, but when Fong erupted, the vitality value in his body was as if dead, unable to move at all. If this continues, this aptitude test, he would definitely not get a good score. As for the tyrant king of Chu, he wasn't doing well either. Originally, he thought that even if he wasn't invincible in the world, he was invincible in Tianla City. The result: Fang's mere outburst left him so stunned that he couldn't move, and the vitality value in his body turned into sludge, completely unable to flow normally. This made the tyrant king of Chu want to cry. Damn it, which lunatic arranged this? Why do I have to test with a monster like this? Outside the test venue, the principal of high school number 1 suddenly sneezed. After rubbing his nose, he said to the principal of high school number 2 beside him, "Oldly, this year's first place is ours, and by the way, all those students you just sent in are doomed." The principal of high school number 2 choked for a long time, unable to utter a word. He could only rage ineffectually. Humph. Then he turned his head and left. At this moment, he still hadn't realized how thrilled he would be later. Inside the test venue, the first round of testing had also ended. Fong retracted his vitality value, and at the same time, activated the spirit gathering art to slowly recover his vitality value, preparing to once again astound everyone. After all, it feels good to show off for a moment, and it feels good to keep showing off. Especially in front of people you don't like. Crushing them repeatedly. Again and again. Beside them, Sun Jianrun, who was kneeling, slowly stood up, supporting himself against the glass wall. Then, with an ingratiating expression, Brother Fong, Brother Fong? You usually call me Fong, why Brother Fong today? Is something up? Fong said, smiling, not delaying his vitality value recovery at all. Sun Jianrun pleaded with a fawning smile. Brother Fong, in the second round later, could you please burst slower? Could you burst your vitality value after we've finished our tests? Yes, Brother Fong, with your burst, we can't test properly. The others also begged pitifully, asking Fong to give them a way out. They even resorted to emotional blackmail. Brother Fong, my family borrowed money to buy me supplements so I could get into the Warrior Academy. If I don't get in, I really won't have the face to see my parents. Look at you, saying that. So if I don't do well, I do have the face to see my parents? Fong looked disdainfully at the person who said this. Saying such things. Do you mean only you have parents? Sun Jianrun quickly apologized. Brother Fong, he didn't mean it like that. He meant that it's absolutely no problem for you to get a good score, Brother Fong. You just need to make way for us and let us test first. Yes, that's what we mean, not anything else. Several people quickly changed their tune. But it was still the same. Just for profit. Not even a sincere apology. Fong immediately put on a stern face. Wait until you finish your exams? What if the exam time passes by the time you're done? How about this, I'll unleash my power first, and once I'm done, you can test yourselves. Sun Jianrun and the others immediately froze. Clearly unwilling to agree. Although the two proposals seemed similar on the surface, in reality, everyone knew that tests were time-sensitive. If they accidentally went over time, the score would automatically be 0. Self-interested individuals as refined as them Of course, they wouldn't agree. On the other side, Chu Baowang sneered disdainfully. Humph, look at your pathetic state. If you're a real man, you should fight fair and square. Aha! Fong turned to look at Chu Baowang,
wondering how this guy had the nerve to say such a thing.
Had he forgotten when he knelt down just now? His knees made a very clear sound, didn't they?
Then Chu Baowang took out a vitality value pill from his pocket and arrogantly dangled it in front of Fong.
Unlike the common brown vitality value pills,
this vitality value pill was green. Sun Jianrun's expression immediately changed.
It's actually a second-grade vitality value pill.
If you buy it on the market, one pill costs at least 300,000. At the same time, he was cursing inwardly.
Damn it, you two immortals are fighting, and we mortals are suffering. One Fong was enough, but add another drug-crazed Overlord Chu, and how are they supposed to survive? It was also Feng's first time seeing a grade 2 vitality value pill. He was a little curious.
Your principal really spared no expense.
A 300,000 yuan pill, he just gave it away. Doesn't his heart ache?
Humph, our principal said that once I get first place, the funding will be at the top tier.
With 5 million yuan in funding, he could even buy another one and give it to me. Overlord Chu said proudly.
The students from number 1 high school nearby covered their faces in shame.
Even if a bloodline awakening occurred, a simpleton is still a simpleton.
He honestly spilled everything as soon as someone asked.
Feng's mouth also twitched.
No wonder the first place reward is 100,000 yuan. It turns out there's 5 million behind it.
What a loss, what a loss.
From now on, when something like this comes up, I need to talk to the school first. Hearing Fong say such a thing. This time, it was the students from number 2 high school who covered their faces in shame.
The one from number 1 high school was a simpleton. But this one from number 2 high school was a bandit. But, thinking about it, being a bandit is still much better than being a simpleton. Ding! Attention, students, the second test is about to begin. Please pay attention to the indicator lights in front of you. Green light is start, red light is end. Hearing the prompt, Overlord Chu swallowed the grade 2 vitality value pill without any hesitation.
Actually, with his current vitality value, he couldn't withstand the vitality value power of a grade 2 vitality value pill at all. If he forced himself to take it, the rioting vitality value would instead destroy his body.
That meant this person would be crippled for life. However,
everyone knew that Bloodline Awakening was a double-edged sword, meaning it was like overdrawing all future possibilities in one go. So, knowing there's no room for future growth,
then why not fight for it now? Can't enjoy it for a moment, even if it's just a moment?
I feel it. The vitality value in my body is boiling.
I've never been this powerful. Her fists clenched tight. Veins bulged on Overlord Chu's forehead.
His body's vitality value, which started at 97, directly broke through the 100 limit and continued to surge upwards.
101109118129. At the same time, Overlord Chu even gave Fong a provocative look. Come on.
If you've got what it takes, press me down to my knees again, just like you did before.
As his emotions soared, Chu Baowang's vitality value spiked by several more points. This made Sun Jianrun incredibly frustrated. Although you're challenging Fong, we're the ones suffering. Fong isn't affected one bit. Fong watched Chu Baowang with interest. He could clearly feel it.
The medicinal effect of the grade 2 vitality value pill was indeed extraordinary. Chu Baowang's vitality value had already soared to an astonishing level.
However, Chu Baowang couldn't even retain it.
The massive power of the vitality value was like a passing girl, merely swirling around Chu Baowang before drifting away. It meant Chu Baowang had eaten it for nothing.
What a pity.
If I had eaten this, it would surely have increased my vitality value by 50.
Shaking his head, while feeling regretful, Fong said to Chu Ba Tian,
since you've challenged me, I'll give you a chance to continue kneeling.
Damn it, I think you're the one who's going to kneel. Provoked by Fong.
Chu Ba Tian, whose anger was already boiling over, clenched his fists until they turned purple, frantically spreading all the medicinal power released by the vitality value pill outwards. His vitality value also gradually approached the 200 mark, steadily closing in on Feng's vitality value. Chapter 32, Keep showing off, keep enjoying it. Taking drugs, huh? Don't act like you're the only one who knows how to take drugs. Fong smirked. He directly muttered in his mind. System, give me 3 grade 1 vitality value pills, and put them in my mouth. If the quality isn't enough, then the quantity will make up for it. Fong has plenty of vitality value pills. And if Fong wasn't worried that the system might place it in the wrong spot, he would have directly asked for it to be placed in his stomach. So, putting it in his mouth was just a test. Just imagine. In future intense battles, when both hands are occupied, a pill drops from the sky directly into his stomach, causing his vitality value to skyrocket. How terrified would his opponent be? And how secretly thrilled would he be? Just thinking about it is exciting. Following Feng's consciousness. Instantly, 3 vitality value pills fell into Feng's mouth. With a swallow, the 3 pills went straight to his stomach. Excellent. Feng's eyes lit up. This method really works. So, next. It's time for a complete overwhelming victory. And once again. Clenching his fists. Feng's vitality value erupted completely. The power of the vitality value within the 3 vitality value pills was fully ignited at this moment, making Feng's vitality value like a fiercely burning flame, defiantly pointing towards the sky. Boom! In a flash. A vitality value pressure, even stronger and more crushing than before, enveloped the entire examination hall, making everyone tremble all over. They felt as if a boundless meteor was descending above their heads, and even though the meteor hadn't arrived, the aura it created was already about to grind them into oblivion. How is this possible? How is this possible? Feeling his own vitality value being domineeringly suppressed by Fong, Overlord Chu roared, his eyes red and swollen. He had already played his trump card. But he still couldn't overcome Fong. Moreover, his body was still trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing and kneeling once again. Can't kneel. Can't kneel, ah. With a thud, Overlord Chu knelt down on the ground again. The sound of his knees hitting the ground, still as crisp as before. As for Sun Jianrun, he had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, with a look of utter despair on his face. That expression clearly said, "Heh, do whatever you want, can't I just not take the exam anymore?" Woohoo. After kneeling twice in a row. By the 3rd time he knelt, Sun Jianrun no longer had as much resistance. As for Overlord Chu, though he was unwilling. But what good was that? His trump card was useless, so he had to kneel anyway. The short 20-minute test felt like 20 long years for those in the same testing room as Fong. After Fong walked out of the testing room, everyone burst into tears. Whoa, why am I so unlucky? Why did I have to take the exam with someone like this? Outside the testing room, the principal of number 1 high school, who was happily waiting for Chu Bawang to get good grades, saw Fong walk out alone, with a look on his face as if he had performed well. He went up and asked, "Student, why haven't the others come out yet?" "They're crying inside," Fong said very calmly. This greatly puzzled the principal of number 1 high school. "Then why aren't you crying?" "Me? I did quite well, so there's no need to cry." "Is that so?" The principal of number 1 high school rubbed his head. He thought, this shouldn't be. With Chu Bawang there, everyone should have done poorly. Could it be that Fong was far from Chu Bawang? But that's not right. He clearly arranged for Fong and Chu Bawang to take the exam next to each other. Could it be?
That Chu Bawang flunked? No, no, no. That's impossible.
Chu Bawang couldn't have flunked. He still has the grade 2 vitality value pill I gave him. Just as he denied his own thought. The principal of number 1 high school saw Chu Bawang and a group of people walked out of the examination room, with long faces and limping. This immediately sent a chill through the principal of number 1 high school. His face also started to burn with pain.
Meanwhile,
Yi Shangbei, the chief proctor, picked up the thermos on the table, blew away some tea foam, and took a delightful sip.
Are the results for this exam out yet? Well, hasn't it come out yet after all this time? Yi Shangbei frowned. Logically speaking, at this point, the results should have been out long ago. It's impossible for them to be delayed this long. His subordinate said with a difficult expression. Not that, director, they are out, it's just that the results are a bit strange. Tisk, making a fuss over nothing. Your director has been sitting here for 20 years, what strange things haven't I seen? Let me see them.
Yi Shangbei said calmly.
The subordinate could only obey. Yi Shangbei even let out a contemptuous snort. You're just inexperienced.
When you've seen a few more years, and you're as mature as I am, you won't be like this when you see such things.
What the hell is going on?
Yi Shangbei was so startled that he literally jumped out of his chair. He had been in the Education Bureau for over 20 years and had never seen such results.
231298253. But more importantly, everyone else in the same examination room had a score of 0.
Damn it, we've run into a formidable character, slaughtering the entire field. Yi Shangbei broke out in a cold sweat after seeing it. Others might not know, but Yi Shangbei knew it best. The glass jar measuring device, much like a weighing scale, requires the person being measured to maintain a relatively stable state for 5 seconds to record their vitality value at that moment. But once the vitality value is suppressed,
then it's dire.
Violent fluctuations will only lead to unstable readings. If the vitality value stops fluctuating in the end, it will be judged as 0. A vitality value approaching 300, that's already touching the threshold of 3-star bronze. How many levels has this person held back to achieve such a score? Director, I checked, this person is participating for the first time, just over 18 years old.
What? Yi Shangbei's face twitched. He knew things were serious.
This can no longer be described as genius, it's practically a monster. Immediately transmit my order, lock down this news at once. Without my command, no one is to leak this information.
After giving the order, Yi Shangbei didn't bother with the remaining tests.
He sprinted all the way to the rooftop, pulled out his phone, and called someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. Hey, old Luo, there's something I'm only telling you.
You absolutely must not spread it. And so, in less than an hour, several key universities all received Yi Shangbei's message.
They all learned that in the small city of Tianla, a monstrous talent with a vitality value close to 300 had appeared.
All the principals didn't hesitate. Send people. We must poach this person to our school. Meanwhile,
the principal of second middle school, who already knew the truth, laughed joyfully towards the sky, constantly slapping his thighs with his hands.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
This made the principal of first middle school next to him incredibly aggrieved. A mouthful of old blood surged to his throat, but he swallowed it back down. Although he was very displeased now, he also admitted, if Fong had been from his school, he would have laughed 100 times more exaggeratedly than the principal of second middle school.
Damn it, why isn't such a good student from my school? Fuck.
And my grade 2 vitality value pill.
The principal of first middle school felt a pang of heartache.
But there was nothing he could do. The grade 2 vitality value pill had already been eaten by Chu Badian.
He couldn't dig it out even if he wanted to.
So he could only curse angrily.
How can there be such a monster? Couldn't even defeat him after eating a grade 2 vitality value pill, damn it.
This world has really changed.
listening to the helpless fury of the first middle school principal. The principal of second middle school laughed even more happily. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Tears streamed down from laughing so hard. He kept stomping the floor furiously. After the fit of laughter finally subsided, the principal looked at Fong, his face full of praise. Student Fong, this time, you have brought great honor to our second middle school. As the principal, not only must I commend you, but I must also give you a grand reward. Tell me, what do you want? Seeing the principal speak with such magnanimity, Fang's eyes immediately narrowed. Really? Anything at all? Well. Instantly, the principal felt a chill creep into his heart. It was a bad premonition. Chapter 33, Nothing Out of the Ordinary. Well, Student Fong, it's not exactly anything you want, a reward is more about the sentiment. In front of all the students, the principal couldn't very well go back on his word. Who told him to say it himself? And let Fong make the request. Fong immediately put on an innocent expression, showing a sweet smile. Principal, how could I have any bad intentions? You see, even without martial arts training classes at school, I was still able to achieve such excellent test scores. Fong hadn't finished speaking. The principal was already breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, my dear ancestor. Some things can be done. But I can't say it. So he immediately coughed a few times, stopping Fong from continuing. Cough cough, Student Fong, whatever you require, just tell me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely give it to you. Alright then, I want one grade 2 vitality value pill and an additional 200,000 yuan cash reward. Fong stated his demands directly. He had thought it through. He couldn't give up the cash reward just for the pills, so he decided to ask for both. The principal's mouth twitched upon hearing this. No, Student Fong, what you're asking for is a bit much. Principal, think bigger. Fong pointed to the last batch of examinees. Almost all of them were from their number 2 middle school. Look, the aptitude test is almost over. Do you think any of them will have higher vitality value than me? That's true. The principal mumbled in affirmation. It made everyone really want to cut Fong down with their eyes. Although it was true. But saying it so blatantly. It was really too damn hurtful. And he said it so loudly. Then think again, before me, whose vitality value could suppress the entire field to have no results, like mine? Fong continued to guide him. Because it was a fact. So the principal couldn't refute it. There really wasn't anyone. Right? Fong happily rambled on. The more he rambled, the more addicted he became. So, all the senior high students in the city are here, and no one is taller than me, so this city's top spot definitely belongs to our school. Then, when the education funds are allocated. Tisk, TSK, 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 tisk. And I'm not boasting, but I think I've really outdone myself this time. So, forget about being first in the city, first in the whole country is even possible. Principal, all those principals at our school couldn't achieve what you've achieved. In the future, when people say a certain principal produced a national champion, how much prestige will that bring you? As soon as Fong finished these sentences, the principal didn't dither any longer. He made the decision on the spot. Alright, as you said, 1-2 grade vitality value pill and a 200,000 cash reward. I'll have someone procure them immediately. Alright. Fong said with a smug look, then happily walked back to his team. At the same time, the electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Hustle Others reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 666 times. After Fong returned to the team, the principal, who had been swept up in the moment, touched his now calm, receding hairline. He suddenly felt a bit clearer. Was I too impulsive? First in the city, how did that jump to first in the nation? Shouldn't we aim for first in the province first? Meanwhile, Wang Mengda, who was sure he'd bombed the exam, looked completely relaxed instead. He looked at Fong walking back and immediately greeted him like a good brother. Good brother, you wouldn't believe it. As soon as the news came out that you did well, the homeroom teacher's expression, TSK, 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 it was worse than eating a giant fly. Humph, she thought if I didn't do well, she could take the opportunity to mock me. Too bad, I didn't give her the chance. Fong grinned mischievously. At this moment, he was the glory of the entire second high school. Not to mention the homeroom teacher wouldn't dare to speak ill of him, even the principal had been bamboozled by him. By the way, don't just talk about me, how did you do on your exam? What else could it be? Wang Mengda's eyes widened, and he extended both hands forward, making a twisting motion as if screwing in a bolt. And with a face full of pride. Getting ready to go to the factory to screw in bolts, huh? The executive chair you'll be sitting in someday might have screws I tightened. Don't worry, I'll tighten them really well, they won't pop out and burst your chrysanthemum. TSK, you screwing in bolts? You're just eyeing the girls at the factory, aren't you? How can a pervert looking at girls be called eyeing? That's called dedication. Wang Mengda said indifferently. Anyway, he didn't have much ambition. In a small place like Tien Wu City, living a carefree life was pretty good, saving him from the conflict and danger outside. In terms of self-awareness, he was tens of thousands of times better than Sun Jianrun and his gang. While chatting and laughing, the last batch of candidates also emerged from the testing room, which marked the end of the aptitude test. Standing by the window, Yi Shangbei looked at Fong in the crowd, not finding anything particularly special about him. This kid, from his appearance, is just unremarkable. His gaze swept backward sharply. Fong turned his head, and his eyes met Yi Shangbei's. In that instant, Yi Shangbei, a 9-star bronze, was actually startled and stumbled back a big step. That feeling. It was as if he had made eye contact with a primeval beast. There was a fear of facing death directly. How could I be scared by a high school student? And his vitality value was only just reaching 3-star bronze, while I'm a 9-star bronze. Monster. He's truly a monster. In his shock, Yi Shangbei no longer dared to underestimate Fong. His intuition told him this person was very dangerous. That useless old man, he looks like a minor leader, but why is he looking at me? Is it because I did well in the test, and he wants to admire me? He stroked his chin. Fong didn't give it much thought. Normally, after the aptitude test, it usually takes 3 days for the results to be announced, and then the channel for students to register for universities opens. During these 3 days, students can estimate their scores based on their performance and then filter for schools they might be admitted to. After all, when registering, quick reflexes are also a form of strength. If scores are similar but registration is late, or if a school is full, then admission won't be possible. However, this kind of problem only applies to ordinary students. For a prodigy like Fong, the admissions officers from major universities are already rushing over. Returning near home, Fong observed the situation at home from a distance. The situation isn't looking too good. Fong mumbled to himself. Inside the house, Feng Manlu, who usually wouldn't be home from work yet, was now anxiously pacing back and forth at the doorway, looking tense, afraid that Fong wouldn't dare to come home because he didn't do well on the test. His mom, Lin Xueme, was also incredibly nervous, sitting on the stool for a moment, then standing up again, constantly looking towards the intersection. Even Xinger was nervously picking at her fingers, her right pinky finger turning red. Are they worried that I'm too ashamed to come home? Fong scratched the back of his head. If he were too ashamed to come home, then probably all high school seniors nationwide wouldn't have the face to come home today. Seeing how worried they are, if I tell them the truth, will they think I didn't do well, got stimulated, and went crazy? Never mind, I'll go over calmly. I'll explain to them when the results are out,
to save them from worrying even more. So, Fong pretended as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't taken a test today, just a normal day of going to school and coming home.
Seeing Fong finally return,
the three, who felt like they had been waiting an eternity, quickly jogged over, but stopped 5 steps from Fong, staring at him blankly.
Fong asked calmly, "Are you guys alright?" We're fine.
Fong Manlu quickly rubbed the back of his head awkwardly.
And then asked Fong in return, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, are you?" Well, if you're fine, want to go out for a meal?"
"Sure."
The family of 4, in this strange atmosphere, arrived at a barbecue stall under the overpass.
Originally, Fong Manlu wanted to go to a restaurant, but parents worldwide share a similar sentiment, and every parent thinks this way, so their family didn't get a table and were squeezed out to eat barbecue instead.
Fortunately, though, compared to the food in restaurants, Shinger preferred barbecue. "Brother, eat this." Shinger's small hand was held high, holding a large oyster.
Although Shinger didn't think it tasted good.
She heard, "It's good for men." So she immediately offered it to Fong. Fong affectionately patted her little head. "Shinger is so good." "Heh, eating oysters is good,
Fong Manlu was standing by, pretending to be serious, not daring to let anyone see his a little bit too eager thoughts. But Lin Xueme, who was standing beside him, knew him too well to not know what he was thinking. So she quietly pinched him, making Fong Manlu wince in pain.
Across from them, Fong could only awkwardly pretend to be deaf and dumb with Shinger, feigning ignorance of everything. At this moment,
a person in yellow walked over from the side and immediately clapped Fong Manlu on the shoulder.
"Old Fong, celebrating for your son?" "Celebrating here, he didn't do well, did he?" Chapter 34, Beating Up Dad's Boss. "Old Fong, celebrating for your son?" "Celebrating here, he didn't do well, did he?" Reeking of alcohol.
The middle-aged man in yellow walked up and clapped Fong Manlu on the shoulder. His greasy, dirty hand directly smeared oil and grime onto Fong Manlu's clean clothes. But after seeing the other person's face,
Fong Manlu not only didn't get angry but immediately forced a stiff smile. "Captain, you're eating here too." "Bullshit, if I'm not eating here, am I here to eat shit?"
As the rider captain, Zhao Daqing showed Fong Manlu no respect.
After sizing up Fong from head to toe,
his face full of disdain.
TSK, look, your son is as skinny as a monkey, he definitely didn't do well."
"Not like my son, tall and strong, he has a chance in this year's martial arts exam."
"The results aren't out yet, maybe he did quite well." Fong Manlu kept fawning, smiling apologetically, trying hard to save Fong a little face.
But Zhao Daqing was full of contempt.
"Hey, grades are obvious at a glance. Your son is like this, what kind of martial arts exam could he pass? What school would even take him?"
A liberal arts university isn't bad either."
"You're crazy."
Zhao Daqing pursed his lips. He was extremely displeased with Fong Manlu's retort. So he began to harshly criticize him.
"What's the use of going to a liberal arts university? Didn't you come from a liberal arts university too? And you were even some Yinjing talent, but now aren't you still delivering takeout?
I think your son has no future. He should start working early to support the family, or else he won't even have food to eat later on.
Bring him over for an interview in a couple of days.
Although his qualifications are a bit lacking, I'll reluctantly take him on for your sake.
Remember to give me a big red packet." Blathering drunkenly,
Zhao Daqing's gaze then fixed on Lin Xueme, who was standing nervously to the side. His eyes immediately lit up.
"Oh, this must be my sister-in-law, right?
You're so beautiful. They say a friend's wife, no need to be polite. Since this is our first time meeting, let's have a cross-cup drink, just to show some goodwill."
"No, Captain, this isn't appropriate."
Lin Xueme refused awkwardly.
But Zhao Daqing became even more enthusiastic. Oh, what's inappropriate about it? Your useless husband won't have an opinion. But
Fong Manlu, however, stepped forward and slapped the wine glass out of Zhao Daqing's hand.
please show some respect. Fong Manlu.
Zhao Daqing immediately widened his eyes. He stood up with a sudden burst of anger.
Fong Manlu. You're fucking got a problem, haven't you? Fine.
Then don't bother coming to work tomorrow, I'm firing your ass.
Ha! Fong Manlu let out a self-deprecating sneer.
Over these past few years, all the accumulated grievances, unwillingness, and anger exploded at this very moment. He could endure for the sake of life, but insulting his family was completely out of the question.
Zhao Daqing, you don't need to fire me, I'm firing you now.
I'm telling you, I'm fucking done with this.
You, what did you say? Zhao Daqing was stunned.
Fong Manlu, the cultured man he had always looked down upon the most, actually dared to curse at him. This was practically an act of rebellion. But Fong Manlu hadn't finished cursing yet. Seeing Zhao Daqing frozen,
he immediately launched into a fierce scolding.
I said you're fucking fired by me.
Zhao Daqing.
You spew shit all day, were you raised on shit?
If you want to eat shit, go to the toilet, this is where people eat. Fong Manlu. With countless people watching.
How could Zhao Daqing, who had always been so arrogant and domineering, tolerate Fong Manlu daring to curse him? He immediately reached out
to grab Fong Manlu's collar.
But as soon as his hand reached out,
it was clamped by a hand like an iron pincer.
The force was so great,
Zhao Daqing couldn't break free at all. You, let go. Did I say you could speak?
With a slight squeeze of the hand, Zhao Daqing immediately grimaced in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. But Fong, who was holding his hand,
still looked calm and composed.
This made Fong Manlu, as a father, a little dumbfounded.
In his impression,
his son was clearly a bit too delicate to take care of himself.
Xiao Yun, you? Me? I'm fine.
Fong held Xinger with one hand and Zhao Daqing's hands with the other, his entire body as steady as a mountain, unmoving.
In fact,
and leisurely praised Fong Manlu with a sentence.
Dad, great job. You looked super cool just now.
Yes, Dad is super cool. Xinger also shouted excitedly. This made Fong Manlu's old face flush, and he even awkwardly rubbed his head. He completely forgot to continue investigating how Fong managed to grab Zhao Daqing's two hands with just one hand. Seeing his old father also had a shy side,
Fong smiled slightly. Dad, you were just showing off, now it should be my turn.
With a slight movement of his 5 fingers,
Fong exerted heavy force. Crack! A crisp sound. Zhao Daqing instantly wailed and knelt on the ground. Ah! My hands! My hands! Suddenly, the entire audience was dumbfounded.
No one expected that such a slender, refined-looking young handsome man could snap a person's bones with one hand.
Especially Feng's parents. They even doubted life. My son, when did he get so strong? No, is this really my son?
Xinger, held in Feng's arms, heard the sound and her mouth exaggeratedly opened into an O shape.
Then she excitedly hugged Feng's neck. Brother, I found it, you can become stronger by eating oysters. This completely stumped Fong. Become stronger by eating oysters? Such a cheat is too low tier, isn't it?
But it didn't prevent others from thinking it was highly possible.
So,
the owner of the barbecue stall silently glanced at his oysters, then quietly changed the sign to oysters that make you strong, 3 for 10 yuan. The surrounding diners cursed loudly.
Crooked merchant.
Just now it was 4 for 10 yuan, now it's 3 for 10 yuan.
So, boss, give me 20 yuan worth. Me too. Give me 50 yuan worth. You old pervert, if you eat that much, will the bed survive tonight? Then we'll shake the floor, not the bed.
A group of people whispered and giggled amongst themselves.
No one paid any attention.
Zhao Duqing rolled on the ground in pain, his wails sounding like a pig being slaughtered.
This is reality.
Everyone only admires the strong, they will never sympathize with the weak. Fong held Xinger, looking down coldly at Zhao Duqing rolling on the ground, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Just by the way you spoke to my dad earlier, I knew you often threw your weight around in front of him. But what exactly are you, to dare treat a father who works hard to support his family like that? He kicked Zhao Duqing hard in the stomach. Zhao Duqing, like a ball, was fiercely kicked by Fong for over a dozen meters.
Everyone watched, utterly terrified. Fong, roaring in that moment, was simply like a beast. Like a furious beast that had been harmed and could bite any enemy to death. Making people dare not provoke him. Because family is Feng's bottom line.
Let's go, Xinger, we'll go back to the table and continue eating, and forget all the unpleasantness just now. Holding Xinger, he walked towards the dining table.
At this very moment, everyone looked at Fong with both awe and respect. Awe, because Fong was powerful. Respect, because Fong was loyal.
Even the barbecue stall owner respectfully came over and sent a dozen oysters to Feng's table.
On the house, on the house. Thank you, boss. Fong nodded politely in acknowledgement.
While glancing sideways, he saw Zhao Duqing secretly making a call to gather people. Everyone else thought Zhao Duqing was calling an ambulance for himself. But only Fong, with his immense mental power, heard that Zhao Duqing was calling his son to bring more people over.
But what a coincidence! Fong was a very petty person.
Just now, wasn't Zhao Duqing, in front of his own father, constantly mocking his father's son, which was himself, saying he had no future and could only deliver food?
Since that was the case, then later,
he would, in front of Zhao Duqing, mock his son for having no future, then beat his son until he couldn't take care of himself, making his son deliver food in the future. Let your son wear the yellow robe and help your family continue the family business.
I am truly too kind. Indeed. As expected. Soon.
Zhao Duqing's son, Zhao Tianbao, a cylindrical figure 185 cm tall and weighing 180 g 90 kilograms, arrived in a flurry with a group of helpers. And his first action was a loud shout.
Who hit my dad? I did.
Fong stood up proudly.
Chapter 35, Don't talk if your fist isn't bigger than mine. Who hit my dad? I did.
Fong stood up proudly, placed Xinger on the ground from his arms, and made her hide behind him.
On the ground.
Zhao Duqing, still prostrate, bared his teeth and cursed at Fong, pointing.
Son, this dog thing hit me. You cripple him for me, then throw him in the toilet. I want him to eat shit. Eat shit. Okay. Zhao Tianbao clenched his fists, his 10 fingers cracking.
His entire massive body, like a wall, pressed up against Fong.
But too weak for Fong. Based on his vitality value sensing, Fong knew
this Zhao Tianbao's vitality value was, at most, only 10, barely reaching the warrior threshold.
If it came to a fight,
Fong could slap Zhao Tianbao to the ground with one hand.
However,
Zhao Tianbao, didn't immediately attack, but instead threatened him with an opening remark.
You Fing dare to hit my dad? Do you know who my big brother is? No, is he famous?
Humph. You'd be scared to death if I told you. Get into your horse stance, steady your core, or I'm afraid when I say it, your guts will spill out from fright.
Heh, a little interesting. Fong found it quite bizarre. Not fighting properly. And still needing to name his big brother? Is your big brother very famous?
Damn it, how dare you disrespect my big brother? I'm telling you, my big brother is the monstrous genius who ranked first in this year's national examination. Fong. As soon as these words were uttered,
not only was Fong stunned, but Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme were also dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Was he implicitly joining them because he couldn't win? However, seeing the whole family looking collectively bewildered,
Zhao Duqing, still lying on the ground, thought they were scared senseless and laughed triumphantly.
Ha 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 ha, Fong Manlu, you're dead.
Both of us are named Fong, but look at my son's boss, Fong, he's such a prodigy.
Compared to him, what is your son? How dare he hit me? Believe it or not, I'll kick you again. Fong cast a cold glance. Zhao Duqing immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. That last kick. The lingering pain was so intense that Zhao Duqing couldn't get up.
As for Zhao Tianbao, seeing Fong dare to bully his father, he immediately clenched his fists in furious rage.
How dare you scare my dad? Are you disrespecting my big brother Fong? Fong, right? Tell him to come over, I guarantee, in front of me, he wouldn't even dare to fart. Fong said with a cold laugh. He had figured it out.
Zhao Tianbao was just a guy who used his name to bluff everywhere, completely without an ounce of threat. So, Feng's confidence stiffened.
Zhao Tianbao was immediately intimidated. No, my big brother is Fong.
The one who ranked first in the national exam this year.
And, what about it?
Fong was originally worried about how to tell his family about his good exam results, but now, someone else had done it for him.
Zhao Tianbao opposite saw that Fong wasn't falling for it. He gritted his teeth. He waved to the group of people behind him and shouted. Brothers, this guy doesn't respect our big brother, come over. Let's beat him to death together and avenge big brother. Whack! A crisp crack echoed. Feng's slap sent Zhao Tianbao sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the men behind Zhao Tianbao were still hesitating whether to intervene.
Fong had already charged in, knocking down a dozen people with a single punch or kick each, all of them instantly on the ground.
Clapping his hands, Fong casually walked back to Xinger. He picked up Xinger. Zhao Tianbao roared through gritted teeth. You've got guts. If you've got guts, leave your name, I'll have my elder brother come find you. Okay. Fong looked down at Zhao Tianbao on the ground. He spoke his name, one word at a time. With an imposing aura. Feng Qingyun. In an instant, the entire scene fell into dead silence.
Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Duqing both wondered if their ears had gone bad, having heard an utterly terrifying name.
You are Fong?
His lips trembled with fear. Zhao Tianbao lay on the ground, his face ashen, as if hearing that name was worse than losing his own father.
But Fong couldn't be bothered with him.
He had no need, nor obligation, to prove himself to a piece of trash.
Not convinced? A beating would sort that out. So,
Fong looked at Zhao Duqing, at this scumbag who usually threw his weight around but was now too scared to utter a sound.
Calmly, yet absolutely, he stated. Didn't you say your son is tall and strong, and has hopes of getting into a warrior school this year? Then let me congratulate you first. As long as your son gets into a warrior academy, then he'll be a warrior. At that time, I'll definitely take good care of him. No matter which warrior academy he's in, I'll go visit. Then, I'll beat him until he drops out. If he studies for a year, I'll beat him for a year. If he studies for 3 years, I'll beat him for 3 years. If he makes it to his 4th year, about to graduate. Ha. Fong smiled cruelly. Although he didn't say what he would do. But everyone understood that if Zhao Tianbao dared to attend a warrior academy, and dared to persist until he was about to graduate, then making it impossible for someone to ever graduate wasn't difficult. Crippling his limbs, paralyzing him, or making him permanently disappear, any of these would do. Comprehending this meaning, Zhao Duqing convulsed with fear, feeling his beautiful future popping like rainbow bubbles, rapidly bursting. No, you can't. If his son couldn't become a warrior, how could he brag about it everywhere later? How could he collect red packets everywhere? How could he bully honest people? No, please don't. Zhao Tianbao's face turned ashen. If he couldn't become a warrior, how could he date young models? How could he marry a wife? With his ugly and fat appearance, would anyone really like him? But these were not things Fong needed to consider. Have an opinion? Then show me your fists. Speak only if they're bigger than mine. Some words I won't say a second time, because the first time is an ultimatum. So, remember them clearly and then get out. He roared impatiently.
Zhao's father and son, along with the dozen or so helpers they had brought, all trembled in terror. A world where the strong are revered.
No one pities the weak.
Especially a group of weaklings with utterly despicable character.
But at this moment, suddenly, police sirens blared around them, and a low moan echoed from afar. "Young man, don't be too arrogant," the voice thundered,
reverberating like a clap of thunder above the entire overpass,
causing everyone's vitality value to churn, making them uncontrollably want to lose control. Fong frowned slightly.
He murmured to himself.
So strong. It was obvious.
The opponent's true body hadn't arrived yet, but they were able to hear Feng's words from a great distance, even beneath the bustling overpass, and provide a corresponding reply.
To be fair, Fong couldn't do such a thing yet. But the opponent could. Sensing that a strong individual was approaching,
Zhao Deqing and Zhao Debao were uncontrollably overjoyed, their hearts boiling with excitement.
Finally someone is here to deal with Fong. Ha 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 ha. Fong, let you be arrogant. Now you've brought trouble upon yourself. But these two people's little emotions certainly couldn't be hidden from Fong. Fong let out a cold laugh. Heh, do you think that just because someone is standing up for you, I won't dare to touch you?
Having said that, he immediately launched a flying kick. He kicked Zhao Tianbao towards Zhao Deqing, like a bowling ball, and the two crashed together with a bang, instantly falling in a daze.
At the same time, that voice rang out again. What a temper! As the voice faded, a white shadow streaked across the sky, and Qinzhan, dressed in white, gently landed on the ground, looking at the Zhao family father and son who had been half dead by Fong. He frowned slightly. The Zhao family father and son also looked as if they had found a life-saving straw. They immediately started wailing heartbreakingly. Sir, that man is simply not human, he is a devil. He threatened to prevent my son from attending the warrior academy, ruining our family's hope, and he doesn't even show you any respect. Sir, you must uphold justice for us. Ah! A few words left Fong utterly speechless. What era was this? Was it still popular to call people sir? Qinzhan pressed his hand down, signaling the Zhao family father and son not to get agitated. Then he looked at Fong. Young man, you have quite a temper. While he was speaking, Yi Shangbei rushed over from the side in a hurry. Yi Shangbei looked at Fong, his expression peculiar for a moment, then without stopping, he quickly ran to Qinzhan's side. He whispered a few words. Qinzhan was stunned for a moment. Then he coughed twice, and under the expectant gaze of the Zhao family father and son, he gave Fong a thumbs up, and even managed to continue what he had just said. But this is a good thing. Young people should have a temper. What kind of young person has no temper? Suddenly, Fong was stunned. The Zhao family father and son were even more dumbfounded. Chapter 36, 3 Major Martial Arts Schools Scramble for Me. And no, sir, did you make a mistake? He's a bad guy. Zhao Deqing said blankly. Qinzhan swept his gaze over him with a frown. Big what big? Where am I big? Let me tell you, if you keep shouting nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. This. Zhao Deqing and Zhao Tianbao were even more bewildered. They didn't understand. Why did Qinzhan's attitude suddenly change by 180 degrees? Could he be schizophrenic? Especially, there was actually a man who didn't like people praising him for being big? Even Fong was a bit confused. This guy, why is he a bit silly? Could it be that he traded his brains for strength? Just as the atmosphere became awkward,
Another person walked out from the side, thin in stature, with sharp eyes, clearly a very capable and action-oriented individual. As soon as he walked out, Fong felt a special sense of oppression. Killing intent. What strong killing intent? This person, could he have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Why is his killing intent so heavy? Noticing that Fong was very sensitive to his aura, the man was a bit surprised. Then he smiled slightly at Fong Chiyun. And revealed his identity to the onlookers. I am Yu Haowu, director of the Tianla City Security Bureau. The safety of the city is our responsibility at the Security Bureau, so everyone can rest assured. I will deal with this matter immediately. After saying that, Yu Haowu methodically arranged for personnel to escort Zhao Tianbao and Zhao Duqing to the Security Bureau in a police car. He then invited Fong Manlu, Lin Xueme, and their daughter Xing'er, the family of 4, to the most luxurious restaurant in Tianla City, Shangwu Restaurant. In VIP room 888. Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme, the couple, sat stiffly in their seats, not daring to make a sound. Xing'er, however, secretly looked at one person, then another, only to find that everyone was looking at Fong. This made Fong quite awkward. If a group of beautiful women were looking at him, that would be bearable, but unfortunately, in front of him were a group of rather ordinary-looking young and middle-aged men. Thinking of this, Fong feigned 2 coughs. Ahem, could someone explain what's going on? Haha, I'll do it. Yi Shangbei stood up. He first introduced himself to Fong and his family of 4. I am Yi Shangbei, director of the Tianla City Education Bureau. Student Fong, we met today at the Education Bureau. Fong nodded. He had met Yi Shangbei's gaze today and even scared him away, so he still had some impression. As for Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme, they were completely speechless with shock. Director of the Education Bureau? This was a level they could never hope to interact with in their entire lives. But he seemed to be currying favor with their son? This gentleman, he has already introduced himself, is Yu Haowu, the director of the Security Bureau. He's quite serious and doesn't talk much, so everyone, there's no need to be afraid. No sooner had Yi Shangbei finished his introduction. He hadn't expected. Yu Haowu then warmly struck up a conversation with Fong. Young man, your senses are very keen. Are you practicing some kind of spiritual cultivation technique? These words made Yi Shangbei's face twitch. He thought, damn, old you. I just said you were aloof, and now you're here to mess things up. As it turned out, Yu Haowu couldn't be bothered with him. That's right. Towards Yi Shangbei, he maintained an aloof policy, making Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme, the couple, lower their heads in embarrassment. Another director, actively currying favor with their son. Fong also smiled. I haven't specifically cultivated anything, I might just be a bit more sensitive. I feel that brother Yu has a special aura about him. It's not really an aura, it's all from fighting. His voice trailed off towards the end. Yu Haowu smiled at Fong, indicating that Fong didn't need to specifically pay attention to him, and could get to know the others first. Afterwards, Yi Shangbei then continued with the introductions. Among those present, besides directors Yi Shangbei and Yu Haowu, the others were also key members of Tianla City's leadership team. And the reason they were all sitting together today was to entertain a distinguished guest, which was that man in white, Qin Zhan. Student Fong, this is Director Yi, I'll do it myself. Qin Zhan stood up from his seat, showing his regard for Fong. My name is Qin Zhan, and I am an admissions officer for Tien Wu Academy. I've specifically come here this time to invite student Fong to study further at our Tien Wu Academy. Tien Wu Academy? Tien Wu Academy. Hearing that name, Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme both felt a little breathless. In Huaxia, a total of 3 warrior academies were ranked as top-tier schools.
Diwu Academy, located in the Imperial Capital, Mowu Academy, located in the Magic Capital, and the last one, Tien Wu Academy, located in the Heavenly Capital. It's no exaggeration to say. Those who can enter these 3 universities are all exceptional talents, rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And after graduating from there, every single one becomes a pillar of society, a backbone of Huaxia. So, it is almost every Huaxia person's dream destination. And such a dream destination actually sent an invitation to their son. Heavens, am I dreaming? Or have I gone mad? Fong Manlu really wanted to slap himself. He found it too bizarre. Too unreal. Lin Xuemei next to him thought the same, so she pinched Fong Manlu, making him wince slightly, which confirmed it wasn't a dream. Fong nodded. He understood. Hello, Teacher Qin. It was obvious. Tien Wu Academy must have received news of Feng's test results, so they arranged for Qin Zhan to rush over to invite and recruit him. That's why people like Yi Shangbei and Yu Haowu arranged a reception at Shangwu Restaurant. However, since Tien Wu Academy has come, the other 2 must be arriving soon, right? Wouldn't it be a good idea to play hard to get? And this Qin Zhan doesn't seem very bright. Fong smiled inwardly, maintaining a poker face on the outside. Behind his back, he was like a player, treating these universities as beautiful women, intending to show interest in every one of them. Teacher Qin, I actually really yearn for Tien Wu Academy. For me, Tien Wu Academy is the place to realize my self-worth in life. I think no one in the world would refuse such an opportunity. Oh? So, Fong, you've agreed to come to our school? Qin Zhan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Before he came, the principal had personally given a strict order, demanding that Qin Zhan absolutely bring Fong back, otherwise, he would be in for it. So Qin Zhan was still a little nervous. Worried that Fong might not be an easy person to deal with. What then? Now it seems his worries were all unnecessary. This young man was clearly very easy to get along with. But Fong immediately showed a pained expression, displaying the player's second move. Hot and cold. But I might, still. Fong, do you have any concerns? Please tell me. Seeing Fong had something difficult to say, Qin Zhan immediately offered to help, which touched Fong deeply. So he started the player's third move. I really have unavoidable difficulties. Thank you, Teacher Qin, but I think I might still have to solve it myself. My family's financial situation isn't great. My father is a delivery driver, my mother is a domestic worker, and my younger sister isn't in very good health. And tonight, because of my impulsiveness, I even caused my father to lose his job. So I want to find a school closer to home, where I can study and earn money at the same time, and when I have free time, I can come back and help out with things at home. Fong spoke with great emotion. This deeply moved Qin Zhan. He secretly thought to himself. So, it wasn't that Fong didn't want to come to our Tien Wu Academy, but rather due to his family's financial situation. But it's a good thing that before I came, the old man said I could offer some reward as appropriate, to attract student Fong to the school. This will come in handy now. So, Qin Zhan grinned foolishly. He excitedly clasped Feng's hand, stating, Student Fong Chiyun, our school's sincerity is immense. As long as you are willing to come to our school, our Tien Wu Academy is willing to help you solve your financial problems. Really? How will you solve them? Feng's heart pounded wildly. For others. If Tien Wu Academy gives 100,000, it's just 100,000 yuan. But for Fong, 100,000 could potentially multiply into 99.9 million. This is wealth that ordinary people could never accumulate in a lifetime. Only. Feng's perspective was still too narrow. Qin Zhan immediately declared. 5 million. As long as you agree to join Tien Wu Academy, I can represent the school and promise to reward you 5 million. Hiss. Fong gasped.
Before he could even calculate how many millions 999 times that would be, two consecutive voices sounded from outside.
Only 5 million? My Diwu Academy offers 8 million. Humph. My Mo Academy offers 10 million.
Chapter 37 The Man Known as the Great Nation's Divine Weapon.
Only 5 million? My Diwu Academy offers 8 million. Humph. My Magic and Martial Academy offers 10 million. Two strong, resonant voices came through,
making the door buzz and rattle.
Then, with a crash, two beautiful women burst in, and as soon as they entered, their gaze automatically scanned the room, finally locking onto Fong. Student Fong, my name is Xin Xiaowei, and I'm from the Imp.
Xin Xiaowei, dressed in a blue suit, stepped forward first to introduce herself. However, before she could finish speaking, she was ambushed by Li Yining, who was wearing a red suit behind her. With a loud kick, she sent Xin Xiaowei flying, shattering her through the wall. But Li Yining didn't care at all. He pulled out a bank card as compensation and casually tossed it on the ground. When it comes to solving economic problems, if my Academy of Magic and Martial Arts dares to say it's second, no one dares to claim first. Student Fong, I'm Li Yining, an admissions officer from the Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. I won't waste any more words. We lack everything at the Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, except money. As long as you agree to come to our school, I'll immediately transfer 10 million for your signing bonus, 10 million for support funds, and another 10 million under any other name you wish, totaling 30 million. A strong sense of extravagance. It was jaw-dropping. Thinking to myself, is this an admissions officer? This is clearly a rich woman looking to take a young protege under her wing. But Xin Xiaowei immediately came back, delivering a kick right away. However, Li Yining blocked it. Trying to ambush me? No way. Old hag, I'll deal with you later. Xin Xiaowei glared fiercely at Li Yining. Then, in a second, her expression quickly changed. Her entire face looked incredibly amiable as she turned to Fong. Student Fong, don't be misled by her. Temporary wealth is useless. If you truly want to survive in this society, you still need powerful connections. Our Imperial Martial Academy is located in the Imperial capital and has countless scions from influential families. So while you study at our Imperial Martial Academy, you can also build up a vast network of connections, which you can utilize for whatever you wish to do in the future. Even if you don't become a warrior, you can still live a vibrant and fulfilling life. Just a few words. And the advantages of the Imperial Martial Academy were truly laid bare. That's right. The Imperial Martial Academy was less of a university and more of a web of power. It gathered the most powerful group of people in China. This was very appealing to people. Compared to getting money when you want it and power when you want it from this side. As for Qin Zhan's side, too petty. Fong secretly shook his head. Compared to the two beauties from the other side, Qin Zhan, a big man, had no advantage to begin with, and he even seemed a bit foolish. It seems that Tien Wu Academy doesn't really value me much. Fong was still deliberating. Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme, on the other hand, were either dazed or stunned by happiness. Fong Manlu said blankly, "Wife, I think I dreamed that Diwu Academy, Mo Academy, and Tien Wu Academy were all fighting over our Shaoyun." Me too. Lin Xueme also said blankly. Only Xinger, laughing beside them, her eyes curving into two small crescents. My brother really is the best. Hearing Xinger's words, Fong glanced at Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme. He sensed their strong discomfort. So he interrupted and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, but I feel a bit unwell and would like to head back first. As for which university to attend, please allow me some time to think about it." Li Yining, Xin Xiaowei, and Qin Zhan naturally sensed that Feng's vitality value was vigorous, and he didn't seem unwell. On the contrary, Feng's parents, being ordinary people themselves, and surrounded by a group of warriors, their vitality value and spirit were being crushed, causing them to involuntarily start wilting. What a filial child! The three of them silently praised him in their hearts. Although the world of warriors is full of death, that doesn't mean warriors are devoid of emotion. On the contrary, the feelings warriors have for family, mentors, and comrades in arms are stronger than those of ordinary people, because most of the time, these emotions are the spiritual pillars that sustain them to continue fighting. So Fong, who showed a protective side to his family, earned their approval. Even Yu Haowu himself nodded. How rare! Who knows how many warriors, after leaving ordinary families, become extremely hostile towards their homes, believing their families held them back, and are utterly indifferent to them. Such people are often selfish, lack a sense of responsibility, and over time, become the dregs and cancer of society. Alas, if I hadn't been injured and my vitality value regressed, I would truly want to take him as a disciple. He unconsciously touched his chest. Yi Shangbei, standing nearby, saw this. He quietly asked, "Old Yu, has your injury flared up again?" "No, just thinking about some things." Yu Haowu waved his hand. Then he stood up tall and offered his services to Fong. "Young brother, there are many people out for dinner today, so getting a taxi will definitely be difficult. If you don't mind, I can drive you back?" This, how could we impose? Fong Manlu quickly stood up to politely decline. To have a director, no less, drive them back. How could ordinary people like them accept such a gesture? Yu Haowu waved his hand with an air of martial arts bravado. A faint smile also appeared at the corners of his mouth. "It's fine, I was just heading home anyway. I'll give you a ride part of the way, and I have a car, so it's convenient for me to go back and forth." "It won't be any trouble, M. Thank you, thank you." With him putting it that way, to refuse again would be a bit ungracious. So Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme quickly expressed their gratitude. At this moment, Shen Xiaowei suddenly gazed at Yu Haowu, her expression gradually turning serious, even her breathing becoming tense. Are you Mr. Yuzun? Yuzun?" Hearing that name, Qin Zhan, who had been the center of attention, and the arrogantly Yining both suddenly changed expression, becoming utterly deferential. Especially Qin Zhan. He asked with the demeanor of a star-struck fan. "Is it really Mr. Yuzun, who was hailed as a divine weapon of the great nation back then? I heard you retired. I never imagined you'd retire to such a small place." Divine weapon of the great nation? Fong was startled. Although he hadn't prepared to take the martial arts exam before, and thus didn't pay much attention to warrior matters, some powerful warrior titles were legendary, unforgettable once heard. Among them was this divine weapon of the great nation. Legend has it, when the front line was in crisis back then, dozens of legendary warriors from foreign powers surged in, attempting to break through Huaxia's defense line and carry out aggressive acts. At that moment, the man known as the divine weapon of the great nation descended with overwhelming power. All by himself, slaughtering dozens of legendary warriors, successfully guarding the borders of Huaxia, and shouting the words that, even today, still resonate powerfully. "The rivers and mountains of Huaxia, not an inch shall be yielded. Those who invade Huaxia, though far away, shall be punished." And this was just an ordinary chapter in the legendary life of the divine artifact of a great nation. It's no exaggeration to say, the divine artifact of a great nation is the spiritual role model for Huaxia's 1 billion good men. However, yet, this very divine artifact of a great nation vanished without a trace 10 years ago, as if evaporated from the earth, never to appear in people's sight again. Just now, Yi Shangbei asked if his old injury had recurred. So, it turns out he retired because he was injured. Feeling an immense sense of regret, Fong was also deeply moved. To be called the divine artifact of a great nation, he must have received the top medical treatment in Huaxia when he was injured back then. But he still couldn't recover. This indicates Yu Haowu's injuries are very severe.
recalling the dragon's roar and tiger's growl that Sister Chiffon let him listen to. Fong Qiyun understood. Sure enough.
In places unseen by ordinary people, countless warriors, unafraid of sacrifice, constantly use their flesh and blood to form a long border, intercepting danger from outside, and guarding people's peace and happiness with their lives.
This is probably
the best reason why society holds warriors in high esteem.
Warriors may die nameless, but they must never be without glory. Uncle Yu, then we'll trouble you to take us back. Fong could tell that Yu Haowu wasn't very keen on dealing with Qin Zhan and his group, so he took advantage of Yu Haowu's earlier statement to take him away.
Yu Haowu smiled faintly.
In Feng's mind,
the system's prompt immediately sounded. Congratulations, host, for receiving the master's approval reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 666 times. Chapter 38, What's Called Anti-Trope.
Watching Fong and Yu Haowu's retreating figures,
Qin Zhan sighed. I never expected that Mr. Yuzun would be living in seclusion in such a small city. We spent a lot of effort before trying to invite him to teach at Tien Wu, but we could never find him.
After all, he's a national treasure, with connections reaching the heavens.
If he doesn't want to be found, I'm afraid very few people could actually find him. Li Yining said indifferently.
Her thoughts, however, were somewhat stirred. If we could convince Yu Haowu to come out of seclusion and invite him to teach at Mo Academy, perhaps Mo's ranking this year could surpass Diwu's.
Only Shen Xiaowei's expression was a little grim. Mr. Yuzun, he wouldn't be thinking of taking Fong as a disciple, would he? Wouldn't that be great? Out of his affirmation for Fong, Qin Zhan didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
But Shen Xiaowei's next sentence
made him unsettled. But Mr. Yuzun is from a sect, and sect rules are strict. Once Fong enters a sect, he won't be able to attend university anymore. Ah? Then aren't I screwed? Qin Zhan was instantly dumbfounded. If he couldn't bring Fong back, the old principal would definitely make him pay. He might really beat him black and blue. Thinking of this,
Qin Zhan, Li Yining, and Shen Xiaowei all stared at Yi Xiangbei.
At this very moment,
Yi Xiangbei was sitting in his seat, looking guilty.
He kept drinking water.
After noticing their unfriendly gazes,
he quickly offered to explain. Heh, well, listen to me. Stop explaining so much. Tell us, how many places did you sell the information to? How many more do we not know about? Just you three, I swear.
Yi Xiangbei swore, pointing his finger to the sky.
No sooner had he spoken,
more than 10 people came rushing in from outside, cursing and swearing.
Oldie, you motherfucker, you said you only told me, but I'm FING broken, is that why there are so many more brothers? As soon as they came in, they found 3 more people. Everyone was stunned. You're also here for Fong? Driving a simple Hongqi car, Yu Haowu didn't say much along the way. He just chatted with Feng Manlu and Lin Xueme about cooking.
When I'm free, I like to go to the seafood market to buy fish.
You know the Southeast Market, right?
The fish at An Wang's stall, the one furthest inside, is especially fresh. Brother Yu, if you like shrimp, you can go to Showdown Market next door. Old Jiu Ji's shrimp there are first rate.
How about tomorrow, I'll buy some for you. Oh. What UN not you?
Yu Haowu waved his hand. He showed no airs of being a director at all, just like an elder brother.
Perfect, I don't have many tasks lately, so I can drink. How about tomorrow you bring some shrimp, and I'll prepare some wine, and we'll have a drink. Alright. So it's settled. Which way is it from here? Just turn right and you're there. The car stopped at the alley entrance.
Yu Haowu still remembered that Feng's family situation wasn't good, so he didn't want to see them in a state of destitution.
After getting out of the car, Yu Haowu greeted Fong.
Qingyun, after you take your parents and sister home, I'll wait for you here.
I want to talk to you for a few minutes. Okay. Fong nodded. This person. Even the system refers to him as a master. If they could befriend him, he would definitely be a great reliance in the future. Watching Feng's back as he took his family home, Yu Hao smiled faintly. Then he hummed. You followed all this way, not planning to come out and recruit him into Tien Wu Academy? Nothing escapes you, Mr. Yu. In the void, an old figure descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Yu Hao, and respectfully clasped his fists towards Yu Hao. His posture was humble, completely treating himself as a junior. But from his appearance, Yu Hao was clearly only a middle-aged man, seemingly more than 20 years younger than the old man. Zhang Fubai, Dean of Tien Wu Academy's Southern Campus, greets Mr. Yu. You're older than before, Yu Hao said with considerable emotion. Actually, had I not grown old myself? Zhang Fubai, across from him, smiled faintly. Warrior vitality value is robust, so we live longer than ordinary people, but we will still grow old eventually. When I met Mr. Yu back then, I was still a student. Mr. Yu gave me a piece of advice that I have benefited from for half my life and dare not forget even now. Qin Zhan, is he the son of your principal, Qin Gongda? Having a child late in life, it's inevitable to spoil them a bit. So this time, I rushed him out for training, hoping to temper him. As a result, this student Fong really made a fool of him. Zhang Fubai smiled helplessly. At Tien Wu Academy, Qin Zhan was practically a crown prince, but he never expected to be tricked by Feng's few words on his very first mission. He probably still was, at this moment. Qin Zhan was still marveling at what a good child Fong was. Yu Hao also smiled. Both children are excellent, just with different personalities. Being in such a hurry to claim the top spot, are you preparing for the World Warrior competition? Yes. Zhang Fubai nodded. He knew he couldn't hide it from Yu Hao, even if he wanted to. A great nation's divine artifact. It wasn't just talk. The warrior competition is held every 5 years. Next year will mark another 5 years, but in these past 4 years, our Huaxia's geniuses have continuously withered. I'm afraid next year's results won't be very ideal. The outside world is watching us with covetous eyes. Yu Hao looked despondent. Once upon a time, when he encountered such situations, he had no time for hesitation. He simply needed to rush to the battlefield immediately and throw himself into a new round of fighting. But now, he couldn't do it anymore. Let's not talk about these things. These matters don't concern me much anymore. You should think carefully about how to persuade this child. This child is too clever. Yes. Zhang Fubai was also troubled. In fact, this time, the principal sent Qin Zhan over purely for experience, so it would be best if Qin Zhan could bring Fong back. Can't bring back. And Zhang Fubai was backing them up from behind. But after some contact, Zhang Fubai discovered. This kid Fong is really powerful. And brave enough. He knew that Qin Zhan represented Tien Wu Academy, yet he dared to play Qin Zhan for a fool, trying to inflate his own worth. Such a troublemaker is difficult to subdue. Just as he was thinking, Fong came over with 2 cups of tea, and when he saw Zhang Fubai, there was no surprised expression on his face at all. He just walked straight up to serve the tea. Uncle Yu, have some tea. Elder, you have some tea too. Zhang Fubai chuckled as he took the tea and casually asked. Student, how did you know I was here? It's a feeling my senses are very sharp. Fong said, looking very serious. Not blushing at all. Actually, that cup of tea was originally for himself. Seeing Zhang Fubai standing there, exuding an otherworldly aura, and chatting happily with Yu Hao, he simply handed it over. Zhang Fubai seemed to have anticipated this. So he went along with it. Since your senses are so sharp, student, then which university do you think would be more suitable for you to apply to this time? Well, Fong realized. This old man wasn't like Qin Zhan, a simpleton who could be easily fooled. So he simply switched from defense to offense. I haven't really decided yet. Why don't you help me analyze and see which school would be more suitable for me? Truly smart. Zhang Fubai expressed his admiration.
Warriors are not without need for wisdom, it's just that there are more occasions for direct action compared to using wisdom.
But a wise warrior.
That is what the entire country truly needs.
A hot head can only become a weapon. Wisdom and martial arts united. Only then can one become a great asset to the nation.
Tonight, you must have seen that the three top academies, Diwu, Mo, and Tien Wu, each have their own distinct characteristics.
Diwu is seated at the center of power, and Mo was seated at the economic center.
So one is famous for being wealthy, and the other for being powerful.
As she said this,
Zhang Fubai deliberately stopped there.
He wanted Fong to press him about Tien Wu, to deepen the mystery of Tien Wu Academy in Feng's mind. However,
but Zhang Fu still underestimated Fong.
If he didn't say it, Fong truly wouldn't ask.
Oh, so that's how it is.
It seems Diwu and Mo academies are both excellent schools, I can choose either one. As for that Tien Wu Academy,
Elder, you're too embarrassed to talk about it, so it must not have anything particularly outstanding.
I won't go there then.
Chapter 39. The male lead possesses a quality that commands my submission.
Cough cough, cough cough cough. The unexpected turn of events almost choked Zhang Fubai to death.
He had intended to set a trap for Fong,
but he ended up being outmaneuvered instead. Student, that's not what I meant.
What I meant is that our Tien Wu Academy is special. It's not famous for wealth or power, but for being good at fighting.
Good at fighting?
A hint of surprise flashed in Feng's eyes.
Warriors. Aren't they people with great martial prowess? Are there those who aren't good at fighting?
Zhang Fubai also saw Feng's confusion, and at the same time knew that this kid was sharp-tongued and hard to trick, so he simply spoke plainly.
That's right, it's about being able to fight.
Actually, for a warrior, vitality value is hard power, and mental will is soft power. It's the combination of both hard and soft power that can create a true warrior.
Unfortunately, many lack a fighting spirit, so they can't engage in life or death battles and can only transition to civilian roles.
Take Yi Shangbei, for example, whom you saw tonight. He possesses ample vitality value but hasn't fought anyone in decades.
Yi Shangbei was mentioned.
Fong immediately thought of the desperate contestants he had seen at the underground boxing arena.
Those boxers might not have had high vitality value,
but each one was incredibly ferocious.
They possessed a vicious aura that Yi Shangbei couldn't possibly compare to. So Fong nodded. Indeed, Uncle Yi is too soft. That sounds a bit strange, but that's precisely the point.
Zhang Fubai laughed awkwardly. He had introduced this concept of soft and hard himself, and Fong was merely quoting his concept to define Yi Shangbei.
Therefore, he truly couldn't blame Fong. Student, whether Yi Shangbei is soft or not isn't very relevant. Let's continue discussing why Tien Wu Academy is so formidable. Alright, you talk. Fong looked like he was listening intently,
which made Zhang Fubai's old face twitch.
He thought to himself, how could this kid be so smug? Making him feel like a sycophant. No!
He had to get to the point quickly, lest he really developed a habit and instinctively wanted to please Fong.
However, on the other side,
Fong heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have received a powerful individual's favor reward.
It is being randomly doubled. Randomly doubled 999 times. In an instant.
Zhang Fubai, who was just trying to keep himself clear-headed, suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to try even harder to be good to Fong. Not the kindness of an elder towards a junior, but the kindness of ingratiation.
Cough cough, what's wrong with me? Could it be that Fong naturally possesses a temperament that compels my submission?
He pondered inwardly. His actions were also very decisive. Even his form of address changed. Little friend Qingyun, actually, the reason why Tien Wu Academy is so formidable is quite simple. More than 10 years ago, there were only two top martial arts academies in Huaxia, Diwu University and Mowi University. One of these academies had money, the other had power, so they used resources to cultivate a batch of outstanding students. But regrettably, these students either ended up in civilian posts or went into business. Very few truly wished to continue as warriors. Under these circumstances, Huaxia's supreme think tank put forward a suggestion. To cultivate a top martial arts academy with true grit, to ensure that true warriors would not disappear in Huaxia, over 100 ordinary martial arts academies in Huaxia underwent reforms.
Among them, our Tien Wu Academy underwent the most thorough transformation.
As she said this, a hint of sadness involuntarily emerged in Zhang Fubai's eyes.
What did most thorough transformation mean? It meant the most bloodshed.
And the most deaths. But without the sacrifice of a few, there would be no happiness for the many.
This is the meaning of a warrior's existence. And their source of honor.
Little friend, actually for a warrior, power is temporary, wealth is also temporary, only true strength and genuine combatability are the most enduring. These heartfelt words.
Fong deeply agreed.
Power and wealth are, in fact, just bargaining chips for exchange.
On top of this, strength is the ultimate truth.
If your fists aren't big enough, power and wealth will only disappear. You won't be able to hold on to them at all.
Therefore, Fong already had a direction for his choice in mind.
But
who said the price hadn't been settled yet? Sir, I actually understand all of what you're saying.
It's just that for someone like me, who is bloodline awakened, the end of the martial path is already visible. So, making some money, building connections, and working an office job isn't so bad.
Young friend, that's not the way to look at it.
Hearing that Fong had an intention to refuse,
Zhang Fubai became a bit anxious. Though he didn't know why. He just particularly wanted to please Fong. So he blurted out everything.
Young friend's bloodline awakening status is something our Tien Wu Academy has known for a long time. But what we value isn't your future development potential, young friend, but rather your title as the top scorer in the provincial national exam, or even the national exam nationwide. As long as you enroll, you can help us attract more excellent students.
The other several martial arts academies are thinking the same way.
So, as long as you are willing to help us, Tien Wu Academy will owe you a favor, and Tien Wu Academy will always remember it.
He spoke a long passage with immense urgency, which even surprised Yu Haowu. In his opinion,
Zhang Fubai was not such an impatient person. Fong, even more enlightened, understood. I see, it's about buying a dead horse's bones for 1,000 gold coins.
The bones aren't important. What's important is showing an eager attitude to recruit talent.
And I am that dead horse's bones.
Ahem, you could say that.
Zhang Fubai awkwardly lowered his head.
He thought, what's going on? How could I have said everything I should and shouldn't have? Since it's already been said, then I might as well directly ask for a stance. Little friend, I've said so much just now, I wonder if you would be willing to consider our Tien Wu Academy?
Being a mere horsebone is actually quite unpleasant,
Fong said with confidence.
He even shook his head slightly, making Zhang Fubai's old face flush, knowing it was his own loss of control just now that made Fong entertain the idea of being a horsebone.
Could this again be Fong trying to raise his own value? So what if it is?
Every man for himself.
It's completely reasonable for Fong to think this way. Little friend, I've told you the limits of what our Tien Wu Academy can offer, an 8 million signing fee, plus 5 second-grade vitality value pills. Although it can't compare to the conditions of Diwu and Mowu.
But one thing I can say is that the students who have come out of Tien Wu in recent years have gradually surpassed Diwu and Mowu in strength.
And warriors, if they don't think about fighting, only about making money and gaining power, are destined to decline.
Zhang Fubai spoke with genuine emotion. It was all heartfelt words, dug deep from within, which made Fong feel quite good as well.
So Fong said,
Elder, please go back first, allow me to consider it.
Alright, little friend, then I will come back at this time tomorrow to discuss it with you again. Zhang Fubai cupped his hands to Fong, then to Yu Haowu as well, lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and his whole person instantly broke through the air, disappearing into the dense night. At this moment, Yu Haowu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly started to laugh. Ha ha, that's quite interesting. Uncle Yu, what are you laughing at? Fong asked curiously. Towards Yu Haowu. Fong still held him in high regard, so his attitude wasn't too frivolous. Yu Haowu smiled. I found that you seem to possess a certain magic, capable of making people quickly like you, and almost making them utterly helpless to resist. Really? I hadn't noticed. Fong said calmly. But inwardly, he felt a little uneasy. Surely, he hadn't really seen through something, had he? The other party was after all a national treasure, perhaps his insight truly surpassed that of ordinary people. And then, it validated Feng's judgment of Yu Haowu. Yu Haowu's insight was indeed astonishing. Squinting his eyes, after sizing Fong up and down a few times, Yu Haowu suddenly said, Xing Yun, you're actually not Bloodline Awakening, are you? Chapter 40, Infinite Quests? Infinite Rewards? Xing Yun, you're actually not Bloodline Awakening, are you? Yes. Facing Yu Haowu's question, Fong responded very naturally anyway. With his leveling speed, this fact couldn't be hidden from others for long. Hearing that Fong had responded so frankly, Yu Haowu smiled again. Had. Xing Yun, honesty is a good thing, but sometimes, when it's appropriate to hide something, you still have to hide it appropriately. Then what about you, Uncle Yu? Don't you want to know why I, who was still an ordinary student just a few days ago, am now already a 3-star bronze? Fong asked with a smile. Having no fear. Because in his mind, the system's notifications had been constant. Congratulations, host, for receiving the acknowledgement of a master reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 555. Congratulations, host, for receiving the acknowledgement of a master reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 246 times. Congratulations, host, for receiving the acknowledgement of a master reward, currently undergoing random multiplication. Randomly doubled 775 times. But Fong was also quite curious. Zhang Fubai only had his reward multiplied once and then acted like a sycophant towards him, but Yu Haowu had his multiplied so many times and still remained very calm. It seems everyone has a different threshold. Some are very sensitive and crack instantly, while others are very dull and need time. But even if he's dull, he wouldn't easily deliver a killing blow to someone he has a good impression of. This was Feng's confidence. The fact was precisely that. Yu Haowu was somewhat curious about Feng's secret, but his inner feelings told him he didn't want to pursue it. So he only said one sentence. Everyone has their own secrets, there's nothing to delve into. Afterwards, Yu Haowu looked at Fong and said seriously and solemnly. Actually, I called you out just to tell you one thing. Every country needs heroes. If you have the ability, don't decline. Uncle Yu, then which school do you think I should apply for? Fong also asked seriously. As a great national treasure. Yu Haowu's understanding of the 3 schools definitely far surpassed others, so Fong wanted to hear his opinion. After a long silence, Yu Haowu ultimately let go of the idea of personally taking Fong as his student. He's crippled. We can't let Fong be crippled too. Tien Wu is a good choice, you can consider it. After saying that, Yu Haowu patted Feng's shoulder, added Fong on WeChat, then got into his Hongqi car and drove home. Fong watched him leave dejectedly. He was quite moved. Uncle Yu has a lot on his mind. Listening to him, I always feel like he still hopes to return to the battlefield. If he could be cured. Thinking of this possibility, Fong himself was incredibly excited. If the great nation's divine weapon from back then returned, not only all of China, but the entire world would tremble. I can study medicine in the future. With the system, maybe I'll quickly become a legendary physician. Muttering to himself, Fong walked home. Fong Manlu even ran out specifically to ask, "Mister, you left?" He did. Before he left, he told me to remind you not to forget to go to his house for drinks tomorrow. Ah, Mr. Yu has such a high status, yet he's so approachable. Fong Manlu said with great excitement. He felt he had never been so happy in his life. Then came the moment when the whole family gathered to watch Fong. No matter how they thought about it, Fong Manlu and Lin Xueme found it very strange. "Xiaoyun, you are the crystallization of your mom and my love, there's no doubt about that, but why is your vitality value so high?" Cough, cough, let's just say two wrongs make a right. Fong was also quite innocent. I couldn't exactly say I cheated, could I? You'd all drag me to a mental asylum. But his answer was indeed a bit asking for a beating. "You little brat, what kind of talk is that? Wife, get me my slipper." "He's too old for slippers now, it's not appropriate." "Then what should I hit him with?" "A belt, otherwise it won't hurt enough." "Brother, don't cry, Shinger will wipe away your tears." The family of four had a rare childish half-night. The shadows of the past few years were swept away. Afterwards, Fong climbed into bed as usual and saw an unread WeChat message on his phone. He clicked it open. It was from Sister Shifan. "Little guy, I heard you did well on your aptitude test. Which school are you planning to apply to? Want Big Sister to give you some recommendations?" This woman. A corner of his mouth curved upwards. Fong immediately replied, "If you know I did well, shouldn't you reward me?" "Ah, okay, then I'll send you a red packet." Sister Shifan seemed quite free. She replied instantly. So Fong unceremoniously rejected her. "No. No?" Sister Shifan was shocked. This kind of answer. Completely inconsistent with Feng's usual persona. "Are you sure you don't want it? Could it be that you want a sister's kiss, or a sister's hug?" A bit greedy, little one. Fong was instantly speechless. "What are you thinking?" "I don't want it because red packets can only send a maximum of 200 yuan. For such a big happy occasion, you should at least send 10,000 yuan as a reward, right?" Ha 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 ha, good. Sister Shifan didn't hesitate for a second. The next message was a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Fong lightly tapped. "Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 699 times. In an instant, Feng's account instantly had an extra 6.99 million yuan. Adding the more than 1 million yuan he hadn't spent yet, he had a total of over 8 million yuan in savings. This money was too easy to earn. Excitedly looking at the figures in his bank account, Fong thought he would sooner or later become the richest person in China. At this moment, Sister Shifan sent another message. "Little one, seriously, if possible, I suggest you still apply to Tien Wu Academy." Another one recommending Tien Wu. Fong found it quite interesting. It's understandable that people from Tien Wu Academy would recommend themselves. But both the once famous great nation's divine artifact and the incredibly mysterious Porridge Sister are simultaneously recommending Tien Wu Academy. This indicates that there must be an even deeper reason. So, Fong replied with one sentence. "Why Tien Wu Academy? I want to hear the truth." Unlike the quick replies before. After a while, Porridge Sister finally sent a message. "If you don't have connections, don't go to Diwu. If you don't have money, don't go to Mo. Go to Tien Wu, you just need to be alive. As long as you dare to fight for your life, Tien Wu has countless missions that can help you grow." Missions? These are commissions from all walks of life, from finding lost cats and dogs to participating in wars.
As long as you can complete them, you can get elixirs, money, and even rare cultivation techniques and potions.
Seeing this message, Fong, who had a slight hesitation about going to Tien Wu, immediately had all doubts swept away. Missions? Rewards? Isn't that the super paradise for his system functions? Wait, what about Diwu and Mo? Just thinking about it, he knew. These two academies. One has power, the other has money. Could you really expect them to risk their lives for you for a few $100s? Ha! They'd probably slap you on the spot. So, there's definitely no one who would dare to assign missions there. To be safe, I should still ask Porridge Sister. The reply received. Exactly as Fong had thought. These second-generation rich kids have terrible tempers and don't want to take on tasks at all. That's why Tien Wu's task volume is like a blizzard, and they're never afraid of not making money. If that's the case. After a slight moment of thought, Fang's eyes lit up. Going to Tien Wu is certainly an option. However, Tien Wu Academy must agree to one condition of his. Chapter 41. I have two conditions. As the first ray of morning sunlight shone upon Fang's doorstep. Outside the entrance, a brand new Lamborghini sports car was blocking the alley in front of Fang's house. At the same time, on the car's hood, Li Yining, the admissions teacher for Mo, was leisurely eating an ice cream bar, dressed in hot shorts that revealed her two fair legs. Gulp, spit. By the time Fong emerged, wearing boxers and yawning, to brush his teeth, Li Yining immediately greeted him, with an ice pop in her mouth. Hi Fong. Hi. Although she had changed clothes, Li Yining's extravagant behavior last night had left a deep impression on Fong. After all, she was the first woman to offer 30 million to buy him. Just a moment. Squatting by the roadside, Fong held a toothbrush in one hand and a cup in the other, swishing his mouth full of foam. Then he washed his face. He leisurely walked over to Li Yining. Nice car. Like it? It's yours. Li Yining reached out and tossed a car key to Fong. Then, Fong dodged it. Click. The 50,000 yuan car key fell to the ground, getting dirty, and behind it, the 5 million yuan sports car was metaphorically eating dirt alongside it. Li Yining's face twitched. Fong, do you not like this color, or this style? I can change it for you right away. Also, later we'll go downtown together. I can buy you a large flat apartment first. If you like, we can even buy a villa directly. Fong smiled slightly. He walked around the very handsome Lamborghini once. Then walked back to Li Yining's side. Teacher, I haven't even asked your name yet? Li Yining. Good name. Fong praised. Immediately, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for gaining the favor of a strong person. Reward is being randomly doubled. Randomly multiplied by 848 times. With this guarantee, Fong relaxed a lot. So he spoke directly to Li Yining. Teacher Li, actually I already have a preferred school. I'm afraid I can only appreciate the kind offer from the Magic Martial Academy. Why? Did they offer better conditions? Li Yining frowned. But for some reason, she just couldn't dislike Fong. Fong smiled. Not really, it's mainly because my family is poor. Going to such a rich place like the magic capital, I'm afraid I'd feel out of place. This. Li Yining couldn't deny it. With Feng's family background, if it weren't for ranking first in the national exam, the Magic Martial Academy would never have admitted him. One must know. For new students at the Magic Martial Academy, a family fortune of over 100 million is the most basic requirement. She sighed. Li Yining compared in her mind. Did she care more about Fong, or more about the Magic Martial Academy? The result. It was actually Fong. It's strange. I've been recruiting students for so many years, and I've never felt that a student could be more important than the school. Just as he was thinking, Fong Chiyun had already picked up the sports car keys, wiped them clean, and placed them back into Li Yining's hand. "Teacher Li, these are your car keys. Please keep them safe." The words fell. The system's prompt sounded again. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a good impression reward from a powerful individual. Random doubling in progress. Randomly multiplied by 555. With a heart full of emotion, Li Yining stood straight, extended her soft, boneless hand, and gently shook hands with Fong. She found this young man very interesting. Different from all those pretentious young men she had met. "Come to Modu to visit when you're free, I'll host you." "Definitely." They exchanged WeChat contacts. Fong watched Li Yining's car disappear into the distance. He let out a long sigh of relief. For ordinary people, even if they could avoid going to Mowu Academy, they would have already offended the other party. But Fong was different. Not only could he avoid going, but he could also leave a good impression on the other party. TSK, thinking about it this way, the system's doubling ability seems a bit overpowered. It doesn't double if you offend someone, but even a tiny bit of goodwill can be rapidly amplified. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fong was about to go back to his room to put on some pants. Shen Xiaowei from Diwu Academy rushed over again. "That old hag actually lied to me again. Good thing I installed a GPS system on her phone, humph. Student Fong, please wait a moment." Then, after 5 minutes, Shen Xiaowei also left with a lot of goodwill after getting Feng's WeChat contact. Actually, besides Diwu, Mo, and Tien Wu, many other martial arts schools also wanted to recruit Fong as a student. However, after learning that all 3 major martial arts academies had arrived, they automatically and quietly withdrew. This greatly reduced the amount of persuasion Fong had to do to turn them away. Ugh, what a hassle. Others are troubled that schools don't want them, but I'm troubled that all schools want me. Ugh, human joys and sorrows truly aren't the same. After a bit of humble bragging, Fong walked to the entrance of the breakfast shop. He called out into the air. "If you don't come down, I'm going to call them and tell them I've changed my mind." Coming. With a whoosh, Zhang Fubai descended directly from the sky to stand before Fong. Feng's rejection of the 2 academies. He had heard it all clearly from high up. "So, my young friend has thought it through and is ready to further his studies at our Tien Wu Academy? Let's talk inside." Fong walked into the breakfast shop, picked a random seat, and ordered 2 bowls of soy milk and 2 jin of fried dough sticks. Zhang Fubai sat opposite him. His heart was very uneasy. Although Fong had rejected the other 2, this didn't mean that Tien Wu Academy could treat Fong lightly. Otherwise, Fong could call back the people from both academies in a minute. Therefore, Zhang Fubai thought for a moment and decided to speak first, asking for Feng's thoughts. "Young friend, whatever requests you have, just name them. Anything within my capabilities, I can promise you." "What if it's not within your capabilities?" Fong said, taking a bite of a fried dough stick. Zhang Fubai quickly stated his position. "I will immediately report to the academy for instructions. Moreover, I am the dean of the southern branch, one of the 4 main branches of Tien Wu Academy, so my authority is quite significant." All right. Fong had learned last night that Tien Wu Academy is divided into 4 branches, East, West, South, and North. The dean of the southern branch indeed holds a significant title. This should be able to meet his requirements. I have 2 requests. First, the 8 million nodding fee and the 5 grade 2 vitality value pills. Is that too little? Zhang Fubai pondered for a moment. He felt that compared to Moa's luxury cars, mansions, and an additional 30 million in cash, his offer was indeed a bit unpresentable. So he gritted his teeth and said, "My young friend, the Academy's funds are indeed tight, but I can personally add another 8 million for you." "What do you think?" "That's not what I meant." "Not what you meant?" This puzzled Zhang Fubai. If that wasn't what he meant, then what exactly did Fong mean? Fortunately, Fong didn't make him guess. He directly revealed the answer. What I mean is, for the nodding fee, I don't want 8 million, I only want 5 million. But for the vitality value pills, I need 1 grade 3, 1 grade 4, and 1 grade 5. How about that? This request genuinely surprised Zhang Fubai. A grade 3 vitality value pill wasn't too expensive, costing around 600,000 each. A grade 4 was 1 million each, which was also acceptable. Even the most expensive grade 5 vitality value pill was only 2 million each. The total value amounted to 3.6 million yuan. This was equivalent to a disguised price increase of 600,000. For Tien Wu, this meant Fong had made an incredibly huge concession. But little did he know. This was just the calculation of ordinary people. Feng's calculation should be like this. 1/3 grade vitality value pill, doubled, becomes hundreds of pills. 1/4 grade vitality value pill, doubled, becomes hundreds of pills. 1/5 grade vitality value pill, doubled, again becomes hundreds of pills. As for the 2nd grade vitality value pills, the principal has also agreed doubled, that's another few hundred pills. Therefore, a mere 3 million yuan. Ha! What's that worth? But for Zhang Fubai, this was already great news. So he immediately agreed. I'll make the decision to grant this request. The money is easy to give, but as for the pills, I'll give them to you at Tien Wu Academy, young friend. After all, a 5th grade vitality value pill can easily attract covetous eyes. Understood, no problem. Fong nodded. At that time, he only had one 1st grade vitality value pill on him and was targeted by over a dozen people. If he were really carrying a 5th grade vitality value pill and word got out, he would probably end up dead without a trace. The first condition was settled. Zhang Fubai licked his tongue, feeling even more nervous. In his opinion, Feng's first condition actually made a concession. So the second condition might become more demanding. Hence, he felt a little anxious. Young friend, what is your second condition then? My second condition is. Chapter 42. It's so joyful to swindle people. My second condition is that for any tasks I complete at Tien Wu, besides the reward from the employer, the school must also give me an identical reward. In other words, I want double. Fong said casually, leaving Zhang Fubai so stunned he thought he was hallucinating. What? Task reward doubled? This requirement is too simple. Actually, it's not surprising Zhang Fubai thought this way. Any normal person would think that Fong, as a bloodline awakener, would max out at 3-star bronze for vitality value, and certainly not exceed 9-star bronze. Even if he reaches 9-star bronze, he can only accept D-rank missions at most, and one mission is only worth 500,000 yuan. How much more can he get if it's doubled? After some thought, Zhang Fubai figured that Fong probably just wanted to save up a little more money, and then once he had enough, he'd stop being a warrior. That's fine too. A bronze warrior isn't even qualified to go to the battlefield. It really proves that saying, being weak is also a blessing. So, without hesitation, Zhang Fubai once again agreed to Feng's conditions. Alright, I've made the decision on this matter, and I promise it to my young friend. No way? For such a big matter, wouldn't it be more appropriate to report it to the school? No, for such a small request, I, as the dean of the southern campus, can still make the decision. If it's not enough for my young friend, you can always come to me. But verbal promises aren't enough. I'll go print the contract immediately. Zhang Fubai rushed energetically into the print shop opposite, fearing that Fong would go back on his word. But little did he know. At this moment, Fong was so happy his mouth was practically grinning to his ears. Doubling the task reward means the base amount increases, and with an increased base amount, the system's multiplier also increases. That is to say, for a school task, Fong would originally earn 10,000 yuan. After the system's multiplier, it would be 9.99 million yuan. But now,
the academy gave an extra 10,000 yuan, so the base became 20,000 yuan. When that's multiplied by 999 again, the 9.99 million immediately turns into 19.98 million yuan. And once I get my vitality value pills, I'll take them. My strength will skyrocket immediately. By then, as the mission levels get higher and higher, the rewards will also increase. With the school doubling it, and the system doubling it again. Just thinking about it. Fong felt it. He was only a small step away from becoming an extraordinary warrior, no, even a legendary warrior beyond the extraordinary. Young friend, I've printed the contract. Please take a look. Zhang Fubai flew back. He placed two identical contracts in front of Fong. Both contracts bore complete handprints, school seals, and signatures, and Feng's terms were clearly listed. During Feng's time at school, for all tasks completed, the school shall subsidize double the reward to student Fong. In black and white. Crystal clear. Making Fong nod repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. So Fong picked up the pen and, with a flourish, wrote his name. Then he smiled and extended his hand. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. For some reason. After seeing Feng smile, Zhang Fubai suddenly felt a pang in his heart and an inexplicable bad premonition. It felt as if he had somehow scammed the entire school? What's going on? Why would I have such a thought? Zhang Fubai was a bit perplexed. At this moment, Fong spoke again. Grandpa, if you're free tomorrow, could you come to my school and stand with me? After all, it's rare for me to have such a moment in the spotlight. Of course, of course. Zhang Fubai nodded repeatedly. Typically, students who rank first in the national exam receive rewards from various sectors on the day the results are announced. By that time, in addition to the principal of his alma mater, representatives from the admitting university would also take the stage to announce that their institution had accepted the top scorer in the national examination, thereby attracting more talent. Therefore, such an occasion was something Zhang Fubai absolutely could not miss. As for that pang of unease, never mind. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. It's easy to develop a suspicious nature. After breakfast, Fong returned home to see Fong Manlu fussing with a small electric scooter by the door, preparing to unload the delivery box. Upon seeing Fong, he casually asked, Xiaoyun, if you don't have anything to do today, take Xinger out for a spin. She's been constantly saying she wants to go out and play with you recently. All right. Fong nodded. Then Fong Manlu took out 100 yuan, a bright red banknote, and placed it in Feng's hand. And he earnestly instructed him. Xiaoyun, you're still young, you might not have seen this much money, but it's okay, go ahead and spend it lavishly. Even if you have more money in the future, don't forget, your first 100 yuan was given to you by Dad. Feng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, you probably don't know I have 8 million in my account. Oh. He really didn't know. Thanks, Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely spend this 100 yuan well. As long as you're happy. I'm off. I'm going to resign from the company today and then go to old brother Yu's house for a drink. I might be back a bit late. Fong Manlu waved his arm nonchalantly and left, leaving Fong to shake the large red banknote in his hand. He was planning to give Fong Manlu a surprise. What's a surprise? A surprise is spending 100 yuan as if it were 1 million. Put the banknotes in your pocket. Fong returned to his doorstep and knocked hard on the iron gate of his house. Little rascal, are you awake yet? Coming. Coming. Xinger, who was still rolling in bed, heard Fong calling her and immediately got up with renewed energy, put on her little dress, and tied her hair into a small braid. She skipped out beautifully. Brother, let's go. Don't rush. Fong picked up Xinger and playfully tapped her small nose. He raised his hand and knocked on the door again. Mom, do you have something to do today? I have an order this afternoon, I need to go clean. What's wrong?
Do you need pocket money? How much? Lin Shuemei said, walking out with her wallet. She took out 50 yuan from her wallet. This is just enough for today's order, I can earn 50 yuan.
You two take this and go have fun, don't worry about having too much money and feeling uneasy.
Feng's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He thought to himself, do you two really think my ambitions are that small? Can a mere 100-odd yuan send me away?
So he casually took the 50 yuan. And had the system double it. Then he put the 100 yuan given by Fong Manlu into Lin Shuemei's hand.
Lin Shuemei looked bewildered.
Comrade Lin Shuemei, your time today has been commandeered by me.
This is your compensation. Quickly change into a nice outfit, and we'll go to the city to look at houses. Look at houses? Lin Shuemei gasped upon hearing this. Then she became vigilant. Where did you get the money? Tien Wu gave it to me. I agreed to go to their school, and they gave me a signing bonus.
It's enough for us to buy a super big house.
Actually, Tien Wu's money hadn't arrived yet. But who made Feng's own account full of money? Having held back from spending for so long,
it had long gone bad. But this news truly delighted Lin Shuemei and Xinger.
Buying a house was secondary, the main thing was that Fong was admitted to Tien Wu. Tien Wu Academy, that was one of the 3 top martial arts schools in Huaxia. For Fong to be able to go there for further studies, his future was bound to be limitless. Oh, why didn't you tell us sooner, child? If you had, we could have had a celebratory meal. I'm going to call your dad right now. Call for what? He's going out drinking today. Fong said mischievously. He thought to himself, you gave me 100 yuan and told me to spend it freely, looking down on me, aren't you?
Lin Shuemei smiled helplessly.
Look at you, child. Buying a house is such a big deal, how can you not discuss it with your dad? Mom, if we don't include Dad, we can buy one that you like. If we include Dad, he'll definitely want to buy one that he likes. That makes sense. Lin Shuemei didn't insist anymore.
She immediately picked up her phone to cancel today's housekeeping order, changed into a dress she usually didn't dare to wear, and went out with her 2 children to the city center to prepare to buy a house. But in fact, it was called the city center. It was just a larger town, with more complete living facilities like supermarkets, hospitals, and schools. So there were only a few good housing developments. There was no need to investigate much. Fong led Lin Shuemei and Xinger directly to the sales office of Qingya Manor, which had the best conditions.
I just didn't expect it.
As soon as the 3 of them entered the door, they saw Wang Mengda, dressed in his work uniform, doing a handstand in the corner, looking utterly despondent.
Then, seeing Fong enter, he enthusiastically shouted, "Welcome! Hey, what the heck, Fong, what are you doing here?" Chapter 43, Reward Property, doubled into the king of buildings. Damn! Weren't you supposed to go to the factory to screw nuts? How did you end up here, doing a handstand? Feng's mouth twitched. He thought this guy was really outrageous.
He had watched so many high-definition beautiful saleswomen on his computer, some selling on sofas, some on balconies, and some in cars.
But he had never seen anyone selling while doing a handstand.
He should look for that next time.
Seems quite enticing. Hearing Feng's question, Wang Mengda was both happy and angry.
Sigh, well, yesterday I went to the factory to queue up, only to find it full of middle-aged women. Then I saw this place, where all the girls are young, beautiful, and speak so nicely, so I came in.
So what's going on here?
Well, the team leader said I flirted with girls on my first day.
Alright, that's enough.
Even without Wang Mengda saying anything, Fong understood what happened next.
So he helped Wang Mengda stand upright again. Brother, I want to buy a house, do you have any good recommendations? Absolutely not. I've been busy flirting with girls, how could I possibly have time to learn about the business?
Wang Mengda said with righteous indignation.
Making Fong really want to stuff him back into a handstand. At this moment,
A beautiful saleswoman quickly walked over from the side, wearing a black and white uniform, with a small badge hanging on her ample chest that read a few lines, Senior Manager Xue Menjing.
Wang Mengda was so scared that he quickly went back to doing a handstand, shouting loudly as he did. Team leader, I was wrong. You, turn back around first.
Xue Menjing said, her forehead covered in dark lines.
But Wang Mengda was determined and refused to turn back. No. Until you forgive me for teasing you, I won't turn back.
Please, just turn back around, I forgive you.
Really?
Swear it.
I swear. Alright, then I'll turn back around. With that,
Wang Mengda skillfully flipped back around, slapped his hands a few times, a look of successful mischief all over his face. Fong looked at Xue Menjing, then at Wang Mengda, silently gave Wang Mengda a thumbs up, and added,
awesome. One has to wonder how many people can tease their female boss on their very first day of work? And a beautiful boss at that, who looked only about 5 or 6 years older than Wang Mengda, with fair skin, a slender waist, and round hips, the kind very suitable for taking home as a wife. Could she possibly become a sister-in-law later on? Xue Menjing bowed apologetically. I'm truly sorry. We're fine.
Fong said with a smile, just about to open his mouth to ask about the house.
Xue Menjing spoke first. Excuse me, are you Fong, Mr. Fong? I am, is there a problem? Fong admitted generously.
Which made Xue Menjing very excited. Mr. Fong, it's like this, our company has already prepared a house for you and was just about to contact you to ask if you have time this afternoon to come and take a look at it.
We didn't expect you to come in person. Prepared a house for me? Who paid for it? Feng's first thought. It was Li Yining, that little rich girl. Who knew if that woman was still up to no good? And still thinking of buying him with money. But this time, Fong really misunderstood. Mr. Fong, this apartment is a gift from our company to celebrate your excellent performance in the national exam. We originally planned to announce it at tomorrow's commendation meeting. I understand. Fong suddenly realized.
Saying it was a gift to Fong, in reality, it was just to piggyback on Feng's popularity tomorrow and gain some traffic for their real estate company.
In that case, Fong felt justified in accepting it. Led by Xue Menjing,
Feng's family of 3, along with Wang Mengda, headed towards the top floor of building number 1 in the manor.
Xue Menjing walked ahead, introducing.
Mr. Fong, the apartment we are giving you is located on the top floor and is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Each level is 200 square meters, totaling 600 square meters. The bottom 2 levels are the living room and residential areas, and the third level is a sky garden with a study and a gym, very suitable for a warrior. Additionally, the entire apartment is exquisitely decorated, and you can move in at any time.
Just listening to Xue Menjing's explanation, Fong was incredibly excited.
Although Tianla City was a small place, housing prices were not cheap, especially since Qingya Manor was the most expensive development, so the price per square meter was over 10,000.
Calculated this way, the price of the entire apartment was at least over 6 million. What a grand gesture. Wait, if this apartment is a reward for me, then if the system doubles it, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Fong couldn't help but glance at the other houses. He thought to himself, all these combined, surely aren't enough for the system to reward him, right? So how would the system reward him? He thought. Fong was actually a little excited. But Xue Menjing's introduction wasn't over yet.
Mr. Fong, the furniture, appliances, and fitness equipment in your house are all fully equipped, and these were also gifted to you by other bosses. Understood, tomorrow on stage, I will cordially shake hands with them. Compared to these minor matters. What Fong was more concerned about, of course, was what to do with his hundreds of houses. This Qingya estate really didn't seem big enough. Sigh. Why didn't this boss build a few more buildings as reserves? What if my reward is withheld? So Fong asked nervously.
I have a question. When can I get the keys? Please wait a moment, I'll ask. Shui Menjing picked up her phone and made a call. After saying a few words, she then said to Fong, Mr. Fong, the keys are ready, and the property deed can arrive this afternoon. It's almost noon now, so why don't I treat you and your family to a meal, and then we can pick them up together this afternoon. Okay, thank you. Fong nodded, without declining, and accompanied Lin Shueme and Xinger to tour their new home from top to bottom. Then they had lunch together. Soon, a shiny red booklet was delivered to Fong, along with a string of brand new room keys. Mr. Fong, please keep your property deed and keys safe. Thank you. The moment he took the property deed and keys, Feng's heart thumped. How would the system issue his rewards this time? Congratulations, host, you have received a real estate reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 775 times. Congratulations, host, you have received an appliance reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 646 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a furniture reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled by 732 times. Then there was no more sound. This startled Fong. What's going on? Where are my 775 houses? System? System? Fong kept asking. Finally, the system's prompt sounded again. The system has issued rewards to the system space. Host can go to the system space to check. So they were issued, you scared me. Immediately after, Fong paused. Wait. Just now, did the system respond to him? And it responded in a very human-like way? Chapter 44 System Upgrade. System? Do you include artificial intelligence? System? To confirm if the system was truly human-like, Fong called out a few more times. But the system remained silent. This system, it never made a sound when it arrived, and now that it finally responded, it's back to playing silent. Ugh, what a troublesome thing, I'll figure it out slowly. He didn't ponder it any further. Feng's consciousness entered the system's storage space. As soon as he entered, Fong saw a stack of neatly piled red booklets, all property deeds, stacked at least 7 or 8 meters high. He randomly pulled one out to look. There were houses in Tiandu, houses in Daidu, and houses in Modu. Where prices were highest there were even many houses outside of Huaxia. Taking a closer look, Feng's scalp instantly exploded. These houses are all large units of 600 square meters. So the system calculates by area, not by house price. In that case, after calculating the value, Fong was completely stunned. Currently, a house in Modu's city center sells for 150,000 yuan per square meter, meaning a 600 square meter house would cost at least 90 million yuan. And houses like these, Fong now owned at least 200 units. Damn, houses are truly just a pile of deeds to me now. Fong said, looking at the mountain of property deeds. Even if he retired on the spot now, these houses could sustain him for another 500 years. Ugh, what am I thinking? What's the use of just having houses? I still need to strengthen my power, otherwise, if someone lands a punch, I'll become their big gift package. He withdrew from the system space. Feng's mindset towards Qingya Manor had undergone a complete change. He was originally quite excited about moving to a new home. But after seeing so many property deeds, now, my heart is as still as water, my whole being like a cold pool, not a ripple stirring. It was Lin Shueme, on the other hand. After Shui Menjing went downstairs to handle the paperwork, she stood in the kitchen, in front of the stove, constantly simulating the motion of flipping a wok with her hands. Still muttering to himself. This stove is great, I don't have to bend over to stir fry. That way, cooking won't be so tiring in the future. Xinger, too, squatted in front of the TV.
staring at the screen, so clear you could see every single hair.
Her mouth agape in a daze.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
At this moment, just as the two were most engrossed, Fong said, "Let's go."
Where to?
Both Lin Xueme and Xinger asked nervously. Judging by their expressions, it was as if they didn't want to wake from a dream, which made Feng's mouth twitch.
To go back and pack our things, of course, and move in.
Oh. Lin Xueme and Xinger also snapped back to reality, blushing profusely.
Back at their old home, the family of three gave away what they wanted to give away, threw out what needed to be thrown out, and left the remaining items for the moving company to pack. 2 hours later, their old home was completely emptied.
The family of three was in their new house, happily ordering a huge amount of takeout and eating with great joy. After dark,
with a tipsy swagger, Fong Manlu furtively returned to his doorstep, deliberately feigning extreme drunkenness as he stumbled through the front door.
Water. I need water. Hey, where's the kettle? Holy crap! Even the gas canisters are gone? Startled, Fong Manlu quickly switched on the lights.
Then, he stared blankly at the empty house.
Annoyed, Fong Manlu wasn't too keen on talking to the three Fongs the next morning, sitting proudly with his arms crossed.
Fong cheerfully placed a fried egg in front of Fong Manlu.
"Dad, don't be angry, we didn't do it on purpose. You left me there alone, and you say it wasn't on purpose? And such a big thing as buying a house, you didn't even tell me?
Then just tell us, are you satisfied with where you're living now or not?"
It's alright," Fong Manlu said, smacking his lips.
Lin Xueme, standing beside him, mercilessly exposed his lie.
"What do you mean alright? Who was it rolling around in bed excitedly last night? That was me acting out from drunkenness. Do you understand acting out from drunkenness? It means abnormal behavior. How can abnormal behavior be called excitement?" Fong Manlu said, his face flushing with urgency.
This made Fong and Xinger laugh so hard their stomachs hurt.
Fong Manlu shot them a glare. Fong quickly said, serious now. "Dad, today's my big day, you wouldn't want to miss it, would you? Not even eating breakfast."
"You little rascal, who said I'm not eating?"
Remembering that today was Feng's big day to announce his results, Fong Manlu finished his meal in a few quick bites. The family headed out together. Downstairs,
Yu Hao volunteered to be their free driver, taking the Fong family to Tianla City's second middle school in his Hongqi car.
At the school gate,
countless news outlets, having long received wind of the situation, were anxiously waiting.
So when Fong appeared,
dozens of microphones surged forward in unison, surrounding Fong completely, and one beautiful reporter after another, with nimble tongues, began to demand answers from Fong.
"Student Fong, as the top scorer in the national examination, what are your thoughts? Student Fong, I hear you are a bloodline awakener. Rumor has it that the intensity of bloodline awakening is limited. Where do you think your limit is? Will it rise to that of a silver warrior? Student Fong, I heard that the person you got along best with in school was a boy. Is that discrimination against girls?"
One beauty after another bombarded him with questions. Fong initially intended to answer seriously, but gradually became more perfunctory, to the point where, when he finally went on stage to receive his award, he just kept nodding, smiling, shaking hands, and posing for photos.
The system's prompts kept sounding in his head.
"Congratulations, host, for obtaining a second-grade Vitality Value Pill reward, currently undergoing random doubling, M.
Randomly multiplied by 818 times.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cash reward, currently undergoing random doubling.
Randomly multiplied by 666 times.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cash reward, currently undergoing random doubling.
Randomly multiplied by 247 times.
It wasn't until Fong numbly returned home and lay on his bed that he suddenly realized what he had experienced today.
Holy crap! Why does it feel like my brain isn't my own today? Fong felt a bit panicked. Logically speaking,
Warriors have more energy than ordinary people, so even facing multiple beautiful reporters alone, they should be more than capable.
Moreover, Feng's mental power was still enormous, so how could his brain become dysfunctional when facing dozens of beautiful reporters? Is there something wrong with my body? Fong looked at his hands. He thought to himself that he had finally activated the system. He couldn't just die now. So, he quickly closed his eyes and tried to perform an internal examination. But he actually couldn't perform an internal examination anymore. What's going on? Fong was completely stunned. If this was the case, how could he protect such a vast fortune now? An innocent man is ruined by the treasure he carries. Immense wealth would instead become a fatal disaster. But just then, the system chimed. Ding! System upgrade preparation complete. It will no longer consume host's mental power. Upgrading now, please maintain a living state, host, to avoid upgrade failure. Chapter 45. Oh my god. Now this is a system. System! You bastard! Fong gnashed his teeth in anger. It extracted mental power without a word, making him think the system had expired. Also, what the hell was living state? Did he look like someone who would seek death? Forget it, I'll talk about it after the upgrade is finished. Maybe after the upgrade, it will become a bit smarter and understand human language. Otherwise, cursing it isn't satisfying at all. So, Fong stood up and tried to unleash some vitality value and use his mental power. Finally, he confirmed. During the system's upgrade, his abilities could be used as normal. It was just that his mental power was quite weak. Like he had just finished an intense session. He was probably drained. He waited until almost 12 o'clock, which was 2 hours later. A new system prompt echoed in Feng's mind. Ding! Doubling system upgrade complete, opening new page. Afterwards, suddenly, a blue electronic display screen appeared before Fong, showing his personal information. Host name, Fong. System level, LV2. Vitality value, 312. Spirit value, 755, 701. Cultivation methods, spirit nurturing art, spirit splitting art, spirit slaying art, 9 forms, chi condensing art, bone tempering art. Other skills, pull-ups, jab, picking up girls, blarney, cleaning, traditional crafts, etc. And in the upper right corner of the page, there was also an option for other functions. As soon as Feng's gaze fell upon it, a small line of text popped up on this option. This button can be touched by the host or operated mentally. The system advises the host to use mental operation because outsiders cannot see the system page, so there's a high probability they will treat the host as insane. Sure enough, the upgraded system had become much more intelligent. Its sophistication had risen several levels. So, Feng's thoughts stirred. The system page automatically switched to the other functions page. But this page was clearly still under construction. Only 3 lines of text were displayed. Wealth management. Storage space. Under development. Fong then mentally clicked on wealth management. In an instant, a super long string of numbers abruptly appeared before Fong. Account balance, 388,960,000. Gasp. Fong gasped. He just didn't know if these numbers corresponded to Huaxia currency. Fortunately, next to account balance, there was a small exclamation mark. As Feng's gaze fell upon it, an explanation automatically popped up. The balance value corresponds to Huaxia currency, meaning 1 unit equals 1 yuan. Furthermore, guided by the principle of protecting the host, all future wealth obtained by the host through doubling will be temporarily stored in the system account. The host can withdraw it when needed. It can be withdrawn all at once, or in installments. An incredibly detailed explanation, along with a thoughtful protection strategy. It made Fong feel like it was out of this world. Compared to the current system, the old system was truly a big fool, idiot. Amazing, amazing. Fang's gaze moved further down. Below account balance, another line of assets was also listed. Fixed assets. Clicking on it. Inside were the 775 properties he had just acquired, as well as 101 sets of gym equipment? What the heck? But after thinking about it, he understood. His doubling was random, and since the properties in gym equipment were rewards from different people, it was normal for them to be multiplied by different amounts. As for one thing that pleased Fong greatly, his 775 properties were even categorized by the system with labels like Tiandu, Daidu, and Modu, clearly organized. Furthermore, the location of each house would be displayed. Even the house in Xingya Manor where Fong resided. It also appeared. The location is 10 meters. This displayed distance easily made Fong think of some strange and peculiar ways of moving. Amazing, my system. He was extremely satisfied with this function. Fong then opened storage space. Compared to wealth management, the changes to storage space were not significant, merely adding an index and an attached search function. Check the grade 2 vitality value pill. Upon searching, an image of the grade 2 vitality value pill immediately popped up, along with a quantity reminder behind the image. Currently, Fong possessed grade 2 vitality value pills X855. It actually gave real grade 2 vitality value pills. Ha. It's good to have strength. Back then, I just wanted a grade 1 vitality value pill. I finally won 3 arena matches, and yet they still tried to trick me with fakes. Indeed, might makes right. Let's take one first to feel its medicinal effect. With a thought, a vitality value pill suddenly appeared in Feng's hand. But that wasn't all. The moment the vitality value pill landed in his hand, a prompt box lit up as well. Grade 2 vitality value pill contains a large amount of active vitality value power. When taken initially, it can enhance vitality value by absorbing vitality value power. After consuming a certain quantity, it will no longer increase vitality value. Host detected as first-time user. It is estimated that after absorption, vitality value can be increased by 100. Such an incredibly detailed interpretation. It truly made Fong feel like he had upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon. He really wanted to show his former self. What kind of garbage was your system? This is what deserves to be called a system. Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud with joy. Interesting. Let's try it out and see if the system's calculations are accurate. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Fong consumed a grade 2 vitality value pill, simultaneously activating the condensing chi art to retain as much of the erupting vitality value within his body as possible. After a rumbling refining process within his body, a thin layer of sweat, slightly tinged with black impurities, appeared on Feng's body. By this time, the impurities in his body had become extremely few. To advance further, he would need to cultivate specialized techniques or purchase targeted elixirs. Unlike vitality value pills, vitality value pills only contain a large amount of active vitality value, which means they stimulate the entire body indiscriminately. Unless deliberately guided, they can only have a limited amount of targeted effect. Targeted elixirs, however, have very specific functions. Common types include organ protection pill, specifically used to enhance the strength of the 5 Zhang organs and 6 Fu organs. Bone tempering pill, specifically used to increase bone density and elasticity. Tendon strengthening pill, specifically used to reinforce the various ligaments in the human body. Meridian activating pill, specifically used to vitalize a person's various blood vessels and meridians. And so on. Although the functions of these elixirs are singular, their prices are all higher than that of vitality value pills. In fact, there are also some even more incredibly refined elixirs. For example, the Heavenly Origin Kidney Chi Pill, which can super strengthen the kidneys. Legend has it that a master of the spear, after consuming this elixir,
became utterly frenzied, leaving 81 pits in solid rock. When he finally stopped, everyone was shocked to see that he had no spear in his hand.
Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Recalling this legend,
Fong was quite worried, not whether that fellow grounded down, but whether he grounded away completely.
How desperate do you have to be to use that spear? Anyway, let's check my vitality value. Reopen your profile page. Fong looked at the numbers above and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 46, Departure. To Tien Wu Academy.
There was a slight change on Feng's personal page at this time.
Host name, Fong. System level, LV2. Vitality value, 433. Mental value, 755, 701.
Cultivation techniques, spirit nurturing art, spirit splitting art, spirit slaying art, 9 forms, chi condensing art, bone forging art. Other skills, pull-ups, jab, chasing girls, bluffing, cleaning, traditional craft, etc.
In other words,
Fong, after taking the grade 2 vitality value pill, did not experience the 100-point increase in vitality value that the system had estimated. Instead, it skyrocketed from 312 to 433, a full increase of 121 points.
System, you're not very accurate, are you?
As his voice fell,
a pop-up window automatically appeared on the system's page.
The medicinal effect has been revised based on the host's body data.
The host's body data will continue to be monitored to provide more accurate service to the host. TSK, system, can you talk to me now? However,
the system started playing dead again.
System? System? System?
After calling several times with no response,
Fong couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. Anyway, the system is only LV2 now.
If it slowly upgrades to LV3 later and still doesn't speak, Fong will complain about it.
Mental values, one is 755, the other is 701. This should be my mental power split into 2, so they are calculated separately. He then clicked on the explanation. It was exactly as Fong had thought. Then, Feng's attention was focused on his cultivation technique.
His consciousness locked onto the spirit nurturing art. The words spirit nurturing art immediately sank downwards,
jumping into a brand new page.
What met his eyes was a complete introduction.
Spirit nurturing art, yellow tier low grade.
As the most basic method for cultivating spiritual power, it is very simple to get started, but difficult to master thoroughly. It's like a small stream, requiring a continuous influx of living water and persistent effort to eventually form a vast ocean. Special note, when cultivating the spirit nurturing art, there is a certain chance of triggering splitting behavior. However, this type of splitting is similar to advanced spiritual power techniques and can be enhanced by the divine derivation art in the future. Note, divine derivation art has not yet been acquired.
After this explanation,
Fong immediately understood that his spiritual splitting his spiritual power splitting was actually an accident.
Moreover,
and it was an effect typically achieved only by those cultivating advanced spiritual power techniques.
That's not bad, but I wonder when I'll be able to master the spirit nurturing art. Fong mumbled softly.
The system's page suddenly distorted, then changed its content. It transformed all the previous introductions into an exclamation mark, placed next to the title Spirit Nurturing Art.
Below, it became a set of numbers. Cultivation technique name, Spirit Nurturing Art. Current realm, Initial Mastery. Next stage, Intermediate Mastery. Cultivation progress, 1456 10,000.
This made Fong chuckle. He had only ever heard of initial mastery and great mastery of cultivation techniques, but never intermediate mastery. But if the system said it existed,
then it existed.
The system's definitions for minor mastery of a cultivation method, intermediate mastery of a cultivation method, and great mastery of a cultivation method are also very simple.
Minor mastery refers to having grasped the techniques.
Intermediate mastery means possessing a certain degree of power. Mastery means both skill and power have reached their peak. According to this standard, Fong reviewed all his cultivation techniques and found that God-slaying art and 9 forms were both considered minor accomplishments. Meaning he had mastered the techniques, but had not yet acquired sufficient power. As for Qi condensation art and bone tempering art, because they were inherently low-grade yellow-tier cultivation techniques and not combat-oriented skills, they had achieved mastery earlier instead. With this classification from the system, I can more clearly understand the growth of my various abilities. He affirmed the system's performance. The last item, which was other skills. Traditional craftsmanship, this can actually be considered a skill? Fong was shocked for a moment, stating that he had been pure for half his life. Just an occasional mistake, surely it wouldn't be recorded? But he couldn't delete it even if he wanted to. Seriously, this part of the system isn't humane enough. Although only I can see it, I still feel ashamed. Shaking his head, Fong decided that if there wasn't a hidden feature in the next upgrade, he would definitely complain to the system. Afterwards, Fong looked at pull-ups. His gaze locked. The screen immediately changed, displaying the skill name and a long numerical value. Pull-ups, 344,582. Special note, this exercise is counted by individual repetitions. Other exercises are counted by repetitions or by hours. Fong understood immediately. All the pull-ups he had done, plus the experience points doubled by the system, were counted in the final total. As for counting by session or by hour, Fong also understood in a flash. Wasn't it just talking about traditional craftsmanship? Well, he always spent several hours each time. Of course, it should be calculated by the hour. In the days that followed, Feng's life became very simple. He was either frantically taking medicine to increase his vitality value, or studying warrior-related knowledge to learn more about warrior common sense. In his spare time, he would also go out for a walk with Shinger to get some fresh air. As for Shinger's heart problem, the medical techniques I found online don't have particularly effective treatments. I'm afraid I'll have to look for something in Tien Wu. Furthermore, Fong also solved a personal problem for Fong Manlu. That morning, Fong Manlu awkwardly pushed open Feng's door and sat on the edge of Feng's bed, looking as if he had something to say but didn't know how. This startled Fong. "Dad, what's wrong?" Xiaoyun, I don't know how to say it." Dad, just speak freely." Fong comforted him patiently. So Fong Manlu spoke. "You know, before, I used to deliver food every day, climbing dozens of flights of stairs at the drop of a hat, so I felt particularly strong, like I had endless energy. But recently, life has gotten better, and I actually feel like I can't do it anymore." "I understand." Fong nodded. His face showed complete understanding. "You were busy from morning to night every day, and suddenly, with nothing to do, you feel an emptiness inside, right?" "Yes. That's it." Fong Manlu said affirmatively. He felt that his son understood him best. Unlike some people, who would only think he was weakened, overdrawn, and couldn't hold his head up anymore. "I have nothing to do every day now, and I feel incredibly bored, but I don't know what to do." "Then you can write novels." "Write novels?" Fong Manlu was surprised for a moment. But Fong fully supported him. "Dad, weren't you a talented liberal arts student before? So writing novels would be picking up your old profession again." "Well, I'll give it a try." Fong Manlu walked away thoughtfully. That evening, he bought a computer and officially announced he was going to write a novel. He even discussed the theme with Fong. "Xiaoyun, I've thought of an incredibly awesome theme, do you want to hear it?" "How awesome?" "My protagonist has a special ability, every item he obtains will automatically double." Cough, cough, cough. "What's wrong? Is it not good?" "No, this theme is incredibly awesome," Fong said, choking and turning red in the face, feeling inexplicably a tiny bit guilty.
Days passed like this. Soon. Until it was time for Fong to report to Tien Wu Academy. Fang's strength had also improved comprehensively. Host name, Fong. System level, LV2. Vitality value, 812. Spirit value, 1365, 1321.
Cultivation techniques, spirit nurturing art, spirit splitting art, spirit severing art, 9 forms, chi condensation art, bone tempering art. Other skills, pull-ups, jab, picking up girls, blarney, cleaning, traditional craftsmanship, etc. So Fong bid Vivi farewell, telling her he wouldn't be cancelling his unfinished private coaching lessons. Then he had another meal with his family. At the same time, he left 2 million in cash for his family, telling them not to worry about money and to come to him if they needed anything.
Finally, Fong, train ticket in hand, embarked alone on the journey to Tien Wu Academy. Tien Wu, I've arrived. Chapter 47, Heavenly Gate. Next stop, Tiandu.
With the announcement, Fong stretched languidly, retrieved his suitcase from the overhead rack, and dragged it towards the exit.
Unlike the high-speed rail station in Tianla City, the high-speed rail station in Tiandu.
As soon as he stepped out of the train door, he was greeted by a gate-shaped device. So as Fong walked out, a red light swept across Feng's body, scanning him completely from head to toe.
Afterwards, a young lady in a police uniform, holding an instrument, walked up and smiled gracefully at Fong. Welcome to Tiandu, student Fong. Does this instrument also have facial recognition? Fong pointed at the gate-shaped device. The young lady shook her head, smiling.
No, this instrument can only distinguish between warriors and non-warriors.
I recognized you because I've read your reports. I see, I'm just a country bumpkin, making you laugh. Fong awkwardly scratched his head.
This made the young woman quite fond of him. Compared to those who put on airs, most girls actually prefer boys who are more innocent and genuine.
So, the young woman became more talkative. Actually, this device is still in pilot operation. Most places still use glass wall testers, just like in Tianla City where you are. I see. Fong nodded. In a world where warriors are ubiquitous, all sectors are very concerned about the management of warriors. Therefore, places like train station entrances and subway station entrances conduct vitality value tests to ensure that dangerous individuals are always under surveillance. Your current vitality value level is an 8-star bronze, which is quite a bit higher than during your national exam. The young woman said.
The device in her hand had already printed out a bronze-colored card
and handed it to Fong. This is your warrior certificate. In Tiandu, security alerts may randomly check your identity at any time. Just present this certificate, and you'll pass the inspection smoothly. Understood, I'll keep it safe, thank you. After Fong thanked the young woman,
he then carefully looked at the card in his hand. The card was entirely blue, representing Feng's status as a bronze warrior. The front displayed Feng's personal information, identical to his ID card, clearly extracted from his online archives and then replicated onto the card.
And on the back,
in the center was a circular pattern, above which were 9 star shapes.
One was empty, and the other 8 glowed golden. 8-star bronze, is that what it means? Just as the young woman said. Random checks were constant in Tiandu. Fong hadn't even walked 500 meters before encountering 3 random checks. Fortunately, after presenting his warrior certificate,
then there's nothing to worry about.
But it's no wonder that Tiandu's random inspections are so thorough. Because on the streets, Fong could feel a strong murderous aura emanating from many people.
Many individuals were even openly carrying large cleavers, walking around the streets, and then, as soon as they encountered an inspection, they would meekly present their warrior certificates with both hands, like subservient grandsons.
Something's not right.
It's understandable for these people carrying knives to be inspected, but I'm not carrying a knife, so why am I being inspected too?
He frowned.
Fong observed carefully.
Then he noticed.
Those who walked with an arrogant swagger, even if they were carrying knives, wouldn't be randomly inspected. But those who were cautious, clearly new to the city and afraid of causing trouble, would be inspected frequently, regardless of whether they carried a knife or not.
This made Feng's mouth twitch. Got it.
Those who look guilty either have something to hide from committing a crime or are new arrivals from out of town. They are key targets for inspection. Those who act like they own the place are actually not afraid of being checked, so there's no need to waste time inspecting them.
Damn, there's even a method to this.
As soon as he figured it out, he immediately puffed out his chest.
Fong swaggered towards Tien Wu. Sure enough, he didn't encounter any more random inspections on the way. Tien Wu. More than 10 years ago, it was actually just a dilapidated city. Although it had a rich cultural heritage, its development was extremely slow. So, the decision makers at the time went all in. They fully supported Tien Wu Academy. A symbiotic relationship was forged. This led to Tien Wu Academy becoming one of the top martial arts schools, and Tien Wu also soared to become one of China's most prosperous cities. Therefore, as one of the contributors to the construction of Tien Wu, as the prestigious emblem of Tien Wu, it's only reasonable for the main gate of Tien Wu Academy to be a bit grander, right? Damn it, but isn't it a little too big?
Standing in front of Tien Wu Academy's entrance, Fong looked at the 100-meter-long, 30-meter-high white jade gate before him, his expression almost failing to hold. He had never seen such an extravagant gate.
Moreover, isn't today the day to register for school?
Why is the main entrance so empty, with no lovely senior sisters or beautiful senior sisters coming to greet him?
Just as he was wondering if he had gotten the date wrong. At this moment, a melodious laugh interrupted Feng's thoughts.
Ha 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 ha, our first place student has arrived. As Feng's target for persuasion and Tien Wu's admissions officer, Xin Zhan immediately gave Fong a big hug upon arrival. Then, with a beaming face, he looked at the white jade gate.
Magnificent, isn't it?
This is called the Heaven Gate.
Heaven Gate? Fong repeated the name.
He felt that Tien Wu had quite a lot of confidence to dare to name it that.
Xin Zhan continued to explain.
This Heaven Gate is 111 meters long and 33 meters high. It's built to commemorate the 33 teachers who made significant contributions to the school, and the 111 outstanding students.
Its meaning is,
teachers are pillars, supporting us sky senior students are steps, allowing us junior students to climb higher on their shoulders. Therefore, this gate isn't just meant to be walked through from below. The academy hopes that we can walk over it from above. That is the significance of the Heaven Gate. Xin Zhan finished speaking with immense pride. Because his father, Xin Gongda, who is also the current dean of Tien Wu Academy, was one of those 33 teachers.
Only. After hearing Xin Zhan explain the meaning of the Heaven Gate, Fong couldn't help but scratch his chin. This small gesture was naturally keenly caught by Xin Zhan. Xin Zhan asked curiously, Xin Yun, what's wrong? Did I speak too fast just now, and you didn't grasp the significance of this Tianmen? No.
Fong smiled, as if nothing had happened. But Xin Zhan persisted.
No, I think you definitely have an idea.
If you don't tell me, I won't let you in today.
Alright then, if I tell you, don't blame me. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Xin Zhan said, patting his chest. Since that was the case, so Fong spoke frankly. If you say the seniors are making stairs, then why not put them on the ground? Otherwise, by being so high up, aren't they telling others that they are hard to surpass? If they were on the ground, people wouldn't feel that way, and they would even enjoy stepping on them. And the two pillars next to it, directly supporting the sky, make sense in terms of artistic conception. Of course, the most important thing is that without this big stone on top, people walking below wouldn't have to worry about stones falling, don't you think? After listening to Feng's analysis, Xin Zhan was stunned. At first, he even felt that Feng's argument was a bit disrespectful to the seniors. But upon further thought, holy crap! What he said makes so much sense. Chapter 48, starting the semester with such a big deal.
Having accepted Feng's viewpoint, when Qin Zhan looked at Tianmen again, he found it strangely odd.
He scratched his head. He mumbled under his breath. That seems to be the saying. You didn't mention it, so I didn't feel it, but now that you've said it, I don't even dare to walk under the heavenly gate anymore. Right? Fong sighed and shook his head. He thought to himself that this Qin Zhan was far too easy to fool. Then he asked a question. By the way, isn't today supposed to be registration day for school? Why is there no one around? Did I come too early? Speaking of this matter.
Qin Zhan, instead, looked at Fong with a mournful expression, as if Fong had done something terrible to him.
Fong looked at the top of his head. There was no green light, so why was he so mournful? Is there something wrong with my question? Student Fong, have you thoroughly read your admission letter? That kind of thing, isn't it enough to just glance at the start date? Fong said innocently, making Qin Zhan even more mournful. Didn't you notice that there was a suggestion inside, recommending new students to report to school a month, or even 2 months, in advance?
There was such a thing.
An awkward answer
Made Qin Zhan not want to engage with Fong at all.
But there was no choice. After all, Fong was recruited by him. At least, nominally. Adolescence, for a warrior, is a crucial developmental stage, so during this period, both vitality value and mental strength have enormous room for improvement.
Therefore, most students rushed over on the very first day they received their admission letters. The latest ones arrived at school a month ago. Only one person, he waited until the last day to come. I don't need to say the name, do I? Feeling Qin Zhan's deep resentment, Fong could only awkwardly rub his nose and cough a few times to ease the tension.
Ahem.
Because admissions tutors have an obligation to wait for their students.
And whoever recruits them, waits for them.
Therefore, Qin Zhan must have been waiting for me for ages.
Alright, enter the heavenly gate.
This is a mandatory ritual for every student of Tien Wu Academy, otherwise, you can't be considered a Tien Wu person.
The sense of ritual is quite nice. Fong looked up at the heavenly gate. And didn't say much more.
He simply followed Qin Zhan and walked through the gate. Which surprised Qin Zhan quite a bit.
Why did you come through the bottom?
I thought you'd try to find a way to jump over it.
Oh, come on, why would I do something so stupid when I have nothing else to do? Fong spread his hands helplessly, indicating, what kind of thoughts are those?
Qin Zhan could only shrug his shoulders. Actually, that's also a tradition, you know, those who can get into Tien Wu all have some ability, they're all arrogant, and after hearing the story of this gate, many people want to jump over it.
Are there really people that foolish?
Really?
Quite a few.
Some have asked people to throw them over, some have tried to climb over the pillars, and the most outrageous one, someone even flew a helicopter over, trying to pass above it.
And then?
Then the helicopter was shot down. Listening to these guys' strange ideas and imaginations, while Fong marveled, he also felt it was a shame. If he had come earlier, he could have witnessed many exciting and spectacular scenes firsthand. Unfortunately, now he could only hope to see girls with hot figures at school.
So, are we heading to the dorms now? No rush. After passing through the heavenly gate,
Qin Zhan, on the contrary, became serious, extending a finger from each hand towards Fong.
There are 2 things I need to tell you.
First, the very first thing you need to do upon entering the school is to sign a life and death waiver.
This is it, take a look.
He pulled a life and death waiver from his pocket. Qin Zhan handed it to Fong.
Fong quickly scanned it. I voluntarily signed this agreement.
During my time at the school, all fatalities, including being stabbed to death, beaten to death, poisoned to death, kicked to death, etc., are unrelated to Tien Wu Academy. And I am profoundly grateful to the Academy for allocating 10 million yuan in humanitarian consolation funds.
My deepest gratitude? Fong's scalp tingled after reading it. What kind of life and death waiver was this? This was clearly a death notice, wasn't it? And weren't there too many ways to die listed? However, Qin Zhan merely nodded calmly. This waiver must be signed. Honestly, not signing it means you're not a true man. Alright, don't provoke me. I've come all this way, how could I back down now? Sign here, right? And also, please sign your own name, not mine. Ahem, a slip of the pen. A slip of the pen.
After Fong finished signing the life and death waiver, Qin Zhan checked it, confirmed it was correct, and carefully put it into his pocket. Then he began to explain the second point. Second, from now on, until you meet the requirements, you can only leave the school using the methods provided by the school.
Now, I haven't even bought my daily necessities yet. I don't have toothpaste or a toothbrush.
Don't worry, our school is very large, and it has everything you could possibly need. Qin Zhan said with conviction.
He even pointed to a nearby subway entrance. That's right. There really was a subway entrance inside the school. See that? Our school's exclusive subway, only for internal use.
It takes 2 hours to ride the subway around the school.
You think such a big school would be short on a bit of toothpaste and a toothbrush for you?
Although Qin Zhan was trying hard to suppress a mischievous grin. His poor acting skills
were immediately seen through by Fong. Fong sneered inwardly.
Looking at him, I can tell he's just talking nonsense and trying to trick me. But never mind, since he waited for me for a month, I'll play along this one time.
So, Fong nodded cheerfully, following Qin Zhan towards the subway entrance. Once they went down into the subway. On the subway platform, a display screen showed
that from the school gate to the freshman dormitory area, there were only 3 stops in total, with the exchange office and the library in between.
Fong mentally calculated the distance.
The school gate of Tien Wu is in the city center of Tiandu. 3 subway stops, it should still be near the city center. I really didn't expect the freshman dormitory area to be in such a prime location where every inch of land is precious.
Thinking this, then Fong rode the subway for a full hour.
When Fong emerged from the subway entrance, what he saw was no longer the city center. It was clearly a remote valley that couldn't even be called a suburb. Behind him were endless mountains. In front was a small plain. And even more shocking was that
on that small plain, some people were wandering aimlessly like lost souls. That's right. Those people were all freshmen of Tien Wu. Chapter 49 Special Military Training. What the hell, what's wrong with these people? Fong asked, pointing at these people.
But Qin Zhan actually had a triumphant expression, revealing a mischievous smile.
Oh, them? They've been ravaged by life.
You don't need to ask for details, you'll know when you experience it yourself.
Alright, no more talking.
If you're fast, we might see each other again next year.
Bye-bye. After saying that, Qin Zhan laughed and walked towards the subway entrance, leaving Fong alone. As Qin Zhan entered the subway entrance,
2 guards, who hadn't been seen earlier, suddenly appeared, each holding a great cross sword, blocking the subway entrance like statues.
The message was clear. Dare to approach. My sword won't be polite. No, you could at least tell me what I'm supposed to do here? Am I supposed to live here for a year? Or do I have to defeat these 2 to get out? Fong shouted, speechless.
This made the 2 guards frown, feeling slighted. So, with a defiant mindset, they forcefully unleashed a terrifying vitality value pressure.
It pressed down on Fong like a massive mountain, making Fong, who was an 8-star bronze, immediately realize. Damn! These must be at least gold warriors. Can't mess with them. Can't mess with them. Wait. No.
As long as I take a crazy amount of pills, gold warriors are nothing.
But thinking about it that way, it just made things worse. Damn it.
Old man Zhang hasn't given me the pills yet.
Fong gnashed his teeth in anger.
If he had known it would be like this, the first thing he would have done upon arriving would have been to demand payment. But now it was too late for regrets.
He could only remember this lesson and absolutely not make the same mistake again in the future. I should first figure out what's going on here. Also, what did Xinjiang mean by see you next year? Am I really supposed to live here for a year? And even if I'm fast? He turned around.
Before Fong could even lock onto his prey, he himself was targeted as prey. A horde of girls, eager and hungry, rushed over from all directions. There were sweet-looking ones, seductive ones, healthy and wild ones, and even some aloof and proud ones who awkwardly lingered and watched from a distance, as if unsure whether to join.
But most of them
were disheveled, messy-haired girls. And even among these untidy girls, there were a few men mixed in.
What's going on? What do they want? Fong quickly stepped back, ready to fight at any moment.
In this situation, he can only pick one person and beat them to death to scare off the others. Otherwise, if all of them rushed forward and clung to him, he wouldn't just be exhausted to death, but slowly tortured to death, without even a sliver of hope. Therefore, Fang's gaze began to scan rapidly, wanting to pick out the weakest person among them. This one's pectorals are so exaggerated. No, good nutrition means plenty of vitality value, hard to deal with.
This one's wearing so little?
No, it's easy to get distracted in combat, affecting my mental and physical safety.
Huh, this one's not bad, looks very ordinary, wait, poor chest, utterly wicked. Probably not easy to deal with either.
But just as Fong was carefully sizing up his opponents and trying to pick out the most suitable target from a group of well-built beauties, the people opposite him cautiously stopped.
Seeing this scene, Fong was a little puzzled. Why did they stop?
If they stood too far, he couldn't see clearly. Afterwards, from this group of people, several came forward to speak.
Classmate, we mean no harm. We just want to borrow some things from you. That's right, classmate, don't be nervous. Classmate, do you have tissues with you? Any kind, pull out tissues or pocket tissues, will do. Borrow? Borrow something now, and pay me back with a life 10 months later? And there are so many people. How much do I have to lend out? Also, it's one thing for the women to borrow, but you a bunch of grown men coming to borrow too, is that appropriate? Isn't that ridiculous? Of course. This is just the kind of thought an old pervert would have. Fong is a decent person. He wouldn't think that way. He just feigned incomprehension and asked them, "Why do you need to borrow toilet paper?" "Classmate, we just need some toilet paper. As girls, we can't exactly use leaves when we go to the bathroom, can we?"
A group of girls said, blushing and with pounding hearts.
Because the leaves here were really too rough. They could easily scratch sensitive areas.
Especially some leaves even had trace amounts of toxins, which, if used on private parts, would have a numbing effect.
I understand. Fong nodded.
Seeing that he understood, the girls opposite them also became happy and quickly said, "Classmate, we really just need toilet paper, and we won't cause you any personal harm.
You can totally rest assured. We just don't know how much you brought, classmate. We all need some, and we can even buy it from you." Although the girls opposite showed a very sincere attitude. But Fong wasn't foolish. Since so many people came to him to borrow toilet paper, it meant that toilet paper was a scarce resource in the current environment. Therefore, it had to be utilized to its maximum potential. So, Fong took out an open pack of tissues from his pocket, with only 3 sheets left, and waved it in front of the group of girls. Seeing only 3 tissues in total, some people's eyes immediately showed disappointment. These people were immediately ruled out by Fong. Because only those who truly needed this item could be squeezed the most. His gaze quickly swept over them. Fong immediately focused on one girl. This girl looked very soft and delicate, wearing a pink tracksuit that accentuated her well-proportioned and smooth figure. She clearly looked like an innocent young girl. But now, her legs were tightly clenched, and because she was somewhat urgent, her legs were even forming an X shape. That's her. The prey was locked on. Fong smoothly and naturally put the tissue back into his pocket. Sorry, everyone, I still need this tissue, so I can't lend it to you. You can all disperse now. Hearing Feng's words, most people left disappointed.
Only a small number of people stared at Feng's suitcase, seemingly guessing whether there might be some good stuff inside. Oh dear, I dropped my warrior certificate.
How careless of me. He said that.
But when Fong picked up the item, he conspicuously revealed his warrior certificate to those with ulterior motives.
Bronze warrior?
Seeing the card color exclusive to a bronze warrior,
many immediately abandoned any thoughts of robbery. In fact,
the vast majority of people were still black iron warriors, and fighting a bronze warrior would simply deplete their vitality value until they died. They had no chance of winning. But there was still a small group of people. Their wicked intentions persisted. They strained to look at the warrior certificate, wanting to see the star rating on it. But Fong slyly covered the 8-star warrior insignia, looking nonchalant as he tucked the warrior certificate back into his pocket.
This little brat.
This infuriated that small group. If Fong was only a 1-star or 2-star bronze warrior, then several black iron warriors combined would still have a good chance of winning. But if Fong was 5-star or above,
go! Get more people.
Detecting these people's thoughts with his mental power,
Feng's lips curved slightly upward. You must come. Don't you dare be a coward. I'll be waiting for you. He has already revealed his identity as a bronze warrior.
And there are still those bold enough to covet. They are either audacious to the extreme, or they have some real skill, but as everyone knows, typically powerful individuals are equivalent to fat sheep.
He must have some good stuff on him, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Before that, first, let's understand the situation. If I'm confused and end up suffering a huge loss, it'll be too late to regret it.
His psionic power locked onto the pink-haired girl's movements.
Fong, carrying his suitcase, walked towards a nearby bush. He guessed correctly.
That pink-haired girl was indeed in a great hurry. Finding a secluded spot, the pink-haired girl, Yixingxing, looked down at the somewhat rough plant leaves under her feet. With a gritted jaw and a determined heart, she was just about to pull down her pants. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from the bush. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Yixingxing, in a panic, shouted.
Someone's here. I know. Then why are you still coming over? I'm here to bring paper. Chapter 50 Danger Approaching. I'm here to bring paper. Fong said with a powerful voice, deep and charming, making Yixingxing's face suddenly twitch. I want to hit someone. But she really couldn't refuse the allure of toilet paper.
After all, between leaves and toilet paper, boys don't want a chrysanthemum bloom, and girls don't want to suffer miserably. So Yixingxing tried hard to clamp her legs together,
and said to Fong, "Thank you, student. I really don't know how to express my gratitude."
"It's okay if you don't know how to thank me, I can teach you how."
"Ha?"
Yixingxing's face was momentarily bewildered.
Wasn't that just a polite remark? Why did he take it seriously? Also, why do you look like you're about to speak? Can't you wait until I'm done? I'm really in a hurry.
But what Fong wanted was for Yixingxing to be in a hurry.
Only at such times
will people speak the truth, without even time to concoct a lie.
"Student, I'd like to know why everyone is here?" "That's a long story, can you let me just?"
"Then make it a long story short."
"Well, everyone's trapped here.
To get out, you either cross the big mountains behind us, or you attack the dorm area to get a pass.
Otherwise, you can only stay here." "Big mountains? Dorm area?" Fong gazed at the endless mountain range behind them.
His eyes held a hint of confusion. Getting out of here might be difficult for ordinary people, but for a warrior, it shouldn't be very hard, right? Yixingxing opposite him was so anxious she was almost jumping up and down. Her whole face was flushed from holding it in.
Student, I know you have a lot of questions, but can you please let me finish first? I really can't hold it anymore. All right.
Fong nodded in agreement and handed the tissue in his hand to Yi Xingxing. Yi Xingxing buzzed anxiously.
Thank you.
Then quickly darted into the bushes.
As for Fong,
he wasn't letting Yi Xingxing go so quickly out of kindness, rather, someone was coming after him. Holding the suitcase with one hand. Fong, with one hand on his hip, watched as over a dozen people darted out, forming a circle that surrounded him. Among the two leaders, one held a dagger and the other a machete.
Fong asked calmly. Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? Enough talk, hand over your suitcase. My suitcase? Fong lowered his head and glanced at his suitcase. Brand new.
And there are small floral stickers that Xinger put on it.
It's really pretty. Therefore. Sorry, if you want one, you can buy it yourself. I'm not selling this one. Go to hell.
The one with the machete became irritable, took a step, and charged furiously towards Fong.
Meanwhile,
in Feng's line of sight, a system pop-up flashed, with an arrow pointing to the blade of the machete.
Kinetic energy value, 11.
Whoosh!
Fong extended 2 fingers and easily clamped the machete, then lifted his foot and kicked the person out like a soccer ball. Looking at the machete again at this point,
the system only popped up a new window.
Ordinary machete, no enhancements whatsoever, equivalent to junk.
Strongly advise host not to keep it. A vein throbbed on Feng's face.
He thought to himself, is this what I wanted to see? I wanted to see the kinetic energy value.
Speaking of which, this is the first time I've fought someone since the system upgrade.
Maybe it's a new system feature, let's investigate. Thinking of this,
Fong threw the suitcase aside, his body blurring into an afterimage, charging in front of one person and punching them. At the same time, the system marked his punch.
Kinetic energy value, 36. A loud bang.
This person was sent flying by Feng's punch.
At the same time,
Fong called up his personal panel and glanced at his stat changes, seeing that his vitality value had decreased from 812 to 776 in the vitality value column.
812 minus 36 is exactly 776. Understood. Kinetic energy value is the amount of vitality value used, so if that's the case? Feng's gaze swept over everyone. Sure enough.
Some people's pneumatic values on their hands were increasing, some people's pneumatic values on their feet were increasing, and for the one with the dagger, the vitality value on the tip of his dagger was also increasing.
These people's combat data were actually all analyzed by the system. Awesome. My system. Just as Fong praised the system actually sent a notification sound. Optimizing display. Optimization complete. Immediately after, the arrow labels in front of Fong immediately turned into 2 sets. One set was the opponent's vitality value, and the other was the opponent's pneumatic value. Vitality value 78, pneumatic value 11. The guy with the dagger turned out to be an 8-star black iron, and was about to enter 9-star. Making Fong sigh in admiration. There were so many talents in Tien Wu. Moreover, don't look at the pneumatic value being only 11. Ordinary people's vitality value is only 5.
This means this one knife has enough force to kill 2 people.
But an opponent of this level, for Fong now, was just 1 kick per person.
Charge! The person with the dagger roared, letting others act as a feint, while he hit among them, intending to get close to Fong before unleashing a fatal strike.
Truly an old schemer. But Fong wouldn't let him have his way. With a flash of his feet,
Fong rushed in front of him at an incredibly fast speed, clenched his right fist, and instantly slammed a 50 vitality value punch into his chest.
Boom! He was twisted and broken. Meanwhile,
on the opponent's body, the vitality value also quickly dropped from 78 to 28.
The vitality value in his body was largely depleted by Feng's punch. So that's it, it means my vitality value depleted his vitality value. Someone with a high vitality value can really just wear down their opponent to death. He knocked down the one with the dagger with a single punch. Fong pressed him to the ground, raised his fist, and punched him in the face, 1 point of chi value at a time, to verify if his idea was correct. The opponent's vitality value was, just like that, consumed point by point until it was depleted. In the end, only 2 points of vitality value remained. He lay on the ground, on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to move. Vitality value is indeed equal to chi value, just the difference between moving and not moving. Moreover, in combat, the vitality values of both sides are mutually consumed. He stretched his shoulders. Feng's gaze fell on the others. These people were already scared stiff, staring blankly at Fong. Upon realizing that Feng's gaze had fallen on them, they immediately screamed in terror. "Oh no! Run! Grab the suitcases too!" As soon as he finished speaking, several people rushed towards the suitcases, while the others quickly fled in different directions. But since they had come, they shouldn't think about leaving. So Feng's footsteps flashed, his body moving so fast that only afterimages remained, and he rushed behind these people, 1 punch per person, leaving each with only 2 points of vitality value, making them all lie on the ground. Meanwhile, those who snatched the suitcase were secretly delighted that they finally had their hands on it. Finally got it. Wait, why is it so light? Is it empty? Nonsense. My underwear is in there. You pervert, stealing underwear. Another punch landed as someone rushed forward. Less than a minute later, Fong had knocked all of them to the ground. And his vitality value had dropped to 92. System, put 7 grade 1 vitality value pills into my stomach. With a ding, a massive surge of vitality value energy instantly erupted in Feng's stomach, which he retained within his body to replenish the depleted vitality value. Feeling the power in his body replenished again, Fong smiled as he looked at these people. He walked up to them and started rummaging through their pockets, making their eyes bulge with rage. Not convinced? Want another fight? So, all of them closed their eyes. But at this moment, Yixingxing ran out in a panic and immediately tried to pull Fong to run with her. But she couldn't move him. Fong frowned. "Beauty, did you wash your hands? Isn't it a bit much to rub them on me without washing them? Quick, run!" She realized she couldn't move him. Yixingxing quickly ran off, leaving Fong behind. This left Fong baffled. What the hell is going on? Then, strange, peculiar sounds started to reach his ears. He turned his head. He saw. Chapter 51, Flying Scorpions. Buzz 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 buzz. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Fong looked back and saw a dense swarm of what looked like mosquitoes flying towards them in the sky. But upon closer inspection, he realized these were no mosquitoes at all. They were clearly large, flying scorpions. Each one was about the size of a palm, with a pair of wings on its back and a long, barbed stinger for a tail. The stingers glowed eerily, clearly belonging to a species that could deliver a fatal sting. Holy crap! Feng's scalp tingled with fear. He tossed his suitcase into his storage space and took off running. These flying scorpions were completely beyond Feng's comprehension. He hadn't just never seen them, he had never even heard of such creatures. He quickly caught up to Yixingxing in a few strides. Fong immediately asked, "What are those things?" "Those are flying scorpions. They're a relatively common creature in this area. Their venom isn't very potent for warriors, but if you get stung too many times, it can still kill you," Yixingxing said. She looked sympathetically at the dozen or so people lying on the ground. These people were already half dead from Feng's beating, and now they were surrounded by flying scorpions. Their chances of survival were grim. Just as Yi Xingxing expected. The flying scorpions bit any living person they saw. Seeing over a dozen people lying on the ground, they immediately swarmed over them, forming a horrifying ball of insects. They even seemed to find biting people on the ground not satisfying enough. They actually worked together to grab a person into mid-air, and right under Feng's nose, bit a living person down to a skeleton, leaving not a single bit of flesh and blood. They also eat people? Fong found it hard to believe. The flying scorpions didn't look large, yet they could bite a person until nothing was left. Yi Xingxing looked at Fong with a strange expression, enduring the discomfort in her stomach as she spoke. No, they don't eat them, they're corroded by the toxins. If one's vitality value is strong, they can use it to resist the toxins. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not like I lured the scorpions here. Noticing Yi Xingxing's strange gaze, Fong refused to take the blame. Besides, he was the one being surrounded. It was just that these people weren't strong enough, so they tried to show off and got screwed instead. No, that's not what I meant. Yi Xingxing immediately explained. The first time we saw a scene like this, everyone threw up, but you, classmate, how come you're completely unaffected? I've killed people before. Those who had killed people before also threw up. Then maybe I'm on the level of a demon king of slaughter. Fong also never expected it. He had only killed one person, but after the system gave him a ton of experience, he became completely numb to dead bodies. Meanwhile, someone on the plains noticed the commotion here. An immediate warning was issued. The flying scorpions are coming. The flying scorpions are coming. In an instant, everyone wandering the plains tacitly gathered together, taking out their weapons in defense. Some took out brass knuckles, others iron rods, and some held flamboyant Guan Dao swords, along with even more exaggerated phoenix-winged golden-plated halberds. Yi Xingxing also pulled Fong towards the crowd. Classmate, we should hurry over too. To deal with these swarms of monstrous beasts, we need more people, otherwise, our lives will be in danger. So, you're just wandering around here to deal with the flying scorpions? Of course not. The truly formidable ones are actually in the mountains. Fong and Yi Xingxing walked into the crowd, talking as they went. Soon, the flying scorpions surged towards the crowd like a tide. Roars began to erupt continuously from the crowd. Fight! Otherwise, we're all done for. Kill them! One by one, the new students began to swing the weapons in their hands with all their might. Those without weapons used their fists to punch. But doing so, almost every time a flying scorpion was struck, a barb would sting their hand, rapidly depleting their vitality value. Their hands quickly swelled up, forcing them to retreat in disarray. But how could the flying scorpions let them go? They would only attack more ferociously, stinging them until their faces resembled pig heads. My face! My face! My chest! My chest! My ding ding! My ding ding! Wails were ceaseless. And mixed with the grief was a faint hint of lingering resentment. Hearing these shouts, Yi Xingxing, wearing a pair of specially made boxing gloves, was continuously throwing jabs, knocking the scorpions out of the air. At the same time, he nervously said to Fong, "Student, although your vitality value is very high, you'll still be at a disadvantage without a weapon. If you can't handle it, then stand behind me." These few words were deeply moving. However, the truth, was, Fong stood still, but those flying scorpions, after aggressively charging to within a meter of him, voluntarily backed down and circled around him. What's going on? These guys don't dare to get close to me? Fong suspiciously rubbed his chin. He couldn't figure out why. This situation was also seen by some people, and then gradually evolved into everyone paying attention. Because this situation was too peculiar. It was a scene no one had ever witnessed before. Some people even eagerly started discussing it. What's happening? Why don't the flying scorpions go for that person? That person, isn't that Fong, who got first in the national exam?
I heard his vitality value had already broken through to 3-star bronze during the national exam. No wonder, he probably has enough vitality value to scare off the flying scorpions.
Shoo! Stop talking, Fong Outyin is going to get angry. With a shush.
Many people's gazes all fell upon a boy with exquisite features and a graceful, handsome appearance.
That's right. This person was very beautiful, and he truly was a boy. And from his demeanor, one could tell he belonged to the extremely proud and aloof type. Fong also followed the crowd and glanced at him. He was also a little surprised. 423? For star bronze, vitality value second only to Fong among so many people. Noticing Fong was looking at him, Fong Outyin's gaze immediately swept over, and he arrogantly curled his lips. A half smile. Extremely provoking. Are you challenging me? Humph. What you can do, I can do too, and I'll do it even better. With that, Fong Outyin completely gave up resisting, placing his hands arrogantly behind his back, his slender waist straightened, directly facing the swarm of flying scorpions. Put! A big flying scorpion directly slapped his face, its sharp barb raised high, stinging him on the face. Following this scorpion, a whole group of scorpions swarmed him, stinging not anywhere else, but only Fong Outyin's face. That feeling. As if the first scorpion was rallying them. Brothers, this guy dares to look down on us. Sting him. Sting him to death. Sting him to death. With a fierce momentum, countless scorpions surrounded Fong Outyin's head, making him fall to the ground, his entire head stunned like a pig's head. Fong shook his head regretfully. He was quite handsome. Too bad he traded his brain for it. At this moment, Yi Xingxing, who had just offered to let Fong hide behind him, now stood behind Fong instead. He also quietly whispered to Fong. Fong Outyin was second in the national exam, and he has a bit of a celebrity complex. When he first came, he looked for you everywhere, saying he wanted to compete with you to see who was the true number one, claiming he had an opportunity and would definitely not lose to you now. Clearly, I'm still number one. Fong stated this matter with great sorrow. Yi Xingxing deeply agreed. It took a great deal of effort. By the time the flying scorpions were dead or wounded, and the remaining ones had all fled. Those people whose faces were swollen like pig heads. Unexpectedly, they couldn't bear to spend even a minute recovering from their injuries. They began to flog the dead flying scorpions all over the ground. Which left Fong dumbfounded. Is everyone so petty? The scorpions are dead, yet they're still disemboweling them? Venting hatred? Of course not. Yi Xingxing squatted on the ground, reached out, grabbed a flying scorpion, and with a snap, broke it in half. Thank you to all the generous givers for their gifts. At Funnygang Showdown, at Reviewing Life, at Chimu Jun, at user 835279903, at Chendonghua Who Loves Pickled Squid, at Brother Jun at Home, at Falling Leaves, at Bright Destiny. Thank you, boss. Chapter 52, Mountains of Death. Squatting on the ground, Yi Xingxing picked up a scorpion, and with a pull of both hands, snapped it into two halves. Then she glanced at the scorpion's opened belly. She sighed. She shook her head. She threw the scorpion in her hand to the ground and picked up the next one to continue. Of course we're not so bored as to just flog the corpses, it's just that inside these exotic beasts, there might be beast cores, and beast cores can be exchanged for items. As she said this, Yi Xingxing looked up at Fong, asking with a puzzled expression. Didn't your admissions instructor give you a survival guide? Damn it! Fong now finally understood why Qin Zhan had smiled so happily. It turned out that kid had embezzled his guide. Seeing Fang's angry expression, Yi Xingxing didn't dare to ask questions. She just silently took her guide out from her chest and handed it to Fong. Still has a milky scent. Warm. Thank you. Fong picked up the guide and slowly perused it. Then discovered. Tien Wu Academy is awesome. And also truly damn perverse. For freshmen in Tien Wu Academy, the first year
must be spent in this area called Death Mountains, and Fong was right. Tien Wu Academy's area is vast, so vast that it extends from the first ring road of the city, all the way beyond the 2.5 ring road. As for Death Mountains, why it's called Death Mountains? Purely because within these mountains, Tien Wu Academy has released countless ferocious alien beasts, most of which are man-eating types. The flying scorpion Fong just saw was only one of them. So the life and death waiver Fong signed upon enrollment was for this purpose. If you die, the academy sends you an insurance payout. I was wondering why Tien Wu Academy, a top institution, had so many commissioned orders yet only offered me an 8 million signing bonus.
Turns out it's for compensation. Why do I feel a bit uneasy? A pang of dread. Fong continued reading. Since they are trapped in Death Mountains, how can they escape? There are 3 options. First, after dying, if there's still a body, it will naturally be sent out. Second, break out of Death Mountains. The recommended challenge level is gold or above.
Third, on the 15th of each month, freshmen can challenge the residences of senior students. If successful in attacking and defending continuously for 3 months, they can permanently leave.
Residences of senior students? Fong asked a question.
Yi Xingxing, who was on the ground pulling apart the scorpion, pointed a finger towards a location to the south. Fong squinted his eyes to look. Several kilometers away, there were rows of townhouses, each exquisitely decorated and luxurious, yet emanating a chilling aura of weaponry. Tien Wu Academy. Truly, everything was geared towards combat. Forcing senior students to stay vigilant. Forcing new students to rapidly improve their strength. Wait, no, there are at least 1,000 new students, and only 100 houses there. Even if half of the previous class died, they can't put 5 people in one house, right? So there are some other senior students, like me, who are trapped in this Death Mountain range. Yi Xingxing sighed sadly. Judging by her expression, she was afraid of still being trapped in this place in her second year. Fong quickly comforted her. It's alright, maybe there are even third-year students trapped here, you won't be the only one. Yi Xingxing stared intently at Fong. If Fong wasn't so incredibly powerful, she would have gone up and punched him in the nose. Fong rubbed his nose. He wondered, was his joke that bad? Best to continue reading the guide. During your time in the Death Mountain range, the academy will only randomly drop some supplies, first come, first served. If needed, you can use beast cores to exchange for items at the exchange point. Note, the higher the beast cores level, the more items you can exchange for. Furthermore, consuming beast cores can increase your personal vitality value. Reading up to here. This page ended. But it made Feng's heart pound, and he eagerly flipped to the next page. After all, just eating a few beast cores could increase vitality value. This is great for warriors. It's an amazing thing. However, on the next page. For specific methods, please consult the library yourself. Note, reading in the library also requires beast cores to exchange for time. What a ripoff! Fuming, Fong threw the guide onto the ground. This feeling was clearly like, I've already taken off my pants. But you tell me. The following content requires payment to watch? Yi Xingxing cast a resentful glance at the guide lying on the ground, then stared deeply at Feng's face with a strong sense of grievance. Ahem, I'm sorry, I got emotional. Fong picked up the guide. His gaze also swept around. Only now did he understand why some freshmen, also freshmen, could outstandingly live in tents alone, while others could only sleep on the grass with beauties. It seems happiness still has to be created with one's own hands. Yes, many people, especially the older students, often go deep into the mountains to fight, but as long as they can return, the harvest is usually not small. As long as they can return. Fong thought to himself, your mouth is quite venomous too. If those who were about to go in had heard that, they would surely get a good beating. Then, by breaking open scorpions like that, can you get beast cores? Basically, no.
Yi Xingxing shook her head. It's like treating a dead horse as if it's alive. Alright, then I've decided.
Fong slammed his fist into his palm, making a decision immediately.
Yi Xingxing looked at Fong curiously. She wondered what kind of trick he was up to. But Fong extended an invitation right away. Come with me to the Mountain of Death, be my teammate cannon fodder? This.
Yi Xingxing was stunned.
This guy. Was he serious?
But his strength seems pretty good, so it's not impossible.
Meanwhile,
in the Mountain of Death, on the peak marked as 102, 3 old students, plus 2 new students, gathered together. The lead old student among them was named Song Jingyan, and he carried a long saber on his back, fully 33 inches long, with a sharp blade that could cut through metal and shatter stone.
At this moment,
a topographic map was drawn at his feet, with 2 paths beside it, and a dark, pitch-black cave entrance in the middle, looking very much like an indecent diagram of genitalia.
But it was indeed a topographic map.
It's confirmed, living inside this cave is the silver-grade beast known as the multi-horned tiger. This type of beast is very active during the day, but at night, it sleeps very soundly. If we launch a concentrated attack while it's sleeping at night, we will definitely be able to kill it.
Does anyone else have any opinions? With that, Song Jingyan looked at the other 4 people. The 2 older students were fine.
After all, they were already bronze warriors.
So fighting against a silver was not a problem.
But
the 2 new students were panicking. One of them quickly said,
"Senior, the 2 of us just became bronze recently by taking pills.
We really can't handle a silver-level mutated beast."
"You're right."
With that,
Song Jingyan suddenly struck, cutting off that person's head with a single slash of his blade. The other new student's face turned green with fear.
"Senior, I have no problem, I really have no problem. Weakness is the problem."
The great blade swung down. The other new student's head also moved.
After eliminating these 2 people, Song Jingyan then spoke to his companions with a somber expression.
"I originally thought these 2 could be cannon fodder, helping us to stall the multi-horned tiger for a bit.
Now it seems we'll have to find 2 new ones. I think it's better to find someone with a higher rank.
Most 1-star bronzes got there by eating pills.
Then let's keep looking." Song Jingyan propped his chin. Finally, he said,
"Remember, don't let a single word slip. Otherwise, if others find out, we might not get our share of the treasure."
Chapter 53, Playing a Trick. Roar. Roar roar. Roar roar roar.
In the valley of the dark night, terrifying roars echoed through the mountains, from a cave entrance located between 2 forks in the road.
2 figures fled in a panic. One of them, holding a long saber, was Song Jingyan, the planner of this nighttime raid on Tigers Denver.
Behind him followed only one freshman, Ma Shangxi, the top scorer in the national examination from Zhenjiang City.
Ma Shangxi smiled at Song Jingyan with relief.
"Senior, good thing we left in time, otherwise we would surely have died under the claws of the multi-hound tiger, just like those fools. Indeed, a bunch of people who couldn't move once they saw treasure. They deserved to die."
The 2 ran all the way.
They finally escaped from Peak 101, where the multi-hound tiger resided, to the adjacent Peak 102.
Then, from their elevated position,
they looked down at the dark, deep cave entrance.
At this moment,
the multi-hound tiger had quieted down, and the entire cave was silent, as if dead, as if no battle had ever taken place.
Song Jingyan said slowly,
"I never thought this multi-hound tiger's strength was already equivalent to a 3-star silver. For us 5 bronzes to dare enter, we were truly bold. Senior, I saw just now that you had already wounded it. Your long saber seems very powerful." 2 sharp gleams shot from Ma Shangxi's eyes. They slowly settled on Song Jingyan's long saber. According to his perception,
Song Jingyan's strength was nearly around 6-star bronze.
Logically speaking, even if he exhausted his vitality value, he shouldn't have been able to break through its defense.
But Yet, Song Jingyan had broken through the multi-hound tiger's defense and carved a long wound. Song Jingyan waved his hand.
I only managed it by catching it off guard. If we're lucky, and we've severely injured the multi-hound tiger, perhaps when we go back down, it will already be dead.
Indeed,
Ma Shangxi said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. His right hand had already subtly pressed against his sword. He was confident. At such a short distance, he was 100% sure he could slit Song Jingyan's throat. At that point, even if Song Jingyan's vitality value was higher than his own, not even a god could save him.
Song Jingyan's treasured saber, and the multi-horned tiger's treasure. All of it would be his alone. Immersed in pleasant fantasies.
Song Jingyan, who was watching the cave, suddenly drew the long saber from his back.
Startling Ma Shangxi. What are you doing? Hearing Ma Shangxi was so scared he didn't even call him senior anymore.
Song Jingyan gave a helpless bitter smile, displaying the long saber in his hand.
Don't get agitated. If I really wanted to ambush you, why would I take the scabbard off too?
I saw you liked this saber a lot, so I'm lending it to you to look at.
Here. Oh.
Ma Shangxi realized that he had been too impulsive, and when the treasured saber was thrown over, he instinctively reached out with both hands to catch it. But the moment he caught the saber, his hand left the hilt of the sword.
Whoosh!
With a sharp sound, Song Jingyan rushed forward in a single stride, a dagger flashing in his hand, instantly slitting Ma Shangxi's throat.
What? Do you think my treasured saber is sharp?
Humph, I'll tell you, my dagger is even sharper. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. Song Jingyan re-shouldered his long saber.
He had even sold out his teammates. Ma Shangxi actually dared to believe that Song Jingyan would be completely defenseless against him? He was utterly foolish. Next, I just need to find 2 more cannon fodder to go into the multi-horned tiger's cave with me. If the multi-horned tiger isn't dead, then they can die. If the multi-horned tiger is dead, they still have to die. He spoke these words with a sinister smile on his lips. Song Jingyan heard some bickering voices coming from the hillside behind him, so he took a first-grade vitality value pill and popped it into his mouth, then followed the sound. On the hillside,
Fong and Yi Xingxing were staring at a solitary tent, discussing whether or not to open a blind box.
According to my vitality value perception, there's no one inside.
We can go in and help him watch the house for a while, no charge.
Fong said with an innocent look, implying that he really wouldn't take anything unless the owners of those things were gone. Yi Xingxing frowned.
Although Feng's attitude was sincere, she always felt that something seemed odd.
Isn't that bad? What if the owner of this tent comes back unexpectedly and sees us inside? How awkward would that be?
Then we'll just go in, sit for a bit, and leave before he comes back. Fong said, about to open the tent.
Just then, a figure quickly rushed out from the side and yelled at Fong. Junior, be careful, that's a trap. A trap? Feng's hand immediately stopped. Just as Song Jingyan rushed over, he kicked the entire tent flying.
As the tent flew in the air, a thick yellow smoke billowed out from it, extremely pungent in the air. Seeing this situation, Yi Xingxing let out a long sigh of relief, feeling lucky.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness we didn't fall for it. If it weren't for you, Senior. I'm sorry, Senior, I don't know your name yet? My name is Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan said with a friendly expression.
Then he looked at Fong, and seeing that Feng's vitality value was actually a bit higher than his own, he couldn't help but be a little surprised.
You're a new student? Yes, I'm this year's top scorer in the national examination, Fong.
Fong said with a hint of pride. He could feel it. His vitality value was steadily above Song Jingyan's.
This made Song Jingyan a little exasperated.
Junior Fong, you don't need to be nervous, I have no ill intentions.
If I really had ill intentions, I wouldn't have saved you just now.
Senior, please don't mind him, he only arrived at the Mountain of Death yesterday.
Yi Xingxing quickly helped explain. This made Song Jingyan suddenly understand. So that's it. When you first came in, you must have been heavily surrounded and had an unpleasant experience, right? It's alright, it's understandable, you'll get used to it slowly. Song Jingyan said kindly. He pointed a finger at the tent rolling in the wind. Tricks like this are usually used by older students to set up new students. They lure new students to break into empty houses, and after the new students are knocked out, they will be completely robbed. I experienced it myself when I was a new student. Recalling that past event, Song Jingyan still had a slight blush, expressing a tiny bit of shame over his past blunder. Which made Yi Xingxing couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, I didn't expect someone as shrewd as you to fall into such a trap. Everyone has their moments of greed. Song Jingyan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. After a series of actions, rescuing his juniors from danger, and then revealing his own past embarrassing story to bridge the gap between them, the image of a warm and considerate senior was thus established. What came next? It was precisely the moment to establish authority. So Song Jingyan lowered his voice slightly. By the way, how did you two end up here? The exotic beasts that frequent this area are usually silver tier. Even with bronze tier strength, without extensive combat experience, you shouldn't just come in casually. As he said this, Song Jingyan deliberately let his gaze fall on Fong. He was admonishing Fong. What good is strength? In this place, a lack of extensive experience is a no-go. With him saying that, Fong awkwardly touched his nose. Well, I just thought it would be fun, so I came in first. Before I came in, I really didn't know there were silver tier exotic beasts here. How can you treat this as a game? Song Jingyan immediately furrowed his brow, bringing out his senior's authority. He intimidated the two with his imposing demeanor. Then gently shed his authoritative air. Never mind, everyone comes through this, everyone loves to have fun. The two of you, just follow behind me. I'm going to get something, and once I'm back, I'll take you out with me. Thank you, senior. Fong and Yi Xingxing both happily expressed their thanks, which made Song Jingyan inwardly sneer. Sure enough, newcomers are so easy to fool. Just a few words, and they're completely taken in. As for Fong, he was sneering even more inwardly than Song Jingyan. Ha! What kind of hunter doesn't watch their trap, just letting the prey lie dead on the ground? I'm pretty sure that trap was set by you. I'd like to see what you're going to do next. Chapter 54, Another Free Cultivation Method. Senior, where are we going? Walking beside Song Jingyan, Yi Xingxing asked curiously. In her opinion, Feng's strength was quite good, but he still lacked experience, so compared to him, senior Song Jingyan was more reliable. Song Jingyan smiled kindly, displaying an open and honest demeanor. To be frank, junior students, I've recently been entangled in a fight with a multi-horned tiger. Yesterday, I severely injured it, and after waiting a day, it should be on its last legs. Now is the perfect time to finish it off. Multi-horned tiger? It's a silver-level beast, equivalent to a human silver warrior. However, this multi-horned tiger was injured, so its strength is between bronze and silver, which is why I had an opportunity. A seemingly humble description. But in reality, it highlighted the key point. That Song Jingyan himself could solo kill a multi-horned tiger, thus assuring Fong and Yi Xingxing to follow him. This little trick. Fong had seen it many times before. After all, schools are all miniature societies, be it high school or middle school. How much one learns depends entirely on one's personal comprehension. Even when rising to university and society, the core principles remain the same. So Fong calmly said from the side, Senior, why does that sound a bit odd to me? To be honest, my vitality value is even a bit higher than yours, but I'm not confident I could handle a silver-tier exotic beast. Ha, Junior, you truly are exceptionally talented. You've just entered the school, and your vitality value is already higher than mine, a second-year senior. Song Jingyan said with a smile. He wasn't afraid of Fong challenging him, because he was already prepared. But when it really comes down to a fight, Junior, you might not be my match. Are you bragging? My vitality value is higher than yours, I could wear you down and kill you. Fong said confidently. But in reality, this was also his question. If the battle between two sides was simply about depleting each other's vitality value, then there would be no need for actual combat between warriors. They could just measure vitality value, and whoever had a higher value would win, making battles much simpler. Or rather, if a black iron warrior had a vitality value of 10, and an ordinary person only had a vitality value of 5, could 3 ordinary people exhaust a black iron warrior to death? With this calculation, even the strongest mythical warrior, with a vitality value of 100 million, could be exhausted to death by 20 million ordinary people? Facing Fang's somewhat naive question, Song Jingyan smiled generously. That's right, a high vitality value does offer an advantage, but it's not an absolute advantage. Experience, cultivation techniques, weapons, emotions, and so on, can all absolutely determine the final outcome of a battle, especially. Song Jingyan stopped, facing Fong and Yixingxing, and reached behind him to draw his long saber. With that, Fong and Yixingxing both stopped. All stood ready for battle. However, Song Jingyan ignored them, merely holding his long saber and walking towards a rock nearby. Then, he swung out powerfully. Overlord Blade. Sky-shattering slash. With a boom, a palm-sized gully immediately appeared on the rock. Song Jingyan sheathed his long saber. Afterwards, Junior, what do you think of that slash of mine? How much power do you think it had? And how much did my vitality value decrease? Yixingxing beside him was still calculating. But Fong, with the help of the system, saw it clearly. Before he struck that blow, before slashing with that blade, Song Jingyan's vitality value was 633, yet the strike he unleashed had an astonishing chi activation value of 100. Nearly 1/6 of his total strength. But what was even more surprising was this. After that strike, Song Jingyan's vitality value only decreased by 80. How is this possible? Did the system make a mistake? No. The system cannot make a mistake. That means Song Jingyan possesses some special technique that allows him to recover released vitality value? He rubbed his chin. For the first time, Fong showed a grave expression. He decided to test him. Senior's vitality value is at the 6-star bronze standard. That strike just now should have unleashed about 100 vitality value, roughly 1/6 of his total strength. How is that possible? Yixingxing exclaimed. She was currently just a black iron warrior, but her perception of vitality value was still very sharp. Senior's vitality value fluctuation was nowhere near 100. Junior's sister is correct. Song Jingyan nodded with a smile. This made Yixingxing somewhat proud. She felt that Fong, being a boy, surely couldn't be as meticulous as she, a girl. But then Song Jingyan added another sentence. However, junior brother is also correct. This. Yixingxing immediately felt a bit awkward. She thought she had guessed correctly, but it turned out Feng's guess was also correct. However, she had completely misjudged Fong. Because Fong didn't guess. He saw it accurately. Then, Song Jingyan explained the reasons in detail to the two. Junior brother's perception is very keen. He knew I used almost 1/6 of my power, which means I unleashed 100 vitality value. But why is it that after unleashing 100 vitality value, only 80 vitality value was actually consumed? This is because I've learned the chi locking art. Fong and Yixingxing were both surprised. This cultivation method. It was the first time they had ever heard of it. Song Jingyan generously continued to explain, maintaining his sunny and positive senior image. All to ensure Fong and Yixingxing would willingly become his cannon fodder. It's like the difference between an ordinary person and a professional boxer.
An ordinary person fighting in a ring will be exhausted in less than a minute, while an excellent boxer will coordinate their breathing and rhythm to fight for 3 or even 5 rounds.
It's the same for warriors.
Although warriors possess more vitality value than ordinary people, they also undergo bone tempering and body forging, so their physical consumption is also greater than ordinary people's. If you don't perform chi locking and only know how to unleash vitality value, you won't be able to fight a long battle. Or rather, you might fight a veteran, but before you even touch their body, they'll have already depleted your vitality value.
After this explanation,
Fong and Yi Xingxing both understood the principle of chi locking and were curious about this miraculous technique. Seeing how much the two wanted it, Song Jingyan generously brought out the chi locking art he cultivated
and gave it to both of them.
Fong immediately felt like he had found a treasure, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With this cultivation method, he could save a lot of elixirs.
Although he wasn't short on elixirs.
Catching a glimpse of Feng's true feelings,
Song Jingyan smiled happily. Actually, my chi locking art is just an ordinary one.
The chi locking arts practiced by those high-level warriors are said to even be able to lock 90% of vitality value.
However,
even their cultivation methods require time to hone before they can become an instinctive bodily reaction, thereby reducing the activation time.
You two must work hard on it. Solemnly giving instructions. The real meaning behind it was, so what if I gave you the cultivation methods? I gave them to you, but you won't have time to practice them anyway? Before long, you'll be dead. So before it's too late, let you have some fun. And make you trust me even more. By this time, Song Jingyan was confident.
Fong and Yi Xingxing, even if they hadn't completely trusted him, would relax their guard against him under the numbing effect of these small favors.
Because
Yi Xingxing was relatively easy to deceive. But Fong, who initially showed no expression, had a look of genuine happiness in his eyes at the end, which didn't seem faked.
But how could Song Jingyan know?
What made Fong happy wasn't the cultivation method he gave, but that he could finally practice the chi locking art. Use your second consciousness to begin cultivating the chi locking art within your body.
As the second consciousness was activated,
Feng's vitality value within his body began to slowly cultivate according to the contents of Chi Locking Art Part 1. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation method experience reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 775 times. Randomly multiplied by 456 times. Randomly doubled 888 times.
The cultivation method continued to be practiced. Fong and Yi Xingxing were also led by Song Jingyan to the base of Peak 101, which was the entrance to the cave where the multi-horned tiger resided.
Song Jingyan said to the two, "Wait for me here for a moment, I'll go in and be right back."
Okay.
Fong and Yi Xingxing both nodded. They watched Song Jingyan walk in. 10 seconds later, Song Jingyan's sharp wail suddenly echoed from the cave.
Ah 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 ah.
Chapter 55 This is impossible.
Ah 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 ah.
Hearing Song Jingyan's heartbreaking roar, Yi Xingxing immediately became nervous and quickly told Fong.
Something might have happened to Senior, let's go help him.
Okay.
Without a word, Fong took the lead and rushed straight towards the cave entrance.
Making Yi Xingxing feel.
Although Fong often argued with Song Jingyan, he still acted quickly when something happened. He really was someone with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. His body quickly dashed to the cave entrance. As soon as Fong arrived, he saw Song Jingyan clutching his chest, his vitality value fluctuating. When he saw Fong, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. "Junior, cover me, I'll split half the treasures in the cave with you later."
Okay. Fong immediately rushed forward and fiercely kicked Song Jingyan squarely in his gradually ecstatic face. 9 styles. 1 kick.
A full 100 points of vitality value exploded.
Fong kicked Song Jingyan back with 1 blow. causing Song Jingyan's expression to twist, from wild joy to shock, and then from shock to deep malice. You! Hee, sorry, I want it all. After Fong finished speaking, he turned around and ran back. Seeing Yi Xingxing had just run over, he pulled Yi Xingxing and ran back. Yi Xingxing pointed at the cave entrance. No, where's Senior? Senior is still in there?
Senior said he's more than enough to deal with the exotic beasts by himself, and also said that the two of us would only get in his way if we went in.
As he spoke, he imperiously dragged Yi Xingxing away.
Yi Xingxing tried to break free from Feng's hand but couldn't, so she could only be pulled by Fong behind a nearby rock. Then, a series of wild beast roars echoed from the cave.
Roar! Roar, roar! Roar, roar, roar! Afterwards,
a disheveled figure, covered in blood, was thrown out. Before he could land steadily, a snowy white claw slapped the ground, nearly crushing Song Jingyan's head. Fong focused his gaze. The exotic beast before them was a pure white tiger, 3 meters tall, with a layer of hard, armor-like skin on its back and head. But what was most peculiar was this. Pointed horns grew on the tiger's head in all 4 legs. The one on its head was the largest, easily over 60 centimeters. The horns on its 4 legs all grew at the knee joints, slightly smaller, about 45 centimeters.
This is the multi-horned tiger my senior mentioned. It really has so many horns,
Yi Xingxing said, gasping. On the other side, Feng's focus, however, wasn't on the multi-horned tiger's horns, but on its belly.
On the multi-horned tiger's belly,
there was a wound nearly a meter long, slowly seeping blood. At the most severe part of the wound, it had already cut through the multi-horned tiger's belly and reached its internal organs. But it was actually sealed by the multi-horned tiger using vitality value. It seems that exotic beasts aren't all brainless charging creatures like the flying scorpion, they also possess a certain level of intelligence. Inside the battlefield, the multi-horned tiger and Song Jingyan were entangled in a fight once again. Song Jingyan held his knife with both hands, his gaze focused, perfectly illustrating how, when your head is swollen like a pig's, focusing only makes you look uglier. The beautiful filter shattered with a touch.
Yi Xingxing asked Fong glumly. Strange, why do I feel like there's a footprint on Senior's face?
I think, as a warrior, we should be more concerned with how Senior is going to deal with this multi-horned tiger.
This is experience Senior is exchanging with his life for us,
Fong said righteously. Making Yi Xingxing feel it made perfect sense, but upon reflection, it sounded like he was cursing Song Jingyan to die.
Song Jingyan now
even had thoughts of murder. He had originally thought he had brought 2 cannon fodder. But to his surprise, Fong was even more malicious than him. Coming straight up with a kick. Completely caught off guard. Damn it! If the two of us teamed up, we could definitely deal with this multi-horned tiger easily.
If it's just me alone.
Covertly. Song Jingyan's attention fell to his pocket, where he still had a 2-grade vitality value pill unused. First, deal with the multi-horned tiger, then take the vitality value pill, and finally, go kill the damned brat. His aura suddenly sharpened. Song Jingyan, filled with lethal intent, lunged towards the multi-horned tiger. The long saber in his hand was fully unleashed. Overlord Saber, heaven-shattering slash. A full 150 vitality value burst forth.
Song Jingyan cleaved the multi-horned tiger's head, shaking the entire beast with the impact.
Afterwards, Song Jingyan fiercely wielded a dagger, delivering another heavy strike along the multi-horned tiger's previous wound.
This strike only cost 10 vitality value,
but it achieved a far greater attacking effect than the 150 vitality value strike just now.
A warrior is not a brute.
The goal is to achieve the greatest attacking effect with the lowest possible cost.
Roar! The multi-horned tiger let out a long roar.
Towards the end, the roar gradually turned sorrowful and weak, and it suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, gushing onto the ground, exceptionally dazzling. Standing beside the multi-horned tiger's corpse
Song Jingyan gasped for breath, heavily. His entire vitality value had already been consumed by half.
Taking out the 2-grade vitality value pill from his pocket, Song Jingyan swallowed it whole, feeling the vitality value pill dispersing its vitality value power. Then he raised his long saber,
pointing it towards Feng's location. Fong, come out.
Yi Xingxing looked at Fong, puzzled, with deep incomprehension in her eyes.
Why is the senior looking for you? No way? You still think he's a good person?
Fong was speechless.
Someone being good to you for no reason, what else could it be but ulterior motives? Did she really think being a junior gave her special privileges?
Yi Xingxing, however, silently distanced herself. Although she said nothing,
her attitude made it clear. Alright, so I saved your life for nothing.
Anyway, my mom taught me there's no such thing as a free lunch.
As for whether you have a mom, I don't know.
There was no point in overthinking it.
They clearly weren't on the same wavelength.
There was no need to get angry over someone like that's attitude.
Fong quickly ran towards Song Jingyan. Once close, she didn't say an extra word, simply delivered a kick. 9 styles. 1 kick. Song Jingyan's reaction was also extremely swift.
He parried by raising the long saber in his hand.
Bang! A deafening sound. With a powerful kick, Fong, brimming with vitality value, sent Song Jingyan flying. Before Song Jingyan had even fully landed, Fong was already launching the next round of attacks.
Song Jingyan, who had been kicked back 2 meters, hadn't expected Feng's combat power to explode with such intensity. Even the web between his thumb and forefinger felt numb. Seeing Feng's furious charge again, he immediately adjusted his strategy. He deployed his footwork, using the ghostly phantom steps that he had painstakingly practiced for a year.
Ghostly and unpredictable. Humph. You brat. Did you forget what I told you? Even if your vitality value is higher than mine, if you can't hit me, you'll just be worn down to death by me.
His body flickered rapidly.
Song Jingyan completely avoided direct confrontation with Fong.
At the same time, the vitality value pill in his body burned rapidly, slowly replenishing his vitality value. At this rate, soon, the tide would turn, and the situation would shift.
He, Song Jingyan, would seize the initiative. But Song Jingyan's hopes were destined for disappointment.
Even though he possessed the ghostly phantom steps, it was ultimately just a cunning footwork technique, not some divine skill that could turn the tables. So when Fong channeled all his vitality value into his feet, creating an overwhelmingly crushing, furious speed, his footwork became utterly meaningless. But at this moment,
Song Jingyan still harbored immense confidence. Ha 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 ha. You idiot! How long can you last erupting vitality value like that? But the next moment, Song Jingyan's pupils widened immensely.
At the same time, a fist in his vision rapidly enlarged.
Bang! A heavy punch exploded onto Song Jingyan's face, sending his entire body flying. Song Jingyan's mind was a blank.
His whole body was trembling.
He had only one thought. An unbelievable question that needed to be roared out.
You, why do you know the chi locking art?
Chapter 56, so many rewards I can't hold them all. You, how do you know the chi locking art? Song Jingyan roared hysterically.
Just an hour ago, Fong didn't even know what the chi locking art was, but an hour later, he could use it with ease.
This was completely illogical. To this, Fong looked innocent. How do I know it? Didn't you give me the cultivation method? Did you forget? Do you take me for a fool? It's only been an hour, how could I have cultivated it to this extent? Cough cough, it might be a bit discouraging to say, but anyone with a brain can do something like this. Fong said sympathetically, while wearing an expression like he was looking at an imbecile, making Song Jingyan feel infinite humiliation, despite only taking one punch. Arr ha har. I'll kill you.
Roaring with a distorted face, Song Jingyan gripped his twin knives and charged at Fong like a madman, determined to shred Fong Qiyun into a million pieces to sate his hatred. But in Feng's eyes, all of Song Jingyan's subtle moves were exposed. Although both hands held a long saber, the vitality value unleashed reached a high of 100. But the distribution of vitality value. His left hand had only 10, while his right hand soared to a full 90. This meant that Song Jingyan's dual sabers were merely a feint. His true killing blow was actually the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Such paltry tricks dare to show off before an expert. Fong smiled inwardly. He clapped his hands forward forcefully. 9 forms. First strike. In an instant, Song Jingyan's long saber was caught in Feng's hands. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan was convinced that Fong had been deceived by his feint. He shook his right arm, sending the dagger flying towards Feng's throat. This was his ultimate move. A dagger hidden in the sleeve. Even if most people knew he had this move, by the time they saw him unleash it, it would be too late to dodge. Unfortunately, Fong had long known he would draw his dagger. The long saber, held between his hands, flickered. It parried the dagger at an incredible angle. Afterwards, as Song Jingyan watched in shock, Fong, still holding the saber between his hands, seized the instant Song Jingyan was stunned and cleanly severed Song Jingyan's entire right arm. Aoha. Song Jingyan fell to the ground, clutching his arm. Blood gushed out. He never imagined that he, of all people, would have an arm severed by a rookie freshman. But at this moment, what he feared even more was Fong grabbing his long saber and approaching him step by step. It was clear. Fong intended to cut the roots. Facing the fear of death, Song Jingyan gritted his teeth and, while retreating, began to plead with Fong. Wait! Classmate Fong, do you remember? I saved you once before? Are you referring to the time you saved me in front of the trap you set? Song Jingyan froze. He hadn't expected it. Fong had seen through it all along. No wonder Fong had been so merciless towards him. Classmate, please reconsider. Keeping me alive is more useful than killing me. I'm an old student, very familiar with the environment here. I can be your map and help you avoid dangers. No need. Fong held his long saber horizontally, about to finish off Song Jingyan. But at this moment, stop! Yixingxing ran out from behind the rocks, wearing gauntlets as weapons on her hands. She stood in a fighting stance in front of Fong. Yixingxing said in a low voice. You can't hurt Senior. How brainless! Fong frowned in displeasure. If Yixingxing hadn't come out, Fong would have killed Song Jingyan, considered it as having no past interaction with Yixingxing, and they could have gone their separate ways. But Yixingxing choosing to intervene at this moment made Fong very impatient. A cunning guy like Song Jingyan absolutely could not be left alive. Keeping him would definitely be a huge hidden danger. Yixingxing, please wake up, the person behind you, he is not a good person. Wake up, classmate, save me. Song Jingyan also grew anxious. At this moment, Yixingxing was, without a doubt, his only ray of hope. Yixingxing gritted her teeth. Still standing motionless. Classmate Fong, although he might not be a good person, there's no need for you to kill him. Just let him go. It's really strange, we're speaking the same language, but why can't you understand? Fong was also in despair. He had originally been patient with Yixingxing because she had given him survival strategies after he came in. Unfortunately, Yixingxing was a bit hypocritical. One must know. When Song Jingyan was slitting his throat, he showed no mercy at all. Leaving such a person alive, Fong wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Since that's the case, classmate Yixingxing, forgive me. His figure exploded into a flash. Fong instantly flickered in front of Yixingxing. Yixingxing quickly threw out a jab, trying to block Feng's movement. Unfortunately, her punch was too slow. Compared to Feng's lightning-fast jab, it was like the difference between clouds and mud.
A blur flashed, and Yi Xingxing took a punch to the chin, staggering and falling to the ground. So fast.
Yi Xingxing said dazedly.
She hadn't expected. She couldn't even block Fong for a second.
When he turned back around,
Fong had already decapitated Song Jingyan and kicked it aside. Then
began to search the body. Staring at the head rolling on the ground, Yi Xingxing suddenly felt her stomach clench. Nauseated, she collapsed to the ground, retching violently.
Fong didn't even glance at her, concentrating on his search. Seriously? This guy is so poor, only 3 low-grade vitality value pills on him? Fong looked utterly disgusted.
He was at least a ruthless senior. He didn't even bother with side hustles like robbing freshmen or extorting newcomers, only thinking about big treasures.
High ambitions, low skills, brother. It's a good thing, though.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a first-grade vitality value pill reward.
It's now undergoing random multiplication. Randomly multiplied by 241 times. He tossed the pill into the pure space. Fong then pocketed the dagger from Song Jingyan's body. Randomly multiplied by 516 times. Excellent.
Suddenly, there was a pile of daggers in the space. As for the long saber,
randomly multiplied by 457 times.
Looking at the storage space, filled with a large pile of sabers, Fong was quite satisfied.
If he couldn't defeat an opponent next time, he would shout, "Bring me the sabers."
Then he would scatter the sabers all over the ground. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent then, he could at least scare them to death.
Amazing. However, Fong didn't forget.
Within the body of an exotic beast, a beast core would form. Eating the beast core could strengthen, it could increase vitality value.
So Fong.
Immediately, he used the long saber to cut. He saw a bright, shimmering silver bead inside the multi-horned tiger's body, nestled among its organs, emitting a faint glow.
Is this the beast core? From its appearance, this beast core was like a vitality value pill.
On the outside, he couldn't sense a powerful vitality value force, but he could feel an extremely fierce tide of vitality value contained within.
If it could be absorbed, it could indeed greatly boost one's vitality value. But the premise is that it can be absorbed. The absorption method still needs to be checked in the library. Damn it! Isn't this forcing people into rapid self-study?
And paid self-study at that. The higher-ups at Tien Wu Academy had Feng's number.
Fong couldn't be bothered to think too much. Because these higher-ups had calculated everything. They just hadn't calculated that Fong was cheating.
Congratulations, host, for acquiring a beast core reward. Random doubling is being performed for the host.
Randomly doubled 775 times. What does it mean to reap rewards until your hands are sore? This is it. This place is simply my paradise.
If I could stay here for a year, TSK, I estimate the entire Death Mountain range would truly become a Death Mountain range in name and reality.
Because I would kill all the exotic beasts, he thought.
Feng's gaze turned towards the dark, cavernous opening.
The rest are the treasures inside the multi-horned tiger's cave. Since Song Jingyan made so many arrangements just to get the things inside, it means those things must be very valuable. Chapter 57, This is a treasure cave.
Inside the multi-horned tiger's cave, it was incredibly dark and damp.
It seemed even light detested this place. So it refused to shine in. Fortunately,
after his mental strength reached the silver level, his 5 senses became clear, and Feng's eyes gained night vision capabilities. Even in such a dark place, he could see everything clearly.
What's that? His gaze landed on a corner of the cave. Fong discovered that this multi-horned tiger actually had OCD.
The carcasses, reduced to mere bones after being eaten, were stacked neatly in a small side cave. Fresh, uneaten carcasses were placed in a separate cave, waiting to be slowly gnawed on. TSK, TSK, TSK.
OCD is really terrifying. 6 fresh corpses, and 2 of them are dressed almost exactly like Song Jingyan? Damn, that kid must have sold out his teammates. Fong cursed contemptuously. If it had been before, Song Jingyan would definitely have sneezed and then said, "Who's cursing me?" But now, he would never do that again. Check if these people have any pills on them. Fong didn't mind them.
If he couldn't find anything, he'd just step on them. There was no need for anything as severe as desecrating a corpse.
Soon, Fong searched through everything on the 6 bodies.
There were only 9 first-grade vitality value pills, 2 second-grade vitality value pills, and 2 small packets of tissue paper in total.
Strange, why do these guys have so little on them?
Suspiciously, he stuffed the items into his system space. The system kept chiming with notifications. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a first-grade vitality value pill reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 888.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a second-grade vitality value pill reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 775 times.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a tissue paper reward.
Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 999 times.
Looking at the storage space filled with tissue paper, Fong once again marveled at the system's magic.
In this area where even tissue paper was non-existent,
while others were moaning about their sore bottoms,
he was perfectly fine.
Tissue paper rich.
However, there was something a little fishy here. This is strange.
Old students like Song Jingyan have been here for over a year, so there's no reason for them to be so poor, with only 1 or 2 pills on them. They must have hidden them.
Damn it, I was careless. I acted too quickly and killed him.
That Song Jingyan guy too, for something so important, he didn't even mention it before he died.
Does he still want to be a miser after death?
Fong felt like he had lost a large treasure trove.
Fong was heartbroken. After some thought,
Fong went to the adjacent bone rack-side cave to search, hoping to find something. But there was nothing.
Could it have been eaten by the multi-horned tiger and then naturally expelled from its body? Fong glanced at the multi-horned tiger's den. He couldn't help but shiver. If he accidentally picked up an Oreo, would the system double that too? Cough, cough, cough.
I'm just going over to take a look. I won't even rub against it, system, don't be naughty.
He whispered softly. Fong cautiously walked towards the tiger's den.
This tiger's den was built by the multi-horned tiger using dry branches, wild grass, and other materials. It was sturdy on the outside and dry and comfortable on the inside.
There was absolutely no dirt whatsoever.
What there was just a large pile of weapons, and various bottles and jars of elixirs. So this guy kept all the good stuff. A second-grade vitality value pill, a first-grade, hey, what kind of elixir is this?
Fong picked up a white pill.
It looked a bit like Wuji Baifeng pills, black bone chicken, white phoenix pills.
But Baifeng pills are only white on the packaging. Once you open it, the inside is actually black.
This one, however, was completely white.
System, can you help me identify this? Is this an elixir?
The system did not respond. The appraisal function ran silently, and a pop-up window appeared in Feng's vision.
This elixir is named First-Grade Bone Expansion Pill.
The effect of this elixir is to stimulate the growth of the body's bones, making them larger and thicker, thereby allowing the warrior's strength to achieve further breakthroughs. Feng's eyes lit up immediately after reading the system's introduction.
The human body.
Essentially, bones act as hangers, and flesh and blood act as clothes.
The larger the skeleton, the more clothes can be hung, meaning more muscle can be grown.
So, large and thick bones
are actually a form of talent. However, Feng's bones were not particularly robust, which is commonly known as a single strand. Good stuff.
Indeed, if your aptitude isn't enough, elixirs make up for it. There's no lack of talent that cannot be remedied by taking drugs if it can't be remedied, it just means you haven't taken enough. He casually tossed it into the system space.
The system doubled it. Another 859 pills in hand.
Next, he looked at the pile of weapons: nunchaku, a rapier, a 9-ring steel saber, and an outrageous halberd.
But this halberd was a bit flimsy.
Not as substantial as Song Jingyan's long saber. Speaking of which, the feel of these weapons is also quite different.
Fong weighed them in his hand a few times.
Some weapons look small, like a pair of nunchaku, but when picked up, they weighed a full 20 jin. While the most exaggerated halberd actually weighed just over 10 jin.
Is it due to the material? System? System. Fong didn't need to say more. The system understood immediately. And instantly displayed the results.
Upon appraisal, the Fong Tian Huaji in host's hand is forged from common materials, equivalent to a junk item.
However, the nunchaku in host's hand is made of F-grade alloy, a special material. Just as I thought. Fong smiled faintly.
He had discovered a serious problem. That the warrior world circulating online was, in fact, just the tip of the iceberg of the real warrior world.
To truly understand it,
one had to step inside.
And continuously learn. Only then could one see the full picture of the warrior world. So the problem returns to the beginning. The library, that's where freshmen should go first.
A spark of insight flashed in his eyes.
Fong decided.
Once he left this place, he must go to the library to make up for all this fundamental knowledge. As for these spears, short staffs, and such,
he'd take them all. It was still the same saying.
When encountering a master, shout, "Bring me the blade." Then furiously scatter a pile of weapons. If it didn't smash the opponent to death, it would scare them to death. If not, it would at least leave them utterly bewildered.
But quantity alone without quality won't do. System, are you listening?
I'm not implying that you should help improve the quality or anything, don't misunderstand. The system remained as silent as death, not making a sound. Silently, an additional fusion function appeared under other functions, displayed as under development.
Standing in the many-horned tiger's den. Fong glanced around. To be honest,
if it were just some elixirs or weapons, given Song Jingyan's calculating nature, he definitely wouldn't have paid such a hefty price, betraying teammates and deceiving Fong.
Because it wasn't worth it.
And he could even be counter-killed if he wasn't careful. Of course, he really was counter-killed.
What exactly is it? This tiger den is only so big, is there something I haven't seen?
His gaze swept around.
Suddenly, Fong realized a blind spot. This tiger den.
So many people had died, the ground was covered in so much blood, and there was still so much of the many-horned tiger's foul body odor.
But why? Was there no smell at all? Instead,
there was a faint, subtle fragrance. With the many-horned tiger's stench, even if you scrubbed all its fur off, it would absolutely not be completely masked. So the source of this fragrance is Song Jingyan's true objective.
Discovering this truth, Fang's nose twitched slightly.
He walked forward, following the subtle scent.
Following the path. He soon arrived at the very bottom of the tiger den. Here. It's a massive rock. Blocked from behind?
This horned tiger is quite cunning.
Just about to push this rock away. Outside the tiger cave, a conversation caught Fang's attention. Ha! Isn't this Song Jingyan? How did he die here? Miss, did you kill him? Chapter 58, The Interceptors have arrived. Ha! Isn't this Song Jingyan? How did he die here? Miss, did you kill him? At the foot of peak number 101.
At the entrance of the tiger cave, a shirtless man with a buzz cut walked up to Yixingxing. In his right hand, he carried two heavy-looking meteor hammers, like testicles, clearly powerful weapons.
Looking at the man,
Yixingxing cautiously recoiled.
You are. My name is Hao Chang, I'm a sophomore. This person, did you kill him? Hao Chang asked with a friendly expression, making Yi Xingxing relax a bit. Shaking his head,
Yi Xingxing's gaze turned towards the tiger cave.
the one who killed Senior Song was a freshman named Fong. He went into that cave a while ago and hasn't come out yet. Fong. Why does that sound familiar? Is he also a sophomore? No, he's this year's top scorer in the national exam. Senior, you might have seen his name in the newspaper.
Yi Xingxing revealed everything without reservation,
making Hao Chang remember immediately. So it was him. But how is that possible? Song Jingyan is a 6-star bronze, and I remember Feng's national exam score was only 3-star bronze. Senior said that Feng's current vitality value is already above his. Standing inside the cave, Fong listened as Yi Xingxing divulged all his information to Hao Chang.
A trace of killing intent immediately flashed in his eyes.
Meanwhile,
outside the cave entrance, Hao Chang was still trying to pry information from Yi Xingxing.
Then do you know what cultivation technique he uses? His moves look quite simple, it seems to be. Whoosh!
A sharp sound. A Fang Tianji halberd shot like an arrow straight towards Yi Xingxing's chest.
Clang!
Hao Chang deflected the halberd with his meteor hammer. The two metal weapons collided. The tip of the halberd immediately bent, and its wooden handle behind it was instantly shattered into pieces.
Special alloy? Fong smirked. Inside, he was already shouting wildly, mine. Mine. All mine. As a person, you must have a bandit mentality. Otherwise, what's the difference from a salted fish? Having blocked Feng's attack,
Hao Chang stood his ground. He casually swung his meteor hammer like a windmill, then shouted at Fong.
Classmate Fong, I won't waste any more words. Song Jingyan has an elder brother who is a senior student. You killed Song Jingyan, and his brother will definitely be after you until death. Fong was utterly speechless. This kind of situation. What's the difference between this and those cliché web novels? Beat the small one, and a bigger one comes out. Beat the big one, and an even bigger one emerges. It's endless. So, we can discuss this.
If you're willing to cooperate with me, I can help you kill this woman.
That way, no one will know that you killed Song Jingyan.
Hearing Hao Chang's words,
Fong almost clapped his hands in approval. As for Yi Xingxing,
she had originally thought that Hao Chang was going to avenge Song Jingyan. But she never expected.
Hao Chang immediately treated her as a bargaining chip. To kill or to keep. Run. I have to run. Yi Xingxing stumbled, about to flee. But as soon as she moved,
the meteor hammer in Hao Chang's hand immediately flew over. One hammer struck Yi Xingxing's back, sending her flying, leaving her with only one breath of life. Hao Chang spoke as if nothing had happened.
Brother, I'm very sincere. Come out, let's talk. Sincerity? I only see two people still hiding behind you. Fong scoffed disdainfully.
In his line of sight. Besides Hao Chang's head having a label indicating his vitality value was 712, there were two other labels pointing to behind the rocks.
These two labels were 708 and 842. Opposite. Two 7-star bronze and one 8-star bronze actually showed up.
Hao Chang couldn't help but be stunned when he realized that Fong had actually called out the presence of the other two people. Even the other two hiding behind the rocks, Xiao Jie and Lian Zhoujiao, were momentarily dazed.
Lian Zhoujiao said to Xiao Jie, "How does he know we're here?
Logically speaking, at such a distance, a bronze wouldn't be able to sense us.
He probably has something to measure vitality value. Come on, let's go meet this junior. He was the top scorer in the national exam after all."
A slight smile played on the corner of his lips.
Xiao Jie took the lead and walked out.
Lian Zhoujiao didn't say anything. Following behind Xiao Jie, she walked over to Hao Chang's side, and incidentally, stepped on Yi Xingxing's head.
You're a disgrace to us girls. Her long leg kept pressing down and grinding Yi Xingxing's head. On Lian Jiujiao's face,
there was no change in expression. At the very end of stepping, she even dropped a vitality value pill on the ground, which rolled twice in the dirt and ended up near Yi Xingxing's mouth.
Eat it if you don't want to die. If you die, no one will care about you. Her vicious personality was evident.
Standing beside Lian Jiujiao, Xiao Jie was completely different in style. His entire face was beaming, seemingly incredibly confident due to his powerful strength. He smiled and greeted the cave where Fong was.
Hello, Junior.
My name is Xiao Jie, a warrior who uses a sword.
If you want to fight me, you must be careful.
How despicable. Although Xiao Jie had a brilliant smile on his face, Fong just wanted to beat him into a pulp.
Lian Jiujiu was getting a little impatient. Junior, we've shown so much sincerity, you should come out too.
What's your objective?
Fong didn't mince words either.
3 against 1, he wasn't necessarily doomed to lose. At worst, he could just shout, "Bring me my saber."
Cough, 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 using the same old gag is boring.
Even if it was really 3 against 1, Fong wasn't necessarily unable to win. He cultivated the god-slaying art. Below silver rank, instant kill is unsolvable.
Xiao Jie, seeing Feng's directness, spoke frankly.
We know Song Jingyan came here looking for treasure, so we thought we'd cut him off.
Since you're here too, Junior, how about this, we split the treasure into 4, and each of us takes a share, what do you say? Aren't you afraid of Song Jingyan's brother? He's a senior student.
As Fong spoke, he picked up his phone and quickly started learning basic saber techniques.
A last-minute cram. This is so damn exciting. Also, who said procrastination had no benefits? The benefits are huge.
Congratulations, host, for gaining saber technique experience reward.
Random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled 666 times. Randomly multiplied by 818. Randomly multiplied by 738.
On the other side, they thought Fong had a slight inclination to talk. Xiao Jie subtly gestured to the other two.
When the stakes are high enough,
they can even kill their own brothers.
Let alone a stranger? Junior, Song Jingyan has a brother, do we not have siblings? Speaking of which, Junior, you seem to be from an ordinary family, it was even in the newspapers. Are you threatening me? Fong exploded in anger, practicing his swordplay even more diligently.
Xiao Jie still wore that irritating, smug smile.
Junior, don't misunderstand.
What I mean is, if the matter of you killing Song Jingyan accidentally gets out, then, Junior, you can just run away, but your family members
die. A furious roar.
A 9-ring steel saber flew rapidly out of the cave, heading straight for Xiao Jie's face, followed closely by Fong, who was holding Song Jingyan's long saber, rushing out, ready to attack. Xiao Jie immediately drew the long sword from his back.
In an instant,
dozens of sword lights flashed, and the 9-ring steel saber was immediately cut into dozens, even hundreds, of pieces.
And
he even had the spare time to parry Feng's blade.
And confronted Fong. Junior, your temperament isn't so great either. I just teased you a bit, and you got so angry you came running out. With such a bad temperament, how can you succeed? Ha! Fong let out a cold laugh. Some people run out because they are genuinely provoked. But some people run out, like me,
purely because their sword skills are polished, and they want to come out and fight.
At this moment, Hao Chang separated the two with a meteor hammer.
Fong looked at Hao Chang, then at Xiao Jie, and also noticed Lian Jiujiao. He didn't know what Hao Chang meant by this. But Xiao Jie and Lian Jiujiao were calm, as if this was the expected procedure. Xiao Jie sheathed his long sword. Old rules, Hao Chang, you go and hone your skills first.
If you can't win, Lian Jiujiao and I will join in. All right. He nodded. Hao Chang looked at Fong and spoke with formal seriousness. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Hao Chang. As your opponent, I will be serious, cruel, and beat you to death one punch at a time. Damn, still treating me like a sparring partner? Fong was also angered into laughter. He pointed his long saber at Hao Chang's nose. Then remember this well, my sparring fee is high, not money, but life. Chapter 59, Bone Strengthening Technique. Good. Fine. If you have the guts, come and take it. Hao Chang growled, swinging the meteor hammer in his hand with a buzzing sound. He lunged forward, and the meteor hammer whistled as it flew towards Feng's chest. Feng's gaze shifted, instantly noting that Hao Chang had unleashed 50 vitality value. He swung his long saber. Bang! The long saber snagged on the chain, and the hammerhead swiveled, smashing even more fiercely towards Feng's back. Just a rookie, it's over. Lian Zhuojiao said with a delicate smile, exerting force with her foot and crushing Yixingxing's head. With Fong dead, this woman would be completely useless. As for Yixingxing, she didn't understand until her death. This woman had just given her a vitality value pill to save her life, but why, the next moment, did she crush her to death? But people like her would never understand. Naivete truly kills. Hearing the wind whistle in his ears, Fong immediately realized that the meteor hammer was thundering towards his back. So he didn't even think. Another long saber appeared in his left hand, instantly blocking the descending point of the meteor hammer. Clang! Not only was Hao Chang dumbfounded, but so were Xiao Jia and Lian Zhuojiao. Especially Lian Zhuojiao. She stared blankly at Yixingxing at her feet. Then cursed. Damn it! Kicked too soon. As for Hao Chang, he couldn't figure out where Fong had pulled out another long saber from. Could it be the long saber had self-replicated? And actually, the two long sabers did look exactly alike. But while Hao Chang was still stunned, Fong kicked him right in the crotch. 9 forms. First kick. Unleashing a full 200 units of vitality value. Fong struck with extreme malice. As the warrior's saying goes, if you don't hit the crotch, but hit the chest instead, are you a madman? In an instant, Hao Chang's face turned a purplish red, and his whole body involuntarily trembled. Perhaps his entire latter half of life would be utterly tasteless. But Fong had no intention of holding back. The long saber in her hand deflected the meteor hammer, and she brought it down directly towards Hao Chang's head. Attack! From the moment Hao Chang was kicked in the crotch, Xiao Jia's palm was already on his sword hilt, reacting a full second faster than Lian Zhuojiao. This was the difference between men and women in terms of empathy. There was a certain kind of pain made guys cringe just by looking. Sensing Xiao Jia and Lian Zhuojiao rushing forward one after the other, Fong dared not be careless. The long saber in his right hand continued to fall, while the weapon in his left hand suddenly changed, covertly switching from a long saber to nunchaku. But this process happened in just one brief second. Therefore, when Xiao Jia's sword blocked Feng's long saber, Fong roared. Take this, my left-hand saber move. Heh, a mere trifle. With a loud bang, blood immediately gushed from Xiao Jia's right ear. His entire skull reverberated. A weapon made of special alloy, coupled with Fong erupting with 100 vitality value. For his head not to explode on the spot, Xiao Jia was considered incredibly tough-headed. Stunned, Xiao Jia looked at the nunchaku in Feng's hand, his sluggish mind taking 3 seconds to process before finally entering normal thought. The middle of the nunchaku was a chain, much like a meteor hammer in principle. You thought you blocked his long saber, but in reality, you just accelerated the club's brutal impact on your head. How is that possible? Is this guy a magician? How can he switch weapons so quickly? How did he do it? He screamed hysterically internally. On Xiao Jia's face, that hypocritical, punchable smiling face was finally gone.
replaced by a twisted, contorted, foul expression.
At the same time, Lien Zhuojiao brought down a hand chop towards Feng's head.
Fong immediately put away all his weapons, lunged forward, and tightly embraced Lien Zhuojiao with both hands.
9 styles. 1 embrace. But he almost didn't hold on. For no other reason than Lien Zhuojiao's chest muscles were too exaggerated and had excellent elasticity, almost pushing Fong away.
Fortunately, Fong persevered through the difficulty, pushed forward with all his might, and finally locked Lien Zhuojiao in place.
The moment he locked her,
he exerted force with both hands,
desperately pressing Lien Zhuojiao's waist against his abs. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
Lien Zhuojiao felt like she was about to be squeezed to bursting.
Especially her chest.
She usually felt proud to show them off, but now, she wished she could just pop them herself.
You sneaky old scoundrel, you even used hidden weapons to stab me. Suddenly, Fong roared at Lien Zhuojiao, leaving Lien Zhuojiao looking bewildered. Who stabbed you?
You did. You used 2 small, round things to stab me.
With that,
without waiting for Lien Zhuojiao to react, while she was still thinking, Fong tightened his hold on her, simultaneously stomping on Hao Chang, who was still groaning in pain, and ascended into the air with Lien Zhuojiao.
Ah! 9 styles. 1 throw.
His vitality value burst forth. The power that had been brewing for so long exploded completely at this moment.
With just 1 move,
it completely drained all the power from Feng's body.
Lien Zhuojiao felt like her entire being was about to explode. Ah!
Her body twitched violently. Lien Zhuojiao crashed into Hao Chang and Shao Jie with a loud thud. The 3 of them instantly collapsed to the ground,
powerless to stand up again.
But Fong still felt it wasn't secure enough, so he shouted to the system.
Bring the blades! In an instant,
hundreds of sharp long knives rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, all smashing fiercely towards the ground.
Countless long knives piled up, with blades crisscrossing.
Even if they weren't chopped to death, they would be minced into a plate of meat paste.
Fong landed on the ground. Without hesitation,
he communicated with the system through his mind. System, throw 2 grade 2 vitality value pills into my stomach. Then he immediately retreated,
maintaining distance from the 3 of them. After a battle, Feng's stamina had been significantly depleted. If he hadn't dealt with the 3 of them, it would have been troublesome. Thankfully,
in Feng's eyes, the vitality value of those 3 people was constantly diminishing.
658599432 718684599 688452389.
This made Fong let out a long sigh of relief.
It seemed his blows were ruthless enough. These 3 guys couldn't endure it. Moreover, blood is the source of qi.
Under the wounds caused by countless long blades, the 3 men's blood was constantly being lost, and as their vitality value declined, these 3 would eventually die from excessive blood loss. But at this moment,
234, 468, 762, 981. Boom! A furious force sent all of Feng's long blades flying.
A massive giant slowly rose from the ground. From the contours of his brow, one could vaguely make out the shadow of Hao Chang, but his body had become incredibly large.
Is this guy inflated? Fong was dumbfounded.
He had never seen anyone hold their breath and swell their body to such a size.
Seeing Feng's shocked expression, the ragged Lien Zhuojiao smiled cruelly. Ha! Never seen it before, have you?
Just looking at your bumpkin face, I can tell you don't recognize this bone expansion technique.
Shut up!
Shao Jie, whose face was covered in countless cuts, glared fixedly at Fong with blood-red eyes.
Fong finally understood now why he always squinted.
Because his eyes were really small. Even smaller than a certain Li's.
Hao Chang, kill him. I don't want to see him again. Okay.
Hao Chang, who was 4 meters tall, put down Lian Zhou and Xiao Jie, and looked at Fong with a ferocious expression.
Kid, this time you won't get your way. No way to get my way, you're too small now, I can't even find you. Fong said with a cold laugh.
At the same time, he also found it amusing. Hao Chang's every body part had enlarged, except for the one representing male dignity, which showed no change at all.
It looked as if someone had a lipstick in their pocket.
Feeling Fang's disdainful gaze and hearing Fang's mocking tone, Hao Chang clenched his fists tightly, producing crackling sounds.
Die!
Hao Chang charged over in a fit of rage, raising his fist and striking heavily at Fong. Even Lian Zhou and Xiao Jie were already impatient, their eyes wide, ready to enjoy Fang's death. At this very moment, Fong, who had consumed more than half of his vitality value, could he still have the strength to fight? What a joke! God-slaying art. However, Fang's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelmingly domineering sword intent flashed out from between his brows, instantly piercing through Hao Chang's head, shattering all his mental will. Boom! A thunderbolt struck Hao Chang's head. His body twitched once, like a mountain collapsing. He fell to the ground with a rumble.
Chapter 60, Recognition from the Principal.
How is that possible?
What did he do?
Lian Zhou was completely stunned.
She didn't realize at all. In that instant,
what exactly Fong had done to instantly defeat Hao Chang, who had used the bone expanding technique. But Fong would not explain it to her, not even if she had a good figure.
A mature man.
You must learn to resist temptation.
This guy is starting to shrink.
In front of Fong, Hao Chang was like a deflated balloon, slowly shriveling up, his entire body emaciated, so thin that his ribs protruded. He looked completely different from the shirtless handsome guy he was just a moment ago. Using a cultivation method that drains oneself dry.
It doesn't seem very practical.
A 3-minute real man, no, from then until now, it's only been about 5 seconds.
Tragic.
So tragic.
Having consumed the grade 2 vitality value pill in his body,
Fong stood up.
He let out a long breath.
This caused Xiao Jie and Lian Zhou, who were still lying on the ground, to struggle violently, trying to get up and continue fighting desperately.
Unfortunately, however, not everyone is a cheater. Not everyone can take pills instantly without anyone noticing.
Swoosh! The long blade swung. Feng's first move was to chop off both of their hands,
to prevent them from having a chance to take medicine and recover.
Blood gushed out.
Instantly,
Xiao Jie and Lian Zhou rolled and wailed heartbreakingly.
My hands! My hands!
Next, it's your legs. Oh, you're a bit more unfortunate, you have an extra leg,
Fong said sympathetically.
This made Xiao Jie grit his teeth, glaring at Fong with immense hatred. Soon, he made up his mind that he would rather commit suicide than suffer Feng's humiliation. So he bit down hard on his tongue.
Abba abba abba.
Aya aya waya. ABA. Fong shook his head helplessly. He said something that was meant to be deeply hurtful.
Read too many novels, have you?
Biting off your tongue to commit suicide won't work, it'll only make you suffer more, you fool.
Afterwards, Fong pointed his blade at Lian Zhou's throat.
Speak, where have you hidden your things?
You think I'll tell you?
Lian Zhou said with a twisted expression.
Fong nodded. That's exactly what I think.
If you don't want to tell me, you can try biting off your tongue like him, but you must be faster than me. If you're too slow, I'll knock out all your teeth, making it impossible for you to even bite off your tongue.
I don't need a second mute.
As his voice fell, Lian Zhou looked at Fong as if she had seen a devil. However, he was clearly only a freshman.
Are you really a freshman? Why are you even more ruthless than us sophomores? Whoosh! Fong swung his long blade, slicing off half of Lien Jiujiao's hair. First warning. I'm asking you questions, you're not asking me.
I'll tell you.
Lien Jiujio said, trembling all over. She had finally understood.
This freshman before her was clearly a devilish existence. She had no right to an equal conversation.
The only thing she could hope for now was to answer Fang's questions as soon as possible. And be free sooner.
Our things are hidden on peak number 122, right on the peak, counting from right to left. It's under the 5th tree.
Good, you're free. Fong waved his hand, ending Lien Fengjiao's life with a single strike. Then he walked up to Xiao Jie. Do you have any secret stash of money?
We're all men, we understand.
If you tell me, I can spare your life, man to man. But this must never be known by any feminist, okay? Abba. Wrong answer. Fong severed Xiao Jie's neck with a single strike, leaving Xiao Jie unable to rest in peace. He really did have secret money. And it was hidden nearby. Unfortunately, he had bitten off his own tongue. Whoosh! By this point, the battle had truly ended.
So tired, I feel like my bones are about to fall apart, but I still have to work.
Silently, Fong walked over and emptied the pockets of all 3 men.
Just like Song Jingyan, each person's pocket only contained 1 or 2 vitality value pills, there wasn't much else.
Fong tossed everything into his system space. Then,
Fang's gaze fell upon the body of the multi-horned tiger.
He suddenly remembered. In traditional Chinese medicine,
every part of a tiger, from its fur to its flesh, bones, penis, ahem, and even its feces and earwax, can be used in medicine.
So, could an exotic beast be the same? After some thought, Fong walked over and collected the entire multi-horned tiger's corpse into his system space.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the tiger corpse reward.
It is now being randomly multiplied for host. Randomly multiplied by 455 times. Instantly.
Suddenly, hundreds of corpses of multi-horned tigers appeared in Fang's system space, directly piling up into a small mountain.
Extremely spectacular. This made Fang's mouth twitch. This kind of sight, most people wouldn't truly appreciate it. I feel like all the bones in my body are going to fall apart. Fighting is really exhausting. I need to find a place to rest.
He said he needed to find a place.
But Fong already had a choice in mind. Inside the multi-horned tiger's cave. That treasure hadn't been retrieved yet. How could he just leave?
After picking up the long sword that had fallen to the ground,
Fong walked back into the cave. Only, what Fong didn't know was, at this very moment, all the scenes of his combat were transmitted to the principal's office.
Qin Gongda, the principal at the time, highly praised Fang's performance.
He's a good prospect.
His moves are vicious, he's not tempted by women, and he leaves no survivors.
Simply perfect. What a pity, he's a bloodline awakener, his path is coming to an end. But where did he get his weapon from? Could it be that he awakened a special ability? Meanwhile, Fong inexplicably received a system notification.
Congratulations, host, for gaining the favor of an expert.
Random doubling is underway. Randomly doubled 666 times.
This made Fong pause for a moment.
What's going on? Am I being monitored? Then what about when I just used the system's storage space? Never mind, I'll just bluff my way through it later.
Anyway, I have plenty of experience with bluffing. Attention shifted back.
In front.
It was still that obstructing rock, over 3 meters high, its weight unknown.
On top,
there were many sharp marks.
Analyzing the marks, a lot of information could be deduced. It was left by a multi-horned tiger.
It seems multi-horned tigers usually use their sharp horns to push the stone open.
The direction they pushed it is touching the bottom of the stone.
There was a groove formed over time, from years of moving and rolling.
So Fong stood to the side.
He unleashed all his vitality value, moving the stone again along this groove.
Squeak, 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 squeak. The sound of the stone moving, like mice squeaking, began, and the massive rock went from a slight tremor to finally rolling completely away. It only took 30 seconds. The stone moved.
The treasures in the secret chamber naturally revealed themselves.
Fong walked over with large strides. He saw. Inside this secret cave, there was actually a small hot spring.
It was only 3 meters in size, with mist swirling above and beneath, a strange liquid resembling silver mercury.
Reaching his hand close to the silver liquid, the pores on Feng's hand actually opened up, absorbing the aura with immense pleasure. As if
his body was originally dead. But after touching the silver liquid,
his body came alive. What a strange feeling.
It makes one feel ecstatic, as if truly alive for the first time.
System, what exactly is this thing? Chapter 61 Bone Metamorphosis. System, what exactly is this thing? Ding.
Upon examination, this hot spring is silver tiger bone quenching liquid, a special liquid used by the horned tiger to temper its bones. Prolonged immersion in this hot spring can permanently alter bone structure, enhancing bone defense capabilities and combat attributes.
Enhance bones? Fong looked at the lake of shimmering silver liquid.
Suddenly, a crazy idea came to him.
Up until now, the system had displayed 2 doubling modes. One was a single item doubling. For example, if Fong picked up a beautiful woman, the system would give him 999 identical beautiful women. The second was awakening doubling.
If Fong picked up a beautiful woman, the system would multiply her attributes by 999 times, turning her into an invincible, peerless beauty before giving her to Fong.
This second doubling mode,
it had appeared when Fong was eating, before the system upgrade. Even though the system was simplistic back then, it seemed to fear overfeeding Fong to death.
After all,
a 999 times magnified meal, doubled, even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would be stuffed until it lay on its back. By the same logic, if I ate a grade 1 vitality value pill, and it was doubled 999 times, I might be directly expanded to explosion.
That's why the system defaults to the quantity doubling mode. With this idea in mind, Fong actively sent an application to the system. System, can I freely choose the doubling mode? System?
The system didn't respond, as always pretending to be Feng's little dummy, only doing things and not speaking, but constantly by Feng's side.
Thinking about it was a little bit mushy. But after a while. But then suddenly, he understood. A dialog box popped up in Feng's line of sight. Yes. Hiss. You really do have an AI. Fong couldn't help but exclaim. He had only meant to try.
And as a result, he discovered a new continent.
However,
after uttering those 2 words, the system seemed to have emptied all its lifelong wisdom and began to play dead and fall silent again.
But for Fong, it was enough.
System, although I made that request, you still need to keep an eye out for me. If I encounter something that would burst me, you must stop my suicidal behavior.
Okay. The system responded once again. Still so brief, forceful, giving a sense of mature and steady security. Alright, let's try it.
System, for this bone tempering fluid or whatever it is, I don't want it doubled.
I want to absorb it directly, and then double the absorption effect. Is that possible?
Otherwise, with hundreds of hot springs, I'd end up with wrinkled skin sooner or later.
Fong asked a question.
The system randomly popped up a label in front of Fong. In this hot spring, the concentration of silver tiger bone tempering fluid is low, suitable for hosts' direct bathing, enhanced by system doubling to achieve body tempering effects.
Haha, I guessed right. Fong chuckled. Actually,
Just looking at the dead multi-horned tiger, he knew. If the medicinal effects of this hot spring were so good, the multi-horned tiger wouldn't have been killed by a bronze warrior like Song Jingyan. He took off his clothes.
Fong lay down completely in the hot spring. In an instant.
Within the entire hot spring, a special essence directly entered his pores, actively adhering to and nourishing Fang's bones along his flesh and skin. If he were to use his inner vision at this moment,
he would see
that Fang's bones were undergoing a strange transformation.
As threads of essence gently warmed Fang's bones
emitted layer upon layer of subtle ripples from the inside out, and if one focused intently, they could even discover faint specks of silver light within these ripples. These silver lights permeated Fang's bones,
gradually forming an outer layer
that enveloped Fang's bones. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Essence Nourishment Reward, currently undergoing random multiplication.
Randomly multiplied by 518 times. Randomly multiplied by 744 times.
Randomly multiplied by 698 times.
With the system's multiplied nourishment.
After just 3 short minutes, a peculiar soft sound suddenly rang out
in Fang's ears. Click. What was that sound? Fong quickly opened his eyes and looked around.
But inside this small cave,
it was completely silent. There wasn't a single sound. What's going on? Am I too sensitive, causing me to hallucinate? He felt a little down for a moment.
After confirming there was no movement around him,
Fong continued to close his eyes and rest. Crack!
Another crisp sound rang out.
But this time, Fong heard it clearly. And
he even knew where the sound came from.
This sound, is it coming from inside my body? Is this so-called bone-quenching liquid having some effect on my body? Fong quickly closed his eyes and looked inward.
His gaze passed through his internal organs and meridians, directly focusing on his skeletal structure. At this very moment, Fang's entire skeleton seemed to be encased in a faint silver covering. A layer of silver light was clearly visible, attached to it, emitting a soft glow.
Immediately after, another cracking sound rang out. Crack!
A thin layer of substance peeled off all of Fang's bones and was expelled from his body with the flow of blood.
As this phenomenon occurred,
Fong felt a rather noticeable change. His body's bones
were becoming thicker, more powerful, and also a bit longer. System, what's going on? Why do I feel like my bones are shedding? Am I mutating? Looking at the sparkling silver bones, Fong thought. This seemed to be outside the realm of human beings. If this continued, he seemed to be turning into a brooding silver-boned hero. At this moment, the system gave an answer.
Upon assessment, host is absorbing the essence of the silver tiger body tempering fluid, undergoing bone metamorphosis. Each bone metamorphosis signifies an upgrade in host's bone strength.
Upgrade? Is there a reference for this upgrade?
Yes, each level up is equivalent to a 1-star upgrade in a silver warrior's bone strength. Currently, there have been 3 transformations, so host's physical strength is at the 3-star silver level. It is estimated that after the entire process is complete, host's bone strength will reach 7-star silver.
7-star silver? Fong involuntarily gasped.
He was only at the bronze vitality value level. Yet his bones were about to make a huge leap.
Directly to 7-star silver? If he were to get into a fight with someone later, and he threw a punch, would the opposing bronze girl really cry from being hit? It seems my vitality value is holding me back.
Speaking of which, it's all that old geezer Zhang Fubai's fault.
He has no intention of actively repaying me.
I've been here for 2 days, and he hasn't even come to pay his debt. Concerned about Zhang Fubai's character,
Fong sighed, shaking his head.
At this point, overthinking was useless. It was more important to continue the metamorphosis of his body and bones.
At this moment, in an alien space filled with powerful exotic beasts,
Zhang Fubai was engaged in a fierce battle with a 9-headed monstrous bird. After a great battle, Zhang Fubai's body was left with only half a head and half a torso.
Ahem.
He spat out a mouthful of remaining blood. Zhang Fubai mobilized his consciousness, and instantly, a strange light emanated from between his eyebrows, revealing a phantom human skeleton from top to bottom, which gradually solidified into reality, and then blood vessels and skin were reborn one by one.
However, after rebirth,
Zhang Fubai's vitality value became extremely volatile, his strength fluctuating wildly, reaching 9-star extraordinary at its peak, and at its lowest, almost dropping to gold. The exotic beasts appearing recently are getting stronger and stronger.
Never mind, I'd better hurry back. If I'm late, my little friend Xingyun will be angry.
I still owe him pills.
The thought of Fong.
Zhang Fubai's injured heart felt much better.
His body moved instantly.
He flew towards the exit of the alternate dimension. At the same time, he thought to himself. His granddaughter had also grown into a beautiful young woman recently. He wondered if his young friend Xingyun would be interested.
At the same time,
in the hot spring,
Fong suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Strange, is someone thinking of me?
Why do I also feel a bit creeped out?
It's definitely not a beauty thinking of me. He shivered all over. Fong looked inward. At this moment,
the speed of his bone transformation had slowed down, and the concentration of silver fluid in the bone-tempering liquid had also become extremely dilute. However, Fong had already undergone his 6th transformation, and was just a little short of completing the 7th. Fortunately, Fong still had bone-expanding pills.
Their effect somewhat overlapped with the bone-tempering liquid.
So he simply threw 2 pills into his stomach,
preparing for the 7th transformation.
But at this moment,
Feng's spiritual consciousness was suddenly startled awake. In the tiger's den. Someone. Chapter 62 on Not That Easy. Someone's here. Feng's spiritual power suddenly awoke. He keenly sensed that several uninvited guests had entered the tiger's den outside. Meanwhile,
2 exhausted girls, dragging their weapons, stumbled into the cave with weary faces, and then, with heavy steps, made their way to the deepest part of the cave. After confirming that the deepest part was just a rock,
there was no one.
The 2 girls sat down, leaning against the rock.
Then, they've all drooped down. Head drooped. Xiaonan, I feel like I can't hold on much longer, I want to go home. Bai Ruyan said with a numb expression.
Although her tone was sad, being able to get into Tien Wu Academy meant she was still a proud prodigy of her region, so there was still a hint of pride, and she didn't unworthily shed tears.
Sitting beside Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan's eyes were slightly red and swollen.
But it wasn't from crying. It was from being beaten by a strange monkey just now. That cursed fellow.
Cough cough, Ruyan, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that stinky monkey from just now. As for the thought of going home.
Sigh, actually I have it too, but when I left home, I promised to make a name for myself before returning. Now, wanting to go home just because I got beaten by a monkey is a bit, well, how should I put it?
It's just too embarrassing.
Chen Xiaonan said, scratching her head in frustration. Which made Bai Ruyan let out a burst of laughter. Having such an optimistic best friend in this Death Mountain range was like a ray of sunshine breaking through the dark clouds,
adding a touch of warmth to one's gloomy mood.
So, their conversation also became lighter.
Xiaonan, I'll tell you secretly, the leaf I used yesterday seemed to be poisonous. My butt has been burning for the past 2 days.
Then you're too miserable.
But I'm not much better.
Your butt hurts too?
My leaf, it felt like peppermint.
After using it, my butt felt like it had been rubbed with cooling oil. From my butt all the way to my head, everything was clear.
Hiss, then you're miserable too.
Fong, hidden behind the rocks, passively listened to the 2 girls discussing body parts.
He almost couldn't resist coughing to remind them that someone was here.
But then he remembered he was still naked in the hot spring. What if they rushed in, also wanting a soak to relieve their fatigue?
Ahem. He wasn't that kind of casual person. At this moment, Chen Xiaonan whispered conspiratorially to Bai Ruyan. Ruyan, let me tell you a secret. I found out that kid Lu Changa, his butt got hit too. I noticed that too.
Bai Ruyan covered her mouth, chuckling softly.
Then the two exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Isn't that why he always clasps his hands behind his back whenever he's trying to act cool?
It's just so he can secretly scratch his butt.
Ha 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 ha.
The two girls laughed, desperately trying to keep their voices down, tears streaming from their eyes.
And to think Lu Changa
always prided himself on being an elegant man.
Too bad. He still couldn't help it.
But this was the reality of living in a wild environment.
All elegance was fleeting. Savagery was the main color. At this moment, another set of footsteps entered the tiger's cave.
Heavier steps than the two girls.
It was a man. Ruyan, Xiaonan, are you two all right?
It's okay, it's okay.
Seeing Lu Changa approach,
the two girls quickly stopped smiling and wiped away their tears. But what Lu Changa saw as he walked in was just these two girls pretending to be strong, stubbornly wiping away their tears so as not to cause him worry.
For a moment, narcissistic personality disorder acting up. Plus, his butt was coincidentally a bit itchy.
So, he involuntarily put his hands behind his back
and let out a pretentious sigh.
Don't worry, as the only man in the team, I will definitely lead you two out of here alive. On my grandpa's name, I, Lu Changa, will keep my word.
MHM.
Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan bit their lips tightly
to keep themselves from laughing out loud.
But in Lu Changa's eyes,
it became as there a possibility that these two girls were moved by his words? Thinking of this, Lu Changa's posture became even more upright, while secretly feeling pleased.
They'd never guess that right now. I'm secretly scratching my butt.
Damn, it's itchy. Noticing Lu Changa scratching vigorously, Bai Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer.
She quickly started a topic to distract herself.
Changa, Xiaonan, I think we really need to make a plan.
A plan?
A plan for what? Lu Changa asked curiously.
He was enjoying his scratching. I actually felt a little unfulfilled after being interrupted by Bai Ruyan like that. But Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan certainly didn't dare let him continue scratching. Originally, trying to hold back laughter alone was barely manageable, but once they both understood, seeing the other trying hard to suppress laughter made it really difficult to hold back. So, Bai Ruyan had no choice but to bring up the most serious topic.
In another 7 days, it'll be the 15th again.
We must try again to attack the senior students' villa. If we keep staying in the death zone, we'll go crazy sooner or later.
That is a problem.
Lu Changa nodded, his right hand, which had just been scratching his butt, unconsciously rested on his chin, a finger's distance from his mouth.
This made Chen Xiaonan burst out laughing with a pft. Lu Changa was startled. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just remembered something happy,
Chen Xiaonan said, trying hard to hold back her laughter. But seeing her struggle so hard,
Bai Ruyan also couldn't help but let out a pft and laughed. Lu Changa felt even more depressed. Why are you laughing too?
I was just thinking, if we succeed, then it should be something to be happy about. Bai Ruyan quickly buried her head as she spoke,
not daring to look at Lu Changa, which Lu Changa found puzzling. At a time like this, you can still laugh?
Cough cough, we'll compose ourselves.
Compose ourselves. Bai Ruyan secretly pinched Chen Xiaonan. Getting down to business. Picking up a branch, Bai Ruyan drew a simple diagram on the ground.
The senior students' dormitories are divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. The highest grade, a class villa, is located in the very center of the entire dormitory area. According to the information we exchanged for earlier, it's inhabited by a senior student whose strength is above gold. As for the B-class villas, there are 4 in total, arranged on the 4 sides of the A-class villa.
They are all inhabited by silver-level senior students.
But let's not consider these 5 villas for now, because we have no chance of winning at all.
Bai Ruyan waved her hand. Excluding all 5 of these villas. Afterwards,
focusing on the surrounding C-class and D-class villas.
Even after excluding the 5 strongest ones, the remaining 96 villas will be very difficult for us to take.
It's not just a matter of losing on vitality value, but also on weapons and cultivation techniques. Most of their weapons are F-grade alloy, but ours are still just ordinary ironware.
Chen Xiaonan glanced at her spear, frowning unhappily. In fact,
it wasn't that they hadn't attacked the senior students' dormitories before. In fact, they only dared to attack after being very well prepared.
But after the failed attack,
all their weapons and elixirs were confiscated by the senior students in one go.
Everything can only start from scratch. Damn it, I get annoyed just thinking about it.
My Dragon Emergence Spear, its tip is made of F-grade alloy, but no matter how much I pleaded, they wouldn't let me keep it.
That's just how the rules are. If your skills aren't good enough, you just have to accept your bad luck.
She said it, but in reality, Bai Ruyan was also very troubled.
Given the current situation,
they simply weren't in a position to attack the senior student dorms.
But if they didn't at least try, the burning sensation in their bottoms wouldn't be easy to endure either. At this moment, Lu Chang'e suddenly spoke. By the way, have you heard the name Fong? Unexpectedly called out. Fong perked up his ears and listened attentively. Bai Ruyan thought back. Is it Fong, the top scorer in this year's national exam, the Bloodline Awakening user? Yes, that's him. Lu Chang'e nodded, confirming it.
I heard he was already a 3-star bronze during the national exam.
Bloodline Awakening user's vitality value increases quickly, so he might be 6-star or even 7-star by now. You mean we can try to recruit him, have him join us? But he must be in very high demand right now, right? No sooner had Bai Ruyan finished speaking
then Chen Xiaonan slapped her thigh and stood up,
surprising the other two.
Chen Xiaonan planted her spear into the ground, then leaned against it, as if against a steel pole, striking an alluring pose.
That's not difficult at all. Let me go and seduce him. I guarantee he'll take the bait. Chapter 63, Forming a Team.
Let me go seduce him, guaranteed success.
With that,
to show off her charm, Chen Xiaonan pressed herself against the long spear stuck in the ground, swaying her lithe body. Her body moved like a large wave, rippling suggestively against the spear. But the ideal was beautiful, the reality was tragic. Chen Xiaonan, who had no dance background but only martial arts experience, had developed a full figure with large breasts and round hips, making her look infinitely sensual. However, her movements resembled a large bear rubbing against a tree. It was all about raw power, and nothing but raw power.
Not a hint of delicate femininity. Ahem. Lu Chang'e awkwardly coughed twice. He spoke to Chen Xiaonan euphemistically. Xiaonan, that. It's fine. Don't worry, I know my limits.
I promise I'll make him unable to resist me, but he won't get any advantage.
No, what I mean is, relax, with this face, this figure, and these alluring dance moves, I'm sure I'll succeed. You won't succeed. Nonsense. Why won't I succeed? Lu Chang'e, what do you mean? Do you mean I'm not good looking enough? However, Lu Chang'e spread his hands with an innocent expression. I didn't say it. Not you?
Chen Xiaonan turned her head to look at Bai Ruyan.
Bai Ruyan looked even more wronged. It wasn't me either, I'm a woman, how could I make a man's voice? Not you either?
Chen Xiaonan scratched the back of her head.
Eliminate all impossible options, and what remains is the answer, so, is it my own conscience denying myself? Cough cough, I said it. You? Who are you? Chen Xiaonan looked back in the direction of the voice.
He saw a gleaming eye peeking out from a crevice on the rock behind him, blinking and staring at him.
In an instant, Chen Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e, and Bai Ruyan
all felt a chill run down their spines. Ghosts. They all screamed and ran out of the tiger's den, making Fong chuckle mischievously.
These three clowns. They're quite interesting. Much cuter than Xiao Jie's trio.
He pushed the rock aside. Fong looked at his palm and felt that his skeletal strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. The rock that originally required all my strength to push open can now be moved with just one hand.
Bone transformation is truly terrifying. System, what's my vitality value now?
With a whoosh. The system did not directly respond to Feng's words.
It simply displayed his personal panel for Fong. Host name, Fong. System level, LV2. Vitality value, 932. Spirit value, 1401, 1397. 9-star bronze.
I didn't expect that after bone transformation, my vitality value would also increase so much. If it continues to grow at this rate, I'll be able to step into silver in a couple of days. A corner of his mouth curved upwards.
Fong strode out of the cave entrance. He knew.
Those three clowns were still waiting for him.
Sure enough. Under the moonlight,
Chen Xiaonan, Lu Chang'e, and Bai Ruyan stood in three different positions, weapons in hand, waiting nervously.
As Fong walked out, Fong also got a clear look at their appearances.
Standing on the left, holding a long spear, was Chen Xiaonan. She looked rather simple and not beautiful in the conventional sense, but she had a special kind of charisma that made people want to treat her like a buddy.
As for her figure, it was truly a flesh bomb level. A bit more would be too fat, a bit less would be too thin.
Where it should be ample, it was very rich. Where it should be slender, it was very economical. And on the right, holding a long sword, was Bai Ruyan. Her appearance was more on the delicate side, with a classic oval face that made her seem very well behaved. Her entire figure was well proportioned and natural, possessing a light and graceful beauty, especially her slender waist, which seemed as if it could be grasped with one hand.
As for the one standing in the middle, holding a tang blade, that was Lu Chang'e. He was just an ordinary man, anyway. Nothing special to introduce.
Seeing Fong emerge from the tiger's den,
Lu Chang'e roared. Who are you? Weren't you just trying to recruit me, even using a honey trap to lure me?
Fong said with a smile,
which made Lu Chang'e and Bai Ruyan exchange glances involuntarily. They thought no one was there earlier,
so they just spoke whatever came to mind.
They didn't expect Fong to have heard everything, word for word. Now the fear was, would Fong be arrogant and start a fight with the three of them because of their behind-the-back teasing?
Only Chen Xiaonan was stunned
and asked a question. You heard everything? I heard. Fong nodded.
Chen Xiaonan, still not giving up, continued to ask.
Where did you start listening from? Don't tell me, it was from when we said Lu Chang'e secretly scratches his butt? Lu Chang'e felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What's going on? Weren't his actions very discreet? However, Fong just gave him a sympathetic look, indicating that wasn't the case. Then you mean, even about Ruyan and me?
Chen Xiaonan mumbled dazedly. A flush had already crept onto Bai Ruyan's face. Her entire face was bright red, so hot it felt like it was about to smoke.
But Fong still nodded vigorously. I heard. In that moment, Bai Ruyan wanted to die.
But don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you two discussed, especially not Lu Chang'e,
Fong said with a friendly expression. This instantly pulled Bai Ruyan's will to live back. Chen Xiaonan also made a clicking sound. This guy has good character.
Much better than certain so-called elegant male gods who secretly scratch their butts.
Who's repressed? Lu Chang'e roared, his face red and neck thick. Then he realized. Wait, why especially not tell me? But Fong, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruoyan all smiled meaningfully, looking like they knew something but wouldn't say it.
It suddenly made Lu Chang'e feel.
These three were actually in cahoots. Meanwhile, in Feng's mind, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, you have received Beauty's Admiration Reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled 666 times. Congratulations, host, you have received Female Friend's Admiration Reward, random doubling in progress. Randomly doubled 999 times. It's done.
Sensing that these three had no ill will towards him, or at least these two women had no ill will towards him,
Fong felt much more at ease. So he took the initiative to speak. I just overheard your plan. You're going to attack the senior dorms on the 15th of this month, right? That was just now. Lu Chang'e gritted his teeth in anger. What is it? Why can't they tell him? This matter absolutely cannot just pass.
Unless Fong tells him.
Unfortunately,
the other two wouldn't cooperate with him.
Yes, that's what we planned, but now, there's a small issue that needs to be confirmed with you.
Bai Ruoyan glanced at the bodies scattered on the ground.
Song Jingyan, Yi Xingxing, Xiao Jie, Lian Jiujiao, Hao Chang. A total of 5 corpses. Although they were in the Death Mountain range, undergoing the bloodiest death challenge, students killing each other was an extremely rare occurrence. Unless there were irreconcilable conflicts. Therefore, Bai Ruoyan needed to find out. Was Fong a murderer? I want to know, what was your reason for killing them? Reason? Fong smiled slightly.
From the moment he exposed himself, he had already made up his mind.
A 1 versus 3 situation. It was simply too exhausting. If he had to choose, he would choose to be in the group of 3. Therefore, he had to build a team.
A team worth sharing elixirs and materials with.
Meanwhile,
this team also had to be willing to lay down their lives for him.
Therefore, this was his first step. Starting with subjugating these 3 people.
The reason is, they wanted to kill me, but they weren't strong enough, so I killed them instead.
Do you accept this reason? No. I think you can try a different approach, which is, do you want to team up with someone capable and attack the senior dorms together? Or do you just want to huddle in these broken mountains, without even toilet paper to wipe yourselves with? Chapter 64. Thank you, Captain. Captain is awesome. The deafening question caught Lu Chang'e and the other two a bit off guard. This move of turning the tables on them was truly unexpected. And it really hit home for all 3 of them. Toilet paper is just a small thing, but if you don't even dare to fight for toilet paper, what else will you have the courage to fight for? Stunned, Lu Chang'e's gaze towards Fong changed.
No man with spirit wouldn't admire and follow a strong person.
To make Lu Chang'e bow his head. It's simple. Just defeat him. Teaming up with you is fine, but from the looks of it, you won't be content as a team member, you'll want to be the captain. Why not?
Fong smiled confidently.
He saw. Lu Chang'e's vitality value was surging. This indicated his emotions were running high. If you beat me, then yes. Lu Chang'e said firmly and powerfully. Making Bai Ruoyan quickly try to stop him. Lu Chang'e, calm down.
If we're really going to form a team, there's no need to fight for the captain's position.
No worries. Lu Chang'e licked his lips excitedly. Usually reserved. Doesn't mean he can't be passionate. I remember in an interview it said you're a bloodline awakener.
During the national exam, you were already 3-star bronze, but you come from an ordinary background, so you probably haven't practiced many cultivation techniques. Although I'm only 1-star bronze, I come from a martial arts family and have studied fundamental cultivation techniques since childhood.
In that case, the 2 of us are even. Neither of us will take advantage of the other. Fong let out a cold laugh. Not taking advantage? The advantage I'm taking, you can't even imagine. Therefore, no more talking. Just one word. Come. Good. Excellent. I like your temperament.
Chen Xiaonan, who was beside them, clapped and cheered. This made Lu Changde, who had been building up his emotions for a long time, suddenly falter. Chen Xiaonan scratched his head awkwardly. My apologies, I ruined the atmosphere, I have no sense of timing.
Ignoring Chen Xiaonan,
Lu Changde sheathed his tachi, holding the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, striking a preparatory stance for Iajutsu.
Here I come. Come. Forgive me.
With a long cry, Lu Changde's footsteps were as swift as lightning. He flew close to the ground, dashing towards Fong at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye.
Lu Clan. Blade slash. Whoosh.
A soft murmur.
Lu Changde's long blade was already unsheathed.
But it didn't land on Feng's shoulder, but was calmly caught between Feng's two fingers.
How is that possible? Lu Changde's pupils dilated in shock. In his opinion,
Fong came from an ordinary family. It was impossible for him to have learned any cultivation techniques.
Being able to survive that one strike was already incredibly rare. But Fong used a move he least expected to counter his attack. This blade is too weak. Fong clamped the ordinary Tang Dao between two fingers.
His fingers, having undergone 7 bone transformations, exerted the power of 7-star silver, easily snapping the blade.
Afterwards, Fong handed the long blade from his back to Lu Changde. It was Song Jingyan's. Try this blade. No need. If I can't win, I can't win. I can afford to lose. Lu Changde said, clenching his fists. In that instant,
he had already realized the gap between himself and Fong.
Only
he was still unconvinced. However, I must state beforehand, you are a bloodline awakener, and you'll reach your limit soon.
Once my vitality value catches up to yours, I will challenge you again. Yes. Fong nodded calmly.
But in his heart, he thought, you'll probably never catch up.
Then he looked at the other two girls. What about you two? Chen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan exchanged glances, understanding each other's meaning. At this very moment, becoming Feng's teammates was the best option. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Okay. Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He said to the three of them, let's go, let's head into the cave. It's the perfect time for our team's first meeting to discuss what's next. Okay.
Lu Changde, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan all had no objections.
All followed Fong back to the tiger cave. After sitting down,
Fong said nothing, just reached out and gave each of the three a cultivation technique and a pack of toilet paper. This left the three of them momentarily stunned.
Captain, this is
Chi-locking art. I don't know if you've practiced it, but after practicing it myself for a while, I found it quite useful.
Fong said matter-of-factly, implying that this cultivation technique was very easy to practice.
If you don't practice it well, or if your cultivation progress is too slow,
then that's your own problem. It has nothing to do with me practicing too fast. As for the tissues,
I think I don't need to say it, you three all understand. Only after not having them do you realize how important they are.
At this point, Bai Ruyan and the other two nodded in unison. And together they said, thank you, Captain. Captain is awesome. Then Bai Ruyan asked cautiously,
Captain, we heard before that you hadn't appeared for a long time, possibly because you were afraid to come to Tien Wu, but now that you're here, the rumors are naturally debunked.
It's just, Captain, do you know anything about attacking the senior dorms?
The meaning behind her words
was actually quite simple.
She was worried that Fong arrived at Tien Wu Academy relatively late,
so he might know nothing about attacking the senior dorms.
But this concern was reasonable. Don't worry, on this matter, I will fully listen to your opinions, but the focus of our meeting today is not this.
Fong immediately dismissed the three's proposed topic. leaving the three of them looking at each other in dismay. Weren't the three of them joining Fong precisely to attack the sophomore's dorm? Then let's not discuss that. Could it be? Are we going to talk about salary and benefits? Or perhaps social insurance and housing provident fund? Could it be that there's also an unspoken rule involved?
Noticing that the three of them were looking at him a bit strangely, Fong quickly cleared his throat a few times.
A classic interruption. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person.
The three of them didn't say a word. They just secretly complained in their hearts.
We didn't say anything, and you already know what we're thinking. That just goes to show, you must have thought about these things too.
This left Fong quite speechless.
Especially. It was one thing for the two girls to think that way, but you, Lu Changda, a guy, actually covered your chest with both hands? So Fong tapped Lu Changda's head with a branch. I'm asking you, why exactly are we freshmen, including those sophomore students, thrown into this death mountain range? Why? Isn't it just the blood refining policy and savage training? Lu Changda said with a bewildered expression.
This earned Fong a look of disdain.
You rattle off one term after another, but have you ever thought about the meaning behind them? That's why, if a warrior doesn't use their brain, they'll be a brute their whole life. With that, Fong held up 3 fingers.
According to my analysis, the high-ups at the school threw us into the Death Mountain range to find 3 types of people.
3 types of people? Which 3? Chapter 65, A Well-Reasoned Deception.
Based on my analysis, throwing us into Death Mountain range was a move by the school's higher-ups to identify 3 types of people.
Fong held up 3 fingers.
Lu Changda, Bai Ruyan, and Shen Xiaonan all listened intently.
This theory. It was the first time they had heard it. Fong spoke eloquently. First, the most basic requirement is that everyone must have the ability to survive in the wild.
On this basis, the first type of person to emerge is someone with the brains to strategize.
Simply put, a smart person. Smart people? Lu Changda found that a bit hard to accept.
As one of China's 3 top academies, Tien Wu Academy only admitted the most exceptional talents.
Could there really be fools among them?
But there really were fools.
Don't believe it? It's simple.
Look at how many people are loitering on the plains in front of Death Mountain Range, unwilling to enter.
Fong picked up a dry twig.
On the ground, he drew several large waves to represent the mountains, and then some fuzzy grass to represent the plains.
Those with guts run directly into the mountains.
Those without guts stay on the plains, thinking they'll enter when their strength improves. But if they had any brains, they'd pay attention to how many people go into the mountains, how many come out alive, or even more directly, just ask if it's dangerous inside.
Wouldn't they know the situation then?
At least the first 50 peaks of Death Mountain Range are relatively safe.
This information, a little attention, or asking others, would reveal it all. With Feng's analysis,
Bai Ruyan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. So she quickly summarized.
I understand. For survival in the wild, information is the most important safeguard. If you can't gather information, even the smartest person will be isolated into a fool. Exactly. Fong nodded. Afraid that Lu Changda and Shen Xiaonan wouldn't understand. He simply used a way they could understand to describe it. It's like this: you don't know which leaves are good to use, but you refuse to ask anyone. As a result, one of you has a cold butt, and the other is incredibly itchy. These are all the dire consequences of not gathering information. Cough, cough, cough. I understand. Let's not talk about wiping butts anymore. Lu Changda's ears turned red with embarrassment.
But Shen Xiaonan, however, was different.
She looked a bit naive. But she was very good at grasping the key point. So, Lu Changda and I aren't smart people? Lu Changda had a head full of question marks.
He looked at Fong with confusion. A murderous impulse gradually emerged in his eyes.
Not a smart person. That means a fool then. Fong awkwardly coughed twice. Cough, cough. Well, so-called smart people are all relative. Out there, you would still be considered smart people. Alright, let's not discuss these details. Let's talk about the second type of person. Fong used a branch to draw 3 small figures on the ground. And circled the second figure. The second type of person can either rise from the first type, or be directly accomplished. These are people with extremely strong individual capabilities. Such people often have very high strength, so they can delve deep alone and live very well on their own. In the future, they will at least be a general, possessing the courage to charge into battle and the ability to sweep away all obstacles. Regarding this point, Lu Changda, Bai Ruyan, and Shen Xiaonan all had no objections. After all, in this world, the biggest fist rules. With a big fist, even alone, one can live a vibrant and colorful life. The rest are the third type of people. These people can rise from the first 2 types, but ideally, they are born that way. Born that way? Lu Changda and Shen Xiaonan both exclaimed in shock. What's going on? Born that way? Could it be that these 3 types of people also depend on whether they had a good rebirth? Only Bai Ruyan nodded solemnly. She slowly spoke 6 words. Natural leaders. Exactly. Feng's branch moved again. He drew several more diagrams next to it, listing the senior student villa area, the library, and the exchange office. Think about it carefully. How likely is it to break out of the Death Mountains based solely on individual ability? How likely is it to capture the senior student dorms? No need to calculate. Basically 0. Therefore, to truly escape from here, one must have the ability for strategic deployment, how to rally people's spirits, how to gather intelligence, how to improve strength, and finally, how to break out. And these are the abilities a leader needs to possess. Fong finished in one breath. The other 3 were already too shocked to speak. Compared to Fong, the 3 of them were simply fools. They had wasted a month staying here. It's a good thing, though. Some people still had a chance. So, if that's the case, rather than a freshman course, this is actually an entrance exam? To select truly capable students. Bai Ruyan said, suddenly enlightened. Making the other 2 gasp in surprise again. Lu Changda said, somewhat numb with shock. How could that be? If this were an entrance exam, wouldn't some people fail for years and just? You're being naive. You definitely haven't been paying attention. Fong grinned mischievously. The wooden stick in his hand landed on the plane again, pointing to where most people were gathered. Because we're all freshmen, we tend to focus more on people our own age. But think about it, how many sophomores have you seen here? I guess none, but they might have. But they might have gone into the mountains. While that's a good thought, there's a blind spot. Many freshmen don't dare enter the mountains, so would sophomores suddenly dare? That's not realistic. So, where did those sophomores who didn't dare enter the mountains go? Fong said with a sneer. The answer was already obvious. That's right. They were advised to withdraw. So I'm certain that among every batch of freshmen who come in, there are always older students mixed in, responsible for supervising and evaluating. Those who are truly unqualified are politely asked to leave. Next to the 3 types of people he had just drawn, Fong drew another small figure. And drew a triangle next to it. As for those sophomores who have some qualifications and can continue to be evaluated, they can be allowed to continue the exam, which is essentially a retake. So, in this Death Mountain range, this large testing ground, there are 3 types of people: freshmen, older students taking re-exams, and older students pretending to be freshmen. The explanation was clear. Incredibly lucid. Even a fool could understand the crux of the matter. Making Bai Ruyan, Lu Changda, and Shen Xiaonan completely submit.
If the battle between two sides was simply about depleting each other's vitality value, then there would be no need for actual combat between warriors. They could just measure vitality value, and whoever had a higher value would win, making battles much simpler. Previously, Fong only crushed them with brute force. But now, Fong also crushed them in terms of intelligence. And looking at the whole picture, his arguments were well-reasoned and logical, completely at the level of a chess master, not something ordinary people could achieve. This thoroughly conquered all three of them. Regarding this, Fong could also feel it. Congratulations, host, for gaining a beautiful woman's favor reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 888. Congratulations, host, for gaining a female companion's favor reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 828 times. Congratulations, host, for gaining a male companion's favor reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly doubled 520 times. Cough 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 cough. The last doubled reward almost choked Fong to death. System, are you being so cheeky? Are you asking for a beating? Lu Changda, standing nearby, even asked with concern. Captain, are you feeling unwell? No. Also, it's best if we don't stand too close, I'm afraid people might misunderstand. Fong said, waving his hand. Leaving Lu Changda with a face full of black lines. Do I look too submissive, or do you look too dominant? Seriously. To worry about this too. Someone's out of favor. Chen Xiaonan said with a mischievous grin. Then he asked Fong. Captain, what should we do next? What to do? Fong chuckled. Stir things up, of course. Chapter 66, There's something wrong with this sister. On the plains in front of Death Mountain Range, Fong Outyan, known as second in the national exam, gazed longingly in the direction of the mountain, bitterly waiting for Fong to emerge. He was almost turning into a waiting for husband stone. Last time, he was just careless. That's why he got stung by a flying scorpion and looked like a pig's head. This time, he wanted to prove with his strength that he Fong Outyan was not only the most beautiful in the world, but also the number one in the world. He was an idol with both wisdom and beauty, and strength coexisting with elegance. Why isn't he out yet? His hands were clasped tightly. Fong Outyan was now a lot nervous. He was worried. What if Fong encountered danger inside the Death Mountain range? Sigh, I should have gone in with him. If he dies in there, what will I do? Even if I become a legendary warrior later, people will only say, what a pity, if that number one hadn't died back then, how could this number two have risen to prominence? He grumbled with resentment, like a disgruntled wife. People nearby looked at him and steered clear. And kept pointing and whispering. Look at that guy, he's eyeing Fong again. Hey, Bloodline Awakening got first place in the national exam, that's real skill. Why do you have to be like this? I suspect we're not on the same page. Then what's your page? I think he's eyeing Fong. Holy crap! But you couldn't blame the onlookers. After all, Fong Outyan's appearance was inherently beautiful, with fair skin, white teeth, and red lips, so beautiful that even girls would be jealous. If it weren't for her flat chest, more people would probably choose to pursue her despite knowing she's a guy. They're out. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. As soon as Fong Outyan saw Fong, he immediately sprinted towards Fong. This caused another wave of wild speculation among the surrounding crowd. Fong Outyan shouted loudly. Fong! If you have the guts, let's settle this with a duel. Seeing this commotion, Lu Changda took a step in front of Fong, gripping his long saber and assuming the stance for a draw and slash. His address for Fong changed from the symbolic captain to the heartfelt boss. Boss, should I make a move? No need, you do as I told you. I'll handle this small matter myself. Ruyan, Xiaonan, you two go as well. Fong instructed.
The three nodded and dispersed, each heading in a different direction.
Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan went among the new students, trying to identify the older students mixed in with them.
As for Lu Chang'e,
he took one of the hundreds of multi-horned tiger beast pills Fong gave him and strode to the front of the subway entrance. The two guards lazily opened their eyes.
Not bad.
Silver tier, the beast core of a multi-horned tiger, how did you get it?
Our team got it together, Lu Chang'e said with trepidation. After all,
this beast core was the spoils of war after Fong killed someone.
Fong didn't know Tien Wu's attitude towards this matter, so he asked Lu Chang'e to gauge Tien Wu's reaction. But the two guards didn't show much.
That's good, you should be able to exchange it for a lot of things, go ahead.
Thank you.
Lu Chang'e walked in, feigning composure. After passing by the two guards, he let out a sigh of relief, then turned around and gave Fong a thumbs up.
Fong nodded,
also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Fong completely ignored her,
Fong Outyan gnashed her teeth in anger. Fong, am I just heir to you?
I'm standing right here in front of you.
Something wrong? Fong had some impression of Fong Outyan.
Firstly, she was very beautiful, and secondly, being so beautiful and then stung into a pig's head, it would be hard not to have an impression.
Fong Outyan gave a cold laugh.
Heh, I want to have a showdown with you and then tell everyone that I am the number 1 freshman, and you are just number 2.
Alright, then let's hurry, I still have things to do. Fong didn't decline.
After all, forming a team requires expanding one's reputation to attract more excellent people, so establishing authority now is also good.
Plus, it's a free opponent. Why not? Waving his hand, Fong decided to finish this quickly. Bring it on.
Alright. Then let me show you my Phoenix dance of 9 heavens. This is a family martial art, something ordinary people never get to witness.
Bang!
Dragging his feet, Fong simply threw a punch, landing squarely on Fong Outyan's nose, making it bleed and his tears flow uncontrollably.
Fong Outyan cried out, his voice choked with sobs. Why did you punch my nose? Idiot! Because punching the nose makes it easier to get a critical hit.
Fong smiled mischievously.
Too lazy to bother with Fong Outyan anymore. He left Fong Outyan alone, clutching his nose and continuing to cry. Fong Outyan's first challenge failed.
Arriving at the subway entrance, Fong instinctively stopped, reached into his pocket, and pulled out another beast core of a multi-horned tiger. The two guards were dumbfounded. This beast core and the one from before, they were identical in every way, whether it was grade, appearance, or even luster.
Did you kill a pair of twins?
Ahem, we only killed one, but this particular multi-horned tiger was special. The beast core inside it underwent mitosis.
The two exchanged a glance. They didn't ask any more questions. Go on in. Thank you. Everyone has their secrets, especially in the mountains of death. They don't even bother with murders, let alone an identical beast core.
Perhaps Fong brought this in privately. There's no need to specifically investigate.
He got off the platform.
Fong did not walk towards the library platform. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction, intending to take the subway to faculty dormitories.
But just then, an elegant female staff member stopped Fong. Student, this area is temporarily not open to new students. I understand.
The thing is, I want to find Dean Zhang Fubai of the South Campus.
He still owes me something. Fong took out the agreement from his pocket.
He also glanced at the female staff member's chest.
On the impressive area, there was a name tag. It read Su Hong in large characters.
Su Hong glanced at the agreement, her alluring red lips curved into a smile, and she playfully brushed her wavy hair. Dean Zhang is away on a business trip and won't be back for a while. I can help you leave a message for him, so he knows you looked for him.
I see. Feng's eyes darted around. He asked with an innocent look.
Teacher Su, you see, what Dean Zhang owes me is actually what the school owes me.
How about you speak to the school and have them pay me in advance? I'm sorry, student, that's not within my authority.
Su Hong shook her head slowly, looking helpless,
indicating she couldn't do anything. She also added,
"Also, I'm not a teacher, just a regular staff member. You can call me Jia Jia older sister, no need to call me teacher.
Okay, Sister Su.
Although it was a bit regrettable, Fong also knew that some things couldn't be forced. So, building good connections was also a good idea. Then I'll trouble Sister Su to convey my message to Dean Zhang.
Also, Sister Su, can we add each other on WeChat?
Of course. Su Hong immediately took out her phone, and she and Fong added each other on WeChat. She even shook her phone and said,
I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Thank you, Sister Su.
Fong expressed her gratitude.
She walked towards the platform on the opposite side.
Su Hong smiled faintly, and a flash of red light suddenly flickered in her bright eyes, turning them into red pupils. Afterwards, then they changed back to black pupils.
She stood on the platform, waiting. Soon,
the subway arrived at the freshman dormitory area station from the direction of the upperclassmen dormitory area.
On the subway, a dozen upperclassmen were sparsely seated.
After seeing Fong, some looked up, and others smiled faintly at Fong, expressing goodwill.
Fong also smiled in response.
She thought to herself,
as expected.
The upperclassmen who managed to stay are all veterans from the Death Mountains, so they have sympathy for freshmen, but they won't do much more than that.
She was about to quietly sit all the way to the library. At this moment, an upperclassman walked over from the front car, specifically coming to Feng's front. Fong opened her eyes and took a look.
She found him familiar.
The next second, the moment this upperclassman spoke, Fong remembered. Hello, do you know Yi Xingxing? Chapter 67, The Deceptive Library. Hello, do you know Yi Xingxing?
The name Yi Xingxing was mentioned.
Fong naturally looked at the other person.
There was a 2-point resemblance between the person's eyebrows and Yi Xingxing's.
Their whole body was slender and thin, with a hint of unhealthy paleness, looking particularly refined and fair. Behind them,
they were also carrying an iron rod, not long, only about 50 centimeters.
It was temporarily unclear what kind of weapon it was. You are?
I'm Yi Xingxing's brother, Yi Liang. I heard from classmates that there was a freshman here, so I came to ask if you happen to know my sister.
Yi Liang said, smiling.
He had practically the same temperament as Yi Xingxing.
Seemingly approachable. In reality, terrifyingly naive.
When dealing with such a person, what you should worry about most is that if someone tells him a random lie, he'll dare to stab you.
And he'll even believe he's in the right.
How could such a person survive in the Death Mountains? Most likely, there's a team behind him supporting him.
Feng's expression remained calm.
But his mind was racing with calculations. Through the system's annotation, Fong saw that Yi Liang was a 2-star silver, with a vitality value of 2,155, more than twice his own. Therefore, if he told Yi Liang that his sister was dead, and Yi Liang got emotional and attacked him, how confident would he be in counter-killing the other person?
70%. Just as Fong decided.
A staff member emerged from the compartment door nearby and called out to Yi Liang.
Yi Liang, could you please come over for a moment?
Okay.
Yi Liang immediately shouted back. And apologized to Fong with a smile. Excuse me, classmate, I need to go over there first. I'll come back to find you later. With that, Yi Liang then walked towards the staff.
But, until Fong got off the car,
Yi Liang never came back. Fong didn't give it much thought.
He hadn't come out specifically to deliver a message to Yi Liang. There was no need or obligation for him to wait for Yi Liang to return. He walked up the subway passage and exited the subway station. He saw a square, high-rise building with a red exterior wall and grayish-white flagstones beneath. This was the library. But in front of the library's entrance, There was an old man in a tang suit, lying leisurely in a rocking chair, half asleep, occasionally letting out 2 snores.
Hoo-ka! Hoo-ka! Yet, once someone walked past the old man, his snoring would stop in a second. Kid, you're a sophomore, aren't you? Yes. Still don't understand the rules even in your sophomore year?
The old man immediately widened his tiger-like eyes. His eyes were bloodshot,
As if he was about to kill someone.
Frightened, the senior student in front quickly pulled out 10 second grade vitality value pills from his pocket and respectfully handed them over with both hands.
Grandpa Tiger, I was wrong, please don't be angry. Don't be angry.
Humph. He snorted coldly through his nose. Grandpa Tiger slowly reached out, took the 10 second grade vitality value pills, and tossed them in his hand. Then he threw out a sentence.
The first and second floors are open, please exit on your own in half an hour. Ah, only half an hour? Alright, half an hour it is. The senior student dashed in with a crestfallen expression.
From his look, it seemed he couldn't afford to waste even a second. He was truly racing against time. Fong stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping around. When he saw the prohibited items at the entrance, Fong immediately understood why the senior student dared not waste even a second. All books in the library are forbidden from being copied, photographed, or photocopied. Good heavens, this means people have to memorize them on the spot. Fong couldn't help but shake his head silently. Not because of the library's rules, but out of sorrow for the students of Tien Wu. Although the school's intention was to hope that students would specialize in one cultivation technique within a limited time and practice it to perfection. For the students, however, it was simply too miserable. Every minute is money burning. 10 grade 2 vitality value pills, market price 3 million yuan, and 3 million yuan only buys half an hour, averaging 100,000 yuan per minute. Based on an average person memorizing 1,000 words an hour, the cost of a 3,000-word cultivation technique is 18 million yuan. Tien Wu's move is too ruthless. A cultivation technique learned this way, I'm afraid one would never dare to forget it in a lifetime, right? Fong secretly wiped his brow, thinking to himself, that's really dark. But there was no other way. After all, these cultivation techniques couldn't be learned outside, and even Tien Wu themselves had bought them at a great cost. Making good use of them was normal. So Fong also stepped forward. As soon as he got close, Grandpa, who opened his eyes, scrutinized Fong from head to toe, and even sniffed the air slightly with the tip of his nose. Then, a trace of a smile actually appeared on his face. Kid, you're a freshman, right? Yes. Fong nodded. That made Grandpa Hu very happy. Just a freshman, and you already dare to kill someone? You've got guts. Self-defense, just self-defense. Fong was startled. The killing he did happened yesterday, and he didn't have any blood on him, so how did this Grandpa Hu smell it out? But Grandpa Hu just smiled. He extended his right hand and held it out in front of Fong. According to the Academy's rules, the library is not open for free. To enter, you must offer something in exchange for reading time. Understood. Fong handed the beast core of the multi-horned tiger to Grandpa Tiger. Seeing the multi-horned tiger's beast core, Grandpa Tiger was slightly surprised. Then he scanned Fong up and down again. You, a bronze, actually managed to kill a silver-level exotic beast? Interesting. Seeing that you're new here, let me give you a piece of advice. Focus on cultivating one specific technique until you master it. Then you can browse the techniques on the first floor as you please. After 6 hours, leave voluntarily, don't make me come in and drag you out. First floor? Hearing that Grandpa Tiger would only let him stay on the first floor, Fong immediately objected. Grandpa Tiger, excuse me, but why can I only be on the first floor? Grandpa Tiger, whose eyes were about to close for a nap, opened them again and looked lazily at Fong, saying nothing. After a few seconds, seeing that Fong still insisted on asking, he finally spoke to Fong.
The library has a total of 4 floors. What do you think the division is based on? It should be heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. That's right, the library is divided according to the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The higher the rank, the more complete the technique, but that also means the higher the learning threshold, and at the same time, the more content there is to learn. At this point,
Grandpa Tiger picked up a purple clay pot from the tea table next to his rocking chair, aimed the spout directly at his mouth, and took a big gulp of tea.
Only then did he continue. So you're only bronze now, why learn such advanced techniques? It's better to be down to earth, learn the basic techniques well first. Once you have a solid foundation, you can learn any technique you want later.
Grandpa Tiger, that's only half the reason, isn't it?
Fong said.
He looked towards the sign that read prohibited items.
Grandpa Tiger chuckled. It seems you're not entirely stupid.
Correct.
The biggest problem is that you can't remember. Even if I let you go to the 2nd floor, how much can you memorize in 1 or 2 hours?
You should know, the prices for the 1st and 2nd floors are not the same. This 2-star silver beast core of yours will grant you 6 hours on the 1st floor, but only 2 hours on the 2nd floor.
With that, Grandpa Hu picked up his Zisha teapot again and slowly took another sip.
Then he said with a smile,
"Oh, and the time I spend talking to you also costs money."
Fong thought to himself, you rotten old man, you're terrible.
Even this costs money? If it costs money, why are you drinking tea so slowly?
Chapter 68, Frenzied Fleece. Although he still wanted to complain a bit more, the thought of 100,000 yuan per minute, all to be paid by him, crossed his mind.
Fong gritted his teeth and quickly said, "Grandpa Hu, please just let me go to the 2nd floor. If I can't finish learning, that's my own ambition being too big, and I absolutely won't blame you." Grandpa Hu frowned in disappointment.
He had originally thought that, since Fong, a bronze tier, could kill a multi-horned tiger, he was a talented young man, which was why he had kindly said a few extra words. But to his surprise,
so unwilling to listen to advice. Sure enough, young people need to experience more hardships to grow. Otherwise, they'd really think they're omnipotent.
So, Grandpa Hu spoke indifferently, but his tone was a little colder than before. You can look around on the 1st and 2nd floors as you please, but you cannot go to the 3rd floor.
You have 1 hour and 40 minutes. When your time is up, come out on your own. Don't wait for me to come in and drag you out.
Thank you, Grandpa Hu.
Once Grandpa Hu agreed, Fong hurried inside.
This made Master Hu snort coldly.
"Humph, you brat, I'll be waiting for you to come out crying." He picked up the Zisha pot. Master Hu took another big gulp.
Only then did his anger somewhat subside.
He had encountered such talented but unappreciative young people before. In the end, didn't every one of them emerge defeated and embarrassed? Just wait and watch the show. As for Fong, upon entering the library, he didn't even glance at the cultivation methods on the 1st floor, rushing straight to the 2nd floor. This made some of the senior students still memorizing texts on the 1st floor couldn't help but chuckle. Here comes another one who doesn't know his place.
Just wait, if he can't memorize the cultivation method in an hour, he'll have to come back down and pick something simpler.
Similar situations were also happening on the 2nd floor,
though the remarks were the opposite.
My heavens, a new student actually came up to the 2nd floor. It's fine, if he can't memorize it in an hour, he'll go down himself. It's just a common mistake rookies make.
The senior students gave Fong a faint glance
and didn't say anything. In an environment where every second counted, spending 5 seconds to notice Fong was already a sign of respect for him. As for trying to advise him, not only were new students impossible to persuade, but who would pay for their wasted time? Fist techniques, leg techniques, saber techniques.
Lu Changde uses a saber, so I'll go check out the saber techniques first. He walked to the saber technique bookshelf. Feng's eyes immediately landed on the profound tier high grades section.
Chrysanthemum blade technique, dicing blade technique, evil slaying blade technique. What kind of bizarre names are these? With names like these, how are you supposed to shout them out during a fight? Fong frowned in distaste. Shouting out such technique names would probably lead to instant social death and completely kill any interest in fighting. No! He absolutely had to find a more domineering name, one that would give him an emotional boost when shouted. Hegemon Blade. This name is good, I'll take this one. Fong reached out and took down the cultivation manual.
The senior student next to him, who had also been looking at the same manual, silently shook his head for Fong in commiseration. He had already come 9 times to memorize this manual. He estimated he only needed to come 2 more times to completely memorize it. As for Fong, he probably wouldn't last an hour before giving up. Never mind him, I'd better hurry and memorize my own, or I'll fall behind on today's progress. His eyes focused forward. The senior student began silently reciting in his mind. Then he heard a constant rustling sound of turning pages beside him, making it impossible for him to concentrate. He frowned. The senior student turned around and said, "Junior brother, if you're going to memorize, do it properly. Speed reading is useless." Done. Memorized it. I'll memorize a few more, so Lu Chang'e has more options. But memorizing one by one is too slow, I'll just memorize 2 at a time. Fong finished mumbling softly. He casually picked up 2 more manuals and sat directly on the ground to read, turning one with his left hand and one with his right. With his first and second consciousness fully active, he read 10 lines at a glance with each hand, without interfering with each other, leaving the senior student beside him utterly dumbfounded. This motherfucker is memorizing books? But it wasn't even 5 minutes. Fong put those 2 cultivation techniques back, swapped them for 2 different ones, and continued to look at them on the floor. Congratulations, host, you have received the cultivation technique memory reward. Random doubling is in progress. Randomly multiplied by 648 times. Randomly multiplied by 345 times. Randomly multiplied by 946 times. After all 5 cultivation techniques were memorized, Fong turned and walked to the next section. Spearmanship. Then, leaving the old student alone, bewildered in the wind. Just now, Fong seemed to have done nothing, yet he seemed to have done everything. Is he messing with my mind or what? Even Grandpa, who, sitting at the library entrance, almost stumbled and rolled off his rocking chair. This kid, his spiritual power is actually this high? It scared Grandpa, who into doubting life itself. An average warrior. Only when they reach the golden to transcendence stage do they realize the benefits of spiritual power. Before that, even if someone has a talent in this area, they wouldn't focus on developing it. After all, warriors speak with their fists. Instead of spending time upgrading spiritual power, wouldn't it be better to gain more vitality value and crush people with it? Isn't that more satisfying? But who would have thought? One of the benefits of strong spiritual power is memorizing things incredibly fast. Especially with the systems doubling. So now, Fong is a walking human camera. He looks at one, memorizes one. The more he looks, the more he earns, madly milking the library for all it's worth. It made Grandpa, who feel like he was about to have a heart attack. Knife techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, footwork. Not a single one missed. And he even read 2 books at once, continuing as soon as he finished them. It completely broke the mindset of the older students nearby. Each of them was so scared they looked dispirited, their eyes glazed over, and they even felt like crying. Look how worthwhile his money was spent. Anus, sniffle sniffle sniffle. Veins throbbing on his forehead, master who couldn't sit still in his rocking chair. With his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth incessantly at the doorway, while continuously checking the time. Seeing that not even an hour had passed yet,
He immediately started cursing. Damn it! Why is this clock running so slow? Is it broken?
But then he checked his watch. Not even an hour had passed on his watch either. This must mean the watch is broken too. Then he checked his phone. Not even an hour had passed on his phone either. Then the phone must also be, wait, doesn't the phone sync its time with the network? Damn it, then the entire network must have malfunctioned. Master Hu glared with furious tiger eyes, staring intently at Fong. He was always the one fleecing others. Today, he was actually being fleeced by someone else? Damn it! Finally, the 1 hour and 40 minutes ended. Master Hu was just about to drag Fong out. But Fong actually came out on his own, not staying even a second longer. Looking at Feng's look of rich reward, Master Hu really wanted to hit him. With a dark expression, Master Hu asked testily, "Kid, had a good haul?" "Not bad," Fong said modestly, thinking to himself that he really didn't want to be high profile, but his strength was too great, he couldn't stay low-key. Those words nearly gave Master Hu high blood pressure. He could only suppress his anger and snorted. "Kid, next time you come over, I'll charge you 5 times. "No. I'll charge you 10 times. "Huh? Why?" Fong felt incredibly wronged. "I earned this wool through my own hard work, why can't I get recognition?" Master Hu also knew he was in the wrong. He simply lifted his chin. "No reason, just seeing you, kid, makes me mad." "Oh, Master Hu, why are you getting angry with a junior like me?" Fong quickly went over to comfort him. He had figured it out. This old man was narrow-minded and hot-tempered. If he wasn't properly appeased, he might not let him in next time. Master Hu huffed arrogantly, nostrils flaring. "Angry? What am I angry about? I'm not angry." Right, Master Hu, how about this, I'll read 2 books at once, so that counts as 2 people, next time I'll pay double the fee, how's that? "No, at least 8 times. 5 times. 6 times. 3 times. 4 times. Original price. Double. Deal." Fong excitedly shook Tiger Lord's hand, expressing his pleasure in negotiating with him. Tiger Lord looked utterly bewildered. He thought to himself about this kid. How could he be such a good wheeler-dealer? But it's quite interesting. Congratulations, host, for gaining the favor of a master. Reward is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled 666 times. Congratulations, host, for gaining deception experience. Reward is undergoing random doubling. Randomly doubled 999 times. But at this moment, just as Lord Hu was looking at Fong with admiration, and Fong was still buttering him up, from the subway exit walked out Yi Liang, his eyes red and swollen. He now knew that his sister, Yi Xingxing, was dead. Chapter 69. You're threatening me. Brother! Brother! Calls like an angel echoed in his ears. In a trance, Yi Liang felt that his sister was still just a child, a tiny tot who followed him around, wanting to be held. But the next second, this tiny tot transformed into a miserable corpse, dying with her eyes wide open. "Xingxing, my Xingxing! How could you, how could you?" With a pair of swollen eyes, Yi Liang stood in front of Fong, looking as if his world had collapsed, and spoke to Fong word by word, gritting his teeth. "I received a notification that my sister was bitten to death by a multi-horned tiger. Then, I heard that you produced a beast core from a multi-horned tiger. Is my sister's death related to you?" By the end, Yi Liang's voice had directly changed into a furious roar. The iron rod on his back was suddenly drawn out. At the front end of the iron rod was clearly a triangular bayonet. This type of weapon is extremely malicious, because once it stabs an opponent, just a slight movement will cause blood to gush out of their body like an unclosed faucet. Meanwhile, weapons have always had the saying, stabbing kills, cutting wounds. Chopping can only cause external skin and flesh injuries, but piercing can destroy internal organs, directly causing fatal injuries.
And the triangular bayonet. Even its name carries stab. Seeing this situation,
Master Hu was the first to frown. Not to mention that students are forbidden to fight to the death in school, just the fact that this is Master Hu's territory, causing trouble here is a provocation to Master Hu. Kid, are you disrespecting me? The vitality value in his body burst forth. From Master Hu, it was as if a great mountain had formed, suppressing Fong and Liangliang underneath.
Unable to move, Fong was speechless for a moment. You're suppressing him, fine. Why are you suppressing me too?
But
Master Hu was actually protecting Fong.
Young people are prone to impetuosity. If Fong were provoked and attacked Liangliang, it would be very disadvantageous for Fong. So, he simply suppressed them both.
As for Liangliang, after his whole body was suppressed by Master Hu's vitality value, his lips were bitten tightly. He even bit until blood came out. Yet, he was still growling lowly. Is my sister's death related to you? Or rather, was my sister killed by you? This kid is getting emotional. Master Hu frowned.
He was about to unleash a bit more vitality value to make Liangliang calm down.
From the side, an urgent shout came through. Master Hu, please show mercy. Hearing this voice,
the vitality value pressure that Master Hu was about to unleash was unexpectedly withdrawn at the last minute.
Who has such clout that even Master Hu listens to them?
Noticing this, Feng's eyes darted to the side, looking at the owner of the voice. And he saw, from the entrance of the library, a big man walked out in a hurry. He looked very rough around the edges, with a bald head, a scarred face, and a chunk missing from his left eyebrow, seemingly bitten off by a wild beast, with a crescent-shaped tooth mark still visible around it.
As soon as he came up,
he immediately cupped his fists to Master Hu, and then to Fong as well. Master Hu, I'm truly sorry, my subordinate caused you trouble.
Little brother, I apologize on behalf of my subordinate.
He's not usually like this. He might have been a bit agitated today, which led to the offense.
In any case, I, Su Tian, will resolve this matter.
A speech full of gangland swagger,
making people almost believe this Su Tian was the big boss of the underworld. If only he weren't still a student. This Su Tian, interesting. Feng's eyes immediately lit up. His thought process was incredibly unique. Just imagine. With Su Tian's appearance and demeanor, if you said he wasn't a gang leader, no one would believe it.
But on the other hand, if he recruited Su Tian and kept him by his side, then during a skirmish with others, if the opponents, holding the idea of catch the leader first, focused their firepower solely on Su Tian, a world where only Su Tian gets hurt would be perfectly achieved.
Brother Tian.
Gritting his teeth, Liangliang, who wouldn't give Master Hu face, actually gave it to Su Tian.
But, though it seemed he didn't fully give it.
Brother Tian, I can listen to you on other matters, but not this one. My sister Xingxing, she died at this person's hands.
Such a thing exists? Su Tian's expression became solemn.
Then he slowly looked at Fong. Little brother, please understand, as the leader of the Berserker squad, I must verify this matter with you.
My brothers' families are my family. This is an oath I solemnly made to every member of the Berserker squad. Berserker squad? Fong murmured.
Lord Hu, who was beside him, carefully explained to Fong. It's a team formed by a group of sophomores themselves. The school supports students doing this, just like how liberal arts universities have student unions, but there are a few other similar teams.
Understood, thank you. Fong nodded.
This situation should be the upgrade after coming out of the Death Mountain range, where students grow together by forming groups.
The camaraderie and friendship forged in this way is far beyond what friendships in liberal arts universities can compare to. Therefore, Fong decided to give Su Tian some face. Consider it a small interest for Su Tian taking a bullet for him in the future.
Yi Xingxing was not killed by me, she died at the hands of a woman named Lian Jiujiu.
Lian Jiujiu? That name. Su Tian and Yi Lianglian were both familiar with it.
They had dealt with Lian Jiujiu when they were freshmen, still adventuring in the Death Mountain range.
But later, their academic performance became vastly different.
And so, communication ceased.
Lian Jiujiu.
Since you know Lian Jiujiu killed her, that means you were present at the time.
Why didn't you save her? Yi Lianglian questioned with bloodshot eyes,
leaving Fong speechless for a moment.
Even Su Tian, who was about to stand up for Yi Lianglian, felt that Yi Lianglian's statement was a bit unreasonable, even somewhat like moral blackmail. After some thought, Su Tian said tactfully, "Young man, could you please tell me in detail what happened?" "All right, I'll give you that much." Fong was also very direct. He did these things for Su Tian, not for Yi Lianglian.
Yi Xingxing was invited by me to go to the Death Mountain range. Midway, she and I encountered Song Jingyan, who wanted us to die. I saw through his deception, so I killed him instead. But Yi Xingxing didn't believe me, and instead thought I was wantonly killing people. So we broke up. Fong then recounted the events involving Xiao Jia, Hao Chang, and Lian Jiujiu, calmly and candidly.
Because regarding Song Jingyan,
he had already done his utmost for Yi Xingxing. Therefore,
he owed Yi Xingxing nothing. After listening to Feng's account,
Master Hu nodded slightly from the side and, uncharacteristically, spoke up. I don't think he's at fault in this matter. If your sister agreed to enter the mountain, that was her own will, and she had to bear the risk of death. If she hadn't agreed, this young man couldn't have forced her. But he still abandoned my sister to her death.
Yi Lianglian bit her lip tightly. The logic, he understood. The rules, he also understood. But Yi Lianglian was simply unwilling to accept it.
Why did his sister have to die, and not Fong?
Or anyone else? Su Tian also found himself in a difficult position.
Logically speaking, although Fong led Yi Xingxing into danger, he did protect her, which was arguably impeccable.
As for the final breakup, once they'd broken up, who the hell would still be so saintly as to offer protection?
But in terms of camaraderie,
Su Tian still had to plead for Yi Lianglian.
Little brother, I understand the situation. I think if it were me, I might not have done better than you, but I still hope, out of humanitarianism, that you can apologize to my brother.
I don't need his apology. Yi Lianglian was completely consumed by hatred, his mind clouded. All he could think of now
was the tragic image of his sister Yi Xingxing's death.
If you hadn't invited my sister into the mountains, she wouldn't have met Song Jingyan.
Then she wouldn't have died.
So, it's all your fault.
If I knew so many ifs, then I might as well have died at birth, and then I wouldn't have had any problems at all. Fong said with a sneer, completely disregarding Yi Lianglian's words.
Then,
he spread his hands at Su Tian.
Now you see, he's relentless.
This isn't about whether I apologize or not, and besides, I never intended to apologize. This current situation really stumped Su Tian. Tiger Lord, beside him, smiled.
What if he's relentless?
I'm in charge here.
Who dares to lay a hand? Su Tian's expression instantly became even uglier. He was truly worried that Yi Lianglian would seek his own death. However, Yi Lianglian wouldn't do that, because he had a better opportunity.
Brother Tian, don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. But, Fong, don't forget, soon it will be the 15th. That's the day you freshmen can attack the seniors' dorms. At that time, you'll be responsible for your own life and death.
Are you threatening me? Stepping forward,
killing intent surged from Fong.
He, Fong, would never be threatened. Chapter 70, Issuing a Challenge. Fong, I've read the newspaper and seen your family situation. You also have a sister. And she's very young and very cute. Liang said, gritting his teeth. That expression. It wasn't praise at all, but a threat. A blatant threat. Are you threatening me? Taking a step forward. Killing intent surged from Feng's body. He absolutely could not tolerate anyone threatening his family. Su Tian's face also instantly turned extremely grim. The basic rule of the warrior world. Grudges do not extend to family. Especially not to ordinary people. Liang, shut up. Su Tian quickly interrupted Liang, saying such words was practically making an enemy of the entire warrior world. Even Master Hu's expression turned cold. He almost struck down this student who was disgracing the school. Liang stared fixedly at Fong, and then the rise and fall of his chest grew less pronounced, his whole body no longer trembling violently. But his eyes remained unchanged. Still bloodshot. Still filled with thoughts of revenge. He turned and walked towards the subway entrance. Before leaving, he coldly dropped a sentence. Fong, in a few days, it will be the 15th. That's the day you new students can attack the old students' dorms. At that time, I'll be waiting for you in Building B, Unit 2. With that, Liang strode away. But the meaning behind his words was already self-evident. If Fong didn't go to Building B, Unit 2 on the 15th, then Liang would dare to defy the world, leave the school, and find Feng's family. Then, and make Fong experience the pain of losing his sister too. To this, Su Tian licked his lips and could only bow slightly to Fong with a look of shame. I'm sorry, he's a bit overwhelmed emotionally. I'll go back and talk to him, don't worry, I won't let him do anything out of line. He promised Fong. Su Tian rushed off to catch up with Liang. Standing beside Fong, Tiger Lord shook his head. A good student, but with poor character. If he truly wants revenge, why not go after Lian Zhoujiao's family? Or, at the very least, Xiao Jie's and Hao Chang's families? He just had to pick you. Indeed, you always pick on the softest persimmon. Fong silently glanced at Tiger Lord. He spoke slowly. Tiger Lord, are you breaking up a fight, or instigating one? I'm neither breaking up a fight nor instigating one. Do you know why Tiger Lord came to Tien Wu to guard a library? It's because there are too many disgusting things in the warrior world, it's unbearable to watch. Tiger Lord said. He lay back down in his rocking chair, propped up his legs, rocked a bit, then picked up his Zisha teapot for a sip, feeling utterly content. This drew Fong over to ask a question. So, old Master Hu, you're a man with stories, then? Sha, what warrior doesn't have a few stories? Old Master Hu chuckled at the remark. He jiggled his leg. A look of pure ease on his face. When I was young, old Master Hu here, it was either romance or brutal brawls. A warrior's life, you kill me, or I kill you. But as I got older, I realized I used to live like a complete idiot. Ah, well, you don't have to put it that way about yourself, do you? Fong squatted obediently by old Master Hu's side. To listen to a story, you just have to squat to get the full flavor. Old Master Hu's floodgates of conversation opened naturally. When Old Master Hu was young, warrior academies were just emerging, and Old Master Hu came from a small martial arts school that has since vanished. Back then, our thoughts were very simple, to go out and make a name for ourselves, to bring glory to our lineage. So we went around challenging everyone. At our worst, if a sect lost, they'd close their doors and beat us half to death. Oh, that beating was truly horrific. They'd use any brutal move they could think of, showing no mercy at all. So now, Old Master Hu's body is covered in big scars over small scars, and small scars growing into big scars. He spoke at length, rambling on. On his way home by subway, Fong kept replaying Old Master Hu's tales of those years of flashing blades and shadows. Meanwhile, it also gave Fong a glimpse into another corner of the warrior world's power, the sects. Unlike the public nature of warrior academies, sects are entirely private forces, and they carry a touch of mystery. According to Old Master Hu,
These warrior sects originated from the ancient Qi practitioners and have continuously developed and grown, persisting to this day. Therefore, when warrior academies first began to emerge, these sects were their strongest opponents, even constantly trying to disrupt them.
It was also thanks to some sect elders who had a broader vision.
They strongly supported the national construction of the warrior academy and selflessly donated their sect's unique techniques, cultivating numerous outstanding descendants like Grandpa Wu, which ultimately changed the situation.
And among all this, the most indispensable link was fighting. Fighting until these sects yielded. Fighting until they no longer dared to jump out and act brazenly. This is how the current situation came to be. Now, sects have long since declined. Do you think a closed-off sect can stand against a group of carefully selected geniuses? However, occasionally a few formidable characters still emerge, like the Great Nation Divine Weapons or something. When the words Great Nation Divine Weapons were mentioned, Grandpa Wu's admiration was genuine.
his frustration was also genuine.
It's not hard to tell.
Grandpa Wu must have been dealt with by Yu Hao quite a few times back in the day. I never thought Grandpa Wu had actually fought with Uncle Yu. I really wonder what kind of scene it would be when experts of their level get into a fight.
Feng's imagination ran wild with such scenes. In fact, not only on television, but even on the all-encompassing online video platforms, no combat footage of high-level warriors could be found. There's a saying
that when high-level warriors fight, they cause spatial disturbances, making it impossible for electronic devices to film normally, or even rendering them unusable.
I'll just have to wait until I also become a high-level warrior to know what kind of world that will be. But before that,
in Feng's eyes,
Lianlian's final gaze reappeared,
along with the few threatening words she spoke to him. I read it in the newspaper, these unscrupulous media, it's one thing to report on me, but they even exposed my family background.
Therefore, to prevent others from constantly threatening me with my family, I can only become an existence that no one dares to touch.
A glint flashed in his eyes.
Fong decided.
Starting from the Heavenly Martial Academy, from these students who are already 1 in 10,000, he would select the most outstanding group.
Then, and truly form his own faction. Not one of those boring organizations that disperse after the entrance exam or graduation. Therefore, the first thing Fong did upon returning was to directly ask Lu Changde, Bai Ruyan, and Shen Xiaonan the question they most dreaded answering. If my strength stops at 9-star bronze, would the three of you consider leaving my team? Chapter 71, Preparations Before Battle. If my strength stops at 9-star bronze, would the three of you consider leaving my team?
The three people opposite never expected Fong to bring up this most awkward question so directly.
For a moment, they were all a little at a loss.
He scratched his head.
Lu Changde pursed his lips, just about to say something.
Fong spoke for them first. Yes, people strive for higher places, water flows to lower places. If my strength were limited, it would be human nature for you to seek other opportunities, and you shouldn't be blamed. These few extremely magnanimous words made Lu Changde, Bai Ruyan, and Shen Xiaonan all feel a surge of guilt in their hearts.
That's right.
People strive for higher places, water flows to lower places. This was indeed what they thought, and it was the reason they would use in the future to convince themselves to leave Fong.
However, now that this reason was stated by Fong,
it made their faces burn with shame.
But then, Fong changed the subject. However, fortunately, until your strength surpasses mine, you will still follow me, listen to me seriously, and do the things I ask you to do, won't you, M?
Of course.
Lu Changde was the first to state his position.
As a man, one should always show more loyalty and righteousness than girls.
Seeing that Lu Changde had already spoken, Shen Xiaonan and Bai Ruyan followed suit.
They immediately stated their positions as well.
Yes, that's for sure.
We're a team, so of course, we'll follow the captain's orders.
Alright, words alone are not enough. Fong immediately pulled out 3 commitment letters and handed them to the 3 individuals.
which instantly made the faces of the three contort. I hereby pledge that until my strength surpasses Feng's, I will willingly follow Feng's commands, serving him diligently through thick and thin, no matter the danger.
Should I violate this, my most important possession will shrink by 15 centimeters? Holy crap, wouldn't I be in negative numbers then? What's the difference between that and being a eunuch? Cough, 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 I meant my right middle finger. I love my right middle finger the most, it's like a perfect work of art. Lu Changge quickly added an explanation.
Then, with a start, he looked suspiciously at the other two's commitment letters, thinking that if the content of their pledges was the same, he would really be at a huge disadvantage.
So, Lu Changge asked, what about you guys? What did you pledge? Same as you, same as you.
Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan said, silently embarrassed.
Which made Lu Changge sweat profusely. Same as me. Do you mean you guys also?
No, brother Fong, I'm not someone who breaks promises.
Do we really have to sign this?
Chen Xiaonan said, his face full of dejection.
Fong sighed deeply with a troubled expression.
Sigh, I just wanted a little solace.
Never mind, if it's too much trouble, forget about it.
No trouble at all, no trouble at all. The three of them quickly agreed, picked up their pens, and swiftly wrote their names on the paper.
Just as they were about to hand it back to Fong,
they saw Fong pull out another bright red ink pad. Instantly, dark lines formed on their foreheads. But they had already signed, so adding a seal wouldn't matter.
Ready!
When the three had pressed their fingerprints and returned the promise letter to Fong, Fong took it with a smile, looked at the names, then the fingerprints, and only then, satisfied, put it into his pocket, causing the three of them to shiver involuntarily.
How did it feel? Like they had been tricked? But then they thought again. What room for improvement could Bloodline Awakening have?
9-star bronze was the limit.
So this promise letter would soon become void. However, 50 years later, when Lu Changge was asked, "Why are you so loyal to Mr. Fong? Is it because you've built a deep camaraderie on your journey together? Or is there some other reason?" To this,
Lu Changge merely shook his head, tears welling in his eyes, and said with a choked voice,
"Didn't want to be a eunuch."
Of course, that's a story for another time. After putting away the promise letter, Fong, of course, didn't think he could bind these three with such a thing.
A promise letter was just a formality. To truly unite hearts,
he still needed strength. So that was merely a step-down excuse Fong gave them, allowing them to laughingly tell others in the future. The commitment letter has been signed, of course we have to follow him.
So now, Fong was about to do the first major thing for the team. "Changge, did you get what I asked you to buy this afternoon?"
"I got it." Lu Changge took out paper and pen, and quietly slipped a points card into Feng's hand. He whispered, "According to the exchange rules, everything must be exchanged using points." So, after converting the multi-horned tiger's beast core into points, they were all stored on this card.
How many points are there?
The points exchanged for 2,100. After deducting the cost of paper and pen, 2099 points remain.
2099. Fong murmured under his breath. It was nothing. He just gave the three of them a simple instruction. "The three of you, pay attention to your surroundings.
I'm going to do something now, so if anyone comes over, remember to remind me."
"Okay."
The three of them didn't ask another question, staying by Feng's side and diligently standing guard for him.
They had gone out today. It could easily make people think they might have some good things on them. They had to be on guard. Sure enough,
before long, a few people took advantage of the night to creep over, intending to rob them.
But Lu Changge was no pushover.
He went over, wielding the long saber Fong had given him.
He chased everyone away.
But he didn't escape completely unscathed. He came back with a face swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes were almost too swollen to open.
within just 2 hours. Lu Chang'e had fought 3 matches, while Bai Ruyan and Chen Xiaonan each fought 2, leaving all 3 of them utterly exhausted. They finally understood now what it meant to never relax for even a moment. Damn it, these scoundrels. If you've got guts, go chop down strange beasts in the mountains. What kind of heroes are you, robbing us here? Lu Chang'e complained indignantly. Chen Xiaonan, who had a black eye from being hit, was even more furious. Heroes? They're not even worthy of being called cowards. Hitting you is one thing, but hitting me, what's that all about? No pity for women at all. Don't they know you shouldn't hit someone in the face, as it hurts their self-esteem? Well, to be honest, hitting you and having no pity for women really aren't contradictory. Lu Chang'e said weakly, making Chen Xiaonan want to strangle this guy. Ever since his elegant disguise was torn off, he'd become increasingly insufferable. It was as if his true nature had been exposed. At this moment, Fong walked over from the side, holding a thick stack of papers. Looking at the battered and disheveled state of the 3. He kept clicking his tongue in amazement. TSK, these people really went for it. Look at how beaten up each of you are, I almost didn't recognize you. And you say that. If we weren't standing guard for you, would we be beaten to this state? Lu Chang'e rubbed his chin, feeling wronged. His already not so handsome face. Now it would be even harder to find a partner. By the way, what are you writing? You've been writing for so long? You're not writing a novel, are you? Because I'd have a problem with that making us stand such a dangerous guard, just so you can write a novel. Don't worry, I'd write anything but a novel. Not only is it easy to fail, but you also get bad reviews. It's truly masochism. With that, Fong handed the 3 cultivation techniques he had to the trio, one by one. Lu Chang'e received Overlord Blade, Chen Xiaonan received Dragon Spear, and Bai Ruyan received 9 white-clad swords. This is a heaven-tier top-grade cultivation technique? Lu Chang'e felt a moment of suffocation. He had originally thought Fong wanted him to buy paper and a pen to write some slogans or something. For example, to become strong, go crazy first, rush forward with all your might. Today I am proud of Tien Wu, tomorrow Tien Wu will be proud of me. Go go go. Work work work, people are pushed to their limits. The result. Fong actually wrote out 3 sets of high-grade profound tier cultivation techniques. One must know. These were priceless treasures outside. You couldn't buy even one for 10 million. Brother Fong, you went to the library today just to find cultivation techniques for us? I thought, you went to find cultivation techniques for yourself, but I didn't expect you went specifically for us. Fong smiled faintly. He thought to himself, how could that be? I went there specifically to fleece the sheep. This is just one of the fleeces. Alright, stop being so moved, quickly take a look and see if they suit you. These were carefully selected for you just now, after I watched you get beaten. Watched us get beaten? Cough cough. If I don't see how bad you guys are, how can I give you the most awesome transformation? He patted Lu Chang'e's shoulder earnestly. Fong continued. We said we'd conquer the senior dorms on the 15th, so we must conquer the senior dorms on the 15th. Therefore, as a team, we must all become stronger together and accomplish this goal together. Okay. Lu Chang'e and the other 2 responded with surging emotions. Although Feng's words were not powerful, not inspiring enough, but they made people feel a simple strength. What I say, I will do. So, the 4 entered the Death Mountain range overnight, avoiding harassment from others. Afterwards, they practiced diligently day after day. Time. Soon it was the 14th, only 1 day left until the freshmen attacked the senior dorms, and only 12 hours until Fong went to see Yi Liangliang. Chapter 72, Midnight Arrival. Whoosh! With a sharp, clean sound, Lu Chang'e, holding a long saber, struck down, and a fist-sized stone instantly split in 2. He weighed the long blade in his hand. Lu Chang'e looked at Fong triumphantly. How about that? The quality of that cut, pretty good, right? Fong said nothing. He just walked over. He replaced the stone with a new one and smoothly took the knife from Lu Changa's hand. Changa, you need to watch this cut carefully. Why? Because this cut will be very cool. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong gripped the knife with both hands, a flash of lightning, and the stone immediately split in two, resting quietly on the large rock beneath. Then, there was no further movement. Ahem, brother Fong, your cut was indeed cool, but compared to my cut just now, it doesn't seem to be much different. Are you sure? Fong smiled. He pointed to the shattered rocks on the surface of the large rock. He gestured for Lu Changa to touch them. Lu Changa walked over gloomily, picked up Feng's stone, and touched it. The cut surface of the stone was incredibly smooth, like a young girl's delicate hand, with a wonderful feel. Now feel your own. Okay. Lu Changa picked up his own stone and, with a light touch, immediately knew where the difference lay. The stone he had split, the front half was relatively smooth, but the further back he went, the rougher it felt, like touching the sole of a middle-aged rough man's foot, very coarse. Therefore, Lu Changa's stone was actually cut through the top half and then shattered in the bottom half. It wasn't entirely split open. It's pretty much the same, isn't it? Both broke the stone. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? When practicing, pretty much the same always means just a little short when it matters. And that little short could cost a life. Fong reprimanded him without mercy. After all, for a certain someone, doing the right thing can earn double the reward. So, naturally, being in the correct posture is highly valued. This made Lu Changa feel ashamed for a good while. Okay, brother Fong, I'll keep practicing and try to master this one strike before dark. That's a must. These next few days, you're to focus all your attention on perfecting the first strike of this Overlord Saber. If you can't even get the first strike right, then I think you might as well be useless. Fong said, shaking his head and sighing. His ear twitched slightly. He heard Chen Xiaonan firing her gun on the other side. So he said, "You keep practicing, I'll go check on the other two. Remember, you must master it before dark." Understood. Lu Changa replied with firm conviction. But as soon as Fong left, his whole demeanor immediately deflated. He kept muttering under his breath. Seriously, you think everyone is like you, mastering things as soon as they learn them? These past few days, Fong had completely stunned him. Mastering things as soon as he learned them. It was as if Fong had been practicing these things since he was in his mother's womb, specifically to show off to them at this very moment. But that's how people are. One particular thing. It's hard to accept at first. But after many times, they got used to it. Walking up to Chen Xiaonan, Fong watched Chen Xiaonan point out a shot. The moment the long spear shot out, the air around the spearhead hummed, like a dragon's roar gradually rising, emanating a terrifying deterrent force. The most powerful aspect of the emerging dragon spear is not how sharp the spearhead is, but in its momentum. A momentum capable of captivating the enemy, leaving them no escape. On this point, Chen Xiaonan was already getting the hang of it. I never expected that Chen Xiaonan would be the least troublesome of the three. It seems she put her talent points into cultivation techniques. He rubbed his chin. Fong felt there was nothing to guide Chen Xiaonan on. Just as he was about to leave to go check on Bai Ruyan, Chen Xiaonan pulled Fong back. "Boss, don't go. Let's try it out and see whose spear is more powerful." Cough cough, I'm not boasting, but when it comes to spear techniques, you really are a bit behind me. You know, I'm known as the spear god. Braggart. Then, shall we try? Try it, then try it. Gripping his long spear, Fong instantly launched it like a dragon, the sharp spearhead like a dragon raising its head, opening its mouth to roar, letting out an incredibly domineering majesty. Roar roar roar. A stirring dragon's roar startled the air. leaving Chen Xiaonan utterly bewildered.
Then she said, stunned.
Playing with guns, Brother Fong is indeed the expert. That's what I'm saying. Fong patted Chen Xiaonan on the shoulder sympathetically. To be honest,
boys generally have a better gun sense than girls.
Finally. But when it came to Bai Ruyan. However,
Bai Ruyan wasn't practicing her sword. Instead, she was sketching on the ground, drawing a schematic diagram of the senior dorm area.
Fong squatted down. He asked, "What's wrong? Any thoughts on tonight's operation?" "Boss." Bai Ruyan first greeted Fong.
She pointed to her schematic diagram. "Boss, just as you predicted, there are indeed some people among the freshmen who resemble seniors mixed in."
"So you approached them, what did they say?"
"They refused to admit they were seniors, but they revealed some information to me, almost like rewarding me for guessing their identity." Bai Ruyan brushed a strand of hair from her temple.
She said seriously. "The seniors revealed that the senior dorm area isn't completely full. As long as you can find an empty dorm and stay inside, you generally succeed." "I see." "Yes." Bai Ruyan nodded vigorously. And then she laid out her battle plan. "Boss, we have this information now, and others don't know it yet.
As long as we move quickly, it shouldn't be hard for us to secure a spot."
"Good idea." Fong nodded. He then said, "Tonight, you three will do just that." "Huh? What about you, boss?" "Me?" Fong smiled calmly. "I'm going to room B2. Someone there has invited me to kill him. But it probably won't be that easy." "Boss."
Deep worry streamed from Bai Ruyan's eyes.
"Room B2.
The senior student who could occupy that spot was at least in the top 5 among second-year senior students in terms of strength.
Fong was going to such a place. Was it really going to be okay? Meanwhile, inside room B2,
Su Tian looked at Yi Liang, who was sitting in the living room, meticulously stroking a triangular military cone, and his expression wasn't looking good either.
"Are you sure you want to do this?" "Brother Tian, my mind is made up.
As soon as midnight passes tonight, even if he doesn't come, I'm going to rush over and find him,"
Yi Liang said expressionlessly. Which made Su Tian furious.
"If you do this, the Berserker Legion will no longer recognize you."
"Thank you, Brother Tian, for your care during this time." Yi Liang didn't say another word of nonsense.
From his pocket, he pulled out a silver lion emblem and placed it on the coffee table.
Afterwards,
he sat in front of the door on the second floor of Block B. He continued to caress his tri-bladed military cone.
After thinking for a moment,
he took out another bottle of venom and meticulously poisoned the tri-bladed military cone.
No matter what,
he had to avenge his sister.
"Wake up, don't worry, Big Brother will avenge you soon. It's 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock will be here very soon." The poisoning was complete. Yi Liang's eyes were fixed on his watch. Motionless. He waited quietly until dark. Until 12 o'clock, the wall separating the freshman residential plane and the upperclassmen dormitory area, that wall isolating two worlds,
rumbled downwards and sank.
The battle for supremacy had officially begun. Chapter 73, Occupying a Territory. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
As soon as it struck 12 o'clock, the wall separating the freshmen and upperclassmen crashed into the ground, opening a corner of the cage.
In an instant,
an illusion of tigers being unleashed from their cages appeared in the eyes of the upperclassmen.
Then, they smiled. He. It's time again for friendly exchanges with the juniors. What do you say we give each of them a black eye later? Want to have a competition? How do we compete?
I'll aim for the right eye, and you aim for the left eye, then we'll compare to see who gave more black eyes?
Deal.
The old-timers spoke with great enthusiasm, rubbing their hands together excitedly.
While the junior students are precious, as the saying goes, How can one become a warrior without learning to take a beating? So, proper polishing is still very necessary. However, but not everyone thinks so. In front of building B2.
Hearing the sound of the wall sinking into the ground, Yi Liang suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the tri-edged military cone, and stared intently around him.
As soon as Fong appears, he could immediately get his revenge. Wake up, soon, very soon, don't be anxious. You're obsessed. Walking out of the villa, Su Tian looked at Yi Liang, whose eyes were bloodshot, and extended his large right hand. In his palm was the badge Yi Liang had returned to him. Calm down, come back to the Berserker squad. If you need time, I'll give it to you. Brother Tian, if you're not here to help me, then forget it. Yi Liang turned his head, no longer looking at Su Tian. And I've already left the Berserker squad, no longer a brother of the Berserker squad. Since your mind isn't clear enough, then as your elder brother, I have an obligation to knock some sense into you. With a whoosh, a sound tore through the air. Su Tian's punch landed squarely on Yi Liang's abdomen, making Yi Liang's eyes go white, and he slumped like mud into Su Tian's arms. Holding Yi Liang's body, Su Tian shouted into the villa. Take him inside, and keep an eye on him.
A freshman can die in the mountains of death, but absolutely not here with us.
Understood. Two people walked out of the villa and helped Yi Liang up.
One of them gestured with his mouth
and said to Su Tian, Brother Tian, what if he wakes up and goes berserk, trying to break out? Should we suppress him? Must suppress. Su Tian said mercilessly. This matter.
As the elder brother, he had to step in and mediate. I'll wait here for that new student to arrive.
You two keep an eye on him. If absolutely necessary, imprison him in the dungeon. All right. The two nodded, sighed helplessly, and took Yi Liang back to the villa. Outside the villa, Su Tian looked towards the direction of the Death Mountain range, frowning slightly. Meanwhile, in the direction from the plains to the senior student dormitories, dozens of new student factions, in groups of 3 to 5, were secretly lurking in the darkness, quietly approaching the senior student dormitory area. Before them, the senior student dormitory area was pitch black, with only a few scattered buildings still shining with bright lights. It gave one a momentary illusion. A sense of fear, like an empty city trap. What's going on? Are all the senior students asleep? Such good routines? You idiot! This is clearly a trap. Then what do we do? Are we still going in? Since we're already here, we definitely have to try. Even if we fail, they'll only confiscate some of our things, they won't actually kill us. Alright then, don't be a coward, let's go together. As for Fong, at this moment, he was holding a long saber and distributing 3 first-grade vitality value pills to Lu Changge, Chen Xiaonan, and Bai Ruyan each. Bai Ruyan's face tensed for a moment. She knew Fang's target was the second floor of Building B, different from theirs. Don't worry, we are a team, so of course, we'll fight as a team. Fong reassured her. He issued the battle plan. Before anyone discovers us, we'll rush in and occupy it first. But remember, if we enter the wrong villa and there's someone lying in wait, don't get entangled with them. You must get out as quickly as possible. Our goal is to occupy the villa, not to engage in combat. Chen Xiaonan and Lu Changge both nodded. Only Bai Ruyan let out a slight sigh of relief, glad that Fong hadn't lost his head. Although she didn't know what Fong was going to do on the second floor of Block B, nothing good could come of it if it was Block B's second floor. Now, follow me and attack. At Feng's command. 4 figures immediately moved in unison, like arrows released from a bowstring, rapidly sprinting towards the senior student dormitory area. Seeing someone take the lead, hundreds of other new students also formed their small teams and followed, swarming into the senior student dormitory area. For a moment, a large surge of fresh vitality poured into the senior student population.
It was like a group of lazy, sunbathing old cat lords suddenly had a mouse thrown among them. The mouse would scurry around in fright, and all the lethargic cat lords would be activated. Ha 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 ha. Little new students. You're finally here. Innumerable senior students swarmed out madly. From rooftops, from behind walls, from tree branches, and from rooms. From all directions. They furiously chased after the terrified new students. Some senior students were even more ruthless, directly blocking the entrance, cutting off the new students' retreat, then putting on a warm smile and telling the new students you've been trapped like dogs. And so, less than 5 minutes after the new students entered the senior student dormitories, screams of utter despair erupted. Hearing these tragic sounds, the freshmen who were hovering in place, looking towards the senior dormitories from a distance, couldn't help but feel relieved. Good thing I didn't go, or it would have been miserable. Seriously, anyone who goes is an idiot. How could freshmen ever beat seniors? Exactly. They whispered to each other behind their backs. This instantly broke the idea of trying for those swing voters who were still hesitating whether to go. Failing is no big deal. But being called an idiot after failing is really unpleasant. At the same time, the 4 members of Fong, who were sprinting rapidly, drove straight in and had already broken through to the center of the senior dormitory area. Just as Fong had envisioned. To lure freshmen into a trap, the seniors would surely indulge them first and then rein them in, so they wouldn't intercept those who entered first. By the time enough freshmen had entered, and the seniors were beginning to act, Fong and his 3 companions were already close to their goal. Junior, don't walk so fast, come play with your senior. In front. Suddenly, a senior wielding a knife flashed out. Seeing the long knife in Feng's hand, he immediately rushed forward excitedly to spar with him. Fong immediately roared. You guys go first. With that, he mustered all his strength, coupled with his boiling vitality value, and unleashed a powerful Overlord blade attack. Overlord Saber, heaven-shattering slash. Bang! A heavy thud. The power of 7 bone metamorphoses, a 7-star silver, fully erupted, making the senior's hand, forearm, and even his dandin tremble. Holy crap! You kid are too terrifying. Frightened, the senior quickly retreated. He wanted to counterattack. But Fong had already caught up with Lu Changda and the other 2. He strode away. Hiss. These new students nowadays are something else. Not only are they strong, but their minds are also so clear. If they were all this strong, then we older students would have to admit defeat. Just as he was speaking, another new student came running from in front of him. It was Fong Outyan, 2nd place in the national exam, and he was also carrying a long saber in his hand. Fong Outyan immediately shouted. Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens! Bang! And then was punched to the ground by the older student. The older student kept punching and scolding him. You scared me to death, I thought every one of them was as strong as that last guy. Thankfully, this one isn't just a little weak, huh? Do you have something to say? How am I weaker than him? And don't hit my nose, Fong Outyan said with a whimper, which made the older student's mouth twitch. Damn it! This weakling has no self-awareness? And he's being dramatic too? He really needs to be beaten awake. So, the punches landed with even more force. And just 50 meters away from where Fong Outyan was being beaten, Fong and his 3 companions broke into a villa, which was empty. It worked! Lu Changda and the other 2 excitedly clenched their fists, recalling last time. They had foolishly only tried to grab villas in the outer circle, not only failing to get one but also losing all their assets. This time, it was good. Under Feng's leadership, they succeeded immediately. We succeeded, good. Now, you all stay here and guard it, I'm going out for a bit. With that, Fong was about to walk out the door. Bai Ruyan quickly stopped him. What are you doing?
Didn't we agree we're a team and should fight as a team? Exactly. So, from